Echoes of the Fourth Magic by R. A. Salvatore. Narrated by Lloyd James. Copyright 1990 and 1998 by R. A. Salvatore. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Siegel and Siegel Limited and was produced in the year 2010 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Prelude. Jeff Del Judas awoke in the stillness of night. Perhaps it was the absence of sound itself that had stirred him from his peaceful slumber. For this enchanted valley, Illuma Vale, home of the elves of Ynis Aielle, was rarely silent, full of song and the music of nature, the wind blowing down off the great crystal mountains, singing through the trees and tree houses, the dance of a mountain stream, leaping stones and calling its partings as it flowed through the vale. Del slipped out of his bed and moved to the window. A quiet blanket of snow lay deep all about Illuma Vale, though the winter season neared its end. Even from this vantage point in the dim light of night, Del could feel the enchantment of the place, the magic of the elves, and though he was troubled, that magic did find a tiny corner of his heart, bringing some measure of comfort and warmth. He knew that he would not be able to find sleep again this night. Every night he awoke, or couldn't get to sleep at all, his anxiety building as winter's grip lessened. Soon the mountain trails would be open again. Back to Avalon. Avalon. How many months had it been since he had walked the wondrous paths of that blessed forest? Since he had heard the song of the Emerald Witch, the mysteries of the melody sweeping through him like the veils of a gossamer gown. After the Battle of Mountain Gate, the worst day of Geoffrey Del Judas's life, he had tried vainly to find his way back into the enchanted forest, even going so far as to travel around the southern Crystal Mountains to seek a different route. But Brielle, with her confusing magic, had shut him out. Del had sought out the rangers, pleading with them to guide him into the wood, but alas, they had no answers for him. Summer turned to autumn, autumn to winter, and the snows had forced Del from Mountain Gate back to Illuma Vale, and then had shut the trails behind him. Still, Del should have enjoyed these times. The scars of the battle were fading, and the elves had returned to their dance and merriment. The harsh winter could not daunt their eternal play, and now, with the season turning again, and the coronation of the new king of Palandara fast approaching, their joy seemed tenfold. But an awkward perception, the feeling that he was trapped in a land where he did not belong, had grown like a cancer within Del. He could not escape the fact that he was from a different world, a long-lost world, one of ambition and responsibility, and though he had always rebelled against those aspects of his society, the tendencies of his former life were painted indelibly on his mind. For all that he might agree with them in principle, the trivial frolicking of the elves did not satisfy his needs, and his restlessness, he feared, might bring his dangerous knowledge crashing down on this innocent world. His depression had only deepened with the wintry season. A beard now adorned his face. He wouldn't be bothered with shaving, and he rarely left his room, for interaction with the elves only reminded him that he was not of this place called Aielle, was not, for all his desires, kindred spirit to the new world he and his companions had found on their emergence from the sea. He dressed and moved to Billy Shank's room, and could not help but smile at the contented snores of his friend. Billy had grown to be at home here. His friendship with the daughter of the lord of the elven people had blossomed into something more, something wonderful. Del thought of the upcoming coronation in the Southland, and of the bond that would strengthen between the races, human and elf, and he smiled again. He and his companions had found this new world in turmoil, and despite all had indeed done some good. "Bear witness for me," he whispered into Billy's ear, and he left the grand house. Bordering on desperation, he made his careful way up the invisible stair to Brisson Ballas, seeking Ardaz, the one man who might understand his troubles. But the wizard was nowhere to be found. So Dell wandered under the crisp, star-bright skies of winter's last night. He could not deny the truth of his fears and his feelings, yet he could not escape who he was, the conditioning implanted upon his heart and soul by the years of growing up in a far different world. He thought back across those centuries as he drifted aimlessly about the elven valley, considering again the amazing course that had brought him to this special place, a winding path that had traded technology for magic, pragmatism for mysticism, humanism for spirituality. What a wonderful journey indeed. Dell only wished that it had led him to a better place within himself. Chapter 1. The Passage of the Unicorn. The unicorn ran deep, ran smooth, gliding with the ease of an eagle on wing. But no hunter, this. She was a ship of peace, the pride of the National Undersea Exploration Team, NUSIT, pelagic counterpart of NASA, and the one, soon after the turn of the second millennium, to garner more of the government funding. The disaster at the space station, with 7 astronauts dead, a shuttle, and the multi-billion-dollar station lost, had curtailed NASA's budget tremendously and dampened the nation's taste for space exploration. But scientists had found it easier to sell the public on exploration of the seas, the last great unexplored expanse on the planet. Particularly after yet another disastrous El Niño year, with the warm Pacific water brewing a long series of disastrous storms sweeping across the continental United States. Public opinion rang out favorably for the fledgling NUSIT. And the unicorn was the result. Every member of NUSIT looked upon her with satisfaction and deep respect, for this submarine was the epitome of technological achievement. More than that, in accordance with the legend of her mythical namesake, the unicorn had become a symbol of hope for the future of mankind amidst the constant threat of technological annihilation. For NUSIT was an organization openly and honestly dedicated to the peaceful application of science. Any nation, friend or foe, could, for a modest fee, sign on to share in the wealth of information the project meant to collect. Any nation. And that, more than anything else, was the true victory of the unicorn. More than 5 miles of water now separated this splendid example of the new generation of submarine from the sunlit surface. All was dark here, and quiet, save the gentle hum of the ship's engines and the ping-pock of the hull insulator hydraulic system, beating back the tremendous ocean pressure. Powerful searchlights cut a swath of illumination through the lightless waters as this lone sphere of civilization prowled the Atlantic's depths. On the surface she had bobbed nervously about, each swell threatening to spin her over. But in this watery environ, she swam swiftly and effortlessly. Here she was made to be at home, graceful and swift, and yet for all of her detailed and near-perfect designs, here she remained a stranger. Morning sparkled in bright reflections on the glassy surface, but this depth knew only night. So began the unicorn's 32nd day out of Woods Hole, her first without dawn. Down she had gone. Down from the curious Russian trawler, from the humming propeller of a private plane, suspected of being a spy plane out from Cuba, from the beating of the Navy helicopter's gigantic blades, down from the clamor of a mechanical world, deeper than any hint of the sun could reach, deeper even than the fish dared swim. Jeff Del Judas lay back on a weightlifting bench and clasped the metal bar. 5 miles up and 1,000 across, he mumbled, his thoughts inevitably drifting back to Woods Hole and Cape Cod and the woman he had left behind. Again, as always, he found himself examining his relationship with Debbie, trying to find some answers to his unresolved emotions. He cared for her, deeply, and he could admit that to himself openly. Yet, though he was afraid to admit it, their love wasn't the passionate desire that he had fantasized about. That special spark, the tingling excitement that brightened even the blackest moods, simply wasn't there. Ever the resigned pragmatist, though, Dell wasn't sure it could be there. He and Debbie were as content as they could be, he supposed. For the realities of his world, the constant little pressures and petty headaches, had dulled his ability to hope. In truth, Dell doubted the existence of ideal romantic love. That was the substance of a poet's pen, not the reality of the world. And yet, despite that pragmatic contentment, again, he had run away. But even this escape was a lie, and little protection from the profound sadness within the man. He had never learned the joy of existence, the simple pleasures of perception and experience. And that, more than Debbie, was his true frustration. Instinctively, Dell perceived an emptiness, a void within himself that craved fulfillment. But his materialistic and fiercely competitive world gave him no comfort. "Lift! Lift!" Dell repeated over and over. No good. Every time the ping-pock of the hydraulic system sounded, his concentration broke and he remembered Debbie and those haunting questions. He slipped his hands from the bar in frustration. On the forward bridge, Navigator Billy Shank's brown eyes intently studied his instruments. "Any minute now, Captain," he said, his voice edged with excitement. "Put the signal from the screen to the rest of the monitors on the ship," said Captain Mitchell, a giant scowling man. His voice and visage held rock steady, but the simmering glow in his eyes betrayed his calm facade. The alarm blasted just as Dell finally managed to start his lift. The weights crashed back to the rack and Dell scrambled across the room, his mind whirling. He charged into the hall, colliding with a crewman. His panic changed to embarrassment when he saw the cooler of beer. Carry on," Dell said, waving his hand impatiently, as if he had known all along. "Look at those legs," came a voice from behind, that of Ray Corbin, the Unicorn's second in command. "Ray," Dell replied, watching the easy saunter of his approaching friend, the one man Mitchell had personally requested for the crew. The irony of the fact was never lost on Dell, for Mitchell and Corbin were far from alike. Intensity, Mitchell's trademark, was certainly not a prominent trait of Ray Corbin. The crew had even tagged the man with the nickname of Layback Ray. Still, everyone on the crew understood Mitchell's choice. A quiet, unassuming first officer virtually guaranteed the dominating captain uncontested control. Or did it? Dell often wondered. Truly, Ray Corbin would not openly oppose Mitchell. Dogfighting wasn't a part of his makeup. But Corbin was an officer sympathetic to the needs of the people around him, and he realized the pressures that a tyrant like Mitchell could exert on a crew. Dell thought of him as the Unicorn's Mr. Roberts, playing around the hard edges of Jimmy Cagney. And Dell's role in this movie script? He knew it all too well, knew why Ray Corbin had pulled quite a few strings to get him into the project. Corbin needed a foil for Mitchell's dominance, a release valve for the inevitable tension, and he found it in a man recommended by an old skipper of his. Corbin's secret weapon was Jeff Del Judas, the ensign Pulver to Corbin's Mr. Roberts. "You going up front?" Corbin asked. "You think I'd miss this?" Dell replied. "Probably the only excitement we see on this dub for the next 8 months." "You want excitement?" Corbin remarked, smiling widely. "Wait until Mitchell sees his junior officer in gym shorts on the bridge." Dell understood that smile well, for he, too, could easily picture the scene on the bridge, the captain's face burning bright with rage. "But you do have cute legs," Ray Corbin finished. "He won't mind just this once," Dell said unconvincingly. "Besides, they're Navy issue." "The legs?" Corbin quipped, heading down the corridor. Both of them were handed a plastic cup of beer when they entered the control room. Most of the staff and several crewmen were there, all holding foam-tipped cups and staring intently at the viewing screen. Mitchell sat straight-backed in his chair, a microphone buried in one of his huge paws, and beer surrounded by the other. "Refrigerator with a head," Dell mumbled when he viewed the square-bodied captain. Mitchell gave his 2 officers a quick glance, but immediately returned his attention to the screen. Dell breathed easier that his outfit had apparently gone unnoticed. Suddenly the screen brightened as the searchlight reflected back off the ocean floor. Buried for centuries, untold, under an inconceivable tonnage of water, the pressed stretch of mud and rock offered little artistic inspiration, but to the men of the Unicorn, the view proved grand indeed. Mitchell cracked a rare smile as he clicked on the comm. "The deepest spot in the Atlantic, gentlemen," he said, lifting his glass of old Milwaukee beer in a toast. "The floor of the Milwaukee Deep." A tiny sip later, Mitchell's perpetual scowl returned. "She's all yours, Mr. Corbin," he said as he headed for the door. "And get rid of the beer. All of it." Corbin shrugged impotently to the disappointed crew and motioned for one of the seamen to collect the drinks. Dell was as thrilled as anyone aboard to finally realize the goal of their months of preparation, but a 5-second toast and a sip of beer wasn't exactly his idea of a celebration. "Big deal," he grumbled, errantly believing the captain to be out of earshot. The room hushed instantly when Mitchell's crew-cut head popped back in the door, the burly captain eyeing Dell for a long, long while. "Mr. Del Judas," he began, his voice teasingly calm, "since you found this celebration inadequate, you're invited to join me in my quarters in 10 minutes for a private party." His grin became an ugly grimace. "In uniform." Dell just sighed helplessly as Corbin strolled over to pat him on the shoulder. "Maybe you didn't like your legs." Billy Shank bit his lip and tried hard not to laugh. 2 uneventful days passed as the Unicorn crawled along the floor of the Atlantic. 48 hours of prowling showed nothing but rocky abutments and flat bottoms, captured in relentless progression on the ship's monitor, making Dell feel like a cartoon character running past the same background scenery again and again. He was on the bridge most of the time, pulling extra duty at the personal request of Captain Mitchell. Good behavior reward, he supposed. 3 others, Seaman Johnson, Camarillo, and Billy Shank, worked with him, but they went about their duties with disciplined efficiency and did little to relieve the boredom on this long and particularly uneventful shift. Finally, mercifully, a voice dispelled the solitude. "Unbelievable," Billy Shank muttered. "Come see this." But even as Dell rose from his chair, a loud peal blasted out of Camarillo's sonic equipment and spun the others on their heels in surprise. His visage locked in a contortion of shock and terror, Camarillo could not answer their questioning stares. Unblinking, he toppled face down on the floor, not even extending his arms to break the fall. The 3 men scrambled to him. "Back to your station," Dell told Billy, "and full stop. Get the captain and dock." Dell rolled Camarillo's body over, his stare answered by dull, unseeing orbs. He removed the headphones and found the speaker cloth torn wide and wet from the blood that still trickled out of Camarillo's ears. He and Johnson went to work immediately, Johnson rhythmically pushing on Camarillo's chest, Dell trying to breathe life into the man. A moment later, Ray Corbin and Doc Brady rushed in, followed closely by Mitchell and Martin Reinheiser, the civilian physicist who had earned the dubious distinction of becoming Mitchell's right-hand man. They ran to Del Judas, now working furiously on the body. "I've got him," Doc Brady told Dell. "He's dead," Dell whispered as he rose. He felt his own pulse pounding as he watched helplessly. "What happened?" Mitchell demanded. From across the room, Billy Shank answered, "The indicators on my panel started jumping beyond the range of the gauges, and these gauges extend well beyond the limits of anything we ever expected to measure. I've never seen anything like it, and then there was a loud noise and Camarillo just fell over." Mitchell glared at Dell, who couldn't meet his accusing gaze, too vulnerable to argue with the captain this time. Though Dell wasn't at fault, the fact remained that he had been in command at the time. Secure in his victory as Dell's head dropped, Mitchell turned to Reinheiser. "What could it be?" Reinheiser snorted at the absurd request. "I believe I should examine the data before I make any guesses." Doc Brady shook his head and closed Camarillo's eyes. A dead crewman. Mitchell fumed at the thought, at the implications on his record. "Put the ship on alert," he roared, "and get me a damage report." He rushed over to the security of his command seat, all the more angry at the lack of focus for his ire. Within moments the alarm sounded and the crew scrambled, but even the commotion could not ease Mitchell's impatience. "The rest of the ship reports no damage or casualties, sir," Johnson called out. Mitchell glanced at Dell. "Just one speaker," the junior officer explained. "It'll still work." "Only minor damage here, too," Billy Shank called. Martin Reinheiser, at a terminal to the side of the room, overlapped files with a gridded reference chart. "I believe the disturbance came from right about here," he said, moving his mouse pointer to a spot on the grid and giving a click so the indicated area expanded to fill the room. "About a quarter mile dead ahead." "Get us there, and keep it slow," Mitchell snapped at Billy. "I want to know what killed my crewman." Dell eyed the viewing screen, now perceiving the beacon of the searchlight as an unwelcome invader of this secret and suddenly hostile darkness. "We're heading right into something that killed Camarillo from a quarter mile away," he thought. And he was not the only one in the room troubled by that fact. Billy Shank's indicator needles flickered in warning. "Captain?" Billy began, but his voice trailed off when he noticed the astounded expressions on the faces around him. He looked to the screen and, following a waving command from Mitchell, brought the sub to a halt. Blackness. The searchlight knifed down and abruptly disappeared. It didn't reflect back, it simply stopped. "What is it?" Mitchell asked. "A cabin?" Reinheiser questioned rhetorically, certainly not expecting answers from the men around him. "My indicators are dancing again," Billy remarked loudly, but they seemed not to notice him. "We have to get a closer look," Reinheiser declared, unconsciously leaning toward the screen. "Move us in," Mitchell ordered flatly. "But, sir," Billy replied, "my instruments aren't functional. I'll have to guide us manually." "Take it nice and slow, then," Mitchell said. "Del Judas, have you got that speaker fixed yet?" "Yes, sir." "Get us a replacement for Camarillo." "I can take it," Dell offered, thinking his act of bravery might earn him some grudging respect from Mitchell. It didn't. Gingerly, suddenly not so sure of his offer, he slid the headphones over his head. The sub inched downward. Still the light could not penetrate the void before them. The sonic equipment issued its signals out from the sub, but they too were absorbed into the blackness, never to return. "We must be within 20 feet, Billy said nervously. "I don't know how much closer I can get." "Stop her, then," Mitchell said. Then to Dell, "Have you got anything?" "Nothing," Dell replied. "The equipment seems to be working, but I'm not getting any signals at all." "Damn," Mitchell growled under his breath. "We should back off and study the situation," Ray Corbin suggested. "We don't know what we're up against." "It would seem prudent," Reinheiser agreed, realizing the futility of a visual examination without supporting information from their instruments. He clicked away at the computer as he spoke, but that system wasn't receiving enough information from the exterior sensors to offer back any answers. Mitchell closed his eyes and rubbed his hands over his face. "Take us up 100 feet. Dell's sigh of relief was audible. "Mr. Corbin," Mitchell continued, "have everything inspected and bring me a complete status report as soon as possible." He turned to Reinheiser. "I'd like your evaluation the minute you get a chance to study all of the data." And so the unicorn hovered in the eternal gloom, a mere 40 yards above the unexplained void. On the surface, a mighty electrical storm vented its fury in spasms of untempered violence, but the men of the unicorn couldn't know that. Not yet. The ship came off alert before an hour had passed. Dell found himself in command of the helm again as Mitchell and Corbin held a conference with the scientists. Most of the crew went to their barracks, trading rumors and trying to get what they figured might be their last rest for quite a while. "These indicators are acting strange again," Billy said to Dell a short time later, using the informal tone that marked their friendship. As the only black man on the Unicorn, Billy's own hesitance prevented him from having many friends on board. He had heard the quiet references to Nusset's token black, an insidious thought that often crept into the back of his own mind. Dell knew better, though, and his sincerity toward Billy had proven a great comfort to the man. "It acts like there's something going on just above us," Billy explained as Dell approached. The needles jumped, and a blip appeared on the tracking grid for just a second, then was gone. "See? There it goes again." "Can we get a look above?" "We can try." Billy clicked on the camera icon, then dragged the mouse to the indicated point on the grid. The forward viewing screen darkened as its camera turned away from the illumination of the forward searchlight. "That should be about right," Billy said, moving the pointer to another icon, one for the floodlights. "Now, if I can get some light up there." As he began the drag, a bright arc cut a blinding line across the forward screen. Seaman McKinney, working the sonic booth, cried out and flung the crackling headphones to the floor. The screen flashed again. "Jesus! It looks like a thunderstorm!" Johnson cried. "Sounds like one, too," McKinney added, rubbing his ear. "Yeah, but underwater?" Billy questioned. He looked blankly at Dell. "I think you better get the captain." But before Dell could move, the lights, the screen, even the hum of the reactor shut down. Dread drifted in, with the silence and blackness, inundating all aboard in the knowledge that they were utterly helpless, freezing them with the certainty that something terrible was about to happen. Then the storm hit. It struck amidship, by the crew's quarters, attacking with a raw power that mocked the sophistication of the Unicorn. Steel beams and hydraulics that had held back the pressure of 30,000 feet of water bent like rubber in the face of its strength. Bolt after bolt of lightning blasted against the sub, scorching and searing her sides. Currents wild with might wrenched mercilessly at the hull, tearing apart metal and splitting welded seams with unrelenting fury. And through the holes, death streamed in, oblivious to the screams and pleas of the doomed crew. Battered but still conscious, Dell clung desperately to the bolted chair. His mind spun with the turnings of the sub, whirling around then over again and again. His terror heightened as he sensed that they were falling, hurtling uncontrollably toward the seafloor, into the maw of the perverse blackness that had defied the intrusions of light or sound. Dell tightened his hand on the arm of the chair, its tangible material his only grip on reality. Metal groaned in protest of the wrenching impact as the sub pummeled into and then through the black barrier. And Dell Judas knew no more. Chapter 2. Riddles Beyond the Blackness. Billy Shank's eyes opened upon a surrealistic scene of destruction. The glow of the emergency light reddened the misty shroud of steam and smoke that wafted through the air and distorted his perceptions of familiar images. He recognized Dell, stretched out face down on the floor, somehow still having managed to hook his arm around the support of the captain's chair. Billy watched, mesmerized, as a dark liquid flowed out from under Dell and made its way toward the wall. "Listening?" he heard himself whisper, and then he looked again at the liquid and wondered if its blackish hue was another trick of the light. Perhaps it was red like blood. The realization that Dell was dying before his eyes shook the grogginess from Billy, and when he tried to sit up, he found that a support pole had been folded right over him, pinning his shoulders. He struggled with all his strength, but had no leverage to push the pole away. "Damn!" he screamed, raising his eyes to an unmerciful God. "You would make me watch him die?" Ignoring the protests of his own flesh as the metal cut a deep line across his upper back, he twisted and jerked wildly. Then a sickly sweet odor filled his nostrils, demanding his attention. He twisted again, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a charred body lying on top of a shorted-out electrical panel. McKinney. "Johnson!" Billy called frantically. No answer. Billy scanned the room, searching for some hint of the remaining crewmen, squinting to penetrate the steam and smoke and the tears that welled in his dark eyes. He saw something. Perhaps it was a foot sticking out from under a toppled computer bay. Yes, it was a foot. A moan escaped Billy's lips as he imagined Johnson's body squashed under the heavy case. "And so it ends," he said softly, and giving in to the pain and weariness that hammered dully at his senses, put his head down and closed his eyes, and wondered what death would be like. In his dazed state, Billy could not track the minutes as they passed. Delirium swept over him, and he could not react when the door crashed open and 4 wraith-like forms drifted in. Couriers to escort him to the land of the dead. Never had he imagined the sound of Mitchell's shouting could bring him comfort. "What the hell happened?" the captain screamed. He stormed across the slanting room to the intercom, apparently taking no notice of his injured crewman. Doc Brady didn't hesitate when he saw Dell's lifeblood streaming out. He tore a makeshift bandage from his shirt and dove down to stem the flow. "This one's gone," Reinheiser declared as he peered under the cabinet at Johnson's crushed body. "And I don't think there's much hope for that one," he added callously, pointing to McKinney's smoldering corpse. "Nasty cut," Brady chided with a wink and a calming smile. He pressed the shirt hard against Dell's neck and helped the injured man sit up. "Might need a tourniquet." But Dell hardly heard the doc. His eyes focused on Billy. Ray Corbin answered the concerned look evenly. "He'll be fine," he assured Dell, turning the bent support aside. Billy moved to rise, but Corbin held him down. "Just you relax. Doc will be with you in a minute." Mitchell stared blankly at the dead indicator panel, at the blank screens, not even a cursor flickering on them. "Something very big hit us," he growled. "And we didn't react. We just took it." He kicked at a nearby piece of wreckage. "Someone up here, in command of the bridge, did nothing," he fumed. "Not even a goddamn warning." Of course, Mitchell, like all the others, had to realize that what happened had been unpreventable, and with such quick and complete devastation that no one could have changed the course. But Dell, who knew Mitchell so well, realized that he needed a release, a scapegoat, someone to blame so he could rid his personal feelings of vulnerability. If this was no one's fault, then it could just as easily have happened to Mitchell. But if Dell had somehow failed... Mitchell whirled about and charged at Dell. But Corbin and Brady, like Dell, saw it coming well in advance and easily intercepted him. "You did nothing!" Mitchell screamed from behind the wall of the 2 men. "Not a goddamn thing!" "There was nothing to do!" Dell snapped back, but he had to repeat himself several times as a litany against the guilt Mitchell had just laid upon his shoulders. "Stop it! Listen!" Reinheiser shouted, and the others quieted, surprised by the physicist's uncharacteristic outburst. "Listen!" he said. A few seconds passed. The only sound an occasional creak of settling metal. "I don't hear anything," Doc Brady said. "Not a thing. Nothing at all," Reinheiser emphasized. "Not even the hydraulic system." In the span of a couple of seconds, Reinheiser's words sinking in, terror seized all of the men, with the expectation that they would all be instantly crushed, as if they believed that death, in a final stroke of cruelty, had waited patiently for them to fully realize their doom. Reinheiser was the one to break the silence. "Why aren't we dead?" he asked, echoing the thought that reverberated in all their minds. They remained silent, trying to sort out a rational answer to the question. And if they weren't perplexed enough, the main lights suddenly brightened. Indicator needles jumped to life. A couple of computers beeped and began their reboot, and most amazing of all, the familiar hum of the Unicorn's mighty turbines returned. The men jumped in unison when a shaky voice crackled over the intercom. "Hello, anybody?" it pleaded, balancing precariously on the edge of hysteria. "This is Thompson. Can anybody hear? Oh, God, please don't make me be alone." Mitchell ran to the con. "What's going on back there?" "Captain!" Thompson cried. "Where are you?" "Auxiliary power with Sinclair," came the reply. "He's pretty bad off. I don't think he's going to..." Again the voice trailed away. "On my way," Doc Brady called, and he headed for the door. "No!" came the shrieking reply from Thompson. "You can't!" Doc turned back to his companions, all of them frozen by the sheer desperation of the whale. The prospect of one of his men, reputedly the finest crew ever assembled, losing control, enraged Mitchell. "You had better explain yourself," he barked into the microphone. "Flood, sir," Thompson answered evenly. "Everything between the gym and auxiliary power is underwater. You crack the hatch to forward barracks and you'll flood the front of the ship, too." "The crew," Mitchell cried. "What about my crew?" Thompson's inevitable response stuck like a dagger in Mitchell's heart. "Dead, sir. Everyone's dead. They've got to be. Except for me and Sinclair and you guys in front." Once again the survivors were reminded of the hopelessness of their situation. 8 men, 6 on the bridge up front, 2 in the back, with 50 feet of flooded rooms between them. "Seems we're in trouble," Corbin said offhandedly. But Mitchell couldn't view things that way. He put the situation into the perspective of one more challenge, probably the greatest he would ever face. His entire life, from city streets to the merchant marine to his naval commission, had been one continuous fight. He had done more than survive. He had become a leader. "Stow it, Corbin," he growled. "We got a job to do." He motioned at Billy and Dell. "I want those 2 ready to work tomorrow." "That's Doc Brady began. "Tomorrow!" Mitchell bellowed. "Set up the conference room as an infirmary." He turned to Reinheiser. "See what you can do about cleaning up this air." He looked at Corbin. "You and I will get this room back in order. I want those forward viewing screens working as soon as possible." Mitchell didn't slow the pace of his growing momentum. "Thompson," he called. "What's your situation?" "I'm a little banged up, sir. I sprained my wrist pretty bad, but I can work." He sounded a bit steadier. "Then get the damn engine room back in shape and give me as much power as you can," Mitchell ordered, using just the right timbre of anger in his voice to convey 2 messages: that he had faith in Thompson's ability, and that he held Thompson solely responsible for getting the job done. "Aye, aye, sir," came Thompson's enthusiastic reply. Dell stared incredulously at the captain. He hated the man, but he couldn't deny Mitchell's effectiveness as a leader. Under Mitchell's command, nobody dared surrender. They all had jobs to do, and under the captain's demands, they had no time to worry about the implications of their situation. A few hours later, Dell was tossing uneasily on a makeshift cot, his dreams a lament for the security he had left behind. In that distant world, Debbie celebrated her 70th birthday, huddled with her grandchildren, in a placebo called a bomb shelter. "Doc says I can go back to work," Billy announced to Dell the next day. "On my way to the bridge now. How about you?" "R&R for at least another day," Dell replied with a sly smile, clasping his hands behind his head. "I'll come back and see you later," Billy said, and despite his feigned contentment, Dell envied him. Sitting around idly allowed too much time to worry. "I don't know what to tell you," Corbin said with a shrug of surrender, for in truth he had no answer to Mitchell's obvious doubts. "It seems to be operational." "How can we be at 100 feet of water?" Mitchell snapped. Despite his grumbling, a twinge of hope found its way into his tone. "That gauge operates by measuring the pressure on an inch-long wand protruding off the side of the hull," Martin Reinheiser mechanically explained, as if reading out of a book. "It's a new design, untested, really. Perhaps the one was snapped off and the equipment has been fooled, taking the total pressure of the remaining piece and calculating it over the whole expected length. Or perhaps we are in a place sheltered from the pressure of the ocean depths," he added, his analytical mind searching out every possibility. "Not possible," Corbin replied. "How deep could we be without the hydraulic system?" Mitchell asked, ignoring his first officer. "About 7,000 feet," Billy answered from the door. The men turned to him. "Reporting for duty, sir." "Where's Del Judas?" Mitchell demanded, a sour look on his face, as if merely speaking Del's name left a bad taste in his mouth. "Doc wants him to rest another day," Billy explained. "I'll deal with that jerk later," Mitchell whispered under his breath. "Get going on that viewing screen, Shank." Billy moved to the intercom, knowing he would need some help from the engine room to test the power levels at his panels. "Thompson?" he called. An empty pause. "Engine room, come in." Still silence. Mitchell grew worried and reacted with typical anger. He grabbed the comm away from Billy. "Thompson!" he shouted. "Here, sir," came the unsteady voice, much like the tone they had first heard the day before. "What's the matter?" Mitchell demanded. "Sinclair's dead," Thompson muttered. The man took the news stoically. Corbin rubbed his face to brush away any intruding emotions, and Billy Shank let out a resigned sigh. Thompson's voice came with sudden determination. "How deep are we?" Mitchell rarely felt sorry for anybody, but he pitied the man on the other end of the intercom, trapped alone in the steamy engine room. "We're not sure," he replied calmly. "The gauge says 100 feet. We think it's broken." "Then mine must be broken too," Thompson said, again stubbornly. "I'm going out. I'll be up front soon." "Don't be a fool," Mitchell shouted. "If that gauge isn't right—" "I'll be killed," Thompson interrupted with a resigned, almost sedated laugh. "So what?" Mitchell started to reply, but merely shook his head, for there seemed nothing to say, no arguments to refute the man's choice. "I'm alone back here with no food or water," Thompson went on. "I'll be dead soon anyway." He ended any further arguments by shutting off his mic. There wouldn't have been any arguments forthcoming anyway. "His right to choose the way to die," Ray Corbin remarked. "He'll never make it," Reinheiser muttered. "Unless the gauge is right," Billy snapped, not appreciating the physicist's too sure pessimism in an already dismal situation. They went back to work half-heartedly, unable to concentrate on their tasks as each of them, even Reinheiser, waited and prayed that somehow Thompson would make it through, that the gauge would indeed be right. But as minutes passed, the miracle seemed less likely, and finally Reinheiser took it upon himself to diffuse the tension. "Gentlemen," he said with his customary formality, "since Seaman Thompson hasn't yet arrived, we must assume that he is dead. So let us concentrate on our assigned duties and get this ship back together." Corbin and Billy exchanged helpless glances. They hurt at the loss of yet another companion, but once again they had to push their emotions deep inside and refuse to acknowledge the pain. "How's that screen coming?" Mitchell snapped, trying to bring everyone back into the tasks at hand. "Good, sir," Billy replied. "I should have something for you in a few minutes." He focused on his work and tried to forget that a friend of his had just died, taking what was possibly their last hope with him. "We aren't going to see much without the outer searchlights," Reinheiser remarked. "Let us hope they're still working." "If they are, all we're going to see is dark water and gray stone," Billy mumbled to himself, too low for anyone else to hear. But he too hoped that the equipment would work. At least then something would be fixed. Billy restarted his computer once more, then double-clicked on the appropriate icons, and the screen crackled sharply and filled with snow. He stood up, grumbling, reached over to the back of the panel, and jiggled the connector behind his personal monitor. The picture came clearly into view for just a split second, then returned to snow. "Did you see that?" Corbin cried. "I'm not sure what I saw," Mitchell gasped. "Shank, get that damn picture back." "Trying," Billy replied, confused as to why they were so excited. He hadn't seen. "The hull of an old warship," Reinheiser said. "But did you see its condition?" Corbin cried out. "It looked like it just went down." The screen flickered a couple of times. The picture came clear again, and the four men gaped at the eerie sight. Settled on a rocky reef less than 20 yards ahead loomed the spectacle of an old frigate. The lettering on its side named it as the USS Wasp. "Explain that," Mitchell challenged Reinheiser. "We should get Mr. Del Judas, sir," Billy offered. "He's always reading books about naval history." "Go," Mitchell said, and Billy was off. He returned moments later with Del and Doc Brady. "Well, mister, what do you make of it?" Mitchell asked. It took Del a minute to find his voice. "The Wasp?" he said aloud, trying to jar his memory. "The name sounds familiar." "Late 1700s by the looks of it," Reinheiser said. "Early 1800s, I think," Del corrected. "I could tell you more if I could get to my quarters. I've got some books about old ships and—" A bang sounded above them. "The outer hatch," Corbin observed. "Thompson!" The men surrounded the ladder leading to the sub's squat conning tower, and Mitchell called over the intercom, to the airlock. "Thompson, is that you?" he asked into heavy static. The handle of the inner hatch began to turn. "It better be, Thompson," Billy muttered grimly, casting a wary eye at the old ship, and clutching a heavy wrench. Water gushed in as the inner hatch opened and a pair of black leather boots dangled through the hole. "I knew it!" Billy cried, and he whacked up at the legs. "Hey!" came a startled cry from above. Mitchell recognized the voice and grabbed Billy as the legs were pulled back up into the airlock. After some shuffling, Thompson stuck his head through the hatchway. "Have you all gone crazy or something?" he asked of the startled faces below. Eyeing Doc Brady, he added, "Have I got something for you? You aren't going to believe this." And he disappeared back through the hole. After more shuffling, the dangling legs came through again. "Give me a hand with this guy. He's waterlogged," Thompson said. Stunned, Mitchell and Brady mechanically helped lower the body. That of a man in his 30s, dressed in a gray suit, complete with tails and a gold pocket watch. "All he's missing is a top hat and cane," Corbin laughed, too overwhelmed by the unreality of it all and too relieved to see Thompson to be apprehensive. "Got that, too," Thompson said. He slid down the ladder, a cane in one hand and a gray top hat on his head. "Well, what do you think?" "It looks like he just died," Corbin said. "Very little decomposition," Doc Brady agreed, but his attention was on Thompson and the seaman's frenzied actions. "Like that hull?" Reinheiser remarked. "They're all like that," Thompson teased. "What are all like that?" Mitchell demanded, leaving no patience for Thompson's antics. "What the hell took you so long?" "All the ships outside are like that, sir," Thompson replied. "You've got to understand, I had to look around." "Of course," a calming Doc Brady said. "I closed my eyes when I left the ship," Thompson explained. "I really expected to die, but the gauges are right and the pressure wasn't bad at all. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was an old schooner lying just off your tail. This guy was all tangled up in a rope on the capstan. I couldn't believe it. I started swimming toward him and noticed that all around there were these other ships." "How was the visibility?" Reinheiser interrupted. "Not bad. A couple of 100 feet at least," Thompson replied. "And at first I couldn't understand that either, but by my figuring it's nighttime up top, and even if it was bright daylight up above, how much would filter down 100 feet? So where's the light coming from?" "Where indeed?" Reinheiser asked. Thompson had the answer. "I saw these weird flashes above us, and I headed for the surface, but when I got closer I realized that there's solid rock above us." "What?" Mitchell and Corbin asked together. "Solid," Thompson reiterated. "We're in a giant cave. Back a couple 100 yards there's a funnel going up into the ceiling. The light's more intense there. I would have checked it out closer to see if it opens up to the surface, but I couldn't get near it. I kept getting shocks, static or something. I picked this guy up on the way back. I had to show you." "How does the unicorn look from out there?" asked Mitchell. "Bad," Thompson replied. "Real bad, sir. There's some holes midship, but that's the least of it. She's listing to port up here, but she's listing to starboard and back." Impossible, Reinheiser argued. The middle of the ship got twisted, Thompson continued earnestly, putting his clenched fists, one on top of the other, and turning them in opposite directions. I'd figure at least a 30-degree discrepancy between the two ends. It's a miracle we're alive, Reinheiser said. Mitchell didn't hear him. He just stared blankly ahead, dismayed by the now indisputable fact that his ship was gone beyond hope of repair. But the brutal damage report didn't daunt the others. Something very strange was going on, and they were intrigued, especially Martin Reinheiser. At this point, at least, curiosity outweighed worry. I've got to go out there, Reinheiser begged Mitchell, his voice almost a whine. I'd like to get back out too, sir, Thompson added. I want a closer look at our damage. And I want to get at those books in my cabin, Dell said, refusing to be left out of the excitement. No, you don't, Doc Brady cut in, still examining the corpse. Thompson will get him for you. You're staying here and getting healthy. Dell would have argued, but Mitchell's outburst stopped him short. Do what you want, the captain bellowed, his face contorted into an angry scowl. It was Mitchell's turn to feel the hopelessness, to believe that nothing he did in this situation could make any difference. He knew the gloom would pass. The violence within him had been able to push all his hurts away since he was a child, but for now he just had to get away from the others. He turned on his heel and stormed out of the room. The others blankly watched him go, confused by the solid captain's sudden despair. He's lost his ship, Reinheiser observed, studying the tenseness of the departing captain's stride, logging this newest revelation of Mitchell's disposition. Help me get this body to the conference room, Brady told Dell, whose face drooped in disappointment. All right, Brady conceded. Maybe I'll let you go for a dive later. Dell smiled. Let me tell Thompson where the books are. He bounded across the room, mesmerized by the potential adventure that awaited him outside the Unicorn, able to forget, for just a while, the carnage around him, and the inevitability of his own impending doom. Chapter 3. To the Tick of a Different Clock. What did you bring that for? Mitchell grumbled. Reinheiser glared at him from across the table. From the Wasp, he explained, holding up the untarnished belt buckle for the rest of the men to see, and pointing to the upper left-hand corner, which clearly showed the initials J.B. With that, the physicist pointedly turned away from Mitchell. I took this from the ship's captain, judging from the cadaver's uniform, he said. If we can find any records of the Wasp, it might prove useful. Always thinking, aren't you? Mitchell remarked. Reinheiser ignored the comment, unsure whether he had been insulted or complimented. I also positioned a microphone under the break in the cabin ceiling. The funnel narrows considerably, but remains, I believe, large enough to admit the sub. The black area at its top seems similar to the one we observed before the storm hit. You're assuming we were forced downward by the storm through that hole, Corbin said. We did go down, Dell insisted, unconsciously clenching his fist, as if he were still grasping the chair. And we were pushed right through that hole. We must consider all the possibilities, Reinheiser said. But whether or not we went through the hole, whether the break in the ceiling is indeed the hole or not, it deserves our attention. That funnel is generating some sort of electrical disturbances, pulses, if you will, that may prove important. With the sonar equipment, we might be able to find some pattern to the pulse intensity. And then? Mitchell asked, his tone still edged with frustration and dripping with sarcasm. Possibilities, was all that Reinheiser bothered to reply. He turned to Thompson, who had accompanied him on the last dive. Do you know more on the status of the ship? She'll never swim again, that's for sure, Thompson replied. Our propellers are completely destroyed, and we're bent and twisted in the middle. And we've got at least 3 fair-sized holes in us. There may be other smaller ones, too. I'm sure there are. The engines are in pretty good shape, though, considering the beating they've taken. Could you get her up? Reinheiser asked. Surface? Thompson balked at the idea. He started to chuckle, as if he believed the question a jest, But the physicist's stern visage told him otherwise. Embarrassed, he cleared his throat and continued. Well, I could patch some of the holes. I think we can muster the power to blow our ballast tanks. But half the sub is full of water, and we haven't got pumps to handle that. There's no way we can carry that load. Let me worry about that, Reinheiser said, in a condescending tone that conveyed the message to Thompson, and to all of them, that their role was to follow orders and to leave the thinking to him. How long to patch the hull? A few days, and I'll need someone to help me. Reinheiser nodded and patted his goatee. With a look, he indicated to Mitchell that he had heard enough from Thompson. Billy Shank was the next to speak. There's not much more to tell about the bridge, he began despondently, obviously not enjoying his role as a prophet of doom. The screens work, the comm works, and a couple of the PCs are actually responding, though the mainframe is offline and going to stay that way. At least the sonic equipment is okay. Here's the latest readout. He handed the papers to Reinheiser. Apparently the depth gauge is functional too, but that's about it. Everything else is dead, and I really don't see how we can fix any of it. What you're saying is that we can see and hear anything that's in our area, Corbin remarked grimly, and that's all we can do. Even Mitchell seemed touched by the apparent finality of Corbin's statement. The sense of personal mortality descended upon the men, its weight bowing their heads low. But not Reinheiser. He studied the sonic printouts, oblivious to their despair. "What about supplies, Mr. Corbin?" he asked in his emotionless tone. "There's enough food in the storage compartments below the galley to last several years," Corbin replied. "Water could be a problem, though. As far as I can tell, we've got about 2 weeks' worth with strict rationing, and we aren't likely to get any more. Our purification units are both completely destroyed." Mitchell watched, fuming, as Reinheiser scribbled more notes on his little pad. The physicist was taking control. "You seem to have this whole thing figured out," the captain snapped at him. "Why don't you let us in on it?" "In due time, Captain," Reinheiser replied coolly. He turned away from Mitchell with a smirk. "Tell me, Doctor, based on your examination, how long was that cadaver in the water?" "I don't know," Brady shrugged. "There must be some type of preservative in the water, or lack of bacteria. I remember a story of some bodies found at great depths in one of the western lakes, Nevada, I think. The people and their covered wagons had fallen in a century before, but they looked as if they had recently drowned." Reinheiser's nod was one of politeness and not agreement. "But assuming that things were normal," Brady went on, "assuming that we found the body in the local pond, I'd say that he was in the water about a day." The other men knew that the body was in good condition, but the confirmation from Brady shocked them nonetheless. "Could you be more specific?" Reinheiser pressed, his excitement revealing that Brady's estimation somehow figured into the framework of his escape plans. 22 to 24 hours, Brady replied. Reinheiser merely petted his goatee again and absently eyed the sonic printout. "Interesting," he muttered. Dell almost chuckled out loud as he imagined switches clicking on and off behind the physicist's eyes. He managed to cough as a cover, but a second later Reinheiser looked straight at him with his information-devouring eyes, and Dell felt sure that his mind had been read. "Mr. Del Judas, do you have anything to tell us?" Dell cleared his throat to compose himself. "If that ship on the screen was really the Wasp, she's over 180 years old. She was lost without a trace early in 1814, commanded by Johnston Blakely." "That matches the JB initials on the belt buckle," Billy observed. "Could you find anything else about the schooner off our tail, where Thompson found the corpse?" Reinheiser pressed. Dell looked down at the notes Thompson had given him, naming the various wrecks around them. "The Bella," he replied. "Lost in 1854. "Unfriggin' real," Doc Brady muttered, shaking his head. Reinheiser nodded his accord and smiled smugly. "There's more," Dell continued. He held up an old book, one of the many written in the late 1970s concerning the almost magical mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle. All of the ships Thompson saw out there are listed here. Lost at sea 20, 50, even 200 years ago. Dell paused to let it sink in, knowing that his next revelation would stun the others even more. And the planes, he began. Planes? Corbin echoed. World War II fighters, Dell explained. Or trainers, actually. 5 of them, and a large rescue craft. Flight 19, Doc Brady said with a groan. Dell nodded. Flew out of Florida on a training mission and simply disappeared, he said, though the legendary tragedy needed no explanation to the group at the table. So we've solved the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle, Corbin said grimly. Or at least we know where everything went. Not to see the surface again, Billy found himself saying. He fell silent and slumped back. Mitchell slammed his hands down on the edge of the table and leaped up from his chair, leaning ominously over them to give them a closer look at his scowl. You keep your minds on your work. Got it? He turned impatiently on Reinheiser. Are you ready to talk yet? You've got something clicking around that brain of yours. Martin Reinheiser stared intently at the men around the table, trying to determine the best way to present his theories. He fixed his gaze on Doc Brady. First of all, let me assure you that conditions here are normal, and within the framework of our laws and calculations. There are no preservatives in the water, no special oxygen or chemical balance to keep a cadaver fresh. And my own examination of a water sample shows it teeming with the expected bacteria. Brady shook his head insistently, and Reinheiser held up his hand to block any interruptions. I understand your doubts, Doctor, but there is another explanation. I believe the key to this riddle lies not in abnormal physiological conditions, but in the 4th dimension, time. Are you saying that we were thrown back in time? Doc Brady demanded. His tone echoed perfectly in the incredulous stares that fell over Reinheiser from every direction. Idiots, Reinheiser thought. I knew that this was beyond them. No, he calmly countered, though his shrill voice took on a knife-like edge. Not pushed back, but pushed into a different frame of reference. They didn't seem to understand. Our concepts view time as relative, he explained. An hour to a man on a rocket approaching the speed of light would be days, weeks, even years to a man on Earth. I haven't been on any rockets lately, remarked an obviously doubtful Mitchell. Yet this illustrates what I believe has happened to us, Reinheiser went on. We have been pushed into a time frame where 150 years of our history has been condensed into 12 to 15 hours, judging from the doctor's report on the cadaver taken from the Bella. I said that body was in the water for about 24 hours, Doc Brady corrected. Yes, Doctor, but we were in this frame for approximately 10 hours before the body was recovered. Wait a minute, Dell demanded, looking hard at the physicist. If what you're saying is true, and we've been down here about 15 hours, then 150 years have passed on the surface, Reinheiser finished, and everyone we ever knew is dead and buried. With the unreality of everything that had already happened to them, they found it hard to summarily dismiss Reinheiser's conclusions. Shaking their heads and muttering denials, they looked around at each other, searching for confirmations to the absurdity of the explanation. This angered Reinheimer even more, not because they didn't believe him, he hadn't expected them to, but because of their outright trepidation, even horror at his suggestion. Could they be so inane as to disregard the incredible implications? Think of it, gentlemen, the physicist exclaimed. A new world awaits us. Think of the advancements in science, in medicine, Doctor. He was almost pleading with them, holding out hope that they weren't as small-minded as they appeared. Bullshit, Mitchell blurted. He towered over the seated physicist, not even trying to conceal his disappointment. Is this the best you've got for me? I assure you, I intend to prove my theory, Reinheiser replied, knowing full well what Mitchell needed from him. And how can you do that while we're still down here? Well, that shouldn't be hard, Dell answered. Startled, both Reinheiser and Mitchell looked over at him. Tomorrow morning we send out divers to recover 2 bodies, one from our ship and one from the Bella. If the theory is right, Doc's autopsy should show our crewman to have been dead in the water about 34 hours, and the body from the Bella for 46 to 49 hours. Reinheiser's surprised look turned icy. He was amazed at Dell's show of reasoning, but mostly he was angry, preferring to explain his own theories without any help from a layman. Precisely, he snarled at Dell, narrow-eyed. Whether or not my theory is correct, I believe that we can escape from here, the physicist went on. If we can patch the holes and get the sub up, magnetic influences should force us into the funnel. A storm might push us out, just as one pushed us in. That won't work, Thompson said, immediately stifling the hopeful looks of the others. No way I can make the patches strong enough to handle the kind of pressure that's on the other side of that hole. Our hull couldn't sustain that kind of pressure if it were intact, Reinheiser retorted. The hydraulic system was destroyed. Then how? Corbin asked. I'm gambling that we won't have to worry about the pressure. Mitchell huffed sarcastically. The tone itself refuted Reinheiser's assertions. Look around you, Reinheiser fumed, fed up with being ridiculed by his inferiors. Do I have to spell it out to the letter? Why wasn't the hull of the Wasp crushed under the pressure of 27,000 feet of water? That corpse still had its top hat and cane. His voice mellowed as he perceived that the puzzled expressions of the others no longer held any hint of protest, only intrigue. The only possible explanation is that the electromagnetic storms which brought these ships and planes here somehow shielded them from the ocean pressure. But we didn't have anything protecting us when we went through, Dell pointed out. We didn't get caught in the storm, Reinheiser explained. We got hit by the storm outside its bubble, merely in the way of devastation's chosen path. The men looked around at each other with hopeful shrugs. Perhaps they didn't believe Reinheiser on a rational level, but they had a desperate need for some sliver of hope. But we don't have the supplies to just float around and wait for a storm, Dell said. His voice wasn't hostile. He was asking, not arguing. We shan't wait long, Reinheiser replied. The portal is the barrier between 2 very different magnetic fields. The interaction of those fields constantly produces violent electrical storms. But how often? Mitchell argued, disgruntled at the second apparent flaw in Reinheimer's plans. Every couple of months or years apart? We don't have that much time. Again, you are looking at things from the wrong point of view, Captain, the physicist said with a superior smile, truly enjoying having an answer for every doubt. The storm occurs every few weeks or so on the other side of the barrier, the other frame of reference. Down here, that translates to hours, or even minutes. The physicist looked around at the others, noting the slight, hesitant glimmer of hope on their faces. Give them what they need to hear, he reminded himself, and he looked straight into each set of pleading eyes. We can escape. Chapter 4. Eulogy. Wonderment overwhelmed him. Every escapist instinct within Dell told him to swim away from the unicorn and lose himself in history. He had thrust himself into the heart of an untainted legacy. So much more than a museum, this place held unfabricated, unbiased testimony to the world's past in ways and with a purity that books, models, even exacting restorations could not begin to approach. He could spend a lifetime swimming among these snapshots of different times. He thought of the many history classes he'd taken in college, of the dry lectures, or even the good ones from the rare animated professor with a passion for the subject. Yet even those superb teachers and their impassioned recounting could not begin to approach the sense of marvelous reality that Dell felt out here. He wanted to stay, and to swim, and to learn. His first order of business was a bit more grim, though. He had to remove the bodies of his dead shipmates who'd been drowned in the sub and select one for Brady's test of Reinheiser's time theory. He moved to the jagged tear in the Unicorn's hull and peeked inside. The destruction was total. Splintered bunks, shredded blankets, and blasted footlockers floated about and lay jumbled in uneven heaps. And scattered all about the mounds, meshed in like just so much debris, were Dell's shipmates. Dell set a determined visage and squeezed in through the hole. Working methodically and with as much detachment as he could muster, he brought each man out and released him to his watery grave, saving the last body for the experiment, bringing it back to the airlock, where those inside the sub could retrieve it. Dell's second mission was to retrieve a body from the Bella. This task both scared and intrigued him, his imagination running wild in this eerie scene, already launching several promising plots for horror movies. But at the same time, Dell could not repress his curiosity about the wonders around him. When he first went aboard the Bella, he moved gingerly, like an archaeologist brushing sand away from an ancient relic or an historian leafing through a delicate medieval manuscript. Before long, though, he realized that this ship was not in any way fragile with age. Her flooring remained unwarped and her masts stood straight and firm. Dell was convinced that if she were raised and her hull patched, the Bella could sail proudly once again. He moved without hesitation to the door leading below decks and found a suitable cadaver for Brady as soon as he opened it. But that would have to wait, for he pushed his way past the corpse, determined to get a closer look at whatever relics lay below. It exceeded anything his imagination could have hoped for. Everything that wasn't bolted down had been jumbled and battered, but that included just a small fraction of the room's contents. How well the people of this age had prepared to handle the tossing of heavy seas. Dell had always known that danger was a very real fact of a 19th-century sailor's existence, but had never fully appreciated just how powerful an influence the unpredictable savagery was for the Bella's gallant crew, and for all the sailors who had braved the seas when the advantage was so lopsidedly on nature's side. Almost as a tribute to those brave seafarers, he cleaned up the room. And the treasures he found. Trinkets and artifacts, masterfully crafted by human hands. He wanted to scoop everything up and take it with him, but of course Mitchell would have had his head if he did. There was one item he couldn't resist, though. A small silver box, sealed and locked, perhaps a jewelry case, and bearing his own initials. J.D. That night, after an exhausting stretch of work, the crew headed for their beds in the conference room. More interested in privacy, Dell stayed behind on the bridge, assuring Doc Brady that he'd sleep better alone. Brady suspected that something was up, for the agitated look on Dell's face made it obvious that he had no intention of sleeping. Finally, when he was alone, Dell broke open the silver box and found a small pistol, a Derringer, again engraved with his initials, a solid silver bullet, and a note. To my dearest Judith, but you are a difficult person for whom to buy a conventional birthday present. I have, however, proven my resourcefulness once again. In all modesty, I present to you, dear Judith, the prototype of my new pistol. You shall find that this firearm is well suited for a lady, as it is small, light, and easy to conceal. Others will find it on display in storefronts sometime next year, but you can always say that you received yours first. Your loving cousin, Henry. I'm keeping this, Dell breathed. He considered the others, particularly Mitchell's reaction, then shoved the pistol and bullet out of sight, into the inside pocket of his shirt. By the 6th day, all of the patches were in place, and Reinheiser was ready to make the attempt to blow the water out of the sub. Their only chance was to use the atmospheric control unit to force great gushes of air into the flooded sections, displacing water at an open diving hatch. It proved a tedious and dangerous chore, for the physicist couldn't possibly produce enough power to empty the entire ship all at once. Dell and Thompson had to remain in the flooded sections and seal off each room as it cleared. The process had to be repeated several times. Twice Dell and Thompson worked quick enough in securing a room and the ocean charged back in as the pressurized air burped out the hatch in a great bubble. But the patches all held, and near the end of the day, Dell closed the outside hatch, and the interior of the Unicorn was fairly dry once again. After a few hours of final cleanup, jettisoning everything that wasn't nailed down, all was ready for their desperate attempt. No one gave any speeches or assurances. They all knew the odds that faced them. Thompson remained in the engine room, at the controls for blowing the ballast tanks, while the other 6 men used belts to strap themselves down on the bridge. Each of them held on to supplies of some sort: water, food, clothing. Corbin clutched an inflatable life raft, a going-away present from his father on the day the Unicorn had sailed out of Miami. A joke gift, really. For what use might a life raft be on a vessel destined to prowl at a depth of 30,000 feet? Mitchell carried the heaviest pack, 4 rifles strapped together in a plastic bag. Dell saw no need for the guns, and the sight of the volatile captain holding them disturbed him profoundly. He shook his head incredulously. Guns wouldn't save them from drowning. The irony of that thought brought a wry grin to his face, for if it came to a watery scramble, the heavy pack would likely take Mitchell down first. Yet the rifles were indeed a comfort to Captain Mitchell. He could accept that they might all die in the escape attempt. This was Reinheiser's game, and he'd let Reinheiser worry about it. Mitchell was more concerned with situations that he could control. Situations that he and his guns could control. "Let it begin," Reinheiser said, when they had all settled. Mitchell took the comm and called back to the engine room. "Thompson?" No reply. "Thompson!" Mitchell growled more loudly. "Here, sir." Dell and the others winced at the uneven timber. "Our lives are in his hands," Billy Shank remarked. Mitchell spoke calmly but firmly. "Blow the tanks." But again no reply. A few more seconds of silence broke Mitchell's patience. "Blow those goddamn tanks, mister!" he roared. "Now!" The sub shuddered with the release of water. Mitchell shut down the intercom and slammed the mic onto its holder. With another shudder, the Unicorn began to rise. Their moment of hope was upon them. As one, they clung to their bindings. They said nothing, each too engulfed in the probability of impending death to think of anything else, those feelings proving too personal and unresolved to be shared. Totally immersed in their work, during the last few days they hadn't had time to come to terms with this delicate moment, and every one of them welcomed the contemplative silence. It didn't last. Suddenly the door burst open and a terrified Thompson rushed in, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, no," Doc Brady groaned. "I've got him," Dell shouted. He wriggled free of his restraints and tackled Thompson, pulling the trembling man down to the vacated seat. "Get the hatch!" Mitchell screamed. Dell ran to the door. Dismay stole his breath when he got there. "The rest of them are open!" he cried. "All the way back!" The Unicorn thudded to a stop, a jolt knocking Dell to his knees. He froze, fear seizing him, and did not try to rise. "We've hit the top of the cabin," Reinheiser explained. "No time, man!" Brady cried to Dell. "Get back!" Dell scrambled to secure the hatch, then dove down, trying to slip under the belts with Thompson just as the Unicorn started moving again. Mitchell looked at Reinheiser. "Currents?" "Magnetic force," the physicist answered. "Drawing us to the center of the field interaction." Suspecting what was about to happen, he warned, "Hold on." Just as Reinheiser finished the statement, it grabbed the sub. Like a great, untamed beast, the newborn storm sprang upon the Unicorn, seeking an outlet for its uncontrollable power. It raged about in torment, aimless at first, but then suddenly finding a direction. Its power became purposeful anger, guided as if by vengeance toward the black portal, as if it were a sentient thing, blaming that area for its agony. The storm raced in, pulling the helpless sub along, and tore through the barrier. The men's knuckles whitened under a grip of terror. Up and up they went, spinning and swirling, up to a world that had once been their home. But not anymore. Chapter 5. The Wrath of an Angry God. The minutes passed slowly as the unicorn spun and bounced through the 5-mile trip to the surface. Up and up she went, and then, as suddenly as it had started, the violent thrashing stopped. The unicorn righted herself and sat calm, but the 7 men did not release their grips on the belts. "We've stopped going up," Dell dared to whisper at length. "The surface," Corbin added. "And we must have broken clear of the storm." Wide smiles curled upon every lip. But even as the 7 men began freeing themselves from the straps, the lights went out, and in the blackness an ominous sound became evident, a sound that every seagoing man hears in his worst nightmares. Somewhere toward the back of the unicorn, the ocean had again found its way in. "We're taking on water!" Billy cried. As if to confirm his statement, the unicorn tilted to starboard. "She's gonna roll!" Mitchell shouted. "Get out!" Cool-headed Ray Corbin proved the hero this time. At the first sign of danger, when the lights went out, he had wisely groped his way to the base of the conning tower. "I'm at the ladder," he said calmly. "Follow my voice." Mitchell found him first, and with the captain in position to guide the others, Corbin stated loudly enough for all to hear. "I'm going out with the raft." Little light entered when the first officer opened the outer hatch. The sky above was starless and pitch black. Undaunted, he threw out the raft, designed to hold 20 men, and blindly scrambled onto it as it inflated. Reinheiser was next up the ladder, then Doc Brady. "Hurry up!" Mitchell urged as the sub listed farther to starboard. But Dell had a problem. Thompson was frozen in terror, refusing to move despite Dell's pleas. As time seeped away, anger replaced diplomacy, and Dell finally grabbed Thompson's shirt and hauled the man up the incline. "Help me!" he yelled to Mitchell. The captain latched on to the terrified seaman's shirt and heaved him up the ladder, where Billy Shank was waiting. But just as they got Thompson safely onto the raft, the unicorn listed again. Mitchell was braced by the ladder, but Dell lost his footing and skidded away into the darkness. "Dell Judas!" Mitchell cried. "I'm okay," Dell replied, rubbing a new bruise on his shoulder. Unmercifully, the unicorn assumed an even steeper angle. "I'll make it," he assured Mitchell. "Go ahead up." Mitchell shook his head, not so certain that Dell could get back to the ladder, but the captain had no way to help, no ropes or even wires close at hand that he might throw to the distant man. He moved out of the sub. Dell heard his companions calling as he groped around on all fours. Even for those moments that he managed the steep incline, he could not find the ladder. Then the sub rolled some more, practically on its side, and the ocean streamed in through the open hatch, hungry to claim its prize. "She's on her side," came Billy's distant cry as the raft drifted away. "She's going over! Dell!" Dell slumped back against the now vertical floor, resigned to his fate. He didn't even notice that the water pouring in was strangely warm. Suddenly he felt himself rising, and not with the water. It wasn't deep enough to buoy him. His eyes darted around. What sort of delirium gripped him? He was floating in the air, and then, miraculously, he was at the ladder. "How?" Dell asked aloud, but he didn't wait for any answers. He fought his way out the hatch, plunged into the warm ocean, and swam toward the dim outline of the raft and her 6 passengers. They hauled Dell aboard silently and gathered at the edge of the huge raft. All was quiet save the rustle of wet clothes and the occasional groan of a soft-soled shoe on the rubber raft. Behind them, far off now and racing away, the wild storm raged, but the men took no notice. They stood solemn, peering into the blackness, waiting for a part of their lives to come to an end. And then, with a mere gurgle, the vast, unconquerable ocean took the unicorn. "Well, she's gone," Corbin said, staring vacantly into the black void. What more could they say? They settled in for the night along the parameter of the raft and lay quietly, remembering and wondering in blackness as the empty hours passed. The crisis and great loss of the past few days forced Dell into a contemplation of his own mortality. Despite all his efforts, death remained unanswerable and irreversible, a frustrating and terrifying concept because he simply could not know. For perhaps the first time in his life, Jeff Del Giudice experienced the emptiness of his rational inability to accept faith. A few hours later, without warning, dawn exploded over the eastern horizon, shattering the black calm of night and whatever tranquility the men might have had. Startled from their dreams and thoughts, they faced the surprising, stunning light. Even though its lip had just broken the horizon, the raging sun burned at their eyes, and as it climbed into full view, the sky turned a bright red, and the temperature soared. Waves of heat ripped through the air above them. The ocean flashed blood red as choppy swells caught the sky's fire in brilliant reflections, appearing as sheets of flame flicking against the sides of the raft. "What the hell is going on?" Mitchell cried as he reflexively dodged the splash of red water. The very sky above them seemed battered and torn. "They must have done it," Corbin realized, scrambling unsteadily to his feet. "They finally did it." "War?" Mitchell gasped. He turned to Reinheiser, who was staring blankly at the merciless sun. "Nuclear war?" Reinheiser shrugged his shoulders listlessly. "There could be other explanations," he said, unconvincingly, overwhelmed by the apparent betrayal of his cherished science. What had the idiots done, or failed to do, with the marvelous tools and inventions? "Whatever happened, we've got to get some protection from this sun before it burns our skin away," Doc Brady said. "Get the cover out," Mitchell said absently, his voice subdued. This horror transcended anger, leaving nothing but emptiness in its wake. "We are gathered together on a most solemn occasion," Ray Corbin proclaimed, still standing. The men watched him with unchanging expressions as he deliberately reached down and picked up one of Mitchell's rifles. "We stand alone to witness the ultimate stupidity of mankind. We have come to bury the dead." He raised the rifle above his head in uplifted palms, then tossed his offering into the red water. The shoulders of the sitting men visibly slumped. Mitchell wanted to rush over and choke Corbin, more for destroying what little morale was left than for throwing away the rifle. But the furious captain found that he couldn't even shout at the man. Corbin's sarcasm had touched him, had made him realize his own frustration at the very real possibility of an escape that had brought them back to a barren earth. Billy Shank took more shifts than the others outside the tent of the raft's cover, and he stayed out hours at a stretch until his eyes burned from the dazzling light, and he lay near dehydration in a puddle of sweat. It wasn't a form of self-persecution. Billy was simply determined to live the last few days of his life in defiance of the horror. Black thoughts and empty silence dominated the atmosphere under the tent. The men faced the grim reality in private, more alone than any of them had ever been. For Dell, though, a sliver of hope fought back against the despair, tugging uncomfortably at the rational side of him, which refused to admit blind faith, was the notion that a miracle had saved him on the bridge of the sinking Unicorn. And on a deeper, still unfathomable level, the thought of intervention by some angelic overseer hinted at a sense of comfort beyond anything Dell had ever experienced. Day was a brutal trial of endurance in the sweltering 120-degree heat. Even outside the stuffy tent, a good breath of air was hard to come by. Lungs and throats ached with fire and the parching dryness, and lips cracked within cracks. Strained eyes, bloodshot from the uncanny brilliance, stung relentlessly even when closed. Nights were better. When the temperature dropped to more tolerable levels, some of the men ventured out to join Billy, hoping for a nostalgic glimpse of normalcy, a relief from the constant pressure. And yet they were always disappointed, for the night sky was ever the same, unblemished black. Not a single star would grace them with its fantasy-spawning light, nor did the moon arise with her alluring glow. Dell focused on this perversion, and to him it became the greatest tragedy of all. He desperately wanted to see a star again before he died. On the afternoon of the 5th day, their water supply nearly exhausted, Billy lay alone outside the tent. The sea sat calmer this day, a smooth, dull crimson, below the thin mist that hugged the surface. Billy sprawled across the edge of the raft, his hand drawing shapes in the water. He fell asleep in that position, unaware that the raft had entered a strong current and was steadily accelerating. Several hours and many miles later, Billy woke and looked up with a start. Dead ahead, his sweat-filled eyes beheld a beautiful sight. "A mirage," he gasped, closed his eyes tightly, and rubbed the sleep from them. But when he looked again, the vision remained. Their way was blocked by a wall of golden light stretching from the sea to the sky and for miles in either direction. Billy's breath came in short puffs. What barrier was this? The gateway to death? To heaven? Or had the heat brought him delirium? The raft continued toward the golden sheet, and Billy's apprehension grew. He needed someone now. Dell or anybody. "Hey!" he shrieked between gasps. "Come see this!" The men under the tent reacted slowly to the call. Some were asleep, others lost in daydreams or distant memories. "Hey!" Billy yelled again. Heads finally appeared from the tent, and amid questioning and unbelieving exclamations, the 6 men crawled to the front of the raft. "A giant sunbeam," Dell remarked. "What could it be?" Mitchell asked Reinheiser, a trace of panic in his voice as he was once again faced with something unknown, and so obviously beyond his control. Reinheiser just shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. He wasn't talking much these days. He had expected a future world of marvelous machines and great discoveries, but something apparently had gone very wrong. Someone had pushed the wrong button, or, in a fit of economic timidness, had continued to ignore signs of impending disaster, and simply washed away his technological dream. The bitter reality around him had forced Reinheiser to question the value of science, and thus the value of his entire existence. "Here we go," Dell said, as they rushed into the light. Instantly the temperature dropped to a comfortable level, and their vision became a yellow-golden blur, bereft of individualizing shadows and shades of depth. Everything, the orange raft, their blue clothes, Billy's black skin, melted together in the uniform hue of their background. The raft exited the golden sheet without any warning, and the startled men were greeted by a cool breeze and blue skies and the bluest water any of them had ever seen. After a moment of shock, they cried out in delight, even Mitchell and Reinheiser, and Thompson sobbed with joy. Some of the world had escaped the devastation, it seemed. Again Mitchell turned to the physicist, and again Reinheiser merely shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. "Now we gotta pray for some rain or a place to land," Ray Corbin reminded them. "Blue skies won't fill our water bottles." But the men paid little attention to Corbin's words. Their salvation was at hand, and they would hear no more of death. Not now. The raft continued to drift in an easterly direction for the rest of the afternoon, and through a beautiful crimson sunset. And that night, clear and cool, the stars came out. 1 billion, it seemed, and Dell was overjoyed to witness their twinkling for the first time in weeks. Truly it was a night to lie back and appreciate the gentle sway of the ocean below and the vastness of the heavens above, far beyond mortal comprehension, yet intimately pleasing to the soul. So the men lay serenely about the perimeter, and unanimously agreed upon a pact that if anyone awakened before dawn, he would arouse the others, so they too might enjoy the first, wonderfully normal sunrise. One by one they drifted into the comfort of untroubled dreams. Dell opened his eyes just before dawn, the sky a deep blue, as the still-hidden sun worked the inevitable transition from the black of night. He stirred the others, and the raft became noisy with shuffling and yawning as they all positioned and prepared themselves for the coming event. They talked and joked and stretched the night away with complacent groans. But when the watery rim of the eastern horizon glistened suddenly in sparkling reflection and the sky above it steadily pinkened, the men hushed in unison. It came as the visual music of the cosmos, timeless perfection. The first ray of the sun peeked at them across the mirror calm water. She mounted higher, the giver of light, on the unseen, tiring wheels of spherical order. 7 men stood as one and applauded, and in every mind came the fleeting realization that before them was a moment of spiritual awareness, too often taken for granted. For most, the thought would pass as quickly as the dawn, rekindled far too infrequently to make any difference in their character. But for Geoffrey del Judas, the experience proved lasting. Never again would he look at the beautiful world about him in quite the same way. When dawn turned to day, though, the men discovered a new problem. The raft sat still on the water, nothing but unmoving blue ocean as far as the eye could see. Corbin's warnings about the water supply loomed suddenly before them. They had dared to believe that the currents that had pulled them from the devastation would be their path to salvation. This newest dilemma was more than Thompson could take. He leapt to his feet and punched at the sky. "Will you get it over with?" he screamed to God above. "Bastard! If you want us dead, then do it now and no more games!" He looked around suddenly, as if a revelation had stricken him, meeting his seated companion's unbelieving expressions with a sincere look of understanding. "That's it, don't you know?" he howled with apparent glee. "It's all a game." Mitchell turned a menacing glance at Brady and Corbin and warned in all seriousness, "Control that idiot or he's going overboard." But as the captain spoke, Thompson dropped to the raft, alternating wild laughter and sobbing. Tears streamed freely down his face, and he kept whispering, "Just a frickin' game," desperately begging anyone to agree with him. Later that morning they drank the last of the water, and then sat helpless, quiet, betrayed. How long would it take? Each of them now wondered. Those contemplations were stolen by a loud splash, and then another. "Dolphins!" Doc Brady shouted as a large, bottle-nosed dolphin broke the surface and arrowed into the air. In seconds the water around the raft churned as dozens of dolphins danced and soared all about them, silver flitting needles weaving intricate patterns in the azure fabric of the sea. "Unbelievable," Del whispered, seeing the display in an inspiring light. A week ago he might have viewed the dance as a pleasing diversion, but now his vision went much deeper. In their evolution, the dolphins had become perfectly suited for their world, the embodiment of nature's ability to flow toward perfection. They were the flesh and blood music of universal law and divine order. Del wanted to share his revelation and see if the others, too, saw the true beauty of it all, but no words good enough came to him. The ballet went on for several minutes. Then a dolphin sat up in the water, half of its blue-gray body effortlessly still in the air, a few feet in front of the raft. It stared with intelligent eyes into 7 puzzled faces, and began clicking and whinnying and waving its long nose frantically. "He's talking to us," Billy laughed. "Don't be stupid," Mitchell retorted. But Del realized that Billy was right, and moreover, he somehow felt that he understood. He darted under the tent and tore away some of the cord that edged the canvas, quickly securing one end to the raft, then ran back up front and through the other end toward the dolphin. "What are you doing?" Mitchell demanded. But even before Del could respond, there came a great tug, and the raft started moving as several dolphins pounced on the rope and took it in tow. "Incredible," was all that Doc Brady managed to mutter. "I just had a feeling," Del said, with an embarrassed shrug. The dolphins pulled due east, on and on for hours and hours, and when those on the rope tired, they were replaced by fresher companions. Once again the men took faith in their salvation, and by mid-afternoon their prayers were answered. "Land!" Billy cried, and sure enough, edging the eastern horizon, loomed the black silhouette of distant mountains. "Any idea where we are?" Mitchell asked. "None," Billy answered. "We've been going the wrong way for Florida. Could be Haiti." "We'll know soon enough," Corbin said. The dolphins continued their incredible pace, and less than an hour later the raft was barely several hundred yards from the shoreline. The dolphins let go of the rope and graced the men with a final dance. Perhaps it was a farewell salute, the dolphins' way of saying goodbye. Or perhaps they danced simply for the joy of it, cutting sleekly through the water and leaping in pirouette or somersault. Then, as precisely as any drill team, they formed into a line and headed back out to sea, skimming the surface in majestic flight. Dell hung over the edge of the raft, calling out goodbye. Not even Mitchell berated him. "The tide will get us in now," Corbin observed. A few minutes later, the raft beached onto the sand of a new world. Chapter 6. Ynis, Aielle. The beach was as dreary and gray as the sky above. Soggy clumps of seaweed, disgorged offal of the ocean, lined the high tide mark as monuments of neglect. Dead fish and crabs, untended by scavengers and parasites, festered in the sand. Something was terribly wrong here. What should have been a place of revitalizing, cleansing tides offended the senses like a fetid, unmoving swamp. Nature seemingly had abandoned or been forced from this stretch, leaving it in total decay. Yet the men were undaunted, for this land, however discouraging, was their salvation, their deliverance from the very fires of hell. After a couple minutes of quiet thanks, none of them had even stepped out of the raft, Mitchell remembered his responsibilities. "We've got to find some water," he said, "and I want to know where we are." "And when we are," Reinheiser quipped. Brady's test of the cadavers had gone exactly as the physicist had predicted, though Reinheiser and the doctor had decided to keep their findings private until the more serious problems were addressed. But none of the others missed Reinheiser's remark, and for the first time Dell seriously contemplated the possibilities. The devastation beyond the Golden Sheet had convinced him that there had been a Holocaust, likely a nuclear war, but occupied with other pressing issues, he hadn't really considered that perhaps the devastation came 50 or even 100 years after the Unicorn had sailed from Woods Hole. The prospect of a new world, of meeting a man from the future, now intrigued Dell. A very large part of him hoped that Reinheiser's theory would be proven right. "We'll split up into 3 groups," Mitchell said, looking at the 3 remaining rifles. He surveyed the landscape. North, faintly visible through the light fog, loomed the distant shapes of huge boulders, a rocky prelude to great dark mountains. South, the beach remained redundantly gray for as far as the eye could see. Due east, inland, was a marshy plain, flat and misty, misshapen black puddles of salty backwash blotting a gray-green background. "Pull the raft up above the tide line," Mitchell told Dell and Billy. "Then head north. Corbin, take Thompson and go south." "Thanks a bunch," Corbin mumbled. "The rest of us will head inland," Mitchell continued. "And each group takes a rifle. We've got about 4 hours until sundown, and I want you all back here before then." Dell and Billy moved at a swift pace, excited and anxious to discover their whereabouts, and as Dell put it, their whenabouts. 2 hours and several miles later, they found themselves stomping along the only twisting trail they could follow through the great boulders and sheer rock faces. It rose and fell, more up than down as they steadily climbed higher and higher. Off a few hundred yards to the left, and below them, came the incessant pounding of the waves vainly bashing against the invisible cliffs. "There's no end to these rocks," Dell muttered, his head down, watching his step. He had already stubbed his toes several times on the unyielding stone. The path was only a couple of feet wide at this point, barely a crack in a huge slab of solid stone, and inclined steeply. Finally approaching the summit of the difficult rise, he looked up and beheld a magnificent sight. "A castle!" he gasped. and darted up the trail. Billy shrugged, about to ask what his friend might be talking about, but seeing Dell so obviously intrigued, even consumed, he simply followed Dell's lead. A moment later, a gust of wind thinned the fog, and sure enough, Billy too saw the black walls and imposing towers of an immense fortress far in the distance, set upon a cliff face overlooking the sea. Dell stood at the lip of the ledge, his hand shading his eyes as he tried to gain a better view of the castle through the alternately thick and thin patches of fog. He still hadn't looked at the drop beneath him. Billy did when he got there. "Get down," he whispered harshly. He grabbed Dell by the shirt collar and pulled him back from the ledge and to the ground. "What are you—" Dell began, but shut up when he saw Billy trembling and readying the M16. Ray Corbin carried his rifle casually, barrel down over his right arm. Thompson had first grabbed the weapon back at the raft, but Corbin had witnessed too much to let the unsteady seaman anywhere near it. The two traveled slowly, for though Thompson was excited, Corbin insisted they take things easy. They moved inland just off the beach, traveling over a line of parched bluffs covered by scraggly brown grass. Corbin's easy pace subdued Thompson a little, and both walked silently, deep in thought. Corbin worrying about the fate of his family in New England, and Thompson, who had already convinced himself that he had saved the unicorn single-handedly, fantasizing about the presentation of his medal. As they approached the high bluff, the sound of voices abruptly ended their daydreams. The two looked at each other, and Thompson was about to blurt something out when Corbin slapped his hand over the seaman's mouth. He motioned for Thompson to follow and began crawling up the side of the hillock. As they neared the top, the croaking voices became clearer, guttural sounding, somehow not human, but speaking in a broken form of English. After a long moment, Corbin mustered his courage, squirmed to the top, and looked down on the speakers. Then, so entranced was he by their appearance, that he didn't even notice Thompson crawling up behind him. Hideous they were, mutated as if nature herself had rebelled against their very existence. 9 of them stood naked except for scant lizard-skin loincloths tied about their waists and sheathed swords strapped to their sides. They were shorter than men, but stocky, their sinewy trunks supported by bow-legged powerful legs, and pallid green skin blotched by uneven clumps of knotted, filthy hair hung about them in loose flaps. Their faces were worse yet, lipless mouths stretched thin, straining to cover cruelly pointed, yellow-stained teeth, twisted, boil-infected noses, and evil eyes, bulbous and yellow, like barren desert cracked by rivers of blood. Twisted arms hung hooked at their sides, nearly reaching the ground. Thompson's face went white at the sight, and, much to Corbin's dismay, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Instantly the creatures wheeled and drew their wicked swords. Corbin put his head to his hands. "Well, Thompson, I guess it's time we met our new neighbors," he said, with as much calm as he could muster. Furious at the intrusion, the creatures charged the bluff. Corbin reacted quickly, springing to his feet, pointing his rifle into the air, and firing a thunderous volley that froze the creatures in surprise. The tension held for a long moment, but then the largest member of the group, a wide-shouldered brute, stepped through the line of its terrified comrades. It eyed Corbin with cool contempt, its grimace showing that it was not shaken, even by the gunshots. Corbin returned the stare, but felt the sweat beading on his temples. Thompson stayed huddled in the grass, not daring to move. "Friends?" Corbin asked weakly. Then in a lower voice, so that only Thompson could hear, he added, "I don't think they've seen you. Stay low and get back to the raft to warn the others." But Thompson didn't move. "Go!" Corbin said as loudly as he dared, and he kicked Thompson in the ribs. Still quivering, Thompson inched down the hill. "Gunfire?" Mitchell gawked. "Probably Del Judas and that other moron playing games," Reinheiser snapped, rising from the stagnant pool he had been examining. Just the sort of thing that appeals to juveniles.
Dale wouldn't do that,
Brady came back angrily.
He doesn't fool around with guns. Besides, those shots came from the south.
Mitchell agreed. Get everything together, he instructed. We're heading back. Miles, Reinheiser protested. And still we have found nothing to drink. He threw a clump of weeds back into the fetid pool. We need water, Captain. Mitchell's hesitation further showed Brady the growing relationship between the captain and Reinheiser. Lately it seemed to Brady as if Reinheiser's recommendations had taken on the tone of command. All right, Mitchell conceded. We'll go a little farther, but keep your ears open. Brady just smiled away his distaste. Corbin stood eyeing the leader. The creature growled a command to its troops, a word that Corbin could not understand, and they began slowly approaching, weapons in hand, and all too ready. Put the swords away, Corbin warned, and he blasted a second volley into the sand in front of their feet. This put Thompson, now at the bottom of the bluff, into a dead run. Terrified, he sprinted over the dunes, stopping only when he deemed that he was a safe distance away. Looking back from the top of another knoll, he could see the creatures fanning out, encircling Corbin. The second volley had again scared the creatures, but their leader remained calm, and its strength kept the others from panic. Again there came a long, tense pause, and then the leader began an ominous chant. Men die. Men die. Men die. The trap around Corbin was firmly in place, and now the others joined in. Men die. Men die. Their frenzy growing with every repetition. Corbin recognized the suicidal violence gathering like the black clouds of a hurricane about him. My God, I have to kill, he told himself aloud, needing to hear the words, needing to openly face the realization. His stomach turned in protest, a scream of disgust rising in the back of his throat. To murder. Trembling, his muscles argued with every move. He raised the rifle to his shoulder. I don't want to kill you, he pleaded. The leader recognized the human's weakness. It raised its arm and issued a command, and the others halted immediately. Corbin wondered if, prayed that, his threat had worked. The leader's wicked grin dispelled his hopes. It had stopped the others, Corbin realized, desiring in its bloodlust to make the kill alone. It puffed out its chest and strode defiantly at its foe, apparently believing that this human would not find the courage to kill. Yet the beast had miscalculated. As it approached, its twisted smile widening with every step, Corbin sensed a pervading, vile aura. Indeed, he was nearly overwhelmed by the feeling of absolute evil emanating from the beast. His inner conflicts were suddenly resolved, for he understood at that moment that this was no unfortunate, ignorant creature. This was a monster, a demon come straight from the torments of hell. He tightened the rifle's butt against his shoulder. I don't want to kill you, he repeated, and truly he didn't, for it was not his way to pass judgment, even obvious judgment, upon another. The beast never slowed, and Corbin growled, the flavor of righteousness on his tongue. But I will, and he squeezed the trigger with passion. Click. The gun jammed. The creature jerked in surprise and sudden horror when Corbin unexpectedly pulled the trigger, but as it tried to regain its courage, it recognized that Corbin had a problem. Unwilling to give the human a chance at another surprise, the monster charged right in and swung mightily with its sword. Corbin deftly blocked the blow with the rifle. I don't want to fight, he pleaded. But the beast, consumed by rage, was beyond diplomacy, was beyond even hearing the human's words. It wailed away wildly at the man, each blow more savage than the previous. Corbin became a release for furies and frustrations too base and vile for him to understand. In hopeless desperation, he parried a few more attacks, but then, regaining its control just long enough for a slight feint, the creature evaded his defense. It howled with delight as the cruel blade gashed through flesh and muscle and shattered Corbin's collarbone just to the left of his head. Corbin realized that he was sitting now, dropped straight to the ground by the force of the blow. Only then, as he began to understand the truth of his position, did he feel the searing pain. Then he watched, all too aware, as the evil beast slowly, agonizingly, withdrew the jagged blade, its edge darkly stained with his lifeblood. All the while the creature eyed Corbin, laughing, reveling in the man's torment. But then, for some reason that he could not understand, Corbin no longer felt any pain, and his fear too had flown. All that came to him was a sudden, mystical insight into the id of the evil beast, and he pitied the thing, that it could never know the joy of goodness or of mercy. Truly, it was a damned soul. "Why?" he asked calmly, as the creature began to raise its sword. Corbin offered no resistance. He just sat there and repeated, "Why?" The creature's delight turned to confusion. No screams of pain, no hint of fear. It looked to its companions who, undaunted by Corbin's passive reaction, were yelping with glee and jumping around wildly, throwing sand in the air. Infected by their frenzy, the creature looked back at Corbin. Corbin sat swaying, nearly overcome by the vicious wound. Darkness edged his vision, but he saw the sword slowly and deliberately rise up above him, and he heard the creature hiss, "Men, die," before the fatal blow bashed in his skull. In the distance, Thompson had seen enough, had seen far too much. His vision blurred by tears, he ran north along the beach and back to the raft. Mitchell's group had just started moving again when Corbin's second volley rent the air.
"Those are definitely gunshots,"
Doc Brady said. "That's enough," Mitchell said, with a certainty long absent from his tone. "We're heading back." He wheeled around before there could be any arguments, starting toward the beach with Doc Brady falling into quick step right behind. Reinheiser halted and sighed in dismay. Reluctantly, but without alternatives, he followed.
"What did you do that for?"
Dell whispered, rubbing his bruised elbow.
"Did you look below you?"
"No, I was looking at the—"
"Well, look,"
Billy demanded, and he pushed Dell toward the ledge. Dell peered over into the dense fog.
"I can't see a thing." "Give it a minute. It'll thin," Billy whispered, a bit more calm now. "And keep your voice down."
A gust of wind temporarily removed the opaque veil.
"Lizards!"
Dell exclaimed. And there were indeed lizards. Huge lizards. Dozens of them, trapped in a wide pit and crawling all over each other. Their intertwined bodies a grotesque orgy of scales and claws. "I don't think they can get out," Dell said. Just as he spoke, a dark beast, no less than 15 feet long, scampered to the base of the wall directly below and lunged up at him.
"I certainly hope not,"
Billy said, clutching the M16. But it soon became apparent that the lizard was trapped. It rose up on its hind legs, its forelegs on the wall, and its uplifted head only about 10 feet from the two men. Frustrated at its unattainable quarry, the lizard hissed wetly and opened its huge mouth, displaying rows of jagged and all too numerous teeth. It held the pose for a moment, letting Bill and Dell truly grasp its formidability. Then, lightning quick, it snapped its mighty jaws. Billy blew a low whistle.
"Wouldn't want to get caught in that, would you?"
he asked. But when he turned his head, he saw that Dell was already gone. Panicking, Billy spun around, and sure enough, there was Dell, walking swiftly down the path. "Hey!" Billy shouted. "Yep, Billy boy, I think we've seen enough here," Dell replied in a squeaky voice, still retreating as he talked. "It's getting late anyway. About time to get back." "You coward," Billy laughed. The lizard in the pit roared, and Billy passed Dell before he even realized that he was moving. He never looked back. When Mitchell, Brady, and Reinheiser arrived back at the beach, they found Thompson frantically dragging the raft back out into the surf. Brady called out to him, but that only made him pull harder to get away.
"That son of a bitch,"
Mitchell growled, and he charged into the water and viciously plowed Thompson under. "Just what in hell are you doing?" the captain roared, grabbing Thompson's shirt collar and roughly dragging him and the raft to the water's edge. Instinctively, Brady went for Thompson, but Mitchell shoved the raft at the doctor and ordered him to help Reinheiser pull it up onto the beach. Thompson offered no resistance against the great strength of the huge captain. In fact, Mitchell had to hold Thompson's limp body upright, and this only angered Mitchell even more. "Well," Mitchell barked. Thompson plopped down onto the muddy beach and rolled to a sitting position, cross-legged with his head down. "I'm talking to you," Mitchell yelled. With no reply forthcoming, he grabbed Thompson's sandy blonde hair and roughly jerked the man's head back. "Where's Corbin? And what were those shots about?" Thompson stared blankly ahead, and a frustrated Mitchell tore his hands away, taking clumps of hair with it, then slapped Thompson across the face. Doc Brady had seen enough. He stepped between the two men, trying to hold the bigger man back. "It's no good, Captain," Brady reasoned. "You're just scaring him more." "I want to know what's going on." "Let me try," Brady begged. Mitchell turned with a disgusted wave of his hand and stormed away. Brady half carried Thompson up the beach and sat him down on the edge of the raft. It took a lot of coaxing and soft talk, but finally Brady had Thompson ready to speak. Mitchell and Reinheiser gathered around while the seaman gave a jumbled and confusing account of Ray Corbin's death. By the time Billy and Dell came in sight of the group, Thompson had finished his tale and was in the middle of yet another breakdown. Doc Brady took him by the arm and led him away. "What's going on?" Dell asked. "Corbin's dead," Mitchell replied. "What?" Dell and Billy exclaimed in unison. "He was killed by a monster. A goblin," Reinheiser sneered. "That is, if one can believe our less than sane friend over there." "Lying bastard," Mitchell grumbled. "Imagining is a better word for it," Reinheiser replied. "I believe our deluded friend shot Mr. Corbin. By accident, probably," he quickly added, seeing that Dell and Billy were about to protest the accusation. "His warped little mind then concocted these creatures so he wouldn't have to face the reality of what he'd done." "You're wrong," Brady argued, returning to the group. He had left Thompson lying on the sand. "I believe him." Mitchell snorted in amazement as Brady explained. "There was too much detail in his description for him to be imagining the creatures." "Of course there was detail," Reinheiser retorted. "Those monsters actually exist in his mind. They've probably been there since his childhood days. The essence of countless nightmares." "No way." "Oh, Doctor, please," Reinheiser sighed. "Might we try to remain logical and rational?" "Logical?" Brady laughed, pointing accusingly at Reinheiser and glancing about at all the others. "Will you just listen to the time-traveler here telling me to be logical?" "Enough!" Mitchell roared, his voice edging on violence. The muscles in his arm twitched dangerously. Even Reinheiser refrained from any comments under the imposing glare, and Mitchell cooled at the immediate respect shown him. "I've got an officer missing, probably dead, and all I've got to go on is some bullshit story from that idiot." He spoke loudly. Thompson heard. Mitchell raved on, and the others, watching him, didn't see Thompson rise and charge across the beach. He bowled into the captain, clawing at his throat and screaming hysterically. "You're an idiot!" he cried. "You'll get us all killed!" Mitchell regained his balance in a second and easily pulled free of Thompson's grasp. He was about to retaliate, violently, Billy, Dell, and Brady poised to intercede, when Thompson suddenly stopped fighting. "But maybe that's it," Thompson proclaimed excitedly as he spun away from the captain, seemingly unconcerned about his defenseless posture. As with his tantrum on the becalmed raft earlier that morning, his abrupt mood swing halted the others in confusion. Mitchell backed off and waited curiously for Thompson's next move. "Don't you see?" Thompson asked, looking around from man to man. "We don't belong here. I wanted to escape on the raft, but that's no good. Nowhere to go. Don't you see? We don't belong anywhere anymore. This isn't our world." He looked Mitchell straight in the eye. "Corbin found the only way out." Doc Brady moved to calm him, but Mitchell did it his own way, connecting on Thompson's jaw with a wide, arcing left hook that lifted the seaman clear over the edge of the raft and dropped his limp body inside. Dale began to protest, wanting to mention the castle in hopes that it might lend credibility to Thompson's story, but the resounding boom, boom of a drum stopped him short. The startled men turned and, in the fading daylight, saw their impending doom. 50 yards away, rank upon rank of creatures lined the beach, most standing, but some riding saddled lizards. Those mounted brandished long spears, and the others had crude but wicked swords and black shields. In front of the file stood a standard-bearer, his unfurled yellow banner emblazoned with the red foot of a bird of prey, blood dripping from its talons. "What was that word you used, Reinheiser?" "Goblin?" Billy said with obvious contempt for the physicist. "Good word." "That Thompson must have a huge mind to keep this army bottled up in," Dell remarked. "Cool it," Mitchell said in a low, steady voice. Unlike the uncontrollable elements of the storm, Mitchell understood the crisis before them, and knew that it was within his realm of influence. "We're not dead yet. Not with these." He patted his M16. Boom, boom. The drums tolled as a huge goblin strutted in front of the standard-bearer. It presented Corbin's smashed rifle to the men, then bared its teeth, threw the weapon down, and spat on it. Holding his hands up behind him to keep his crew calm, Mitchell walked out a few steps. "Do you understand pain?" he threatened, pointing his rifle at the creature. He was amazed to learn that the beast was capable of answering. "We'd know pain," it croaked. "Men taught us pain long ago." Abruptly its voice rose in proclamation. "We give pain back to men!" Wild-eyed, it turned to its army and bellowed a command. "Give death to men!" The drums thundered to life, and the ranks began chanting the liturgy of their race. "Men die! Men die!" Sensing that the attack was imminent, the men moved several yards apart and formed a line. Billy and Mitchell on opposite ends, with the two remaining rifles. With all that was happening in front of them, they didn't notice that Thompson had climbed out of the raft and had found a large rock. He crept up behind Billy Shank, and as a drum resounded, brought the rock down on Billy's head. Without a moan, Billy dropped to the ground. Thompson had a rifle. Suddenly the drums went silent, their last note hanging in the air like a death summons. The leader turned slowly back to Mitchell and flashed him an evil smile. It raised its arm and commanded, "Barguluk." Two creatures emerged from the throng, pallbearers to Ray Corbin, his casket a pole supported horizontally on their shoulders, his shredded, mutilated corpse tied, twisted to it, left wrist and right ankle. Dell spun away in horror and fought back the bile in his throat. Likewise, Brady and Reinheiser averted their eyes, but Mitchell reacted differently, more than ready for a fight. "Bastards!" he roared. "Murdering bastards!" And he fired a burst at the bearers. They dropped, as did several creatures behind them, riddled with the leaden extensions of Mitchell's fury. The beast leader howled in rage. Mitchell imitated the cocky grin it had flashed earlier and blew it away. Awed and terrified, the creatures verged on panic. Many of them fled, especially those in the farthest ranks. Others ducked, quivering behind their shields. Some even bowed to Mitchell. "Look at them!" Mitchell shouted, his anger turning to ecstasy under the aphrodisiac of instant power. "Look at 'em run and hide!" He fired a volley into the air, and scores of creatures cowered. "Do you realize what this means?" Mitchell laughed and turned to the men, a sated look in his eyes. "We're gods," he proclaimed. "We'll own them." "I don't think so," came Thompson's voice, steady now, off to the side. Mitchell, eyes wide with surprise, turned to the seaman and looked down the barrel of an M16. "We have no right to kill them," Thompson declared. "This is their world, not ours." "What the hell are you doing?" "Shut up!" Thompson snapped, and Mitchell froze at the sheer violence of the outburst, expecting Thompson to fire. Suddenly, though, Thompson seemed calm again. "Don't you see?" he pleaded, begging for some confirmation. "We're the ones who don't belong here. We've got to escape, like Corbin." His head drooped in despair, and Mitchell, seeing an opening, inched the barrel of his gun toward him. Thompson was alert, though, and he snapped his glance back on the captain. Mitchell swung about desperately, clearly recognizing his death in Thompson's feverish eyes. But Thompson's rifle roared first, and Mitchell felt fiery explosions as bullets invaded his body. Doc Brady lunged at the mad seaman, but stopped abruptly when Thompson wheeled around, the rifle still ready. Dell noticed Billy, his head opened and blood flowing freely. He wanted to go to his injured friend, but fright and confusion held him in place. He turned to Reinheiser and noted the man's eyes darting about. Reinheiser obviously searching desperately for an out. And when Reinheiser met his gaze, Dell realized that the selfish wretch was hoping that he or Brady would distract Thompson so he could make his break.
"Thompson, please,"
Brady said, struggling futilely to appear calm. In the background, the creatures regrouped, also trying to make sense of Thompson's crazy actions.
"For God's sake, man!"
The three were still in a line, Dell frozen on one end, Reinheiser in the middle and leaning away, and Brady on the closest end, bending toward Thompson, reaching out with pleading hands for the rifle.
"Why was I picked for this?"
Thompson mumbled, tears streaking the sand on his face. He looked at Brady, still feet away.
"Why am I the only one who understands?"
With a sigh of helplessness, as if he had no other choice, he clenched the rifle determinedly, and the others, like Mitchell, knew. Reinheiser broke for the raft. Brady dove for the barrel of the rifle. Dell never moved. But it didn't matter. Thompson, sobbing openly but certain of his duty, made one thundering sweep with the death dealer. And they, all three, felt the fiery explosions. Chapter 7. In the Halls of Colonnade. Void. The purest emptiness. Consciousness remained, but it was a stagnant thing, devoid of external stimuli and of cogent thought. Existence and nothing more. Time passed. Irrelevant. Dell opened his eyes, or perhaps they had been open all along and his mind just now caught up with them. Instinctively he clutched at his midsection. Too late, he knew, the bullets had already ripped through his belly. He lay on his side, shrouded by a thick gray fog. Strangely, he felt no pain. He raised his hands up before his face. No blood. Had it been a dream? Trembling, he looked down, his breath coming in short gasps as he moved the tattered strands of his shirt aside. A jagged line of scars crossed his belly, the round scars of bullets. It took him many minutes to steady his breathing. As he regained control, he realized that he wasn't on the beach, that the floor beneath him was smooth and cool as marble. Struggling against his disorientation and bordering on panic, he forced himself to his feet. But as his head emerged from the waist-deep fog, his confusion only increased, for he stood in a vast, dark hall, illuminated in reflections of wispy gray from the transient fog. A seemingly infinite row of huge pillars, glowing blue-white, ran off into the distance at his left. Dell saw no walls or ceiling, just a mass of columns, each rooted beneath the low-riding fog and stretching upward as far as the eye could see, into the blackness and beyond. Unearthly, beautiful, yet hauntingly surreal.
"I must be dead,"
he muttered, staring blankly at the supernatural sight. "Hardly," came a voice behind him. He spun to face Martin Reinheiser.
"Dell? What happened?"
Another voice called. Dell recognized it immediately, and then saw Billy rising from the mist at his right. Last thing I remember was those goblins on the beach and getting whomped on the head. Thompson, Dell explained. Figures, Billy replied, shaking his head. That guy's got a real problem. He took your weapon and opened up on the rest of us, Dell went on. But you two got away. No, I got shot. So did Reinheiser, I think. 12 times at least, the physicist confirmed. Billy folded his arms across his chest and shot them an angry glare. What? He demanded, his voice louder. Dell understood his friend's impatience. Holding Billy's stare with his own firm but compassionate visage, he slowly pulled the tattered shirt away from his abdomen. Even from several feet away, the vicious scars were unmistakable. Billy's arms fell unfolded and his eyes bulged in disbelief. Are we dead? He gasped. You two seem preoccupied with that subject, Reinheiser said. These are not the bodies of spiritual entities. We remain flesh and blood. We are not dead. But you just said you got shot, Billy protested. Don't tell me that those goblin things know anything about medicine. Apparently, Reinheiser began, but Dell cut him off. Shh, he hissed, and went tense. Billy and Reinheiser also went alert, straining their eyes and ears in search of the danger Dell had sensed. A low growling noise came from somewhere under the fog nearby. Bear? Billy whispered breathlessly. He moved next to Dell, half expecting some hideous beast to spring at them from out of the fog. A second later, though, the growling sounded more like snoring, and Billy and Dell looked at each other and smiled. Mitchell. The captain, too, Reinheiser said. He stroked his goatee at this new revelation. He knew he had been shot, but since it was the last thing he remembered, he wasn't sure of the extent of his injuries. Immediate aid might have saved him. The captain was a different story, though. Reinheiser had seen Mitchell blasted apart in a hail of bullets, certainly dead even as he fell to the ground. Nobody could possibly have survived that volley. Following the thunderous snores, the men had little trouble finding the sleeping giant. Waking him was a bit more difficult, though, for Mitchell was deep into his dreams and didn't appreciate being disturbed. He flailed and kicked, punched, and even tried to bite. Eventually they managed to rouse him, somewhat, for the captain remained groggy and had little recollection of the events at the beach. The others recounted the tale in full, and though Mitchell grumbled about its implausibility, at this juncture at least he had no choice but to accept it. Let us continue searching, Reinheiser suggested. Perhaps the doctor is here as well. Almost immediately Billy stumbled over Doc Brady, peacefully asleep under the gray blanket. Before they even woke him, Dell pressed on. That makes 5, he said. Let's keep going. And he started away. Do we really want to locate that idiot Thompson? Reinheiser argued. We've got to keep looking, Dell pleaded. He wasn't looking for Thompson at all, secretly hoping that Ray Corbin was there, somehow recovered. Dell's right, Billy agreed. If Thompson's out there and he's got that gun, we've got to get him before he wakes up. Then let's get going, Mitchell growled, nodding his huge head as he began to remember the pain and shock of the bullets. I want Thompson found, and then his ass is mine. The captain grinned wickedly at the notion. It wasn't often that a dead man had a chance to pay back his killer, and he found the thought of twisting Thompson's neck quite satisfying. They searched the immediate area, but the fog remained impenetrable, and Thompson didn't seem to be close by. Frustrated and more than a little fearful of the possibilities, perhaps Thompson watched from a distance even as they searched, a crazed smile on his face and a ready M16 at his side, Mitchell needed a showdown and began calling out, Thompson! The others, except Reinheiser, joined in. Wonderful, Reinheiser muttered, and he crouched low into the safety of the opaque veil. That lunatic is probably training his rifle on their voices this very minute. A tickling breeze, a gentle puff of wind, blew across them, swirling the fog into swaying minarets. And the breeze carried words in its wake. Words in the purest tone and timbre that any of them had ever heard, clear as an unblemished bell, and like the great hall about them, supernatural in beauty.
"Your Mr. Thompson is not here."
As one, eyes wide, mouths open, they turned to the voice. Halfway between the 5 men and the columns, limed in ghostly evanescence, stood a tall man in a flowing white robe of fine silk. A golden crown adorned his head, and in his delicate hand he held a many-jeweled, golden scepter. Hair of the starkest white, yet thick and rich with vitality, hung loosely about his shoulders, and though his skin was incredibly pale, almost translucent, his presence was undeniably solid and powerful. Even from a distance, the being's calm demeanor soothed Dell's apprehension, for the creature's eyes held a flickering blue flame that radiated unbounded knowledge and serenity. Mitchell stood firm before the wondrous spectre, his anger sufficient proof against any feelings of awe.
"Then where is he?" he demanded. "And who are you?"
The being made no motion, yet a breeze emanated from him. He did not move his lips, yet the breeze carried words. More than words, actually. Within that gentle wind came emotions and sensations beyond the spectrum of hearing, emanations that the 5 men felt through their bodies and souls.
"It is best to say only that Michael Thompson's destiny followed a different path from yours. As to your second question, I am Calais, Prince of the Colonnade."
The spectre then turned from Mitchell to Dell, and an even more gentle puff blew by.
"I am truly sorry, Geoffrey Del Giudice, but your friend Ray Corbin has indeed passed from this world."
Dell's eyes widened. The being had just read his mind and answered his unspoken question.
"You still thinking we're not dead?" Billy whispered to Reinheiser.
The scientist, completely at a loss for an explanation, wasn't so quick to dismiss the possibility this time. But before he could seriously consider that theory, the breeze came again.
"Take comfort, Billy Shank. I assure you that you are not dead. By the power of the Colonnade, you have passed through the dark realm and are healed. We could not permit your deaths, for this is a time long awaited, and a great adventure lies before you. Your actions may well determine the destiny of a new world."
They knew a moment later that their understandable doubts had been foreseen. Calais raised his scepter and permitted the men a glimpse of their recent past, an image that had been mercifully erased from their memories. Each alone in a form not quite corporeal, yet somewhat substantial and inescapable, they walked among black mounds, barrows of broken shale, under unknown stars, and looked upon the shadows of death's domain. A lonely journey, an endless trek, for not another being stirred in the never-ending plain, and every horizon promised nothing but continued blackness. Even Martin Reinheiser was stricken dumb, this episode being too far beyond any mortal experience to be believable. Sympathetic to their confused distress, Calais released them from recollections they could not comprehend.
"Come,"
he said, opening his arms as a father to his children.
"Sit by me, and I will tell you a marvelous tale that shall answer many of your questions, and instill in you many more."
Compelled by this superior will, the mortals could only comply. Barely conscious that they were moving, they approached and sat before Calais on the cool floor, and the fog in that area wafted away. Calais closed his eyes and contemplated his tale. He didn't want to overwhelm the fragile mortals any more than was necessary. The breeze came again.
"Let me begin," it whispered to them, "at what you may perceive to be the end, though it was in fact the beginning. You have been quite perceptive and have already guessed much."
Calais' eyes softened in sympathy and sadness.
"The war long feared by your race came, swift and terrible, a mere 50 years after you departed the sunlit world.
Tiny enemies long thought eradicated were awakened once more as weapons, and, in the escalation that soon followed, mankind's terrible machines of destruction wreaked devastation across this beautiful world. Nothing could stand against the fury. The very stones screamed in agony. Nation after nation loosed their weapons in full knowledge that the poisonous wake would leave naught but a barren, unlivable earth. Yet they loosed their weapons, howled a mighty wind. The men cringed as Calais grew suddenly tall and terrible before them. But then Calais calmed again, a hint of tears rimming his eyes, and he continued. For in the end, it was the folly of man to put country before conscience, pride before pity, might before mercy. Your race was doomed by its own hands, and that was the tragedy. Yet know this, mortals. Know it as I am the proof. There are powers in this universe far greater than man, and far beyond man's creations. And the beings that looked upon the ravaged earth were saddened. For though evil dwells in man's domain, it is not an inherent trait of the race. Even he who is supreme is moved to pity. Thus it was decreed that man be given another chance to survive, to evolve above this fatal flaw of pride. Amidst the devastation, Ynis Aielle, Isle of Hope, rose from the sea, shielded from the fires by a golden barrier that was his blessing, and he summoned the colonnade. At the time of doom, great ships sailed these waters. Of the hundreds aboard them, only the children and 4 of the adults were spared. The others had been touched by the killing fire, and more importantly had tasted of the mighty magic, technology that had wrought the fire. The knowledge demanded their deaths if the world was truly to begin anew. Thus the colonnade became the guardians of an orphaned people. We guided the ships to this land, and set them upon a southern beach. And the 4 chosen adults came away with us to learn higher levels of consciousness, that they might one day return and help guide the new race of man down a truer path. Under our protection, and with our blessings, the children flourished. Soon a large settlement, a city named Palandara, had grown on Calva, the southern plains of Aielle. A beautiful city she was, a place of art and poetry and true brotherhood, a community untainted by greed and governed by philosophers who followed unerringly the will of the people. Learning stood as a common goal, knowledge gained only to be shared, and the earth knew its greatest peace since before the Jericho of your history, many thousands of years ago. The mercy of the one is without bounds, yet it is bestowed upon those who prove themselves worthy. Thus, in the 7th generation of Palandara, a test was unveiled. Mutated children of irradiated and diseased heritage, the lingering curse of technology, were born unto the innocents. Yes, answered Calais to the question in all of the men's minds. These were indeed the forefathers of the creatures you encountered on the beach. As the first cursed child breathed Aielle's clear air into its tainted lungs, our time as guardians was ended. Thus the colonnade departed the shining halls of Palandara. The trials of the One had begun, the time for your race to prove itself capable and worthy. Calais looked into the fog beyond his audience and smiled fondly at the distant memories of the early days. Again the tears came to his eyes. It was difficult to leave, he explained to the men. We had grown fond of your race, had come to love them as parents do children. Yet we knew they had grown beyond our care. It was time for them to stand on their own. The 4 we had instructed returned to their people, but we, ever curious, remained close by to observe. The curse lasted 10 years. Every woman with child prayed to us for the health of her coming baby, but we could only watch helplessly. Cries of dismay in the night oft told neighbors that a new mutant had come among them. 100 times during that decade of horror a new mother looked upon her child and despaired. Yet the Calvins loved and cared for the misshapen babes, for they knew naught but love. In their innocence they could not perceive that these creatures were the perfect incarnation of all that is evil in your race, an embodied mirror of the darkest errors of man's past. At first the mutants caused only minor problems, but as the years passed they grew strong. They found each other and forged a brotherhood of evil, bound together by the common purpose of destruction. They met in shadows, carefully plotting every attack. They were indeed devious, keeping their crimes within the borders of Calvin mercy. The people, ever trusting and forgiving, fell easy prey. The crimes worsened as the mutants gained confidence, soon openly roaming the streets at night, cutting a trail of destruction across the city. With great sorrow and disappointment, the Calvins were forced to admit that love and compassion offer no protection against true evil. 3 of our students, the 4th having long since departed from the city and the ways of man, joined the Calvin lords at council in the citadel of justice to decide the fate of the mutants. An angry crowd gathered outside, promising violence if the lords offered no better solution. Inside the chambers raged a similar scene of frustration and rage, for in truth the gentle Calvins had no response to the evil that had befallen them. After hours of yelling and angry debate, one of our students, Thomas Morgan, who called himself Morgan Thalassi, offered a solution. "I shall lead these foul beasts away from our fair city," he said, "and far over the plains to a place where they will trouble Calva no more. And I, Thalassi, shall watch over them, that their evilness be contained." He lied. It was our greatest fear that one of the 4 wizards we had trained would fall victim to the lust for power that had been the foulest bane of your history, and had eventually led to the destruction of the original race. And it was to our ultimate distress that it was Morgan Thalassi, mightiest of the 4, who fell into evil ways. The Calvins believed him. They accepted his offer with great joy, and praised him for his sacrifice. Thus Thalassi departed with the cursed 100. He named them Talons after himself, an arrogant act that hinted at some of the events to come. North they marched, and then west to the sea where the wizard wrought Talus Dun, bastion of darkness. Del recalled the castle he had seen in the mountains. Somehow his vision now was clearer than it had been, through the fog, as if Callai's empathy had enhanced the image to a point more distinct than reality. He saw in his mind black battlements, iron strong, and awesome towers spiraling to the sky, extensions of the very strength of the rock mountain in which they rooted. And Del felt, strongest of all, the pervading evil that bound the place together, a force that was still very much alive. A shudder shook the vision from him. There Thalassi bred his army, and quickly indeed do talons breed and mature, Callais continued. And time mattered little, for the Colonnade had bestowed upon the 4 the gift of long years. Thalassé could have spent centuries preparing an army that would have swept everything away before it. But his thirst for power overcame his patience. A mere century after the forging of Talas Dûn, Thalassi, the Black Warlock, led the mutants back to Calva. The Talons could not hope to defeat the more numerous Calvins in open battle, but Thalassi counted on surprise to carry him through to Palandara. He knew that if he could get to the city and overthrow the Overlord quickly, the scattered hamlets of the plains would not organize against him. And in his arrogance Thalassi believed the two remaining wizards to be no match for him. Yet the Calvins were not caught unaware. The second of the four, kindly Rudy Glendower, had privately questioned Thalassi's motives when the mutants had first been led away. Ever the wary guardian of peace, Glendower anticipated the eventual return of Thalassi, and had always kept one eye toward Talas Dûn. With his warnings, then, the Calvins had time to assemble a great force. They charged westward across the fields to meet the invaders at the great river Ne'er Ending. Thalassi's army came on only to find the 4 bridges that spanned the river blocked by the Calvin force. Ever merciful, the Calvins offered peace, ordering the Talons to return to their mountain homeland, and demanding Thalassi as a prisoner. But Thalassi's years of torment had worked wickedly on his charges, and the self-named Black Warlock truly believed himself invincible. Even with the plans for surprise ruined, he attacked. The ferocity of his army was great, and at first they drove hard into the Calvin ranks. But Glendower and Perrault, the 3rd wizard, managed to keep Thalassi's enchantments at bay, while the Calvin wave countered, smashing and scattering their ill-bred foes. A second image blossomed in Del's mind as Calais imparted to him the scenes of that fierce battle. The armies clashed upon 4 arcing stone bridges spanning a shining silver river, though the water steadily reddened with the blood of fallen combatants. The sheer savagery of the Talons appalled Del. With total disregard for their own lives, they launched themselves at the Calvin spearmen, thrashing wildly with their short swords, biting and gouging. They swept through the first ranks, overwhelming the civilized men with demonic ferocity, and pushed their foes back to the end of the bridges. But as the monsters came on, not just killing, but goring and mutilating the men caught in their savage rush, the Calvins too turned ugly. Faces twisted in rage, they surged into the mutant throng, matching the Talon brutality blow for blow. The defined lines of the opponents disappeared as the battle became an entwined cluster of slashing swords and thrusting spears, and soon the howls of fury were drowned out by screams of agony. Several times, man and mutant, grappling in mortal combat, fell from a bridge to the mighty river below. Even then they continued their frenzied struggle, though it meant that neither could escape watery death in the powerful current. Attrition gradually thinned the smaller mutant force, and as the outcome became obvious, the vision faded from Del's view. Sweat stung his eyes. He looked to his companions, and their stunned expressions told him they had also witnessed the horror of the struggle. Thalassi was thrown down that day, and believed killed, Calais continued when the men regained their composure. But evil does not die so easily, and the spirit of Morgan Thalassi lurks ever in Aielle, with patience bitterly learned, awaiting a second chance. The treachery of Thalassi told heavily on the Calvins. Many men died at the Battle of the 4 Bridges, and those who survived carried and passed on to their children scars of suspicion and fear. Thus, the new race of man lost its innocence and its trust, and thus it remains today. Calais paused, his eyes downcast. Obviously, Thalassi's deceit weighed heavily on him, too. "This is not the end of my tale," he continued after a few seconds. "The Battle of the 4 Bridges was a long, long time ago. 10 years after the battle, there was born in Palandara a second mutation of man. Unlike the Talons, these children were very beautiful, and their joyous smiles curled upward, unblemished by evil. Yet the untrusting Calvins were ever wary, and grew fearful as more mutated babies were born. Though these children had committed no wrongs, a time of prejudice and unwarranted anger overtook the city. Once again the council of Palandara's lords and the 2 remaining wizards convened. Enduring are the scars of Thalassi's deceit, and enduring are the tests of the one. With the second mutation, the character of man came to trial again. Never has the citadel of justice known such a travesty, Calais declared. The Lord Umpleby, a wretched, gluttonous man, who had gained power through deceit, opposed any change, fearful that it might endanger his ill-gotten position. He demanded the deaths of the innocent babes, and his twisted beliefs were not without support among the truly frightened people. But Benrin, overlord of the city, was a kinder man. "We kill no children," he commanded. "We have risen above the legacy of our heritage and are not murderers. The children will be watched, but no harm shall befall them." And so set was he in his belief that he welcomed no debate. Benrin's compassion was admirable, and his motives true, but disgusted and enraged by even the suggestion of murder, he had thrown aside due course of Calvin law, and had overstepped the bounds of his title. No one man ruled Palandara, however justified in his actions. There was then a great confusion in the citadel, for more than the fate of the children had now come to trial. Lord Umpleby was quick to counter, his voice rising above the commotion. "Our overlord," he hissed, "has declared himself emperor." Benrin's glare came cold and firm, but he knew at once that he had erred in his anger, and he dared not command Umpleby to silence. Umpleby continued his assault on justice, his raving antics kindling the memories of anger and fear engraved by Thalassi and the first mutation. He knew that his only chance for victory was to entice the others to a level where rash emotions denied mercy. "Must I remind you of our past?" he cried to them. "Might it be that you have forgotten the terror in our own streets?" Angry shouts of agreement gathered about him. "My lords," he pleaded with mock concern, "can we ever wash the stain of blood from the stones of the 4 bridges? These freakish creatures might be worse. For the sake of all that we deem good, I demand their deaths." Umpleby achieved his desired level of chaos. The furor split the council, pitting lord against lord in an angry debate that bordered on violence. Though the emotional tide swept against his cause, Benrin remained calm and resolute. "We shall kill no innocent children," he repeated. But Umpleby had swayed too many, and the overlord's edicts would not be enough. Across the room, from a forgotten corner of the council table, came an unexpected response. "Then I shall kill them." All sat in silent shock, and Benrin nearly collapsed, for the speaker was none other than the gentle wizard Rudy Glendower. The other wizard in attendance, Perrault, understood and nodded his approval. Perhaps Umpleby, never trusting, also understood, for he confronted Glendower. "You?" he laughed. "Once we put our faith in a wizard, and our blood ran freely for it. Yet we are to believe you?" Glendower rose tall above the lord. "I, too, have felt the sting of Thalassi," he breathed with convincing anger, cold death in his eyes that Umpleby dared not question. "Tomorrow I go north with the children, that there should be no blood in the city, and I shall slay them mercifully." Umpleby's face chalked beneath the glare of the mighty wizard. "And you alone shall accompany me." Glendower turned and looked deep into Benrin's eyes, and the Overlord understood and openly agreed, hiding his relieved smile. Thus the council was ended. The solemn caravan left Palandara and travelled in solitude across the rolling plain, shunned by fearful farmers. At nightfall on the 7th day, they came to the foothills of the southern Crystal Mountains, the northern edge of the Calvin Fields. "We will sleep first," said Glendower, "and in the dark of the night, that none bear witness, our foul deed shall be done." Umpleby found sleep easily, for this task bothered him not at all. And Glendower came to him in his slumber and worked an enchantment upon him. In his dreams, Umpleby stood witness as the wizard slew the mutants one by one on a wide, flat rock, and buried their bodies in an unmarked grave. In truth, that night Glendower stole away with the children, and hid them in the mountains, having already provided for their care with a secret friend. Glendower and the deceived Umpleby returned to Palandara, bearing tidings that the deed was done. Many times during the years of the second mutation, Glendower drove a cart of new mutants north, supposedly to the Justice Stone, as Umpleby had named the flat rock, but actually to the secret refuge. By day the children stayed hidden for fear of discovery, but under night's black veil of protection they danced joyously. Glendower named them Illumines, children of the moon, and their home Illuma, Lux Illum in the tongue of wizards. And that their number might remain small and easily concealed, he, Perrault, and their secret friend, joined their powers together and enspelled the children with the gift of long years. Villagers of the northern fields told fireside stories of the night dancers of the Crystal Mountains, and legends of the Illumines spread throughout all of Calva. But Benrin and his heirs, with the help of the wizards, had little trouble dismissing the rumors as fanciful children's tales. In this manner, Aielle remained at peace for many years. But, Calais went on, his voice suddenly grim, 110 years ago, Ungden, the usurper, a descendant of Lord Umpleby, overthrew the line of Benrin and proclaimed himself overlord of Palandara. He banished Glendower, for he had somehow guessed the deception at the Justice Stone. With the noble heir of the line of Benrin and his supporters killed, and Glendower exiled, the only hope for peace in Palandara was Perrault, who had come to be known as Istall the White. But Istall, beyond belief, has supported the new overlord, and war has been averted only through Ungden's inability to find the secret mountain refuge. "You speak of generations and hundreds of years," Reinheiser interrupted. "How long has it been?" "More than 12 centuries have passed since you went beneath the sea," Calais answered. Mitchell snorted. "Believe what you will," Calais replied to him, "but dwell not in the past. Your destiny lies not there, but here in Aielle. A war is soon to be fought, a conflict not of good against evil, as was the Battle of the Four Bridges, but of nation against nation. Aielle is about to fight its Jericho, its first unnecessary war, and if that comes to pass, the new race of men may well embark upon the same path that led your race to its ultimate demise. The lessons of the past may yet save this world, and thus the Colonnais have guided you here." "Guided us?" Mitchell exclaimed. Calais remained silent, letting the men sort things out for themselves. Doubts and confusion closed in on them. All of this was simply too much to digest. They sat with knotted brows, reflecting on the events that had befallen them, searching desperately for a logical explanation. Not Dell, though. He leaned back comfortably on his arms and smiled warmly at Calais. He remembered the miracle at the ladder of the sinking unicorn, and in his heart had known since that moment that someone was looking out for him. Now he understood the identity of that guardian angel. At length Calais' breeze came again. "A people call out to you," he said. "Your path lies east, to Illuma. But now, sleep, ancient ones, for the road ahead is hard and long, and sorrow and weariness will find you in the days to come." As he spoke, the mist returned, bringing with it suggestions of slumber the mortals could not resist. They collapsed into a deep and restful sleep. Calais looked down upon them, mere shadows under the shroud of grey, and realized again that he had grown fond of this being called man, and cared deeply about this race's struggle to find its true path. "Go, ancient ones," he said softly. "Go hence to Loch Selinalum. Seek out the children of the moon, and teach Aielle the lessons of the past." Chapter 8. The Desolation of Thalassa. Dusty sunlight woke them some time later. They struggled to orient themselves, trying to distinguish reality from dreams. Gone was the cavern, or had that, too, been the delusions of wounded men? They were outside now, sitting on the parched dirt of a wasteland that stretched brown and barren as far as they could see in every direction except north, where loomed the great ominous stone mountains, standing resolute and undiminished by the dulling veil of sea fog. Dell shuddered as he viewed that towering range, jagged and foreboding, for the image of its black heart, Talus Dune, remained unnervingly clear in his thoughts. Dressed still in their blue and white uniforms, each of them now had a hooded gray-brown cloak tied about his shoulders and a sheathed sword strapped to his hip. Waterskins and packs of provisions lay at their feet. More riddles. Despite the new situation, the pervading thought that pressed upon them was the image of Calais, and they understood him least of all. The memory of the angelic spectre flooded each of them with distinctive, powerful feelings. To Mitchell it was frustration and even anger, for in the presence of such a being he seemed small and unimportant, and against the power of the colonnade he had no recourse. Reinheiser was also frustrated, not because he felt belittled, but because the mere existence of the colonnade disputed the foundation of logic that had guided his entire life. Billy and Doc Brady accepted the colonnade prince as the embodiment of peace and serenity. Dell felt that inner comfort as well, but in a more profound way. Calais was the promise of answers, the guide to truth, and to a level of existence beyond the human experience. Finally, Mitchell could contain his rage no longer. "What the hell was that thing?" he snapped. "Hell?" Billy echoed, contentment stamped indelibly upon his face. "Nothing to do with hell." Doc Brady chuckled in agreement, but Mitchell glared at him, and Reinheiser was quick to attack. "Leave naive spiritual fantasies out of this," he huffed. "I know you, Mr. Shank. Have known men like you all my life. Something happens which you can't readily explain, and you yell, 'Miracle!' and fall on your knees to recite hollow prayer verses." "You got a better explanation?" Billy retorted. "All of this, and still you doubt?" Doc Brady added. Reinheiser stroked his goatee. "Have you considered that this entire episode might be part of an elaborate deception?" "Yeah, right," Billy muttered, echoing Brady's sentiments exactly. Dell tuned out of the heightening argument. He considered any discussions of Calais to be pointless. He didn't understand everything that was going on, but that wasn't important, for Dell knew instinctively that the science and rationale of his time offered no explanations for what had occurred. Logic, as they understood it, did not apply here. So Dell broke through the limitations imposed by his inadequate knowledge and experience and released himself to the boundless acceptance of his imagination. He embraced Calais' tale and this new world, not with his mind, but with his heart. Ignoring the others, he turned his attention to the sword at his side. A sense of wonderment engulfed him as his trembling fingers felt the exquisite detail in the hilt. This came from no assembly line mold. Its delicate designs were crafted with the patient workmanship and love of caring hands. He marveled at the sword, not as a weapon, but as a symbol. Something about it set his imagination free to wander in lands of soaring dragons and dark dungeons of treasure and danger. And of course beautiful maidens, waiting to be rescued from loathsome beasts by him, the hero, or better still, of warrior women fighting beside him. Consumed with his fantasy, he drew the sword from its scabbard and swung it about slowly, getting used to the feel of its perfect balance. The sound of the argument suddenly stopped, and Dell realized that all eyes were upon him. He tried to hide his embarrassment behind a screen of comedy. "Goblins!" he roared, a smile fighting through his serious facade. "Bring on the goblins!" He tightened his muscles into a Hollywood-mimicking fighting pose and grimaced away his growing smile. "Talons," Billy corrected light-heartedly. "Bring them too," Dell clowned. "For my vengeance is great, and my sword is hungry." He thrust the weapon to the sky in triumph. "Hey, jerk," the captain shouted, in no mood for games. "Put the toy away." That stole a bit of Dell's bluster. "Swords," Mitchell spat. "I'd try the whole lot of 'em for one rifle. Or even a stupid pistol, for that matter." At the mention of the word pistol, Dell instinctively grabbed at his shirt pocket and felt the familiar bump of the Derringer. Dell began reflexively, as he fingered the bullet, about to tell the others. But then he realized the implications. Remembered the frightening image of Mitchell on the beach, wild-eyed and bordering on delirium, with the power afforded him by his superior weapon. Best that the Derringer remained his own little secret. "What?" Mitchell snarled in open contempt. "Nothing," Dell answered quietly, hoping the issue would be dropped. Mitchell glared, scrutinizing him, and Dell understood, searching for some further excuse to vent his frustration. "I told you to put that damn sword away," Mitchell raged. "When I give you an order, you jump, mister." Now satisfied that he had put his junior officer in place, Mitchell's need for power and domination seemed temporarily satiated. He returned to Reinheiser, but this time Dell wasn't going to let him have the last word. "Not again," he said under his breath. "Time to get some things straight." And as Mitchell swung back at Dell to blast him for mumbling, Dell looked him square in the eye and asked firmly, "Why?" "Why what?" Mitchell demanded incredulously. "Why do you give the orders?" Dell asked as calmly as he could, taking extra care to make sure there wasn't even a trace of sarcasm in his voice. "You got guts," Billy whispered to Dell, even as he took a cautious step away from his doomed friend. The imposing captain approached, but Dell held his ground. "If the country blew up 1,200 years ago, the Navy and Nusset went with it." Mitchell listened, unblinking, his muscles corded dangerously, on the verge of an explosion. But Dell had committed himself, and he felt he had to finish his point. "We're civilians." Pure outrage reflected clearly on Mitchell's contorting face. The others stared in disbelief. The captain turned to them and pretended to relax, grinning wickedly as he heard Dell's relieved sigh behind him. "Did you hear him?" the captain asked calmly, his smile broadening. "He wants to know why I'm in charge." Suddenly he wheeled back, the masking grin torn away by a snarl of unbridled rage, so wicked that the blood drained from Dell's face. "I'll tell you why," Mitchell growled, and thwop! His huge fist smashed into Dell's jaw. Dell reeled backward under a wave of dizziness. His knees wobbled, but he refused to let them buckle. "I'm not going down," he groaned softly, and by sheer determination held his balance. Then, thwop, came the second blow, and Dell felt the warmth of the blood running freely from his nose. "I'm not going down," he grunted angrily, covering his face with his arms just as Mitchell began unloading punches on him. The others quickly jumped in and separated the two. "Enough!" Mitchell shouted, and he pulled away from Billy and Brady. "It's over." He pointed ominously at Dell. "You're asking for more trouble than you can handle, pal." Dell kept his eyes averted, but couldn't ignore the threat. "I don't think it's broken," Doc Brady said, holding Dell's head back to stop the flow of blood from his nose. "I wasn't going down," Dell said with grim pride, firmly convinced that he had achieved a victory without throwing a punch. "Well, maybe you should have," the pragmatic doctor replied. "He probably wouldn't have hit you again." "That's not the point," Dell retorted, frustrated that Brady apparently didn't share his dedication to principle. "We're civilians now. We can't let him push us around." "Humor him, Dell," Brady advised. He looked back over his shoulder as he started away. "Or he's going to kill you." "Yeah, right," Dell muttered, too low for anyone to hear, and he gradually rejoined the others. Mitchell eyed him threateningly, but again Dell didn't return the look. "How do you figure all of this?" Mitchell asked Reinheiser, the captain apparently satisfied that his fight with Dell had come to a temporary halt. Just a plateau, they both knew, and they knew too that they would be climbing much higher before too long. The physicist shrugged. "I have no answers for you." "Well, then what the hell do you suggest we do?" Mitchell snapped, his expression showing mounting frustration. "What can we do?" Reinheiser answered. "We can't stay here, and I have no desire to go back to the beach and meet those creatures again." "Only one choice left," Brady cut in. "Play along, Captain," Reinheiser advised. "Go east as the being instructed us. Perhaps our answers are there." Mitchell closed his eyes in dismay. He had feared that advice. To him, going along with his game meant accepting it was real, and he wasn't prepared to do that. "Okay," he finally said, out of options. "Then let's get going. Shank, take the point, and Doc, you and him," he motioned at Dell, "bring up the rear." The situation may have had Mitchell confused, but he was still shrewd in handling his crew. He knew that he had to keep Dell and Billy as far apart as possible if he was to maintain control. And so the 5 men picked up their gear and set off eastward across the barren plain in search of answers. They plodded on in silence, each examining possible explanations. Dell, though, having fully accepted the situation, was more concerned with the people he had left behind. He determined that this would be his time of mourning, and yet he found no tears to shed. Perhaps it was the unreality of the adventure, the subconscious expectation of awakening from a dream at any moment. Or maybe, he hoped, it was his newfound awareness of the universal mysteries. With his heightened insight, he didn't perceive his father or Debbie as dead. Rather, they existed in a different time than he. Separated by eons, yet all very much alive. Immortality within our own little bubbles of time-space? Dell hoped he wasn't dreaming. For most, the deep reflections soon passed. The relentless sun and the choking dust simply weren't conducive to contemplation. As the distraction of thought passed away, Billy got bored all alone up front, but knew better than to argue with Mitchell, given the captain's foul mood. He wouldn't have found much company with the other 4 anyway. Mitchell and Reinheiser had begun a private planning session, discussing courses of action should certain situations arise. Dell had lightened his thoughts, but they remained private. Now he was enjoying another fantasy, as a warrior engaged in an heroic battle, and this time the loathsome beast was Hollis Mitchell. Brady, too, was preoccupied, stubbornly trying to sort out a general uneasiness with this whole situation. His concern ran too deep for the discomfort of the wasteland to distract him. For the doctor, alone among the group, something just didn't seem to fit. The sun climbed high above them, its penetrating rays draining their energy with every step and weakening their determination to go on. Finally, lathered in sweat, with irritating dust clinging to their wetness, they took their first break. There was no shade to be found, But at this point they gladly settled for a bit of food and, more important, something to drink. Their packs contained dried, bland-looking cakes that the men eyed with grudging acceptance, if not hungrily. But they were in for a pleasant surprise, for one nibble turned their lips up into delighted smiles. The cakes proved wonderfully delicious, and the sweet-smelling liquid in the skins incredibly refreshing, revitalizing their lost energy with every drop. Their resolve returned with their strength, for they knew that this gift from the colonnade would sustain them across the wasteland. All too soon they felt themselves sated, but in packing up they were stunned to find that they had actually consumed very little. "It seems that we have more provisions than we thought," Billy said cheerfully. "Probably just means that we've got farther to go," Mitchell grumbled, equating anger with alertness. He was scared now, not knowing what to expect next, and would not allow himself to be caught unawares. They traveled on that afternoon, and the land remained brown and foul. Even the air tasted unwholesome, and the colorless and empty sky offered no hopeful promises. Jagged cracks gouged the landscape like parched mouths, begging the unhearing havens for water. The men saw no living thing, for they traversed the land of Brog, the brown wastes, a desolation wrought by Thalassy in the early days before the Battle of the Four Bridges to discourage any curious adventurers who might discover Talus Dune and his secret army. Even centuries later, the scourge of the Black Warlock remained complete upon this land. Night came suddenly, cool and refreshing. But it was all too short, and almost without warning, the morning sun burst over the eastern horizon. Again the day was hot and dry, as the men realized every day would be in this desert. To further their misery, a sharp wind came up, whipping stinging sand into their eyes and mouths. Still they saw no signs of life, and all of them grew more sullen and quiet, particularly Doc Brady. Something deeply troubled the doctor. He seemed uneasy, worried, his eyes constantly darting about as if in search of some impending disaster. But when Dell asked him about it, he shrugged it off and would not answer. Day turned to night, and night back to day. And when the days became a week, the land still had not changed. This first week was brutal. The relentless sun took its toll on their skin, and the hike had their feet aching and swelling tight within their boots. On Doc Brady's suggestion, the men tightened their laces and didn't remove their boots even when sleeping, fearing they wouldn't be able to get them back on. The second week proved worse. Physically, the men improved, their blisters turned to calluses, and their skin tanning a deep brown. But boredom pressed in upon them. Each day became nothing more than putting one foot in front of the other, and a countless procession that seemed to accomplish nothing in the never-changing landscape. The wasteland remained physically trying, but its demands multiplied when their hearts went out of the journey. Even Dell had tired of this adventure. He had run out of fantasies to explore, and now found only tedium. They trudged on, though, having nowhere else to go. In the third week, the tops of dark mountains reappeared far in the north, and the men's packs grew noticeably lighter. They prayed this meant that their trails were nearing the end, but with the eastern horizon before them still an unbroken line of scorched brown, they feared otherwise. Near the end of that week they passed a few scrawny bushes widely scattered, and nearly as scarred as the broken earth. The desperate men welcomed even this small change as a blessing, though their hopes sank quickly as several more miles of nothingness slowly rolled by. Then, so suddenly that it took their dust-reddened eyes a few moments to adjust, they breached the top of a sandy slope and found themselves on the edge of a green field with rich blue skies overhead. Birds fluttered excitedly about at the approach of strangers, and small conies lifted their twitching noses high to examine the unfamiliar scent. Dell fell to his knees and muttered a sincere thank you to the heavens above. More than once Billy wiped tears from his eyes, explaining it as sweat, though the others shared his feelings and knew better. Only Doc Brady remained sullen. For some unknown reason, The change in scenery did little to lift his spirits. The green carpet spread wide before them, rising and falling gently in a series of rolling hills. The tall northern mountains seemed much closer now, and the men could also discern a low rocky range off to the south. These majestic peaks looked markedly different from the foreboding mountains they had left far behind in the west. Curling streams of mica crisscrossed the mountainsides like icicles on a Christmas tree, sparkling brilliantly in countless reflections of the sun. The great range stretched eastward for many miles, and then swung south, so that ahead of them, still a day's journey or more, the men could see the towering landscape that they somehow knew held the refuge of Illuma. Perhaps Calais had ingrained this image in their minds as a guide. They picked up their pace considerably, for their hearts pounded with excitement at the prospect of finding their goal, and finding some answers. Hours and miles later, the northern mountains loomed even closer, and the narrowing vale sloped gradually down. The spirited men could have gone on for hours more, but soon the light began to wane. Crimson splayed across the western sky, marking the end of the day, igniting 1,000 red fires on the mica rivers of the mighty northern mountains. Even Mitchell gaped in awe at the overwhelming beauty of the Crystal Mountain sunset. And then, freed from their trance as the sky turned a deep blue and the mountains became dark and cold, the men set up camp under the sheltering branches on the western edge of a small, thick wood. Chapter 9. Blackamara. Anxious to finish the trek, they broke camp long before the yellow ball of the sun peeked over the lower summits of the Crystal Mountains. The forest proved rough going, though, with undergrowth piled upon undergrowth, plants bent over by the sheer weight of the tangle, crisscrossing under their feet at every step, and vines hanging all about in impassable clusters. Few paths snaked through the thin and tightly packed trees, so tight together that there was simply no room for large trees to grow. It seemed to the men that all of the life stripped from the soil of the brown wastes had taken root here, in a jumble of living chaos, an upraised pillar of defiance against the perversion of the lifeless desert. The men pushed in anyway, seeking the most direct route and hoping to find some sort of path. The hours passed more quickly than the miles, and the tangled mass of life did not relent even a bit. Exhaustion became a factor, for the men constantly had to tear themselves free from shrubs or vines that seemed to grasp at them as they passed. Sheer stubbornness kept them going, and each step brought them deeper in and lessened their desire to admit their mistake and turn back to find a route circumventing the wood. Noon was fast approaching when Billy, who was once again up in front, gave a welcomed call. "There's a break up ahead," he yelled as he surged forward. The others too picked up their pace when they came in sight of the open area, but their hopes fell away when they came again in sight of Billy. A dimming mist rose before him as he leaned with his back to a tree and his head down in frustration. The others couldn't understand until they stood beside him. Beside him on the ledge of a deep gorge. The cliff fell almost perfectly straight for hundreds of feet. At its base, a river, swollen by the spring thaw, thrashed southward about its rocky course, sending up the fine spray. Barely 100 yards away, the other side seemed no more than a reflection of a foggy mirror, with a cliff just as sheer, and the thick forest continuing undisturbed atop it. "Damn," Mitchell moaned. "We're having a hell of a day," Billy chuckled with light-hearted sarcasm. He looked despondently at the ravine and sighed. "No way we're climbing down that." "Can't find something you don't look for," the undaunted Dell muttered to himself, and he determinedly disappeared into the mist, northward along the ridge. "This river obviously flows from the northern mountains," Reinheiser said, the physicist, like Dell, seeming more interested in finding a solution to the problem than in grumbling about it. But while Reinheiser based his hope on logical structure, Dell was playing on a hunch, an eerie, overpowering feeling that something was needed to complete this hauntingly familiar scene. "So?" Mitchell quipped at the unremarkable revelation. "So," Reinheiser continued, perturbed at the sharp reply. "Judging from the line the river takes, it must intersect with the lower mountain range to the south of us." Mitchell's expression remained impassive, almost oblivious to Reinheiser's attempt to right their course. The physicist's eyes narrowed to dart-throwing slits as he went on. "Our eye level is well above the base of those mountains, so," he emphasized the word with contempt, "the land obviously slopes down to them. A slight grade, no doubt, but sufficient to draw us down to the level of the river." Surprised at such an easy answer, and a bit embarrassed by his pouting, Mitchell quieted to consider the logic. When, "Yeah!" came Dell's shriek. The four startled men spun toward the sound, crouching defensively, as if expecting some approaching danger. Mitchell began to draw his sword, but Dell's subsequent shouts dispelled his fear. "I knew it!" Dell yelled in delight. "It had to be here! Hey!" he called to the others, but they were already on their way. They came upon him suddenly in the mist, his arms folded triumphantly across his chest, and a smug look on his face as he leaned on an anchor post for a railing to an old rope bridge. It stretched out, just a silhouette in the heavy spray, until it disappeared altogether about halfway across the span. Even in the misty veil, the men could see that several planks were missing, and the remaining wood sounded precarious at best, creaking and groaning like an old man's bones as the bridge swayed and rolled gently on the updrafts and swirling currents of air. They were thrilled at the discovery anyway, for the bridge was the first sign of civilization they had encountered since the halls of the Colonnade. Still, Mitchell had no intention of crossing the aged and rickety thing. "How far to where the land gets low enough to cross the river?" he asked Reinheiser. "A couple of miles, no more," Reinheiser answered, his expression showing that he shared the captain's apprehensions about the bridge. "Why?" Dell asked incredulously. "What are you talking about?" For Dell was as certain of the bridge's safety as he had been in knowing it would be here in the first place. Somehow it all fit together for him, like pieces of a puzzle to which he had learned the key. "You think we're going to cross that?" Mitchell snapped. Dell shrugged as if he didn't even understand the problem. "Well, be my guest," Mitchell chided. Then he turned to the others and added, "We can fish out his body downstream." His grin turned sadistic as he motioned to the bridge, inviting Dell to lead the way. Dell swung around the post onto the first planks, meaning to march straight across. He hesitated, though, as his senses gripped him in spinning, vertiginous fear. He snapped his eyes shut, swallowed the terror, and demanding of himself that he trust his new insight, started out. Gaining confidence with every step, he soon passed from the other side. About 2/3 of the way across, he came to a gap several feet wide where the boards had broken away. Somehow assured that he simply wasn't meant to die now, he casually hopped onto one of the rope supports and grasped the cord rail in both hands. But the support was slick with spray, and just as Dell moved from the safety of the boards, a blast of air rushed into his face and sent the bridge on a wide swing. He leaned into the wind, using it to secure his balance, moving as if the gust was but a minor inconvenience. Unafraid, he didn't pay complete attention to what he was doing and overcompensated for his lean. When the bridge reached the limit of its sway, it jerked back violently, and Dell's feet fell free. He dangled there, stunned and terrified for several long seconds, as the bridge continued to roll about and the cord railing bit mercilessly into his straining fingers. The river seemed to get louder as his senses attuned to the grim fate laid out before him. Was I wrong? He asked himself as his grip weakened. He grimaced in anger at the thought of missing the adventure and growled defiantly, "Not gonna die now." Swinging his legs in time to the bridge's sway, he was able to heave one up over the rope support, and he managed to pull himself up to straddle it. Then he inched his way to the far side and rolled onto the boards. Looking over the edge at the rocks below, he repeated, "Not gonna die," less convincingly, and quickly added, "Unless I get stupid." Humbled, he continued on much more carefully, taking shorter steps and gingerly testing each board in front of him before he put his full weight on it. Soon he reached the other side and called back to his companions that it was indeed safe to cross, but with all due caution. Fearing that the scowling captain would order them to go around the chasm despite Dell's crossing, Billy immediately sprang onto the bridge and rushed to join his friend. Mitchell shook his head and huffed angrily as Billy disappeared from sight. But with two of his crewmen going over, the captain had to relent. "I'll go last," he volunteered to Reinheiser and Brady. "I'm the heaviest." Doc Brady was of a different opinion. "Let me go last," he insisted, and he finished his thought silently. "Today I die anyway, and if it's to be here, then let the rest of you all be across before the bridge falls." Disgusted at being upstaged by Dell, Mitchell didn't care enough to argue with Brady. The doctor was relieved that he wouldn't be endangering the others, and at the temporary stay of his expected fate. But all too soon Reinheiser and the captain were across the gorge, calling for him. For many minutes Brady stood frozen in fear, unable to take that step. "Hurry up!" came Mitchell's snarl, "or we'll go on without you." On the planks now, his breathing coming in short puffs, the beads of sweat cold on his forehead, Brady forced himself ahead. It didn't get any easier, his terror heightening with every step to the point that he almost wanted to just throw himself off and get it over with. And yet before he knew it, he was on the solid ground of the other side, surprised, but nearly faint with relief. With the gorge behind them, they continued on in even greater anticipation. Shortly after noon they emerged from the wood to a disheartening sight. They had come to a meadow full of tall, swaying grass. The land before them sloped down a long grade as it continued to narrow, and at the bottom was a second wood, this one dark and gloomy. North and east the great mountains towered over the low ground, and to the south a high ridge of gray stone, as if the land had split apart, blocked their way. The ridge ran eastward, curved north for a short distance, and then turned back toward them again along the base of the northern mountains, forming a horseshoe-like ring around the dark wood. "A box canyon," Mitchell groaned over a chorus of sighs. "Just a minor delay, Captain," Reinheiser said. "All we need to do is double to the southwest and find where the ridge starts. It can't be far. We should be up on that plateau in a few hours." But Mitchell had once again grown angry and frustrated at this whole business, and his stubbornness overruled reason. His retort startled Reinheiser and all the others. "We're not doubling back," the captain fumed. "Not yet. There might be a way through that wall ahead, a tunnel or something. Or maybe it's climbable. I want to know for sure before we waste the rest of the day going backward." "But, Captain," Reinheiser began. "No arguments!" Mitchell yelled. "You don't even know if we can get back across the damn river without using the rope bridge again. You want to do that? That thing in the hall said go east. We go east." "I don't know," Dell said. "I don't like the look of that forest." But Dell's disagreement only strengthened Mitchell's resolve, and he started off down the slope, ripping aside the tall grass as he went. Dell wanted to argue further. Somehow the mere sight of the wood below them offended his senses and promised danger. But the thought of facing Mitchell again made his jaw and nose throb with the acute memory of pain. He shrugged his shoulders, sighed, and followed with Brady and Billy. Reinheiser hesitated, though. He stood for a few moments, petting his goatee and considering the captain's tirade, amazed that Mitchell had turned on him with such anger. "You should not have spoken to me like that," he muttered under his breath, and with a wicked chuckle that warned of retaliation, he started after the others. The sun all but went away when they entered the dark forest with huge black trees, bent nearly in two by thick strands of gray-green moss, forming an unbroken roof above them. Though it was springtime in Aielle, no vibrant colors of fresh-blossomed petals decorated this landscape. Perhaps it was due to the dim light, but Dell sensed that even in full sunshine, this wood would remain dreary with decay. It seemed to him that the life about them had gained dominance in a past age and refused to relinquish it to new growth. There was no rebirth here, no seasonal cleansing. Even the scent of the few flowers had long ago gone stale. Though there was little undergrowth and no tall grass, the path remained difficult. Knotted roots crossed every course, twisted from the ground as the ancient trees leaned wearily, and many were too large to step across, forcing the men to climb over or crawl under them. Eventually the group came to a wide expanse of towering ferns, as tall as a man and taller, with stems nearly an inch thick. Still not daring to argue with the determined captain, they reluctantly drew their swords and hacked their way through. Out of the corner of his eye, Dell saw a squirrel the size of a small dog, leaping across high branches. It didn't seem out of place, not here in this godfather of woods, so Dell brushed it off with a shrug and made no mention of it. He understood now the nightmarish fears of the romantic poets, so far removed from the bricks and highways of his world. For all about him, the trees and plants, and all the life of the wood seemed to close in, scowling with passive yet stifling hostility. This was a place where a man could be completely overwhelmed by the vast dimensions and sheer power of nature. A place where a man could realize his own insignificance. But unlike Dell, Mitchell had no time nor heart for such reflections. The dismal surroundings and the fern barrier only made him grit his teeth and push on harder. He hacked mightily with his sword, leveling fern after fern, driving the men ever deeper into the black shadows of the decrepit wood. Then the insects came. Mosquitoes mostly, biting them and buzzing in their eyes and ears, and flying up their noses, making this leg of the journey even more miserable. The ground was getting softer under their feet. Reinheiser and Billy understood the signs, and they both fully expected what lay ahead of them, when, finally, Mitchell cut through the last line of ferns and found himself on the muddy bank of a swamp. It meandered lazily about the trees ahead, great pools of black water sweating wispy vapors into the already rank air. Stillness surrounded the men, but it was an uneasy, anticipating silence, like a predator's hushed crouch before its spring. Following Mitchell, they labored on as best they could, but every path ended at one of the stagnant pools, and the obstructing roots were slick with slime and nearly impassable. The ground oozed mud now, threatening to swallow them up with every step. Every time Dell wiped the sweat from his forehead, he left behind a streak of mud and slime. "This is crazy," he cried, feeling thoroughly wretched. "We should have turned back hours ago." "I didn't ask for your opinion," Mitchell retorted, though he too had to realize the folly of continuing through the swamp. It wasn't a hard puzzle for Dell and the others to put together, though. Stubborn Mitchell would simply never allow Dell to point out his error. Sword in hand, the captain puffed out his chest and glared, daring Dell to defy him. Shaken by the threat, but determined that he was right, Dell continued cautiously. "I'm just trying to point out that this place... If we get lost in here, we're dead." A mosquito buzzed in his eye. "And these bugs," he added, slapping futilely at the pest. "Listen to him, Captain," Billy pleaded. "We had a swamp back home where I grew up, and I'm telling you, it's a bad place to be wandering blindly." Mitchell snapped his menacing gaze on Billy. "What's the matter, little boys?" he whined sarcastically. "Are the bad buggies biting you?" Then he squared his shoulders, eyes squinting in an ominous threat. "We go on," he growled. Dell wouldn't challenge him this time, nor would Billy, but Mitchell's renewed fury only prompted Reinheiser. The physicist truly desired to leave the swamp and the dark wood altogether, but more than that he wanted to test the extent of Mitchell's defiance of his advice. "Perhaps you should listen to them, Captain," he stated flatly. Mitchell wheeled around as if struck. "You too?" he blurted in disbelief. "Again, you back these two jerks? Whose side are you on?" "This is not a contest," Reinheiser began. But before he could elaborate, a loud splash ended the debate. The fen before them churned and bubbled, its gray ooze rolling in sickening contrast to the pale whiteness of the frothing. Then, as suddenly and unexpectedly as it had started, it stopped, the rancid water quickly settling to flatness under the weight of its muck. In a second only, a widening ring of dissipating ripples hinted at a disturbance under the mirror smoothness of the pool. The men sensed a presence, close, under the surface, and knew they were surely being stalked. In frozen terror they awaited the wild rush of water of the expected charge. It didn't happen like that. The creature came slowly, deliberately, confident of the inability of its prey to escape. Without causing even a ripple, almost as if it were an extension of the fen itself, a head appeared out of the dark water, a great lizard head, with a forked tongue flicking between long, pointed teeth and bulbous black eyes, slitted yellow. Oh, those eyes, Del thought, horrible and mesmerizing all at once. He mustered up all of his willpower and managed to break free of their binding gaze. Nearly limp with terror, he somehow managed to grasp the hilt of his sword. The lizard monster rose from the fen and reared up on its hind legs, lean and sinewy and very tall. Even 20 feet away it towered over the men. It almost seemed to grin as it looked down at them, sizing up its dinner and swaying slowly, hypnotically back and forth. And all the while its wicked little forelegs twitched in anticipation of the juicy morsel they would soon hold steady for its great maw. Most frightening of all were the creature's whips, 2 tentacles, twin serpents they seemed, protruding sideways from its shoulders, hanging down its side all the way to disappear into the dark water. Del couldn't tell how long they were, for most of their length was hidden beneath the mirror, but he did get a look at the end of one, a nasty, barbed hook, as it broke out of the water for an instant in a menacing twitch. "Good God," Del muttered, and he drew his sword, preparing to meet his doom. "Do we try to run or fight?" he asked softly, trying not to spur the monster to action. "Well," he said louder, panic in his voice when he received no reply. He glanced over to his right. There stood Billy, Mitchell, and Reinheiser, staring blankly ahead, transfixed by the gaze of the loathsome beast. Over at Del's left, Doc Brady too stood immobile, held fast by the bulbous eyes. "Hey! Hey!" Del yelled, shoving Billy Shank, who was the closest to him, but the lizard's eyes held Billy so firmly that he didn't even blink. A voice inside Del's head, his instinct for self-preservation, told him to run. He resisted, unable to leave his friends in this predicament. He was obviously no match for the monster, but figured that if he could hurt it, the lizard might just settle for him and leave the others alone. Del sucked in his breath and prepared to attack. Truly, he wanted to charge, but again the basic instinct for survival refused to let him rush to his death. Now it was the creature's move, and Del watched, anxiously, as one of the tentacles began inching out of the water, arcing up behind the shoulder slowly, teasingly, until the barbed claw just cleared the water. Then, crack, came the snap of the whip, and the tentacle rocketed off past Del's left and slammed into Doc Brady's chest, tearing through flesh and bone to explode out of the man's back, its barbs catching fast on a piece of vertebra in the splintered backbone. So quick and clean was the blow that Doc Brady never moved, nor did the expression on his face change. He just plopped face down in the muck, and the beast began reeling in its skewered quarry. "Doc!" Del screamed. Its meal secured, the beast released the other men from its paralyzing gaze. "Get out of here!" Mitchell ordered his remaining crewmen. "Come on, Del!" Billy cried, grabbing Del's shoulder. "I'm not leaving him!" Del rasped. He shook himself free of Billy's grasp and rushed to the body of his fallen friend, who was by then nearly halfway to the beast. The creature was ready for Del, though, and just before he reached Doc, the other tentacle snapped. At that moment, Del stumbled on a rock and hunched over, trying to regain his balance. That slip saved his life, for the claw raised his back, severing his cloak, but it could not dig in. Del felt the burning flash of pain, and then the warmth of his own blood. He dove forward into the mud and scrambled on his belly to Doc Brady. "Doc!" he cried. "Oh, Doc!" "Dale!" Billy screamed and took a step forward. "That's far enough, mister," Mitchell roared. Billy turned to the captain, who was already backing away. "Let's go," Mitchell ordered. Billy saw Reinheiser moving to safety behind a nearby root. From behind, he heard Del moaning over Brady. Faced with the same choice that Del just had, Billy too could not leave. He met the captain's eyes firmly and stated, "No." Mitchell lunged for Billy, meaning to pull him forcibly away, but he stopped short. His face going bloodless with shock and fear as an arrow suddenly whistled by just inches from his nose. It wasn't aimed at the captain. Even as the lizard readied a death strike on Del, the missile found its mark, thudding into the beast's chest and knocking it off balance. Its tentacle fired wildly as it staggered under the blow. "Oi, Avalon!" came a cry. Mitchell and Billy turned back in time to see a warrior charging at them through the muck, brandishing a huge sword. Billy braced himself, and Mitchell, unsure if this man was friend or foe, grabbed his sword hilt. He never got the weapon out, though, as the warrior crashed through and bore down on the beast, his direct line sending both Captain and Billy sprawling in the mud. The lizard began wriggling the tentacle impaling the doctor, frantically trying to free itself in order to better fight this new foe. But Del saw the lizard's intent. "You're not getting away!" he cried, and with a great fury he brought his sword down on the tentacle. The monster tried its other tentacle again, but the warrior had rushed too close and just pushed it harmlessly aside before it could snap. On he charged, and the beast responded with a defiant snarl, as if it remained unafraid, believing itself more than a match for any man. But this warrior was no ordinary man. He moved right in, deftly dodging the biting maw's initial attack, and snapped his sword against the lizard's side, just under its foreleg. His agility and speed surprising the beast, though for a moment it remained unhurt, as its scaly armor easily repulsed the blow. The warrior stayed calm as the two squared off, taking good measure of each other. He had fought this type of monster before and knew how to defeat it. He let the lizard be the aggressor, using his energy defensively, dodging its deadly jaws and parrying the lightning thrusts of its razor-edged forelegs. He bided his time, patiently waiting for openings, and when they came he brought his sword to bear, always on the same spot on the beast's side. Frustrated, the lizard stepped up its attack, but this merely gave the agile warrior even more opportunities to strike. Again and again his sword crashed in, and now with every blow the beast roared in pain. Billy and Mitchell watched the battle in horrified awe. Reinheiser backed away a bit, further securing his escape, should the monster prove victorious, or perhaps even if the unknown warrior won. Del remained blind to everything except the particular focus of his range, hacking away with abandon at the still twitching tentacle that impaled Doc Brady. The lizard wasn't standing straight anymore. It hunched to the side in obvious agony as the concentrated blows began to take their toll. Desperately the beast lunged at its foe, but tiring from its frenzied attacks and off balance from its crooked posture, it stumbled, and the warrior easily dodged aside. As the beast struggled to regain its footing, the warrior had his widest opening yet, and he grasped his sword hilt tightly in both hands and hammered it into the battered scales, jolting the monster several inches from the ground. Scales splintered and flaked away, leaving the lizard's blue, bruised hide clearly exposed. It shrieked in agony as the warrior wound up for a death blow. But the monster wasn't defeated yet. With desperate ferocity, it transformed all of its rage and pain into one last vicious lunge at the man. The warrior had figured the battle won. The sudden attack caught him off guard. He somehow managed to get his weapon in front of him, blocked the beast's jaws from his face, but the force of the blow snapped off the blade of his sword and dropped him on his back in the mud. Billy gasped and started to charge, but the lizard was in control again. It waved its free tentacle menacingly and held Billy at bay. The warrior scrambled to his feet and faced his doom. He knew he couldn't flee. Even if he managed to get ahead of the beast, its tentacle would easily find his back. His options slim, he found an inner calm and concentrated his thoughts on a final plan of attack. The lizard looked down on the man and exhaled a long hiss, hesitating, as if savoring the moment of its victory. A fatal mistake. The warrior flung his broken sword hilt at the monster's head and pulled a hand axe from his belt. As the beast raised its forelocks to block the projectile, the warrior leapt. He crashed in heavily, his free arm hugging tightly, pinning the lizard's forelegs against its chest, while his other arm chomped away with the axe at the unprotected hide, peeling away the tough flesh with mighty strokes. The monster tried to bite him, but he was in too close, and the beast couldn't manipulate its head that way. The lizard struggled wildly to break free, but so strong was the warrior, so iron-like his grasp, that he held tight with one arm. Dark blood gushed from the monster's wound, staining the persistent axe and reddening the water at the combatant's feet. The lizard managed to free one claw, digging it deep into the warrior's shoulder and sending a stream of blood down his back. He grunted and grasped tighter, and incredibly, the flexing of his cord-like muscles pushed the claw out. And all the while the axe dove in relentlessly, tearing and splattering the beast's entrails. Then, with a final scream of agony, the lizard burst free of the hero. The man backed away a few steps, his axe held ready, but as he watched the reeling monster, its breath coming in short, labored gasps, he knew that the battle was over. With one last shudder, the beast rolled back into the mire and was swallowed by the filth from which it had spawned. Chapter 10. Belexis. Dell managed to sever the tentacle just before the beast disappeared beneath the mire. He rolled Brady gently over onto his back. Blood trickled out of the doctor's mouth, mixing with the mud and slime on his face into a grotesque red-black paste.
"Oh, Doc," Dell moaned.
"Don't worry about me," Brady gasped, opening his hollowed eyes. "You're alive!" Dell was amazed.
"Not for long,"
Brady said calmly, and he grasped Dell's arm gently.
"It doesn't hurt, Dell. Calais told me it wouldn't."
"Calais?" Dell asked, the mere mention of the angel calming him somewhat. "What are you talking about?"
"This adventure. Not for me,"
Brady replied, now laboring for every breath.
"A mistake I was here. Same with Corbin. Calais came to me that first night, on the road. He explained, apologized to me, promised it wouldn't hurt."
He finished coughing, more blood streaming over his lips.
"They're coming now, Dell,"
Brady said, his voice sounding stronger, and he turned his eyes up to the heavens. His face brightened with joy as the greatest mystery of the human experience unfolded before him.
"They're coming for me,"
he asserted as loudly as he could, trying to convince himself of the reality of the moment of his death.
"Don't worry about me,"
he continued soothingly, and there was true excitement in his voice.
"I'm okay now. I'm not afraid. Everything's okay now."
And he kept repeating these words until his voice trailed off and his stare deadened, eyes going cold. "Doc," Dell groaned. He lifted Brady's head and hugged him close. "Be strong, buddy," said Billy, who had come over. He helped Dell to his feet just as Mitchell walked up.
"Is he dead?"
Mitchell asked, hoarsely. Dell nodded. "Come and be quick now," the warrior called as he finished wiping the blood from his axe. "We got not a minute to tarry." Covered with mud from being knocked to the ground, Mitchell was confused, embarrassed, and angry. The beast had scared him, and the arrow had unnerved him. Doc Brady lay dead before him, and it was his own bad judgment that had caused the tragedy. And Mitchell wasn't sure that he appreciated being rescued. In his fantasies, he was the only hero. "And if we refuse?" he snapped, belligerence his only defense. As the warrior approached, Mitchell put his hand on the hilt of his sheathed sword. "Are you nuts?" Billy whispered to Mitchell. "That guy just saved our butts." The warrior slid the axe into his belt and strode right up to the captain. Dell eyed the man with sincere respect. He wasn't as tall as Mitchell, but sturdier, with huge knotted muscles. His tousled hair glistened raven black, and his eyes shone a clear, untainted blue. He wore high and soft boots and a short brown tunic, belted by a wide leather girdle. Studded bracers adorned his wrists, and he had a thin red band tied around his right arm at his massive biceps, with a matching headband crossing his forehead, weaving in and out of his unkempt locks. "I do not understand," he said calmly. "To follow you," Mitchell explained. "If we refuse?" "Then your bones are for buzzards," the warrior replied matter-of-factly. "For no doubt ye will die." Mitchell, not quite sure of the stranger's intentions, clutched his sword hilt all the tighter. "Behold, Black Amara, the Black Mire," the warrior continued, sweeping his arm in a wide arc. "And her name's comin' from the colour of her heart, and not her water. You must not know where you're going, for you cannot go much farther into the swamp. She's too salt for the way you fill your boots, and if a bog dinna swallow you, sure one of her fiends will." "Black Amara," he repeated, rolling the name off his tongue like the ominous rumble of an approaching storm cloud. "Good thinking it be for ye to berth her wide in comin' days. Few'll enter here. Not a one but the rangers of Avalon ever leave." Mitchell relaxed his grip on the sword, but still eyed the stranger with icy suspicion. "What's your name?" Dell asked, trying to end the tension. "I am Belexis," the stranger replied. "Jeff Del Judas." He extended his hand, and Belexis clasped his wrist firmly. "Call me Dell." "Dale," Belexis echoed, smiling. "'Tis noble to chance your life for a friend. I bow in respect o' your braveness." The compliment from such a man thrilled Dell, but Mitchell moved quickly to diffuse Dell's pride. "Thee was stupid," the captain snorted. "And who ye be?" Belexis asked, eyeing Mitchell with some obvious measure of contempt now, and understandably, for the captain had just insulted the man Belexis had just honored. "Mitchell. Captain Mitchell," the huge man proclaimed, emphasizing his rank. But the pride in his voice only seemed to antagonize the warrior all the more. "You're sure a strange mind for a captain, Mitchell," Belexis said. "A man following his heart to a danger his mind wouldna face is not stupid. Nay, he's a man I wish to lay sword beside when battle is joined. A true leader knows the worth of loyalty." Apparently having nothing more to say to Mitchell, and wanting to hear nothing more from him, Belexis turned to Billy. "Billy Shank," Dell said. "Ailthur ye ken," Belexis said, warmly clasping Billy's wrist. Not knowing quite what to say in his amazement of this magnificent man, Billy just nodded blankly. But Billy didn't have to say anything, for he had already earned the warrior's respect. His attempt to help when the monster had gained the upper hand had not gone unnoticed. "By your unheard names and ne'er seen clothes," Belexis said with a deep sigh. "And ye come no from the land for sure, and ye do not know her ways. Troth being saying, ye are standing proof of the witching prophetics." "What do you mean?" asked Reinheiser, who had come from hiding when things appeared safe. He grudgingly dealt with Belexis's offer of a handshake with a quick pump. "What are these, witching prophetics?" "O gift o' the lady," replied Belexis, undisturbed by the callous efficiency of Reinheiser's greeting. Something had struck a chord in his heart, a faraway memory or a pleasant image, and a sparkle like the twinkling of a distant star edged his eye. "Old tales, and long in the telling." "I thought you said we didn't have much time," Mitchell cut in, his voice openly hostile. "That I did," Belexis replied with a smile, obviously taking no care of the captain's tone. Insults directed against him didn't bother Belexis, unless they came from someone he respected. He turned to Reinheiser. By the words o' the prophecies, a time of great trial is come upon us, a time for valour, and courage, and honour, and the tales tell of the coming of strange men, ancient men, to deliver us. Or mightn't be they come to damn us, and they shall be shapers of Aielle, the changers of all that is to pass, he recited. But the prophecies do not tell for good or for evil. Messire Beleriand, Ranger Lord of Avalon, set me in quest of the Ancient Ones. I found your tracks in the vale above, and the rest you have seen. And we must be the Ancient Ones, Reinheiser said. May that you be, Belexis replied. And being so, I must beg your trust of me, and bring ye to meet Messire. I have to bury my friend first, Dell said. It is our custom. And 'tis ourn, Belexis explained. But we have no other time. I have no heart for seeing this foul swamp at shadow time, and even now the sun rides low. Blackamara takes care of her victims. Dell looked at the fallen doctor. Then, if you'll excuse me for a moment, he said softly, I'll say my goodbyes. With Billy at his side, he walked to where Brady had fallen and knelt over the body. Belexis bowed his head in respect. In deference to Dell's injured back, Belexis led them at a steady but easy pace. Dell wasn't too uncomfortable, though, the cut being superficial. Walking behind Belexis, Dell was stunned by the grace of the ranger's movements. Belexis seemed unhindered by his bulky muscles, as he easily glided over or around any obstructions they came upon. And Dell was even more amazed when he noticed that Belexis, though heavier than any of them except Mitchell, left only a slight depression barely visible on the muddy ground, while he and the others sank in nearly to their ankles with every step. Dell smiled as the meaning of Belexis's earlier words, "Too soft for the way ye fill your boots," came clear to him. They emerged from the swamp as the day began to wane, and backtracked up the grassy slope with the sun, riding low in the western sky, in their eyes. When Belexis felt assured that Blackamara had been left safely behind, he veered sharply off toward the southern range. They made the cliff wall just before sunset and moved westward along its base. The great river, red-speckled in the last rays of the daylight, rolled on methodically a short distance ahead of them, and as they approached they saw that it flowed into a wide tunnel in the cliff wall. Belexis led them in, walking along a narrow rock ledge beside the flowing water. A short distance inside he stopped. "Pray turn your eyes aside," he requested. "Why, don't you trust us?" Mitchell protested. "You embarrass me, Captain," Reinheiser promptly scolded. "Turn away and let us get on with this adventure." Still grumbling, and stung by Reinheiser's comment, Mitchell realized that he had no support in his hostility toward the ranger. He spun around, and the others followed suit. Belexis put his hand in a small crack in the wall and pushed a hidden lever. A large slab of rock silently slid away, revealing a narrow, carved stair spiraling upward into blackness. Dell's jaw dropped open when he turned back. "Willsed's working in a forage," Belexis explained. "A free path from the Vale in times of need. Come." And they entered the stair. Just inside the opening, Belexis pulled a torch and tinderbox out of a cubbyhole. A few steps up, he stopped again to work a second lever, and the rock moved quietly and securely into place behind them. Ever upward wound the stair, always arcing at the same angle to the right. The walls were cracked and chipped, though not nearly as broken as the exaggerating torchlight shadows made them appear. This passage didn't appear to have been cut. Dell got the impression that an incredible force had literally torn the rock from between the walls. Up they went, and up some more. 500 stairs passed, then 1,000. Only Belexis kept the spring in his stride. The others struggled for every breath, their legs aching. Reinheiser lagged behind, and the others kept calling to him to make sure he was still moving. But Belexis didn't relent the pace. In near blackness, the physicist stumbled on, scrambling to keep within the area of torchlight. Finally, just when the men thought they could go no farther, they came to a short, level landing, ending in a large stone door. There they waited for a minute to find their breath and let Reinheiser catch up. Then, with a great heave, Belexis opened the door. A cool, refreshing breeze rushed in on them, and the cries of a night bird and the chirping of crickets mercifully washed away the monotonous echoes of weary boots scraping on stone. But it was the clear night sky that held Dell's thoughts. A canopy of black velvet, it seemed, a million twinkling little lights strung upon it.
Beauty in the spring, Aiellian sky, Belexis recited, sensing Dell's delight. Soothing freedom for woe-wearied wintered eyes.
The men stepped out into the night, and Belexis closed the door behind them. From the outside, the portal seemed to be part of an immense boulder, and not a crack showed to indicate that this was an entrance. "Incredible workmanship," Reinheiser exclaimed. Belexis smiled and nodded. But before he could elaborate any details to Reinheiser about the door, the group was accosted by a voice from the darkness. "Stand where you are!" The men halted obediently at the threat, but Belexis knew the voice.
"Andavar," he called.
Immediately several torches blazed up, and a dozen powerful-looking, well-armed men surrounded the party. Dell knew right away that these men were of the same clan as Belexis, for they, too, exuded strength and exceptional health. There was a rightness about their physiques, a natural beauty and strength, hardened by the labors of winter, yet softened under the warmth of springtime sunshine. Their visages reflected that strange combination, with jaws set strong and grim on a face not unaccustomed to smiles. They put their weapons away quickly when they saw that it was indeed Belexis.
"Wait quiet,"
Belexis instructed the men, and he walked over to one of the warriors.
"Bringing people here,"
the man said.
"Sure, and that be a course of folly."
"Aye, and over in truth it would," Belexis agreed. "Were they not the ancient ones, or the witch in prophetics?"
The man, Andovar, blew a low whistle.
"You be certain?"
"By their clothes," Belexis said, "and the skin of that one."
He pointed at Billy Shank, the first black man either of the rangers had ever seen, indeed, the first black man ever to walk the sands of Ynis Aielle.
"5 by the tails,"
Andovar argued,
"but only 4 before me."
5 they were, Belexis said grimly. "Even as I came upon them, a whip dragon showed one to the other world."
He held up his broken sword.
"Blackamara!"
Andovar exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief.
"An evil place for meetings."
He shook his head and sighed.
"Still, you shouldn't have bringed them. Calva's spies feel the belly of every rock."
"No choice was to me,"
Belexis answered.
"They do not know the land. One more night on their own would have seen to their deaths."
He turned to another man.
"Fetch me sire and be quick."
The man nodded and sprinted off into the darkness.
"Valerian is just beyond the firelight,"
Andovar said, and even as he spoke the man returned with the ranger lord. He bore the same strong and steady features as Belexis, diminished not at all by his silver hair or by the fact that his back was bent nearly double, and he used a cane to walk, crippled from a wound that had occurred in a battle with a whip-dragon.
"Sire," Belexis began, "I have brought the—"
"Aye, my son, I have heard,"
Beleriand said in a voice steady and cool, with the confidence of experience.
"Ye did right in bringing them here. Knowing their path may help us find ourn."
"And what our guest?"
Andovar asked with deep concern.
"It is a risk," Beleriand agreed, "but 'tis a risk we need to take. Too much has happened for us to heed not the prophetics, Andovar. Might that these be the ancient ones, and if they are, then our world not ever be the same. I wish not to question them."
Belexis pointed at Dell,
Speak to that one. I have seen his heart bared, and 'twas true. Unless me eyes be seeing lies, a good man he is.
Call him, then,
Valerian called.
Jeff Del Judas, Alexis called. Please, if you would, come and speak with us.
Surprised, Del glanced at his companions and shrugged. Though he turned right away, he hadn't missed the look of jealous rage on Mitchell's face, and he fully expected the captain to say something as he started toward Belexis.
"Watch what you say,"
came the growled order behind him. Del smiled at the predictable bully, but otherwise ignored him, tired of threats and commands Mitchell issued, solely for the purpose of making himself seem important. Del knew that he was a better judge than Mitchell of what he could and could not say to these men.
"This is Andovar, me friend, and me sire, Beleriand,"
Belexis said, when Del reached the small group. Del nodded his greeting and clasped their wrists firmly. "Just, call me Del," he said with a friendly smile.
"My father wishes to ask you some questions,"
Belexis explained. Again, Del nodded. Beleriand stared searchingly at the man before him, reading every detail about Del. As the seconds passed, silently, Del grew uncomfortable, feeling naked under the scrutiny of the Ranger Lord's gray eyes, orbs clear and sharp with crystalline awareness. Seeking a defense, Del began his own visual study. Immediately he recognized the pride and honor that was in Beleriand. And he saw incredible strength in the older man's gaze, a power of mind that mocked the bend in the old man's back. Their eyes met and locked in stares probing for the truth of each other's character. A good test, Del thought, and he gathered up all of his willpower and tried to stare Beleriand down. He had recognized strength in Beleriand, but he had no idea how deep and true that vein ran. The two remained held in mental combat for several long minutes. But then, determined as he was, Del proved no match for the Ranger Lord. Visibly shaken, sweat on his face and neck, he blinked and turned away. Beleriand never flinched.
"What business might you have had in Blackamara?"
Beleriand asked, pointedly but politely. No trace of arrogance edged his voice, as if he had already put the contest behind him. His gracious attitude heightened Del's considerable respect for the Rangers. Would Mitchell have let him off the hook so easily after such a defeat? He wondered with a grin. "We were looking for a pass through the cliff," he answered, anxious to please. "We were told to go east." Beleriand's eyes lit up, and Del wondered if he'd said too much.
"And who might have told you?"
the Ranger Lord asked. Del hesitated for a moment. He remembered Mitchell's warning, but his judgment told him that these men could be trusted. He glanced at his companions. Mitchell stood with his arms crossed and his head defiantly back, looking as stubbornly proud and belligerent as ever. That was all Del had to see. "Calais told us." The three Rangers gasped in unison at the mention of the Colonnais prince.
"By the Lords of the Endless Hole!" Andovar cried. "'Tis in troth a blessed omen."
"Where ye be going, or looking to go?"
Beleriand pressed excitedly. Again Del hesitated.
"Dinna be feared,"
Belexis assured him.
"In his own breast would a ranger of Avalon catch an arrow flying for ye, if a friend of the Colonnais ye be."
"We are going to Illuma."
"Loch Sillinillume,"
Beleriand said, and his face lit with a smile of pleasant recognition.
"The Silver Realm, aye, that was me guess."
He eyed Del directly and soberly, and Del knew there was no falsehood in his words.
"If your business is with the Colonnais, me friend, then your business is your own, and I ask no more of ye. Be at peace, for ye have made the right choice in trusting us. Now go back to your friends. Rangers will be taking you to Illuma after you have rested."
Del relaxed, certain beyond any doubt of the friendship of the Rangers. He bowed, it seemed appropriate, and went back to the others.
"They stay in the Emerald Room till once around the morn,"
Beleriand said when Dell was out of earshot.
"Then ye two, guide them to Mountain Gate."
"But Benedor is at your house,"
Andovar argued.
"He goes to the wood for hiding till they leave,"
Beleriand replied.
"There's much the danger in these men, and much the hope. I want to be keeping 'em under me eye. Know ye me well. Not a one speaks to them, and they dinna leave my home till they depart. Now, no more of your arguing. Take him to the room. A hard road behind them, and mightn't be harder a road to come. They'll be needing rest."
Belexis and Andovar exchanged a look, knowing well the road ahead of these men, and knowing well that Beleriand spoke truly. Chapter 11. The Emerald Room. Belexis and Andovar led the four men eastward along the cliff face overlooking the Vale and Blackamara, crossing stony ground, cracked and uneven, that had them jumping small ravines and pulling each other up steep inclines. Every so often they passed a cairn of piled rocks, markers for those who knew how to read them, for the ranger's secret trail and the paths to the house of Beleriand. Andovar still did not like the idea of outlanders in the ranger camp, but he honored absolutely the requests of venerable Beleriand. For the last 30 years Beleriand had been his teacher and guardian. Indeed, the man was to Andovar as a father, as he was to all the rangers of Avalon. For when they were but children, sons of the nobles of the court of Ben-Galen, overlord of Palandara, the infamous Ungden seized the throne and murdered their parents. Ungden had planned to do slaughter to them as well, to extinguish the lines of noble blood completely. But Beleriand, with the help of Glendower, shuffled them away in the darkness of that bloody night to the outskirts of Avalon. There, under the watchful eyes of Beleriand and one other secret friend, the new rangers grew strong and true. Now, as adults, they had achieved a whispered reputation among the farmers of Calva's northern fields as mighty warriors. This was a wild land, open to bands of marauding talons, or to monsters that slithered out of Blackamara. Yet such intruders, no matter how many or how mighty, were always cut down before they could cause much mischief. And when the farmers found the slaughtered remains left along the roadsides for the carrion birds, they knew that the fierce rangers were watching over them. The party came to a small cliff, a great block of stone rising up before them.
"Behold ye, we are at the door,"
Belexis said, pointing to a dark crack at the base of the slab.
"That's it?"
Billy asked.
"You want us to go in there?"
"This is your father's house?" Dell added incredulously. "I thought he was a lord."
"Indeed, that he is," Belexis answered. "But a lord of rangers."
"A ranger is a soldier of the spirit,"
Andovar explained.
"We are but a simple folk, and have no need to want for palaces to name us home. The meat of our tables is not fineries, but honour and sense of purpose. We have a duty, and the giving of self to that duty is comfort enough."
"And just what might that duty be?" Reinheiser asked, curious to know more about this people, to understand completely their ways and motivations. For Reinheiser, knowledge was the greatest advantage over enemies or friends alike. Andovar didn't answer, wondering if he had said too much to the strangers already.
"Come, let us enter,"
Belexis interceded.
"You may find that we are not as poor as you believe."
With that, Belexis crawled into the crack and disappeared from sight. The others followed. Billy somewhat reluctantly, with Andovar taking up the rear. Belexis soon had some torches burning, and the men found themselves in a wide chamber, with furs scattered about the floor, and a firepot sitting under a natural chimney in one corner. A rack of weapons lined one wall, brimming with well-crafted spears and swords and fine chain-link armor. On pegs along the opposite wall hung cloaks and saddles.
"Looks pretty crude to me,"
Mitchell snickered. Belexis pulled a torch out of a holder.
"Follow,"
he said coldly, his eyes on the captain, a man the ranger obviously did not like. That dislike only brought an inward smile to the belligerent Mitchell. Belexis pushed hard on a rock, and a section of the wall slid away to reveal a short tunnel sloping down into blackness. He entered first with the torch, the intruding light showing an iron-banded wooden door at the tunnel's other end. Alexis took out a key and opened the door, and the men caught a shadowy glimpse of a room beyond. But then, with a look of contentment aimed at Mitchell, and much to the surprise of men, Alexis put out his torch.
"What the hell are you doing?"
the captain shouted above a chorus of wondering murmurs.
"Silence!"
Alexis commanded abruptly, and the others, taken aback by the sudden power in the calm ranger's voice, did indeed quiet. Reinheiser, and especially Mitchell, grew nervous, though, for they recognized that they were in a precarious situation, surrounded by two grim warriors, one of whom was angry at Mitchell, and they were helpless in the complete darkness. Only Dell held calm in his trust of the Rangers.
"Take hold of my hand. I know the man in front of ye, and follow me lead,"
Alexis instructed. He grabbed Dell's hand and, after Andovar called from the back that the chain was complete, led them into the room beyond. Andovar shut the door, and they heard the dancing music of a swift-running stream. They stood silent in anticipation for several seconds, but neither Alexis nor Andovar made any move or offered any explanations.
"Well,"
Mitchell snapped, strung out with anxiety.
"Behold ye, the home of Valerian,"
Alexis answered flatly. "It's awfully dark," Dell said.
"Ye be wantin' light,"
Alexis chuckled.
"Then ask for it."
Over by the door, Andovar began to laugh.
"Would you, please,
light your torch?" Dell asked, not quite understanding what the ranger might be hinting at.
"Dinna ask me,"
Alexis replied, straining to hold back his own laughter.
"'Tis the room ye should be asking."
"What?"
"The room,"
Alexis repeated calmly and in all apparent seriousness.
"But be asking it politely,"
Andovar added.
"Take care ye do not offend it."
"Okay, I'll play your game," Dell said, his confusion turning to curiosity. Billy and Reinheiser, too, were no longer afraid, sensing that the Rangers had something amazing in store for them, something of which Alexis was obviously very proud. Mitchell, though, fumed, having no patience for surprises or for jokes made at his expense, and he perceived these mysterious actions by the Rangers as an attempt to pay him back for his earlier insults. Dell thought for a moment about what to say, deciding that if he was going to play along, he was going to do it in grand style.
"Oh, great room,"
he began, but he was interrupted by the laughter of Andovar.
"Quiet,"
Dell shouted, a smile crossing his face.
"Oh, great room," he began again. "We humbly beseech you to shed your magnificent light upon us."
Instantly, the room lit up with blinding white light, its intensity stinging the eyes of the four ancients. Alexis and Andovar knew enough to close their eyes tightly when Dell had said magnificent. Mitchell yelled in anger, snapping his eyes shut.
"Damn it!"
"Light," Alexis commanded, and the brightness of the room immediately mellowed. Andovar opened his eyes and jumped in front of the men.
"Behold ye," he cried, "the magical chamber of Valerian, Ranger Lord of Avalon."
As their eyes adjusted, the men were treated to a sight they would never forget, a vision so wondrous that even Mitchell lost his anger. They stood in a domed chamber, its floor smooth white marble streaked with red-brown veins. A gully several feet across and running from wall to wall parallel to the door divided the room, the water singing its melody from within. A marble bridge arced delicately over the midpoint of the gully and, therefore, over the exact center of the floor. Incredibly, the posts and handrails of the bridge, though also made of marble, were shaped into intricate twists and turns, and Dell instinctively knew at once that only magic could have worked stone in that manner. On the wall opposite the door the men saw beautifully crafted furniture, a desk, chair, and bookcase, all adorned with bas-reliefs of dragons and wizards and arcane runes, and overfilled with scrolls and parchments. Off to the side stood a small cabinet and Valerian's bed, many pillowed and covered with purple satiny sheets. Most magnificent of all, though, were the curving walls and ceiling of the room. Constructed of translucent, many-faceted crystal, these were the source of the light, a magical glow flashing through them in brilliant reflections of spectral color. Rainbow rows of gemstones, all polished to a sparkling glitter, ran up the walls like many-hued ladders of starlight, and converged at the center of the ceiling in a kaleidoscopic burst. Just below this, suspended in midair, hung a clear crystal ball, rotating slowly on an unseen axis. Set in its center was a huge, six-sided emerald, perfectly cut, almost as if it, like the shaping of the bridge's rails, had been formed naturally to that design. Mitchell stood dumbfounded at the magnificence before him, having no witticisms sufficient to retaliate against this place of beauty.
"We are but simple folk,"
Andavar chuckled proudly.
"Soldiers of the spirit,"
Belexis added.
"This is unbelievable,"
Del cried when his breath came back.
"Incredible,"
Reinheiser agreed.
"How could you possibly have made this?" "'Twas made by no hands of ourn,"
Andavar answered.
"Then who?"
Reinheiser pressed, eager, almost frantic to know what power in Aielle was capable of creating something like this. Andavar seemed unsure of how to answer the physicist. He and Belexis exchanged questioning glances, wondering how much they should say to the strangers. The men noted the caution in Belexis' reply.
"We do not know," he said. "Valerian says only that it was made by a friend."
"Sit then," Andavar said, quickly changing the subject.
"And know yourself blessed in seeing the power of the Emerald Room."
Anxious for more of this wondrous place, the men readily complied. As they made themselves comfortable on some plush furs that Belexis had brought along, Andavar walked to the middle of the bridge. When everyone was settled, he looked up at the crystal ball and spoke to it.
"Blue,"
he commanded, and instantly the room was bathed in blue light, gleaming through the crystal walls.
"Red,"
Andavar said, and the room obeyed. He looked at the strangers, and their amazed expressions urged him on with his demonstration.
"The water,"
he ordered with proud conviction, and the room went black. Then the walls of the gully lit up, the light dancing enchantingly through the water of the stream and flickering designs about the room. Every now and then came a silver flash as a cave fish flitted by.
"Dark,"
Andavar cried, and the room went black yet again.
"Witness to the night, Andavar,"
came Belexis' request.
"By your wish,"
Andavar replied. A quiet hush held for a moment. Finally, when Andavar felt himself prepared, he raised his eyes in the blackness toward the crystal ball and called clearly,
"Witness to the night."
The room remained dark for a second. Then a crimson ball, a perfect representation of the setting sun, appeared low on the wall opposite the door, and the room lit up accordingly. The ball sank quickly behind an illusionary landscape, turning the western sky of the dome fiery red in a beautiful sunset, highlighted by the black silhouette of a lone cloud. Soon the red dissipated into the deep hue of dreamy twilight, and dots of light, stars, made their first twinkling appearance, all about the sky. Blue deepened to black, and soon 1,000,000 stars shone clearly. The men stared in blank amazement as a huge, silvery moon rose on the wall directly behind them and made its way overhead. Soon it, too, disappeared behind the room's horizon, and gradually the room began to lighten until the first rays of dawn peeped from the wall behind the men. With this first hint of sunlight, Andavar's request was completed, and the room faded to darkness.
"Light,"
Andavar commanded to bring back the normal illumination.
"My God, Belexis,"
Del whispered.
"Magnificent!"
Reinheiser exclaimed.
"I must know more."
"Miss Aielle be glad you're pleased,"
Belexis said, but he halted Reinheiser's coming stream of questions with a wave of his hand.
"Ye must be resting now,"
he explained.
"The night's been winding long as we tarry, and me and Andavar have duties before dawn's light."
When will you return? Dell asked.
On the 2 morn, the day behind the morrow's night, Alexis answered. We'll be coming for you when the time's for going. Until then, you stay here and rest. You'll find your food in a sack under the table over the bridge.
Steps going to the brook where it flows out of the room by the wall, Andivar added, pointing to the wall on the right. That's for washing. Back against the pool, she's drinking clean.
Ask of the room as pleases ye, Alexis said, but be wary, for 'tis the strength of your own mind that truly brings the changes.
His voice went low with seriousness.
And being a friend, I warn ye, hoping ye'll heed my words. The tomes and scrolls across the way are alone for the eyes of Beleriand. They'll no abide the gaze or any other.
With that, the rangers bowed low in farewell, and departed, and the 4 men heard Alexis lock the door behind him. Better than any planetarium I've ever seen, Dell declared with a wide smile, obviously enchanted with the place.
I don't get it,
Mitchell said, confused but certainly not enchanted.
They walk around with swords, though they've got the technology to do this?
This room has nothing to do with technology, Captain, Reinheiser offered.
Oh, really?
Mitchell snapped, suspecting the direction of Reinheiser's doubts.
Then how does it work?
The man Andivar named it, Reinheiser answered, hesitating, as if he was making a reluctant concession. Magic.
You're as sick as the rest of them,
the disgusted captain declared.
Perhaps, Reinheiser retaliated, but I know what lies plain before me. Think of all that has happened to us, he continued in open defiance. You yourself carry the scars of bullet wounds that should have killed you instantly, and yet you stand here talking to me. How, Captain? How is that possible? I don't know, Mitchell shouted. Maybe they're advanced medically, or maybe these scars aren't real. An illusion, Reinheiser retorted. Yes, of course, this whole experience could be an illusion, or perhaps a dream. Yes, Mitchell cried, seeing the revelation. No, Reinheiser shouted right back at him. Don't you see the trap, Captain? Why is this an illusion? Perhaps the illusion was our lives before the unicorn. That's crap. Of course it is, Reinheiser agreed. And it is also ridiculous to think that this land, Aielle, is imaginary. An image that persists for days, weeks, is not an illusion. It is reality. And as insane as this all seems, it is truly happening.
I wouldn't expect this of you, Dell said to Reinheiser. I mean, you being a scientist, devoted to laws and precise calculations, I didn't think there was a room in your world for something as illogical as all this.
Laws, measurements,
Reinheiser snorted. They are only tools. They have their uses, but they are limited. No, there was something else here. I can feel it. I can taste it. There is a power here, a magic in the air, that the laws of science as we understand them cannot explain.
Bah!
Mitchell blurted, throwing up his hands and storming away. Reinheiser shook his head, his ensuing smile reflecting pity for the ignorant man. Despite the tense atmosphere, they all slept better that night than they had since the halls of the colonnade. The next day proved difficult for Mitchell, as anxious as he was to get this whole business over with, certain that its end would somehow bring about a reasonable explanation and a return to normalcy. The frustration of sitting and waiting quickly became more than he could bear. That day was anything but boring for Reinheiser. He set to work with enthusiasm, testing the limitations of the room's power. That would have been absorbing enough to satisfy him if the parchments and scrolls on the desk had not been a constant torment to his insatiable curiosity. He stayed away from them, though, for he believed in this magic he had witnessed, and, not yet understanding it, respected it enough to heed Belexis's warning. Dell and Billy spent the day recuperating from the trials of their weeks on the road. They were both excited and charmed by this strange world in spite of its dangers, in spite of their recent losses, especially Dell. But being forced to accept one impossibility after another had created intense pressures, and both of them needed to unwind. They talked with nostalgic fondness about old times, and wondered what was yet to come, all the while enjoying the show provided by Reinheiser's experiments.
Maybe I was wrong about him, Dell said, noting the physicist's enthusiasm as he worked the lights and illusions.
No, you weren't, Billy answered with flat certainty.
But look at him, Dell smiled. He's thrilled about this whole thing.
His old rules are defective. They don't explain what's going on, so he's trying to find new ones that can. That's all there is to it.
I don't know, Dell argued.
He threw out that Mr. Computer Act of his and got emotional last night, even defended this completely impossible place against Mitchell. That's not the Reinheiser I know.
Emotional? Billy replied.
No, you've got it wrong. He got excited, but he never lost control of his emotions. He found a new toy to play with, a new frontier to explore. It was the same way on the Unicorn when he figured out the time distortion and thought we were going to find an advanced society. There's nothing wrong with being curious and wanting to learn, but Reinheiser's got this self-destructive need to know absolutely everything about absolutely everything.
Yeah, you're probably right, Dell sighed. I just thought there might be hope for him.
Believe me, buddy, Billy said. That snake is as cold-blooded as ever. No one visited the men that day, but that night as they slept, Valerian came and woke Dell. He motioned Dell to keep quiet and led him out into the torchlit tunnel.
By the words, O my son, I can put my trust in ye,
Valerian said, after he had silently closed the door.
You can, Dell replied,
intrigued, hoping that Valerian would ask something of him. Though he knew little of the Rangers and their ways, and understood not at all their dedication to the unknown duty that Andovard hinted at, Dell realized that these men were unquestionably honorable, and recognizing in them the qualities of the proud and principled heroes that his calculating and mysteryless world so desperately needed, he was anxious to prove himself worthy of their company and respect.
I owe the Rangers my life. I won't betray you.
Good in hearing,
Valerian said.
Then I beg a small favor of ye.
Name it.
Take this.
He handed Dell a bone cylinder, both its ends capped with cork.
When ye be in the realm of Illuma, seek ye the silver mage, and give him this. Tell him I gave it to ye, and that it is from our friend of the wood.
Mage? Dell asked. You mean wizard?
Aye, a very great wizard indeed is Rudy Glendower.
Wow, Dell whistled, thrilled at the prospect of meeting such a man. This world was growing more and more fantastic to him every minute. What would a wizard be like, he wondered? What kind of power could this Rudy Glendower command, if any at all? Remembering his immediate surroundings, Dell looked at the venerable and iron-willed man before him, with a surprised and questioning expression. Valerian read the look on Dell's face and smiled.
No, my friend, I am no enchanter, but only a mortal man akin to yourself. None but 4 wizards be chanting spells in Aielle.
Of course, the 4 trained by the Colonnade, Dell said, remembering Calais' tale. Valerian's nod confirmed Dell's guess, and Dell pressed on, even more excited. Tell me how to find this man.
You should not have a difficult time of it, Valerian replied. Glendower being the only one in all Illuma whose blood runs pure to human. And unless the ways of the dancing children have changed, Ardas, as they name him, is ever about. Show that to no one,
Valerian continued soberly, indicating the bone case.
On by chance someone sees it, tell him you found it by the roadside. Keep it our secret.
Dell assured the Lord Ranger that he would carry out the task. As Valerian turned to leave, Dell called him back. You've trusted me, and, I thank you for that. He studied Valerian's every reaction as he spoke, hoping to word his request just right. Could you trust me some more? Could you, do me a favor? Valerian nodded cautiously. I want to know about the room, Dell asked. Is it the magic of one of the four? Did the Silver Mage create it? Beleriand hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. For having asked a favor of Dell in the name of friendship and trust, he had no choice but to return the courtesy.
Sure, the mark of Ardaz is upon it, he said, but in truth, 'twas more the spell casting of another. No more I can tell ye.
I understand, Dell said, satisfied. And I thank you for saying as much as you did.
Go now and rest, Beleriand said. Tomorrow find ye on the road.
Dell rejoined his snoozing companions and quickly fell into a sleep, filled with heroic dreams of magics and swordplay, and rescues from the fiery jaws of evil dragons. But then one image held him, dominating his train of thoughts with disturbing incessancy. An eye was watching him. A green eye, studying his every move, and penetrating deeper to scrutinize his thoughts and the very feelings within his heart. Finally the eye released him from its probing, and Dell dreamed that he was floating in the air. Up he went, past the trees and clouds, and beyond to a million stars. Stars that spoke to him with their flashing lights, and showed him fleeting glimpses of wondrous secrets and powers. They limed the edges of his consciousness, teasing him with unimagined knowledge, but he could not decipher their flickering code. Then, abruptly, he was back in the emerald room, weightless still and hovering beside the crystal ball that hung above the bridge, and the eye was in the ball. He awoke in darkness, the others breathing deeply around him, and all as it should be. He looked above the bridge and thought that he saw a flicker of green before all went black. Dell did not sleep the rest of the night. He wasn't afraid, just curious. Something was calling to him, and he longed to know what, or who, it might be. Chapter 12. The Witch of the Wood. Reinheiser prepared a little surprise for his companions the following morning. He had learned much about manipulating the powers of the Emerald Room, even to the extent of coinciding its magic with events in the outside world. Confusion greeted Dell, Billy, and Mitchell when they were awakened by the illusionary light of a sunrise within the room at the same moment that the real dawn was breaking outside. They barely had time to stretch the restful sleep out of their muscles and reorient themselves to their surroundings when Andavar opened the door. "Come," he said. "Sure, and 'tis a merry day, and Avalon awaits." And when the men emerged from Beleriand's house, they saw that Andavar was not exaggerating. It was indeed a beautiful day, comfortably cool and with a winsome spring breeze, carrying the fragrances of budding life. Puffy white balls of clouds floated across the rich blue sky, and the sun beamed as if rejoicing that the last traces of winter had at last been left behind. "Get yourself a morning meal," Andavar said. "We've the time. Belexis has gone scouting the road ahead, and should not return for a while. I have a notch in my sword needing fixing." Dell drew his own sword. "Do you really think we'll need them?" "Not for guessing," Andavar replied. "Evil ones do na stalk in the grounds at Avalon. But Sunpeak shall pass above us afore we see her blessed boughs. The road is ever filled with dangers in the wild Northland." Dell's expression was caught somewhere between excitement and trepidation. "Dinna worry, me friends," Andavar added to console them all. "For this day ye ride beside the mightiest warrior of the age."
"Such humility,"
Mitchell grumbled, his sarcasm undiminished by a good night's sleep.
"I speak not of myself,"
Andavar retorted coldly. A proud man, proven in battle, he didn't take lightly being insulted by an outlander. He stared unblinking at the captain and continued in a low, grim voice. "Me blade is worthy, I like all the rangers, but Belexis is the one making the deeds for the singers of songs." Mitchell ignored the words and the glare, acting as if Andavar didn't even exist.
"Killing the whipped dragon to save your lives marks Belexis at 15, Andavar told Billy and Dell. "And he's not but a young man. The great Valerian killed but 12 in his fighting days, and the beasts were more about back then. And Alexis once showed a tree dragon to the other world. Not a big one, but even a small dragon is foe beyond the strength of mortal men. But not beyond Alexis,
Andovar explained, his smile one of admiration untainted by envy.
But what me own eyes have seen, even the largest of the dragon kind would be hard put to it, by the ring and sword of Alexis Bacavar, son of Valerian, and prince of the Rangers of Avalon.
Bacavar? Del asked.
Iron arm in your tongue,
Andovar explained.
'Tis a name he has earned since his first fighting days. I am no wrong in saying, me eyes is witness, he is a mightier warrior than Aryan Silverleaf himself.
Their looks told Andovar that they did not recognize the name.
Aryan Silverleaf, the ranger repeated reverently. Ye'll be meeting him soon enough, for he is the elder of Illuma. Very great and wise. But no more of your questions. Things are needing doing, and time is not enough.
Alexis soon returned, and once again, unexpectedly, the 4 outlanders were left speechless. They stood in a grassy meadow, sheltered by a ring of huge boulders that seemed purposely placed to maintain secrecy. Andovar and another ranger worked nearby, selecting horses for the journey, and the men were indeed relieved that they would not be walking this time. Suddenly the horses began whinnying and stomping their hooves. Del jumped back from the horse he was brushing.
Lord Calamus draws near,
Andovar answered to his questioning look.
Who?
The ranger pointed toward the eastern sky.
Calamus,
he repeated solemnly.
Winged lord of horses.
The men turned to scan the sky, shielding their eyes from the early morning glare. As soon as the sight registered, they stood with their mouths agape, for coming in low under the fiery ball of the rising sun was the unmistakable and unbelievable silhouette of a winged horse bearing a rider.
Pegasus,
Reinheiser muttered.
It can't be,
Mitchell gasped. He stood perplexed. Everything that had come before, the talons, the colonnade, the emerald room, even the whip dragon, Mitchell could rationalize away as a deception or some form of technology. But now this? Pegasus? There was no explanation. The beast approaching was not mechanical or a trick of makeup. His breathing coming hard, he had to concentrate to keep his balance, forced now to accept that this whole adventure wasn't merely a game. Even amidst the craziness and the death, Mitchell had held on to the hope that it was all some elaborate scheme. Reality proved persistent, though. The building evidence had pushed Mitchell's belief further and further back in his mind, and now this flying horse shoved it out completely, taking with it all his hopes of returning to a more controlled, more organized, and more familiar environment. Seconds later, the magnificent steed landed in the little knoll, and Alexis hopped off its back. It was pure white, with a thick silvery mane that shimmered in the sunlight, and coal-black saucer eyes sparkling with pride and spirit, and hinting at an intelligence that transcended its equine frame.
Where did you get him?
Del asked, actually trembling with excitement.
Alexis won him,
Andovar answered.
Spoil of the dragon's lair.
Won him? Alexis echoed skeptically.
No, Calamus cannot be won.
He patted the mighty steed's muscular neck and met the saucer eyes with his own, as if directing his words to the horse.
Calamus cannot be won, he repeated, for he cannot be owned. He is his own master, and woe to any who might try a rope on him.
The horse lord snorted its accord and stamped its foreleg hard. Alexis spun back to the men, a boyish smile of exuberance stretching from ear to ear.
But now's for going, he proclaimed. A clear road and a climbing sun. To Illuma.
Del marveled at the ranger's enthusiasm and envied that smile, for it shone untainted, pure joy, unleashed for no other reason than the glory of the world about, and exuberance spawned by the simple thrill of existence. Dell wondered if he would ever smile like that.
Illuma!
Andovar echoed with the same innocent grin. And thus began the final leg of the eastern trek. They moved southeast at first, gaining even more distance from the great cliff, as further guarding from the watching eyes lurking in the northern mountains, Belexis explained. Soon they swung around directly eastward, the ground sloping up slightly as they climbed toward the Crystal Mountains. The trail rocky and bare except for an occasional sprig or bush. But off to the south the ground fell away more steeply, and in the distance lay a wide expanse of grassy fields. Hillocks rolled relentlessly southward like green ocean swells, on as far as the men could see, and winding through them, a silver-blue snake, the great river ne'er ending. Presently the trail leveled, and the clip-clop of hooves on stone changed to softer thudding as the path transformed from stone to softer earth. Many large and jagged rocks still showed through all about them, but every stride took them deeper into more hospitable terrain. Grasses and scattered trees grew more general, and then, almost without warning, they came upon the edge of the mighty forest. Great oaks, tall and proud, stood thickly packed before them, running in a long line all the way down to meet the green plain. Belexis quickened their pace at the sight, and shortly after midday the travelers dismounted and ate their lunch in the shadow of Avalon. Dell directed most of his conversation toward Belexis, reiterating his sincere thanks for the rescue in the dangerous swamp. A humble man, Belexis said little and seemed uncomfortable with the subject. Killing that monster was a feat of great strength, Dell mentioned. Across the way Mitchell chomped hard on his biscuit. A whip-dragon is indeed a mighty foe, the ranger agreed, but more a test of courage than strength, for he must charge the beast and no waiting. If you let it use the whips, then tears to your kin. But if you get too close for the snap, the beast is forbidden. Of course, it's a whole lot easier if the damn thing is already busy with 5 other people, the captain remarked dryly. In truth, Belexis replied with a condescending grin, 'tis easier when the beast is at peace, and not ready for a fight. Knowing that Mitchell was looking for trouble and would push this issue, Dell shouted, "Time to go!" and jumped to his feet. "Aye, Belexis agreed, still smiling down at the captain. "Past the time, by my thinking." As they made ready to leave, Belexis pulled Dell aside. "Befriend," he said, "if e'er ye faced with battle, keep to me words. The greatest advantage of a true warrior is neither strength nor quickness, but courage. Courage keeps your head clear so you might remember your strengths and pull the mask off your opponent's weaknesses." "That's advice I'll hold on to," Dell said as he mounted his horse. And remember it he did, much to his benefit in the days to come. They set a leisurely pace in Avalon. No need or want to rush in this truly glorious wood. The trees stood tall and straight, and the leafy ceiling layered thick. But unlike Blackamara, the forest of Avalon was not a gloomy place. It was full of clear, flat paths to follow, with sunlight streaming in everywhere, flowing around leafy branches and warming the earth, and speckling the ground along the trail with the most interesting shadows. And oh, the colors! Wild flowers of white, red, violet, gold, and every hue imaginable clustered at every turn, filling the air with their rich scents. And the grass showed the deepest, truest green, primeval in its purity, as if it was the original conception of the color. All the greens of Dell's world seemed but cheap imitations of it. This was a place for poets and lovers, an unblemished dreamscape of colors and aromas that stirred the senses to new levels of awareness. And it was a clean place. No ghouls lurked behind the trees of Avalon. Being here, Dell felt he better understood the rangers. Nurtured on the fruits of this perfection, a man could only grow strong and true. He was overwhelmed by the forest. Billy, he noted, was overwhelmed too, but it seemed that Reinheiser had other things on his mind and hardly noticed their surroundings. and Mitchell held on stubbornly to his anger and his envy. Wildlife abounded. Rabbits, squirrels, even an occasional deer or wild pig turned a curious eye as the party passed, and countless birds squawked and chattered in the branches like gossiping old ladies, spreading the word that strangers were about in the wood. One animal in particular caught Dell's eye, a large squirrel hopping along the branches, apparently following the party. Dell had the strange feeling that this was the same squirrel he'd seen in Blackamara, and he was more than a little curious about it. He trotted his horse up beside Belexis. "That squirrel is following us." Mitchell closed in on the pair, tilting his ear in their direction. "Hush about it," Belexis whispered. "Pay it no heed." "But I saw that same squirrel in the swamp," Dell continued, copying the ranger's respectful whisper. "And I've seen too much of it," Mitchell announced loudly. Dell gave a groan, for he had seen this before from the captain, and certainly understood the man's motivations. Recognizing the ranger's reverence for Avalon and her inhabitants, the captain now saw an opportunity to vent his seething frustration and truly outrage both Belexis and Andavar. Mitchell slid from his horse and picked up a stone. "Where are you?" he yelled to the trees. As if in answer, the squirrel hopped to an open branch and cocked its head curiously. Mitchell smiled wickedly. "Your ass is mine," he growled, and raised his arm to throw. "No!" Dell screamed. Every instinct within him revolted by such an act. He leapt from his mount and crashed in just as Mitchell brought his arm forward, and the stone skipped harmlessly wide of its mark. The infuriated captain regained his balance quickly, intent on pummeling Dell, but Belexis and Andavar were already between them. "By the Colonnade!" Belexis roared. "In troth, ye be a fool to have done such a thing. Avalon opens her arms wide to friends." He stopped as Mitchell met his shock with a stare of open challenge, and how the ranger wanted to accept that challenge. Realizing he was bound otherwise, Belexis settled for a warning that came out unmistakably as a threat. "She welcomes friends, Mitchell, but keep my words, she destroys enemies." Together they turned to the squirrel. It sat motionless on the branch for a moment, taking in the scene, before it skipped away, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. "At least the smelly rat's gone," Mitchell laughed. "Swallow your words!" Andavar shouted, his ire dashing all reason. Quicker than the ancient ones could follow, the ranger's sword was out of its scabbard and the tip in at Mitchell's throat. "Oh, defend your crooked mouth with your life!" "Hold, Andavar," Belexis ordered calmly. "By the prophetics and our quest, you have no the right to do this." Andavar paused a moment, weighing the consequences. He sheathed his sword grudgingly without releasing the captain from his penetrating glare. "You have chased away one animal," Belexis said, "but the eyes of the wood are not few, and sure to be watching even more closely now." Mitchell tried vainly to hide his terror at how easily Andavar could have killed him. He ignored the ominous stare of Belexis and turned to Dell, a less formidable foe. "I'll remember this, Del Judas," he growled threateningly. "Oh, and so will I," Dell retorted in the same tone. "I'll remember all of it." Mitchell gave an angry snort, obviously surprised that Dell would again stand up against him so blatantly, and went back to his horse. But the mare would not let him near, and the other mounts shied away from him as well. "Beasts of Avalon," Andavar explained with a chuckle of deep satisfaction. "You'll be walking." Mitchell did just that. He walked with his head held high in proud defiance of the wood, and he did not speak another word that day. They all went on in silence throughout the afternoon, and soon enough the sheer beauty and wholesomeness of the wood had Dell feeling happy again. Such was the power of Avalon to heighten the awareness of friendly observers that they might recognize a harmony here that transcended the normal and took on almost magical proportions. The forest possessed a twofold beauty, both simple and profound. Simple in the dances of the animals on the ground and in the trees above, in the constant flow of songs from countless birds, in the unified craning of a group of wildflowers seeking out the patches of sunlight that shifted in through the branches of towering oaks. And yet, it was the deeper sense of order, the profound beauty of Avalon that overwhelmed Dell. The realization that every single being that lived and grew here belonged to a system that was delicate, yet ever-enduring, and so complete and balanced that it reflected the orderly perfection of the universal scheme. He felt all of that, profoundly, and wanted desperately to be a part of it. They made camp in a small glen as the sunset pinkened the sky behind them. The tops of several of the closer mountains remained visible to them, and once again the group was treated to the sparkling spectacle of the mica river fires on the Crystal Mountains. The stars came bright and clear when the cold dark closed in, but soon dimmed as the full moon peeked his silvery face through the valleys between the mountains in the east. The air grew chill, but not uncomfortably, for a gentle wind came up from the south. Something about this budding evening flickered recognition in Dell's heightened senses. "Am I wrong?" he asked with a puzzled look. "Or is this the same night that we saw in Beleriand's room?" "It does look the same," Reinheiser agreed, and he, too, wore a puzzled expression. "It feels the same," Dell said. "Might that it be?" Andavar said. "'Tis the power of the magic o' the Emerald Rune to have foreseen this night." "Sure's to be beautiful, then," Belexis said. "But we cannot keep our eyes open to it, for the road is yet long before ye, and more'n so if you're weary. Now is the time to sleep." Lulled by the rustling leaves and the wind's mournful song, they complied almost immediately, except for Andavar, keeping watch, and Dell. Though Dell was certainly comfortable in this enchanted wood, sleep would not come to him. As he settled down for the night, the bone case that Beleriand had given him caught his attention and pulled incessantly at his curiosity. He realized that he should be stronger than the temptation, but with all the wonders going on about him, he couldn't resist. Finally he gave up trying to sleep and walked over to where Andavar sat, patiently. Dell couldn't help but chuckle as he approached, for as he suspected, the ranger's eyes weren't turned outward against any threat from the wood. They were fixed squarely on Captain Mitchell. "I'm not tired," Dell explained when he got to the small fire. "I'll take the watch if you'd like." "Nay, the watch is mine," Andavar replied. "The soft nights of Avalon are my deepest love, and I dinna weary from riding. But I would welcome your company." He motioned a friendly invitation for Dell to sit. "I'd like that too," Dell said, returning the ranger's warm look. "But first, if it's all right, I'd like to take a walk. The woods don't scare me. They seem to calm me. And the moon is bright." "You have the makings of a good ranger?" Andavar laughed, studying Dell's face. "Me friend, there be a sparkle in your eyes I have seen before. So, you've seen it, have ye? The magic of the wood?" Andavar's ability to see right through him embarrassed Dell, and he blushed deeply. "Ah, yeah," the ranger continued. "She's shown ye the beauty and the health of the place, the strength of the trees and the richness of the earth below. Know yourself a lucky man. Go take your walk, then, and enjoy the wood. But dinna stray too far. A man might get lost even in a friendly wood." As Dell started off, Andavar called after him, "Keep the fire in your eyes." Dell smiled, assured by the ranger's friendly and calm tone. He did indeed keep the fire in his eyes, though moving far away, and soon found a break in the trees that let in enough moonlight to read by. He pulled the bone case from under his cloak, his eyes wide and his hands sweating. "I shouldn't do this," argued his conscience. But his conscience was no match for his curiosity. "Beleriand didn't say I couldn't look at it," he rationalized, and before his conscience could argue back, he popped off the cap and pulled out a scroll, trembling as he slowly unrolled the parchment. The first thing Dell noticed were sketches of a man going through various motions. "It must be some kind of magic spell," he whispered happily, for that was what he had hoped. But his excitement turned to frustration when he saw the runes. They were a wizard's writings, of course, and try as he might, Dell could not make any sense of them at all. He studied them for a few moments longer, hoping that some magic within the runes would reward his perseverance. Nothing happened, and so, with a sigh, he put the scroll away and started back to camp. But then he heard the music. It floated on the wind through the trees, the clearest bell that ever rang, the sweetest music ever heard. It drew Dell's heart, pulled him uncontrollably within the sphere of its notes, and led him away from the camp, out of sight of the fire. But he didn't care. Following the course of that harmony became his only concern. He came to a row of pine trees on a small banking. The singer, no, it was more than a singer, he understood, was close now, perhaps just over the rise. Belly climbing to the top, Dell cautiously peeked out around one of the trees to find that he lay on the edge of a wide field, blanketed with plush grass and lined on all sides by thick pines. Scattered patches of wildflowers added a preternatural touch to the scene, surrealistic wisps of dull color in the silvery moonlight. But Dell hardly noticed the field, for his gaze fixed upon the heart of Avalon's song. A hauntingly beautiful woman, dancing carelessly in the moonlight, leaping high into the air and floating down gently, a leaf in autumn, caught by currents of unseen breezes. She wore a black, flowing gown with many layers of gossamer that displayed, with every twirl and rushing leap, her graceful form and ghostly silhouette. And as she descended from her latest entrechat, a silken cape floated behind, a shadowy extension accentuating her mysterious essence. Her skin shone creamy and porcelain smooth, and her thick hair floated about her shoulders, a golden mane so rich in color that even the quiet light of the moon could not diminish its luster. And her green eyes sparkled a light that could not penetrate even the blackest night. Lithe as any ballerina, her moves as distinct and meaningful, yet she moved in a manner less rigid and precise, more in tune with the natural flow of her spirit. Dell could sense the joy of that spirit. He could feel the cool, moist evening grass under her bare feet, and he felt the free rush of air as she rose in yet another great leap, ascending on a moonbeam and floating gently, delicately, back to the earthen realm of mere mortals. Dell watched entranced as the minutes passed and the woman tirelessly continued her dance. Suddenly, she stopped and stood, staring in his direction, her eyes wide with surprise. No way she can see me in this light at this distance, Dell reasoned. Yet, all logic aside, he knew that she had sensed his presence and could indeed see him. Cautiously, the woman walked across the field toward Dell, stopping a mere dozen yards away. Leaning over to get a better view of him, she brushed her thick hair back from her face, and Dell saw a sparkle of green in the middle of her forehead, though he could not discern its source. He wondered whether he should run away or simply stand up and introduce himself, but any choice he might have became irrelevant, for a combination of awe, even to the point of fear, of this mysterious woman before him, and a deeper passion, one that was wonderfully new to him, rooted him to the ground and rendered his tongue useless. The woman studied the area around Dell for a few seconds, then seemed to relax, apparently satisfied that he was alone. And her gaze probed deeper. Dell felt naked before her green eyes, certain that she could read him to the very core of his soul. And yet, when he grew uncomfortable, she seemed to read that too, and immediately broke off her examination and looked at him apologetically. Dell longed to know this woman who was so perceptive and responsive to his feelings. He felt kindred to her spirit and prayed that she shared those feelings. As if in response to his slight hopes, the woman lowered her eyes and turned a blushing smile. And with a sudden burst of energy, like a child breaking free of its embarrassment, she began spinning around, her form blurred by the floating layers of her gown. Around and around she twirled, faster and faster, and then she leapt from the spin onto a moonbeam and simply vanished into the evening air. Dell jumped to his feet, the emotional bond that held him torn apart by his shock. His mind reeled, blurred by an image of a woman he would keep until the end of his days. When his thoughts cleared, when he had searched the area and become convinced that the woman was indeed long gone, Dell realized that he didn't know where he was. He had a notion of the general direction of the camp, so he started back, keeping an eye out for landmarks that would jog his memory and lead him true. But whenever he felt that he was making progress, expecting the firelight to come into view with every step, the vision of the woman ebbed back in, muddling his thoughts. Soon he merely wandered aimlessly in the darkness. Minutes became hours as Dell meandered. Luckily, his random path led him in circles, not far away in one direction, and in the deep blue of pre-dawn, Belexis and Andavar were upon him.
"Del Judas!"
Andavar cried.
"Do you not hear our calls?"
Dell looked around reflexively at the sound, but his barely opened eyes did not register the forms of the two men who stood near. He resumed his confused journey, but Belexis sprang in front of him and blocked his path, holding him by the shoulders at arm's length. Nearly asleep on his feet, and indifferent to what was going on, Dell offered no resistance.
"What might be wrong with the man?"
Andavar asked.
"I fear an enchantment is upon him,"
Belexis replied. He grabbed Dell's chin and tilted his head back so that he could look into his eyes. He waved his hand in front of Dell's face, but the entranced man did not respond.
"His eyes are looking somewhere other."
"Del Judas," Belexis called softly, and shook Dell slightly.
"It's all right,"
Dell slurred.
"She won't hurt me."
The startled rangers looked at each other, wide-eyed.
"The lady?"
Andavar whispered, barely finding his breath.
"Might it be?"
Belexis shrugged uncomfortably and turned back to Dell. "Del Judas!" he shouted as he studied the glazed eyes with new concern, and he shook Dell fiercely. The first finger of dawn traced through the trees then, and Dell's eyes popped open, freed of their trance by the light of the morning. "Belexis!" he said in surprise, when he saw the concerned face inches from his own. "Time to go already?" Andavar rushed to say something, but Belexis stayed him with a wave of his hand.
"You had a good sleep?"
the ranger asked. "Wonderful," Dell replied. "Who wouldn't sleep well in this place?" But then his face crinkled in confusion, some flitting images running on the edge of his consciousness. "I had a strange dream, I think." More fleeting visions of the dancer flashed about in the recesses of his mind, just out of the straining grasp of his consciousness. Try as he might, he couldn't catch them. "I can't remember," he said, with a frustrated shrug of his shoulders. Again the two rangers glanced at each other. "Where are the others?" Dell asked, even more confused as he looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. "And the horses?" Belexis pointed in the direction of the camp. Dell decided to look for answers some other time. These minor irregularities hardly seemed important, for right now a more pressing need was upon him. "Then let's go," he said, walking away. "I'm starving."
"By the colonnade, Belexis, we have seen her,"
Andavar said in a low voice.
"Then sure and a blessing light shines on that one,"
Belexis replied.
"He is indeed a fortunate man."
The others were awake when the three returned to the camp, Billy and Reinheiser setting up for breakfast, while Mitchell skulked against a tree in the distance. Again, Dell wondered why he hadn't woken up in the camp, but he didn't worry much about it, not while his empty stomach called. They ate a hearty breakfast and were soon back on the trails. Images of the night before skipped in and out of Dell's thoughts, teasingly close but unattainable. They rode easily across the smooth ground, allowing Mitchell, whose horse still refused to let him ride, to keep up with them. All in all, it seemed a pleasant and quiet morning, and they enjoyed the sounds and colors of the wood, and the mild breeze of another perfect spring day. Scents of newly bloomed flowers mingled their sweet perfume in a rich collage of natural fragrance in the clean air. The path wound on, and soon the party came to a wide grassy field bordered by thick pines. Instantly Dell's visions returned, and the events of the night before began to fall into place. He quick-stepped his mount up between the two rangers. "This field," he stammered. "It was in my dream. I came here." He pointed to the small bluff on the side of the field where he had lain the night before. "Over there. And this beautiful He paused helplessly, mouth hanging open, eyes wide, as it came clear to him now, all of it. "It wasn't a dream," he declared, and he looked at the rangers, searching for some explanation. "The lady," Endevar said with a gleam in his eyes. "Tell me o' the lady." "Beautiful," Dell answered. "Golden hair and green eyes." He closed his eyes to focus on the image. "And she had something here." He put his hand to his forehead. It shone green in the moonlight. "An emerald," Alexis explained. "Her gem mark, for she is the Emerald Witch." "Then it's true?" Dell gasped. "There really is such a person?" "'Tis spoken she can be to every man what he most desires in a woman," Endevar said. "Ye are one of the very few who have seen her." "Have you?" "Not I." "Nor I," Alexis added. "But my father knows her as well as any." "Yester eve I named ye lucky, and sure an ye are," Endevar said. "'Tis in me heart and hopes that I might gaze upon the beauty of the Witch of the Wood before my time for leaving this world." Dell floated in a happy trance the rest of the morning, seeing the wood as many times more beautiful now that the memory of the witch rang clear in his mind. More than once he imagined he saw her slipping behind a tree or dancing in distant shadows. This was her realm, a reflection of her beauty, and her magical presence pervaded its very essence. But as the morning waned, he sadly realized that they were nearing the end of Avalon. Rocky spurs of the towering crystals rose up out of the trees just to the south and the east. Then the mountains were lost from view as the party came upon a thickly packed grove of oaks with a canopy that let in little light. The dimness wasn't a problem, though, for here the straight road rolled wide and distinct, sloping upward and cutting through impassable walls of oak and elm that formed a green and brown tunnel around it. A speck of light showed the far end of that tunnel, ever growing as they approached. Even sooner than Dell had expected, they came to the abrupt end of Avalon. Beyond the trees lay a grassy field, and in the distance a mountain wall of gray stone. Just a few yards from the exit, still under the protective shadow of the trees, Alexis wheeled his horse around. "No farther do we rangers go," he said. "Your horses, too, have reached the end of their road." "But Valerian said you would take us to Illuma," Billy said. "And so we have," Alexis replied. "For beyond the wood, at the northern end of the field, called Mountain Gate, lies the entrance to the Silver Realm. There, by the words of Prince Calais, ye shall find your destiny." Dell didn't want to leave. Since the halls of Colonnay he had followed the road gladly, letting it take him where it would, and looking for adventure around every bend. But now, whatever might lay ahead, the road was taking him from the place he most wanted to be. Noting that distress, Billy dismounted quickly and moved to support his friend. Truly he felt for Dell, realizing that he too would have surrendered to the enchantment of the wholesome wood under a different set of circumstances. He led Dell out slowly, letting him savor every last second. As they passed the rangers, Dell stopped and looked at Alexis. "How can I leave?" he asked, honestly torn between his desires and his responsibility. Alexis understood the torment in Dell's eyes. "You have me pity, my friend," he replied. "Many are the sorrows on the road of life, yet oft the grief of parting is the most unlooked for and the most to hurt. Yet you must be going. By the words of Calais himself, Loch Sillinaloom is the land of your purpose and your destiny." No reason for leaving seemed good enough to Dell at that moment, but he continued on sadly, vowing in his heart that he would one day soon return to Avalon, and seek out the mysterious witch. Mitchell and Reinheiser walked up next, their stride considerably different from the lingering steps of Dell and Billy, showing these two to be anxious indeed, and it wasn't hard to figure out their motivations. Reinheiser, to see what would come next, and Mitchell to get away from the Rangers so that he would once again be the one in control. Andavar stepped his horse out, blocking their path.
"You keep me warning, Mitchell," he promised grimly. "Should you bring any hurt to Del Judis, the sword of Andavar will part your head from your neck."
"And all of the Rangers will hunt you down," Belexis added. "And to your terror, so I'm guessing, greater power is more horrible than their wrath, than anything you have ever dreamed will be wanting a piece of your stubborn hide."
Mitchell just sidestepped Andavar's horse and kept on walking, pretending to ignore the Rangers altogether. He heard their words, though, and he marked them well. "Martin," he said to the physicist when they were clear of the Rangers, and not yet up to Dell and Billy.
"Someday, with you at my side, I'm going to own this world. Then I'll pay back those Rangers, and especially that damn Del Judas."
"If you plan to dominate this world, Captain, you are going about it all wrong," Reinheiser replied. "You reveal your enmity to some very powerful foes, when gaining their confidence would better suit your purposes." Mitchell considered Reinheiser's words and, except for a thoughtful grunt, remained silent. The four men emerged from Avalon into a bright noon sun. They were on the edge of a flat, green field stretching about a quarter-mile south to a grouping of mountains, and twice that distance north, where the main range of the great crystals lay dormant like resting giants, comfortable in their confidence that they were truly unconquerable. The field was barely 200 yards wide, bordered on the west by the cliff ledge overlooking Blackamar, running from the feet of the northern mountains to the expanse of Avalon. A towering stone spur lined the eastern side of the field, ending abruptly just south of where the men stood, allowing the field to spill out around the southern mountains in a wider rolling plain in the southeast. The men walked slowly northward, approaching a rising wall of trees and stone. In the middle of this imposing barrier stood two trees, similar to elms but with silver-hued bark and leaves colored white as a puffy cloud. They bent to meet each other, their intertwined branches making them seem almost as one, forming an arched entrance to a lone trail up the mountain. Chapter 13. City on the Mountain.
"I'm in for it now,"
Dell whispered to Billy when he saw that Mitchell and Reinheiser had nearly caught up to them. But the captain was still considering Reinheiser's advice, and he knew that Belexis and Andavar were probably watching from the shadows of Avalon. He wasn't about to invoke the rage of the powerful Rangers. Not yet.
"I'm in charge again," Mitchell declared as he walked past Dell and Billy. "And from now on, if we meet someone, I'll do the talking."
Too relieved to worry about the implications of Mitchell's command, Dell let the point pass without an argument. As they approached the silvery archway, it became obvious to all the men that there was something special about these trees, as if some magical aura emanated from them, a fairy tale flavor of the happy dreams of a child's bedtime. Visibly, the tension eased out of the men's strides, and taut muscles unwound with every step toward the wondrous boughs, and as they came under the shadows of the white leaves, a nonsensical yet innocently joyous singing filled their ears. It seemed so appropriate that they hardly noticed it, and a long moment passed before they realized they were not alone. They peered up the sloping path with renewed caution, but the contrasting patches of shadow and sunlight blurred everything beyond a few yards.
"Do you think they know we're here?" Billy asked.
The singing stopped. "They know," Reinheiser answered. Mitchell slipped aside, hoping to blend into the surroundings, to gain a better vantage point. He had barely started moving, though, when an arrow cracked into a tree inches from his head.
"On your lives! Halt and be recognized!"
came a command, a young woman's voice, or perhaps even that of a boy child, and certainly not ominous. but the arrow was several inches deep into the tree. The men froze.
"Cast your weapons to the ground before you," the voice ordered.
Billy and Dell looked at each other, each perfectly willing to surrender their swords, not really knowing how to use them anyway, but expecting a violent confrontation. Mitchell, after all, certainly wouldn't give up easily to a voice so removed from violence. Indeed, the captain itched for a fight. When the command to throw down their weapons came, his first reaction was to clutch his sword hilt, but then Reinheiser's advice came to him once again. He looked to the physicist, who nodded toward the ground in front of them. To the absolute surprise of Billy and Dell, Mitchell drew his sword and threw it down. "Do it," he growled at the gawking men, though they needed no encouragement. Their swords were already in the air. A slender figure, clad in a short brown tunic, stepped out from behind a tree and skipped down the path to the swords. Sparkling blonde hair, short-cropped and straight, bounced above his pointed ears with every springing step. He seemed in his early teens, shorter than a man and not nearly as heavy, with a face angular yet very fair, nose straight and thin, but not sharp, and eyes accentuated by slanted brows. Those marvelous eyes, big and round and blue, so rich in hue they appeared almost black, told Dell that this was no child. Although on the surface they reflected that unblemished joy of youth, these eyes were far from shallow, and within their depths they revealed to Dell's sensitive scrutiny a sorrow gathered in the experiences of many, many years. The boy's skin glowed with a hint of a golden tan, but Dell clearly recognized that this being had not seen much of the sun in his day. A night dancer, Dell surmised with a secretive grin, and he realized that it was the twinkle of the stars, not the shine of the sun, that highlighted the lad's hair.
"Who? What the hell is this?"
Mitchell balked as the graceful Illumin gathered up their swords in long, graceful fingers and started back up the path.
"It's an elf," Dale explained, but his smirk disappeared when the shocked Illumin stopped short and wheeled around to face the men. Surprised whispers issued from every imaginable hiding place near the trail.
"What name have you branded upon me?"
the Illumin demanded in a near shriek. He stalked toward Dell, hand firm on the pommel of his sheathed sword. "I think you blew it," Billy whispered to Dell. Dell cleared his throat and responded meekly to the suddenly imposing Illumin. "An, elf?" Again the mountainside hissed with whispers.
"By what right do you dare utter that word?"
the Illumin demanded, his voice ringing both anger and confusion. Martin Reinheiser quickly cut in.
"It is what we would call you in our land," he explained. "Certainly no offense was intended. The word was not meant as an insult." "And what land is your land?" the Illumin asked a bit less sharply. "Talons you are not, luckily, for if you showed but a trace of that cursed breed, an arrow would have cut you down where you stand. Yet you do not appear as Calvins. What manner of being are you?" "We are men," Reinheiser replied. "Men across the boundaries of time." He put great weight on the word time, studying the Illumin for a reaction, gambling that these people were familiar with the same folklore that had guided the ranger's actions toward his party. From the amazed expression staring back at him, Reinheiser knew that his guess had been correct. "Yes," he continued in a breathless rasp of importance, deciding to put things bluntly to fully gauge the Illumin's reaction. "We are men from another world, an older world. The ancient ones have returned."
"Beyond Carnes Colonne," the Illumin cried in the enchantish tongue of wizards. His trembling hands could not hold the swords as he ran stumbling to shelter up the path. This time the tumult of whispers sounded more like gasps, and Dell imagined dozens of arrows being notched to bows trained on the four of them. But the noises died away, and soon the Illumin reappeared, accompanied by a beautiful elven maiden. She had the same stature and skin tone as the other, and was likewise clad, but her hair was as dark as his was light. Not empty as the darkness of a void was the black of her lengthy locks, but rather a shimmering hue,
as if every other color had blended there in overabundance. And from beneath the raven's coat of her hair, her bright blue eyes peeped in startling contrast. The two approached the men cautiously, obviously as unnerved as their counterparts.
"I am Aielle," said the first. "And this is—"
"I am Sylvia," interrupted the other, "daughter of Aaron Silverleaf, Eldar of Loch Selinalum."
"Then this is a fortunate meeting," Mitchell proclaimed with over-friendly abandon.
Sylvia raised an eyebrow at him.
"It is your father we came to see,"
Reinheiser quickly explained. Sylvia backed a step and studied them, thinking the same thoughts Belexis had when he first viewed these otherworldly men. She, too, knew the tales, but she was tentative, for the potential consequences of her decision could prove much more severe. Illuma was a secret refuge hidden from powerful enemies, and Ungdun the usurper would bestow a king's reward on any man who discovered the whereabouts of the Silver City. In the end, it was Billy Shank's black skin that convinced Sylvia that these men were not of her world, and she decided to grasp at the faint glimmer of hope that had entered her oppressed heart.
"If you are truly the men spoken of in our legends, my father shall indeed grant you an audience."
"Then lead on,"
Mitchell said, and he took a step up the path.
"Halt!"
Aielle commanded and turned to Sylvia.
"I will respect your judgment in this affair. Yet we must also honor the laws of our land. You know as well as I that it is forbidden for any man to gaze upon the paths to the city."
She conceded with a nod, then explained to the men.
"You must be blindfolded."
"Not a problem,"
Mitchell agreed quickly. Again Dell and Billy exchanged incredulous glances. As soon as the blindfolds were in place, the men heard the sound of many light footsteps and clattering whispers gather around them. Sylvia gave some instructions, and the troop started off. Many roots and stones crossed the path, causing the unseeing men to stumble constantly, despite the earnest efforts of their captors to guide them carefully and keep them steady. Reinheiser, though, had little difficulty, for he evenly and deliberately spaced all of his steps, and he exaggerated all of his turns, making them as close to right angles as possible. The Illumans thought the man crazy, but there was indeed a method to Reinheiser's madness. An hour later they stopped climbing and began moving horizontally across the face of the mountain. Suddenly the blindness became blacker, and the cool mountain breeze abruptly ceased.
"We're in a cave,"
Reinheiser observed almost as soon as they entered.
"A tunnel,"
Aielle corrected.
"You will find the ground smoother here."
"Please!" Reinheiser cried in sudden terror. "No caves!" Dell cocked his ear in surprise, suspecting that the physicist was up to something. A man of Reinheiser's disposition would never allow himself such an irrational fear, and the exaggerated tone of the physicist's despair gave Dale the distinct impression that he was lying.
"Could I travel near a wall?" Reinheiser begged. "Something to hold on to?"
Dell cringed at the blatant deception, but, not understanding the motives behind it, remained silent.
"I do not understand,"
Aielle said.
"Why, please!"
Reinheiser shrieked, noting the underlying tone of guilt in the voice of his pitifully sympathetic captor. The physicist smiled inwardly, realizing that he could play on these soft hearts as easily as if they were his puppets.
"I am afraid of caves."
Yes, Aielle agreed, trying to comfort the frantic man. He took Reinheiser by the hand and led him the few steps to the tunnel wall.
"I'll stay beside you,"
he assured Reinheiser.
"But be wary of side passages."
That is precisely the point, the physicist thought, burying a chuckle. To be wary of side passages. Now he was thankful of the hood that hid his devious grin. Bless these kindly, simple folk, he mused inwardly. A good while later they exited the twisting maze of tunnels and were greeted by a chilly, late-afternoon breeze. Sylvia stopped the party and told the men they could remove their blindfolds. They did so anxiously, and gazed down upon yet another wonder of this strange new world. They were on the western edge of a valley, and below them, rolled out like a carpet of magical dreams, lay the hidden refuge of Illuma. Dell looked on the city of the Silver Realm, with sparkle-eyed wonder. For this place was woven of wizard spells as surely as the Emerald Room, and on an even grander scale. Certainly this was no ordinary vale. The slopes leading down to it were barren, grey stone and shale, in direct contrast to the color-filled floor overflowing with life. Blue-green grass waved like a rippling pond in the mountain breeze, and Telvansil elms, as Sylvia named the silvery trees, swayed gently with every gust, accepting the wind without a creak or groan of protest. Most of the trees here stood taller, limbs spread wider, than the two that formed the archway to Mountain Gate, and among those mighty limbs, within the shelter of their white leaves, many houses had been built. These didn't intrude upon the sovereignty of the Telvansils. Rather, they seemed to be natural extensions of the tree, as if somehow the tree had helped in their creation. The homes scattered about on the ground were of stone, worked and shaped with care into elaborate designs that followed no set pattern, yet displayed a congruity of spirit. Glittered with streaks and swirls of flashing silver and bursts of gemstones, and thick with windows, these joyous abodes seemed more a creation of love than a product of work. And such was the valley around them, hemmed by 3 towering mountain mica walls, and the fourth side, directly across from the travelers, spilling into a wide gorge that ran deeper into the range, offering an endless view of mountain majesty. Some of the distant peaks lay cold in the long shadows of late afternoon, while others raised their heads above the gathering darkness to catch the last warming rays of the sun. Cloud collars and rising mists floated in mystical serenity, adding a preternatural, almost holy touch, and kindling profound musings of the unanswerable secrets of the heavens. How removed from the noisy existence of men loomed the unconquerable and silent crystals. Singing wafted up from the valley in the same innocent melody the men had heard when they first came under the archway at Mountain Gate. Here, too, it fit, the sweetest icing on a sugar-coated land. With this strange and wonderful view before him, Del felt the name Illuma inappropriate. He preferred the name Beleriand had used, Lux Illinalum, with its eldritch ring and rhythms conjuring images of fairy lands and legends. Sylvia led them down into the city, past the curious gazes and giggling whispers of the surprised elves. Seldom had visitors ever come to Illuma, and none at all since Ungden the Usurper had claimed the throne of Calva. And of course Billy, with his dark skin, was a completely new experience for them. They passed through the city and approached the lip of the gorge, where sat the grandest house of all. Immense in size and incredible design, its roof slanted every which way, dotted with lazily puffing chimneys. Spires and towers darted up everywhere for no better reason than to catch the low-riding clouds. Windows dominated each wall, large and small, and swung wide to bring in the sun, the breathtaking view, and the sense of the million flowers that blossomed on the grounds. Balconies and terraces with ivy-colored railings crossed and crisscrossed again and again. Ornate carvings ridged the huge front doors, and gold leaf edged them, their bulk alone promising tons of weight. But so perfect was their balance and workmanship that they swung in easily at Sylvia's effortless push. Easily and noiselessly, in silence befitting the hallowed halls within. Even Del, who had perceived this vale as a place of happiness, was a bit taken aback at entering the palace of Eldar. A hush fell over them all as they stepped through the doorway, belittled by the grand and ornate arches. Yet once inside they realized that this was a comfortable house, a place not unaccustomed to dancing and merriment. A house of art, not akin to a museum holding artworks, but a masterpiece in itself, each individual work a contributing element in the overall design. Every room held its own large fireplace, promising warmth against even the coldest winter nights on the mountain, each hearth as different as the elves that had created them, offering its own perspective with unique twists and turns in the iron grillwork and stone composition. Intricate mosaics covered the floors, and finely woven tapestries lined the walls, all depicting scenes of feasts and festivals by the light of the full moon. The maidens shown were dressed in beautiful gowns, the men in flowing robes, yet like this house, the regal dressings were offset by a comfortable informality, a pervading sense of individualism and acceptance. The group crossed through several rooms in a long corridor that opened into a narrow hall, different from any of the other rooms they had seen. Formal and serious, this appeared as a place of grave debates, a council hall for important decisions. Across from them, on a throne carved of silver telvansil, sat a very tall illumin, as tall as a man, wearing a light green robe with silver trim. A crown of white leaves ringed his head, making his black hair seem even more vital than Sylvia's. His face was firm yet fair, and he held his head high despite his comfortable posture. He was flanked by a more ordinary-looking elf with whom he had apparently been arguing when the great door had swung open.
"Siddaran Attelo! Basra Gwyn!"
the illumin screamed, standing by the throne, obviously angered by the interruption. But the elf's second volley of protest caught in his throat and his face went bloodless in horror, as he recognized that the people accompanying Sylvia were not illumins, but humans. The elf on the throne started forward in surprise, but quickly regained his composure and glanced, questioningly, toward Sylvia.
"Father, I bring 4 distant travelers who seek audience with you,"
Sylvia explained.
"To bring men to the Silver City in these times?"
the standing illumin cried. He pointed menacingly at Sylvia, his fingers trembling with outrage.
"You have betrayed us!"
"They surrendered their swords willingly,"
Sylvia retorted, her face flushed with anger, and the looks the two exchanged made it obvious to all present that their dislike of each other ran deep.
"You do not then remember the laws, my lady Sylvia?"
he replied sarcastically.
"Enough, Aielle,"
the seated illumin casually requested, all too accustomed to the bickering of these two.
"The laws?"
Aielle jabbed, heedless of the other.
"And do you not remember the tales?"
The elf on the throne scolded in response, clenching suddenly, taut and ready as a bent bow. He hadn't shouted the words, but his clear voice resonated with power, and the sheer strength of its insistence broke the lock of anger between Sylvia and Aielle, and turned them both toward the speaker. Immediately he relaxed back in his throne.
"These men are special, I believe,"
he said, to console his angry companion.
"They are men,"
Aielle spat, venom dripping from his words.
"That alone makes them enemies to Illumin. You look too much to old tales, Aryan, for the answers to the problems we face."
He swung back to Sylvia.
"You search them, of course?"
he stated matter-of-factly, his dry tone thick with sarcasm.
"They surrendered willingly,"
Sylvia stuttered.
"Search them!"
Aielle roared, and apparently he held some importance, for several elves moved to the men. Panic hit Del when he remembered the scroll in his cloak. He locked into Arian's gaze, begging for a stay of the search. The perceptive elf lord caught the desperate plea in Del's eyes.
"No,"
Arian commanded, immediately halting the search.
"They have trusted us, and we will not return their trust with suspicion."
"Do not be a fool!"
Aielle screamed.
"They are men! By the law penned in your own hand, they should be imprisoned for that fact alone."
Staring down from his throne, Aaron Silverleaf remained unblinking and resolute.
"You will bring us all to ruin with your trust of humans,"
Aielle cried, and the expression on his face eased, as if a revelation had come over him. "But then," he continued too calmly, "your parents were the children of humans, were they not? Back in Kertuata, when the land was young."
"I should choose my words more carefully if I were you, Aielle,"
Arian advised evenly, a sudden and calculating coldness in his control promising that his warning was more than just an idle threat. Unnerved, recognizing that he had pushed too far, Aielle shrank back from the Eldar, and simply threw up his hands in frustration, and marched for the exit.
"Come, Arenelle,"
he said as he stormed by. "But, Uncle," Arenelle protested.
"Come!"
Aielle commanded, listening to no argument. and Aranel had no choice but to follow.
"Oh, father, why do you keep him at your side?" Sylvia asked when the pair had gone. "He is so disagreeable and so stubborn."
Aielle holds old grudges, but he is not evil,
Arian replied, the tension removed from his face, and his lips turned up in a disarming grin.
But it is good for an advisor to be disagreeable. Aielle shows me a different point of view for many important problems. His eyes see what mine do not. Ardaz has been too busy to sit by me since midwinter. I am grateful for Aielle.
Del perked up his ears at the mention of the wizard.
"Rael forces Ardaz away," Sylvia said. "He is always calling him an old buffoon, and other such—"
Arian raised his hand to stay her.
We shall discuss this another time, dear child. I have guests with a tale to tell, one that I am very anxious to hear.
He motioned for the men to approach and sit before him. Mitchell walked out in front, introduced his companions, and, with a low bow, introduced himself as their leader. Then, at Arian's bidding, he told their tale from the rescue by the dolphins to their encounter with Sylvia and Aranel at the silver archway on Mountain Gate. He carefully omitted the episodes that showed him in a bad light, nor did he tell of the Rangers, for he wasn't certain of the relationship between the Illumines and the warriors of Avalon. He continued for over an hour, and though he wasn't much of a storyteller, the strangeness and importance of his tale had Arian leaning forward on his throne, absorbing every word. After the captain finished, Arian sat with his chin resting in his palm, studying the travelers for several long moments, playing their story over and over in his head to test it against his own perceptions.
"It is a good tale," he said finally. "You shall not be imprisoned, nor shall you be harmed in any way. But I insist that you be my guests for a short while." "May I ask what that means?" Mitchell asked. "You are free to roam the valley, as if you were my own people," Arian answered. "But you may not leave the city. You would not find your way out of the mountains anyway." "Your judgment is more than fair," Mitchell said, and again he bowed low. For the third time since they had first met the Illumines, Billy and Del looked at each other in disbelief. "What's with him?" Billy whispered.
"Beats the hell out of me," Del answered. "But I still don't trust him."
"Less than ever," Billy agreed.
"Would it be possible for me to acquire a riding kit?" Reinheiser asked. "I wish to log our adventure now that I have a chance."
"Sylvia will see to all your needs," Arian replied. "At this time I have other matters to attend."
They understood his meaning, and bowed and turned for the door.
"Del Judas is to stay," Arian commanded. "I have yet words to speak with him."
Del stopped in mid-turn, surprised by the request and more than a bit apprehensive. Mitchell stopped for a moment, too, a scream of jealous rage sticking in his throat. With no other choice, though, he left quietly, as did the rest. Only Del remained in the somber hall to face the Eldar of Loch Silinilum. Chapter 14. Ardaz.
"Perhaps you will show me now what it is you are hiding,"
Arian said in a friendly tone. He sat relaxed and calm, obviously secure that Del posed no threat. I don't know what you mean," Del stammered quickly.
"I have lived for many years," Arian said. "I have seen the dawn of several centuries and witnessed their twilight.
24 kings in Kartuata, Palandara, have come and gone.
Yet I remain."
He sat up tall and straight, and his face grew stern. "Deceive me not with your words, my friend," he warned, "for I read your eyes and they reveal the truth." Del dropped his head down, realizing that he was trapped. Arian knew beyond any doubt that he was hiding something, but Beleriand had trusted him to keep the scroll secret. A desperate idea popped into his head, and he met the gaze of the Elf King. "I didn't want them to find this," he explained, an unintentional look of relief crossing his face as he reached into his shirt pocket and produced the Derringer.
"What is that?"
an amazed Arian asked, as he rose from his throne, surprised, but also intrigued by the small object. "A pistol," Dell answered, convinced that his ploy had worked. "A weapon from my world." Arian recoiled, his wide eyes showing that he remembered all too well the tales of the terrible weapons of the ancient age of technology. "Oh, don't worry," Dell comforted, surprised by Arian's unease. "It's not loaded." He broke open the breech, displaying the empty chamber. "See, it has no... He paused in search of a word that the Elf King would understand. "No arrows." "Then why do you keep it?" Arian asked. "I don't know," Dell answered honestly. "It sort of keeps me, I guess." "You can have it if you want." He presented the pistol before him. Arian thrust his arms up and recoiled in horror. "No," he snapped, and Dell jumped back nervously. Arian gave a little smile and fought hard to put a measure of calm into his voice. "No, my friend. It is for you to keep," he explained, with as much compassion as he could muster. "It is a burden that has fallen upon you. Keep it safe and well hidden, for the horrors of your age have no place in Ynis, Aielle." Dell still didn't understand the depth of Arian's horror, but he packed the pistol back into his shirt, noting how the Eldar relaxed as soon as it was safely away. "I commend your judgment," Arian said. "You did well to keep that hidden." "I didn't think it would be wise to let everyone see it," Dell said. "Tell me then," Arian asked. "Is it as important a secret as the other you hide?" Dell balked and said quickly, too quickly, "I don't know what you mean." "You do indeed know what I mean," Arian insisted softly. "My friend, play no more games with me. I am sure that you have sound reasons for secrecy, and for myself, I would trust you and let the matter drop. But understand my position," he declared, and he stood up straight. "I am Eldar of my people, and for them I am responsible. I shall make no gambles on their safety. Show me now what else you hide." Dell turned away to wrestle with his indecision. He wanted to honor his promise to Balerion, yet realized that his entire relationship with the Eldar of Illuma might well hinge on this moment. Arian had seen right through the deception, and from the tone of the Eldar's voice, Dell knew that the Elf Lord meant to get the scroll one way or another. Quickly, so he wouldn't change his mind, Dell pulled out the scroll case and tossed it to Arian. "Ah," Arian sighed, examining the case without opening it. "I suspected that your Captain Mitchell had left some details out of the story." "Balerion gave you this," he stated rhetorically. "So you have met the Rangers of Avalon." "How could you know?" Dell asked, surprised. "Few could find their way out of Black Amara," Arian replied. "I knew as soon as your Captain Mitchell told me of your adventure there, then stammered over his explanation of how you got out, that you had likely met up with the Rangers of Avalon. Besides, you came through their land, and none can do that without their knowledge." Dell gave a great sigh, disappointed in himself for breaking his word to the Ranger Lord. "Again I commend your judgment," Arian said. "You were wise in trusting me and honoring my request." He handed back the unopened case. "I shall not interfere in your business with the Lord of the Rangers of Avalon, and I have had the honor to meet the venerable Balerion on several occasions in the past 3 decades, and I know him as a man worthy of respect. It is to my sorrow that Ungdan's eyes have since turned northward and prevented our friendship from growing. For now no Illumin would be safe wandering from the mountains. Someday, perhaps." A solemn look came to the Eldar's eyes, as if he was lost in a silent prayer. He revealed to Dell in that moment a deep and profound sadness, but he quickly smiled it away. "Might I ask who the scroll is for?" "The Silver Mage," Dell replied easily, no longer afraid of the intentions of the noble Eldar. "Of course," Arian laughed. "For his condition." "Could you tell me where to find him?" Dell asked. Arian walked over to a window on the northern wall and pointed to a crack high up on the cliff face.
Beyond that break in the mountain wall lies Brissenbalis, the tower of the Silver Mage," he said. "You will find him there, I expect."
"How do I get way up there?" Del asked, scanning the unscalable mountainside.
"There is a stair," Arian replied with a chuckle, "but you must search it out carefully, for it is invisible to the eyes of all but Ardas."
Del's expression reflected his obvious doubts.
"I do not jest with you," Arian insisted. "The stair is truly there, and fear it not, for it runs solid, straight, and without a break, without a devilish trap built in it. You must hurry, though, for the shadows grow long, and you mustn't miss Luminas Eir na Breakin."
"What's that?"
"You shall see tonight," Arian answered, smiling. "Go now, quickly."
Del glanced all around, then bowed awkwardly.
"See ya,"
he said, finding no appropriate words, and feeling stupid the moment he spoke. He bowed again and rushed for the door, but stopped when he reached it and turned back to regard Arian, who was still at the window. One more thing," he announced. Arian turned to acknowledge, and Del was rendered speechless for a moment. Half of the Elf King's face shone in the last rays of the day, streaming through the window, while the other half lay darkened in shadow. A fitting image of the paradox of the elves, Del thought. The same unresolved conflict he saw within the eyes of Aielle, a mixture of the light sparkle of joyous innocence and the dark shadows of profound sadness.
"Why did Aielle get so upset when I called him elf?"
Del asked. From within the depths of the twilight shadows, Arian's eyes glowered, and Del quickly qualified the term. "It's not an insult." Arian seemed satisfied that Del meant no harm.
"Elf,"
he said with a great sigh, his voice mellow, almost subdued,
"is an old word, a name branded upon the firstborn of my race by the Calvins of Palindara, who sought our destruction."
Del noted how the Eldar's jaw clenched, with the undeniable pain of the legacy of his people, and Del, too, felt the sincere sorrow of his new friend. He mumbled an apology quietly, and opened the door to leave.
"Wait,"
Arian called. Del turned back to find that the anger and sadness had cleared from Arian's face.
"Elf,"
Arian said again, in a louder, more affirmative voice.
"From your not unkind lips, it is not such a bad word. You, Del Judas, may call me elf, and my people elves," he declared with a broad smile. "So say I, and so shall it be done."
"I am honored, Lord Arian Silverleaf, Eldar of Loch Silinalum," returned Del with due respect. He bowed low and slipped from the room, setting out to find the hidden tower of the Silver Mage. Del wove his way through the curious glances of many elves to the base of the northern wall, noting with relief that almost all of the looks he received were friendly. Rael's angry comments had made him unsure of the elves' feelings toward him and his companions, but any worries were dispelled by the time he neared the wall. Half doubting, but filled with anticipation, he worked along the stone in search of the invisible path. His shin cracked into something hard, something very tangible. "No kidding," he gasped, as he eagerly felt along the unseen object. Indeed, it seemed to be a staircase. He started up, cautiously testing each subsequent step before trusting his full weight to it, and hugging the visible mountain wall. He had to climb less than 70 feet, but it took him a long time to ascend that unnerving stair. Normally Del wasn't afraid of heights, but he couldn't escape the logic that overruled his heartfelt desire to believe in the magic. His eyes told him that he was standing in mid-air and should be falling. He was relieved when he reached the entrance to Ardaz's home. It seemed no more than a split in the stone from below, but now Del saw that the left wall was actually a few feet back from the ledge, and overlapped behind the right to form a corridor. The passage went just a short distance and turned a sharp corner, and Del found himself in a small, circular glade, carpeted with the same thick grass as the valley floor. High stone walls surrounded it, keeping it ever in shadowy dimness, though it was open to the sky. In the west end stood a small television-sill, and carved into the north wall, like a gigantic bas-relief, was a singular, mica-strewn tower, with two thin windows flickering from the firelight within, like the watching eyes of a dragon. The tower's great wooden door was banded by silver and decorated with the carvings of many arcane runes. Even as Dell admired its craftsmanship, it banged open, and out hopped a wiry old man in a dark blue robe and a broad silver belt. A great and pointed wizard's cap, much too large for him, kept flopping forward over his hairless face, leaving only his long nose and his mouth, which was constantly in motion, uncovered. He kept thrusting his hands into the countless pockets of his garment, and he grew ever more flustered as his searches brought forth roots and herbs, frogs and snakes, even an occasional bat, all of which he tossed aside, with a frustrated stamp of his booted foot. He seemed to be addressing the silver tree with his unbroken stream of words, and his volume increased with his excitement.
Desdemona? Desdemona, where is it? Oh, where? I know I had it, I know I did, but where has it got to? Did you take it? I bet you did, you silly puss. Love to tease me, don't you? Meow, meow,
came a reply from the tree. Following the sound, Dell discovered a smiling black cat relaxing on a branch, licking its paws.
Oh, don't tell me that, the old man rambled. You beastly tease, I know you did it. I should, you know, I might. Turn your tail into a mouse, and watch you chase it in circles forever and ever and ever. Wouldn't like that a bit, would you, Desdemona? No, not a bit, I dare say.
That's Shakespeare, Dell interrupted. The old man froze in his tracks, and grasped the brim of his hat in both hands. Slowly he slid it back over his pale blue eyes and gaped at Dell.
What?
He asked. Shakespeare, Dell repeated. The old man's face remained twisted in astonishment. The name, I mean, Desdemona, is a character in Shakespeare.
Shakespeare,
the old man mumbled, scratching his chin and rolling his eyes as if trying to recall something. Dell remembered then that Shakespeare was a writer of a different age, a long-forgotten time. He tried to think of a way he could explain it to the old man without totally confusing him, but it was the old man's turn to surprise Dell.
Shakespeare!
He exclaimed.
Oh, yes! The bard! A jolly old chap, don't you agree? Why, yes. Othello, actually. And a strange bird.
The cat growled.
Sorry, Des,
the old man said.
And a strange cat she was, you know. Don't you agree?
Dell stood dumbfounded.
Well, don't you? A strange cat, eh?
Who? Dell asked.
Why, Desdemona. Yes, we were talking about her, weren't we? She was a strange cat, she was, but then we all are, I dare say. I do dare say. Oh, well, it doesn't matter, no. But where did I put it? You don't have it, do you? No, of course you don't. I don't even know you, how could you?
He stopped short and bounded over to Dell, the jerky movements again dropping his hat down to the tip of his nose. He didn't bother to lift it, he just tilted his head back and peeked at the stranger from under the brim.
Who are you?
Jeff Del Judas, Dell replied with a laugh. Call me Dell. You're Ardaz, the Silver Mage?
Yes, of course I am. You have a strange name, my son. Yes, very strange indeed. Del Judas. Why, it is a name I might have used from the other...
Suddenly the old man began trembling, and his breath came in short gasps.
You knew Shakespeare,
he squeaked, and he pulled up his hat above his hairless brow that he could study Dell more closely. The cut of Dell's uniform and its synthetic material were familiar to Ardaz. Vague memories of clothes he had worn many, many years before the dawn of Aielle. This man in front of him was of the older world.
The ancient ones walk the land!
Ardaz shrieked with a leap, and he threw his hands high up in the air. Then, realizing that it should not have been proclaimed so loudly, he slapped his hands over Dell's mouth and went, "Shh! Shh!" It took him a few seconds to remember that he was the one who had yelled, and he let go of Dell.
"Well, well. Our dad's at your service, Dell. And very pleased to meet you, I am. I do dare say. A walking tale in my own yard. How very grand."
Dell tried to change the subject, hoping it might calm the frenzied wizard. "What are you looking for?"
"Looking for?"
Ardaz echoed, again scratching his chin.
"Who?"
"You," Dell said.
"Looking for me?"
Ardaz cried, more confused than ever. "No," Dell groaned. "When I first got here, you were looking for something."
"I was?" "Yes." "Oh, yes, looking for... Why, a feather, of course. An eagle's feather."
"What on earth for?"
"Earth?"
echoed Ardaz.
"I know that word. Earth."
He scratched his chin.
Oh, well, it'll come to me. To move that infernal rock, of course."
He pointed to a large stone resting on the eastern end of the glade.
"Why else would I need a feather?"
"How can you move a rock with a feather?" Dell exclaimed, growing ever more ready to pull his own hair out.
"You can't, of course."
Dell moaned and slapped his hand across his forehead.
"Excitable chap, aren't you?"
the wizard said dryly, bringing a second moan from Dell.
"I need the feather for a spell. What else? What else? To levitate the rock out of my yard, of course."
Dell's eyes lit up. "Magic?" he said, grinning like a Cheshire cat. "That I'd like to see. Maybe you can find the feather if you took off that hat. It's way too big for you."
"Too big for me?" Ardaz gawked. "Too big for me? Why, it's my hat. How can it be too big for me? Of course it wasn't. No, not when I had some hair, it wasn't. But then the fire went poof and poof. No more hair, and you say my hat is too big for me. What nerve!"
"I didn't know," Dell apologized. "I'm sorry."
Yes, you are that. But then, of course, you didn't. How could you, after all?"
"I'd really like to see some magic," Dell said, trying hard to keep the old man focused. "Is there another way?"
"Another way to do what?"
"To move the rock."
"Everyone knows that you can't levitate without a feather," Ardaz huffed. "But wait. Perhaps there is another way. I do so very dearly want to get rid of that rock. Could go kaboom, I think. What do you think, Des?"
he asked the cat. Instantly the cat let out a horrified shriek and darted into a crack in the tree.
"Beastly loyal, you know,"
the mage muttered.
"Oh, well, I'll do it. I will, I do dare say. But, oh, bother, where is my staff? I shouldn't try to do it without my staff. No, dear me. Don't tell me I lost that, too. I really shouldn't try it without my staff," he explained again to Dell.
But even as he spoke the words, his visage softened, touched, it seemed, by the profound disappointment etched on Dell's face.
"Oh, well," he said with a chuckle. "Who needs a staff, anyway? Here we go.
Ardaz scratched his chin and mumbled as he pieced together the rhymes of the spell.
"Oh, yes," he said finally. That'll do, I dare say."
He cleared his throat and straightened his hat and began chanting in a mystical and arcane tongue and waved his arms in circular movements, but stopped fast when he noticed Dell gawking at him.
"Don't look at me, you silly boy. What's the rock?"
Dell turned quickly, and Ardaz resumed his casting. And a few seconds later, kaboom! A bolt of lightning blasted from his hands and sundered the boulder into a million scattered pieces. Dell nearly jumped out of his pants.
"Holy shit!" he cried. "What the—"
He spun around, and there was Ardaz, hopping around on one foot and flapping his hands wildly, like some demented pigeon, wisps of smoke trailing from his fingers.
"Ow, ow, 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 ow!"
the mage shouted, but his voice was muffled, for his great hat had breached his nose and fallen completely over his head.
"Ow, ow, ow, ow!" Are you all right?
Del yelled, rushing over to him.
Yes, yes,
Came the smothered reply.
should have used my staff, I dare say.
Del lifted the hat from the wizard's absolutely hairless head and was taken aback, for embedded in the middle of Ardaz's forehead was a gem, a silvery moonstone.
That was a good shot, though, wasn't it?
Ardaz chuckled, shooting Del a friendly wink. Perfect, Del agreed absently, his unblinking eyes riveted on the gemstone.
What's the matter, my boy?
That stone in your forehead, Del began.
My mark?
Ardaz asked. I've seen one like it.
It is the mark of magic. Not many of these lying around, you know. Oh, no. 4, and no more in all the land, and not on display for anyone to see. But where could you have... Oh, yes, you've been to Palandara, then, and seen the white pearl of Istal.
No, I've never been to Palandara, Del replied. Did, the lassie have such a stone?
Ah!
Ardaz shrieked, jumping around wildly, eyes darting to and fro as though he expected demons to surround them at any moment.
Shh, shh,
he cried, and slapped his hand over Del's mouth.
Don't speak that name. No.
He tightened his hand over Del's mouth as he again glanced all about for signs of impending doom. The wizard had an incredibly strong grip, and try as he may, Del could not break free. Intent on his scan, Ardaz took no heed of Del's struggling, and didn't let go until he finally, noticed that Del was turning a delicate shade of blue.
Oh, sorry about that,
Ardaz apologized.
But we mustn't speak the name of the Black Warlock. An evil summons, if ever there was one, I do dare say. He did have a stone, a sapphire, most powerful stone of all. Deep, oh, the richest blue. Blue at first, mind you, but it turned black when his heart turned black. Yes, the blackest sapphire. You haven't seen him, I pray.
The stone I saw was green, an emerald in Avalon.
Clasp Aielle,
Ardaz whispered, his voice even and much calmer, as if the mention of the beautiful witch had shot a sedative through his veins.
You've seen Aielle.
You are blessed, my boy. Blessed indeed.
Please, you must tell me all about it.
Sure, Del replied. But first I have to give you something. He pulled out the scroll and handed it to the wizard. Beleriand gave it to me. He said that you'll know what it's about. Ardaz snatched the case from Del, popped off the cap, and drew out the parchment.
It is, he exclaimed. It is. Oh, good. Stupendously marvelous. The spell, he shouted in explanation to Del's blank stare. The spell to grow back my hair. But wait, what's this? He cried, when he noticed something on the edge of the scroll. Oh, no. Oil. Oil from curious fingers. You've touched it. Oh, no. I didn't know, Del explained. Oh, bother it all, the wizard groaned. That's how it all happened in the first place. Someone touched a scroll. Supposed to make a fire burn brighter, and sure, but poof, right in my face. And now you've handled this one. Oh, bother. I'll probably grow hair out of my ears.
I'm truly sorry, Del said, biting his lip in an unsuccessful attempt to stifle a laugh.
You think that's funny?
Ardaz snapped, appearing quite angry, but unable to hold the scowl as he considered his own prediction.
I suppose it would be, wouldn't it? Hair out of my ears. Oh, how jolly. How very jolly.
When they had finished their laugh, Del recounted his adventures to Ardaz. Unlike Mitchell at the court of Arion, Del told of everything that had befallen his party honestly and completely. The wizard listened with sincere interest, but was especially attentive when Del recounted his dream of being watched by a green eye, and he made Del repeat the parts about Avalon 3 times. A starry evening was in full bloom by the time Del had finished.
Ah, Avalon, Ardaz said. Clasp Aielle. It is called by the illumined, you know.
A fitting nickname. His voice had lost all hints of its frantic edge, as if he had suddenly realized how important the return of the Ancient Ones could be to his world. I envy you that you have seen her, but I would not tell anyone else of it, if I were you. Why not? Dell asked. I told the Rangers, Andavar and Belexis, and they weren't upset. The Rangers are wise, very wise, Ardaz replied. Under the eyes of Beleriand, they remember the past, and they understand the power and goodness of Brielle. Most men, and even many Illumin, fear the witch, and would shun you if they knew you had seen her. The children of the moon have forgotten what she did for their race back in the distant past. Ha! Many have even forgotten what I, Ardaz, did for them at the beginning of their age. It is a sad time that we all live in. I have to go back, Dell muttered. To Avalon. To her. If all that you tell me is true, I think she would like that too. The wizard smiled. But let me think about it. Now go, my boy. Back to the city, and quickly. The moon will be rising soon. Don't want to miss the festival, would you? Will you be there? Dell asked. I might, Ardaz replied. But for now you've given me much to think about. Yes, very much to think about. Chapter 15. Luminous Eye Nabraken. Dell moved out from the glade and gingerly started down the invisible stair, leery at first, remembering the trouble he had coming up here in the daylight. Soon, though, he found that the darkness was his ally. The mountain wall remained easy enough to discern, towering right next to him, and his inability to see the invisible steps in the dim light didn't blatantly contradict his logic. When he got about halfway down, he heard singing coming from the northwestern corner of the valley. Hundreds of elves, the whole city it seemed, were joined in a singular chorus of celebration. Dell couldn't make out the words, for they sang in the strange, enchantish tongue, but the tune and tempo made the emotions of the song clear to him. They sang a joyful melody, yet mysterious, almost supernatural, as if their song was for the stars and the heavens alone to understand. When he had finally reached the valley floor, and it seemed a long while indeed, he raced to the gathering of the elves, their haunting song still rising in the evening air. He found Billy with Sylvia and Erinel. Mitchell and Reinheiser were there, too, a little way off, talking by themselves. "Where have you been?" Billy asked when Dell approached. "We've been looking all over for you." "A little business, that's all," Dell said. "Nothing important." Billy didn't press the issue. The thought of Dell going off on some mysterious enterprise seemed perfectly normal to him. Billy was quite sure now that something unique had happened to his friend. Dell alone among the remaining crewmen accepted this world with all his heart and soul, and Aielle and its people seemed to be returning the welcome. Everyone they met placed Dell in high regard. Sylvia looked at Dell with an apologetic expression. "I pray that my father was not too harsh with you," she said, and Dell knew that she was truly concerned. "You must understand that this is a dangerous time." "Sylvia," Dell interrupted with an uncontainable grin, "your father is a perfectly wonderful elf." "Again you speak that word," Sylvia protested. "Arian doesn't disapprove," Dell explained. "In fact, he, the elder of your people, has personally given me his permission to use it. Honest." "It's not really an insult," Billy added. "I shan't argue the point," Sylvia said with a sigh of surrender, unable to resist their grins. "I suppose that it is the way that a word is spoken that determines its intent." "What's all this singing about?" Dell asked. "Luminous Eye Nabraken," Sylvia replied. Dell just shrugged his shoulders. "A braken means celebration, a dance," explained Sylvia. "And the place to where we shall journey we name Sheath Dún o Ilum." She sang softly, "Luminous Eye Nabraken, mountain shelf of moonlight, dance your dance of freedom, children of the restless night. Sparklings of the mirror rock, Tivriasis' endless song, Lift your arms to the silvery orb. May her passage be bright and long. Luminas aina brecken. Shaith dún o ilum. Your light is mine alone. Sylvia could see that her song had pleased Billy and Dell, and that, in turn, brought a smile to her fair face. "We celebrate this festival each month during the 3 nights of the fullest moon," she explained, "when the shelf is bright in silver light, and feet dance to the song of Tivriasis. You will see, and I promise you will enjoy." The crowd around them went quiet. "Be silent now," Aranel said to the 3 of them. "They are about to begin. My uncle has brought the Staff of Light." The whole gathering remained hushed, and all the torches were extinguished. In front of them on a rock pedestal stood Arian Silverleaf, barely more than a silhouette in the starlight. He held a crooked staff before him in one hand and rubbed its knobbed top with the other. "Ilu, lumen bel," he commanded the staff. Gradually the top began to glow, increasing in intensity until Arian was bathed in soft light. Then he clasped the staff tightly in both hands and presented it to the crowd, which responded in unison with Ilu lumen bel. At once the staff obeyed their joined will, its top bursting into bright light. Arian handed the staff to Aielle. Behind them, on the mountain wall, loomed the blackness of a tunnel entrance. The elder waited for the commotion to die down, then addressed the gathering. "4 guests shall join in our dance tonight," he declared. "Men who have come to us from a far distant place." Predictably, whispers arose throughout the gathering. "Silence!" Arian commanded them. "The moon will be rising soon. We do not have much time. Shaith dún o ilum awaits. Let us find our places." With laughter and songs, the elves bustled about into the ritual line that signaled the beginning of the celebration. "Take my hand, Judas," Sylvia said, "and stand behind me. And you, Billy Shank, take my other hand and go before me." And so it went, all up and down the group, the elves forming one long chain with joined hands. Arian led the way with the Staff of Light, Aielle directly behind him. There was one break in the chain this time, though, for Mitchell stood behind Dell and would not accept Dell's hand, something that Dell recognized as clearly childish and unbefitting this man who claimed leadership. They went into the tunnel with only the staff to guide them. Just a few places back from Arian, it was difficult to see, and for those 100 steps back, or 200, the winding tunnel loomed pitch black. This was a time of joining for the elves, a time of communication and trust in each other. Finding the way around rocks or up unevenly carved stairs depended solely on the person, the link to the light directly ahead. Just a few feet into the blackness, Mitchell realized the futility of his stubborn anger and grabbed Dell's hand. The tunnel went only several 100 yards into the mountain, but the slow pace and the winding way made the journey seem much longer. Especially for Dell, continually assaulted by Mitchell's unending stream of grumbles and complaints. "Shaith dún o ilum," Arian finally called, for far up ahead loomed a lighter spot, and the elves renewed their songs and cheers. Suddenly the outline of a man appeared at the tunnel exit, and Arian stopped short in surprise. "Who could it be?" a frightened Aielle asked. Many strange things had happened recently, not the least of which was the arrival of the Ancient Ones, and Aielle, like so many others, was certain that Illuma was heading for a crisis that threatened the very existence of his people. "No one entered the tunnel before us, and there was no other way to the Shaith Dún." "Well, I dare say it's about time you got here," came a familiar voice, dispelling all fears. "A bit past time, I should say." "Pray no," Aielle groaned. "The jester awaits." "If you wish to join the celebration, you should have come in the line," Arian said to the wizard, approaching the tunnel exit. "The custom should not be ignored." "Join the celebration?" the confused mage echoed. "Oh, no, not for that. Not for that. I mean, there isn't going to be any celebration, so why would I come to join it after all?" "What do you imply?" Arian asked gravely, his suspicions heightening all the more as Ardaz stepped in front of him, blocking his exit from the tunnel.
"Get out of our way, old fool!" Aielle snapped indignantly. "The Staff of Light must stay in the tunnel," Ardaz retorted, in a suddenly sober and deadly serious tone. "And there shall be no celebration this night."
Aielle spouted in protest, but Arian, reading the danger in the wizard's eyes, silenced him at once. For the Eldar knew well the moods of Ardaz, and turned back to him with genuine concern.
"Is there trouble afoot?" "Angdon spies are in the mountain gate," Ardaz replied grimly. "I am sorry, but a party on the shelf would certainly be visible down there."
"How do you know they are there?"
Aielle growled, ever doubting the wizard.
"If this is one of your games—"
"I know!"
Ardaz retorted, and Aielle was knocked back by the bared power in the wizard's voice.
"Never before have they come this far," Arian muttered.
"Never before has Angdon been this determined," Ardaz replied grimly.
He didn't have to speak his further thoughts, that something far worse and more dangerous than Ungdon the usurper was behind this latest attempt to discover the whereabouts of Illuma, for he knew that those fears were shared by every member of Loch Sillinaloom. Obviously distressed at cancelling the celebration, Arian was wise enough to nonetheless heed the words of his wizard advisor.
"Have this passed back down the line,"
he instructed Aielle, handing over the Staff of Light.
"Now is the time for our people to make preparations. The celebration will have to wait."
"Arian!"
Aielle moaned.
"Surely you're not going to ruin this night on the words of that one?"
"Instruct the people to go back to the city,"
Arian calmly and unshakably continued. Aielle swung around angrily on his heel and started down the line, but Arian wasn't through with him yet.
"Summon the 9 second-born, and accompany them to the Sheath Dune. It is time for a council, I believe."
"Do you wish anything else, my lord?"
Aielle grumbled with pouting sarcasm.
"I do,"
Arian retorted sternly.
"Have my daughter and Erenel bring our visitors. This trouble may concern them as well."
Arian waited at the exit to the tunnel to greet the others as they arrived.
"Our council may be grim," he said to Del and Billy, "but at the least you have come at the right time to see Loch Shalom, the moon pool, at its height of beauty."
The pair stepped onto the shelf and saw that the Eldar had not exaggerated in the least. They stood on a flat ledge of a bowl-shaped gorge, surrounded by high mountain walls of mica rock that funneled out wider to embrace the evening sky as they rose. The walls below the ledge remained vertical, though, dropping straight down for hundreds of feet to a deep, cool mountain pool. A stream rushed out from a hole in the rock face a few yards to the left of the tunnel and dove headlong down the chasm. This was Tivriasis, ever singing her haunting notes that conjured images of heroic adventures and mystical lands as she danced across the rock walls on her journey to the darkness of the water below. The southern side of the gorge showed the only break in the mountain wall, starting as a crack down by the pool, but widening as it rose, so that all of the southlands opened to the viewer. In daylight, Mountain Gate and Avalon were clearly visible, but in the night, only the shadowy forms of the southern mountain range, and an occasional light on the wide Calvin plain beyond could be seen. No torches were necessary on the shelf except on the darkest of nights, for even by the stars the abundant mica reflected enough light to see by. On a night such as this, with a clear moon rising, the ledge gleamed bright with ghostly silver. As Del stood mesmerized by the beauty before him, an old man came up behind him and tapped him on the shoulder. At first Del didn't recognize the man, for though he wore a hat and robe similar to those of the wizard Ardaz, he had a long white beard, bushy eyebrows, and flowing white hair that trailed well below his neck. A large raven perched comfortably on his shoulder. It was Ardaz, of course, as Del realized when the wizard pointed to his beard and winked. Astounded, Del gave the beard a slight tug, and the wizard cackled with amusement and twirled away to greet the others as they exited the tunnel onto the shelf. Del gave a laugh of his own and followed, glad that Ardaz had come, and wondering what manner of magic the wizard had used to gain the ledge before them. Perhaps he had been a bird, like the one now perched on his shoulder. Or maybe he had a broomstick, like some witch of old Halloween tales. When the last of the council group had exited the tunnel, Arion sat down with his back against the mountain wall, and bid them all to sit in a semicircle about him. The Eldar hardly noticed as the others sorted themselves out, his eyes transfixed on the southern gap in the mountains, and his mind drifting back across the centuries. He had been the firstborn of the second generation of Illumines, the first elf-born of elven parents, and the first child born in Illuma. He remembered the time when he had stepped out onto the Shaith Dune and first viewed the Loch Shilum. Through this same gap in the mountain wall, young Arion Silverleaf had also seen the wide Southlands that day, and had realized that there was indeed much more to the world than Illuma Vale and the crystal mountains surrounding it. His father came to him then and told him of mighty Palandara, the city the elves call Caer Tuatha, and of wondrous Avalon, Aielle, and of all the wide lands in between. Shaith Dun Oilum became a special place to Aaron, so much so that when Tivriasis, his wife and the mother of Sylvia, passed from this world, he found his solace here. The song of the stream caught Arion's soul that night, its joyful melody so akin to the notes that had guided the life of the elven maid who had been his mate. Thus Arion named the stream in her memory, and on that same night he began the tradition of Luminas Ainebreken. Arion smiled as he thought of the times long ago when he, Tivriasis, and Aielle had stolen out of Illuma and journeyed to the wood of Avalon or to the northern fringes of the Calvin Plains. But those were safer times, the days of Ben-Rin and his heirs. Now, with Ungden the usurper on the southern throne, no Illumin dared leave the mountain refuge. The smile left Arion's face. Calvins, Ungden's scouts, had camped right on their doorstep. Even beautiful Illuma, Loch Silunilum, sanctuary of the elves of Aielle, was threatened. Sanctuary, Arion pondered, or prison. He turned to Ardaz, who had sat down beside him.
"How long shall I live, my friend?"
he asked softly.
"Shall it be long enough to enjoy the day, that I might visit Palandara, or swim perhaps in the sea?"
It brought a tear to the wizard's eye, for Ardaz, above all others, understood Arion's frustration. The question was rhetorical and unanswerable, for Arion was the eldest of the elves, the first of his kind that the wizards had blessed with the gift of longevity. At this moment, propped as he was against the mountain wall, Arion seemed very old indeed to Ardaz. Since Ungden had assumed power, Arion had been under a terrible strain, and like a caged animal he was losing his spirit, slipping, slowly, into a state of lethargy that Ardaz knew would bring about his passing. Even Luminas Ainebreken brought only temporary relief. Other elves showed these symptoms of mortality as well. Aielle, ever walking a line of rage and frustration, perhaps foremost among them. Oftentimes Ardaz would sit at the entrance to his tower home of Brissenbalis, looking down upon the secret vale, crying for the children of the moon. They deserved a better fate, this kindly race that offered nothing less than true friendship. They could bring so much to the men of Aielle, enrich their lives so. If only.
"If only they would give you a chance,"
he mumbled to Arion. The elder, preparing to address the council, didn't hear him. Although it was Arion's place to open the council, an angry Aielle spoke first. Impatient and hoping to preserve at least part of the celebration, the volatile Illumin wasn't waiting for anyone.
"How do you know of the spies, old man?"
he snapped at Ardaz.
"Or is this another joke of yours?"
Arion did not scold his friend, for he understood that Aielle desperately needed to feel the freedom of Luminas Ainebreken. As with Arion, dancing on the shelf in the moonlight was Aielle's greatest joy, a release from the constant pressures of the enemy to the south, and he didn't like having it taken away.
"No joke,"
the wizard solemnly answered.
"though truly I wish it was. I wish it was. No. No. He pointed at Dell. Just after you left, I began to summon a whirlwind to clean up the mess. Of course you know that Desdemona here, trusting me implicitly as always, flew right off. He gave the raven a sarcastic snarl, and Dell sat confused, for he had met Desdemona as a cat. She zipped away, and I called up the whirlwind. No problem. He snapped his fingers indignantly at the raven. Then under his voice, so that only Desdemona could hear, he added, "The leaves will grow back." Now, where was I? Oh, yes. As I was putting my clothes back on, Des came flapping back, in a frightful tizzy, and told me that there were Calvins coming through the southeast pass into Morninggate. "A bird!" Rael cried. "Our celebration has been stopped by the cackle of a bird?" He jumped to his feet and looked south to the blackness of Mountain Gate. "I see nothing down there, old man. Where is the fire of their camp? Do they enjoy the darkness?" But even as he spat his sarcasm, the light of a campfire sprang up on the dark field. Rael nearly tumbled from the ledge when he saw it, and then the others jumped up, gasping with astonishment. Only Arion, never doubting the word of the wizard, was not surprised. "It seems you owe the bird an apology, Rael," the elf lord said, coolly. "They have never come this far before," Rael said, his tone now subdued. "What does it mean?" The Eldar, determined to maintain a calm demeanor, answered grimly, "It means that Ungdun has a clue to our whereabouts, for he certainly believes that Illuma is more than a legend, or it means nothing at all. We cannot be sure." "Oh, yes, we can be sure, Arion," Ardas said. "Tez here listened to them. They search for us, and they know we are nearby." Dell studied the wizard carefully. Something about him had changed. He had seen the wizard's serious side once before, when they spoke of Brielle earlier in the day. But this was something more profound. Before, Ardas had been energetic, almost frantic, yet despite all of his jumping around, he seemed a fragile old man. Dell had even worried that he would hurt himself. Now that fear was gone. The wizard emanated strength, an aura of supernatural power about him. Before, Ardas had seemed foolish, but now there was no mistaking the knowledge in his eyes. Deep knowledge, understanding beyond what a mortal man could know. Suddenly the truth about Ardas and the implications of Calais' fanciful tale dropped their full weight upon Dell. This man before him was a wizard, one of the 4 trained by the Colonnais in the first days of Ynis Aielle. This man had been alive more than 12 centuries, and had known that other world before the Holocaust. In the shock of his revelation, Dell nearly blurted it out loud. "Then we are lost," moaned one of the other elves above the grumbling. "Nay," retorted Arion sternly, and the group was silenced by the firmness of his tone. "We are not lost. Even should the Calvins discover the tunnel entrance, they will never find the passage through the underground maze." "But if they do find it," Rael said in a grim voice, "we have barely 300 spears, while Caer Tuatha alone can raise thousands." At the far side of the gathering, Hollis Mitchell listened with mounting interest, intrigued by the thought of a war. Given time and the proper opportunities, he would rise to power over these primitive folk, he believed. His knowledge of weapons alone could determine the victor in this sword-wielding world. "Must there be a war?" he asked, entering the debate with characteristic impatience. "A war or a slaughter," Rael muttered. "If Ungdun finds us," Arion said, "he will destroy us. His anger is rooted deep in his past. In his eyes, because we are different, we must die." "Sounds familiar," Billy whispered, and Dell offered him a resigned nod. Mitchell rose and strutted to the center of the council circle. "You are not lost," he proclaimed loudly, throwing up his hands as if he was some savior sent to deliver the Illumines. "In my world we had ways and weapons with which a few could defeat many." He paused, awaiting their enthusiastic cries for him to continue. But he didn't get what he expected. While most of the second-born sat stunned,
Ardaz's face went white with horror, and Arian leapt up in a burst of rage.
"Silence!"
the Eldar commanded. Mitchell stood a half-foot taller than Arian, and was twice the slender Illumin's weight. But in his anger the Eldar towered over the captain.
"There is no place for your weapons, or your ways, in Aielle."
"Let him speak," Aielle demanded. Arian spun on him, his face twisted with disbelief and renewed fury.
"Perhaps there is some value in what he has to say,"
Aielle said, not backing down. Arian remained unblinking.
"We face extermination!"
Aielle roared, as if that alone was justification for his position.
"A tyrant is Ungden. We are more worthy to walk this land than he and his miserable humans. What of our birthright?"
Arian glanced around, well aware that his speech wasn't for his benefit. Aielle knew well that he would never sway him on this matter. It was for the ears of the other second-born, who were as fed up as Aielle with hiding in fear. Loxilin-Illum was no dictatorship. The will of the council could force concessions from the elder. Several conversations began all at once, and it quickly became apparent that the council would be hopelessly divided by Mitchell's hinted proposal. Arian looked at Ardaz for advice, and the wizard returned a stare, resolute and uncompromising, confirming Arian's instinctive feelings and fears.
"No,"
Arian declared flatly.
"And I'll hear no more of this. I shall not start a war, nor shall I bring back the ways of man before Belvin fate. Have you forgotten the tales of horror? We are morally bound by the simple fact of our existence, by all that Aielle is supposed to be, never to repeat those errors."
"If we are found," offered one of the second-born.
"Then we will do what we must,"
Arian snapped.
"Then it will be too late,"
Aielle muttered. Mitchell backed away from Arian's anger and rejoined his companions.
"Captain?"
Del gnashed through gritted teeth, trembling with the rage of his own.
"We weren't brought here to start a war."
"No," Reinheiser interjected. "But have you considered that perhaps we were guided to this place to ensure that the right side emerges victorious? The conflict seems unavoidable." Though honestly concerned that Reinheiser might be correct in his observations, Del was even more worried about which side Mitchell would consider the right side. The captain's goal, he knew in his heart, would be personal gain, and not the welfare of Ynis Aielle. And despite his reservations, Del remained convinced that they could find a better way. He detested war and all the evil and pain it wrought, and understood at that moment, the greatest moment of crisis in his entire life, that if he couldn't stick by his principles and ideals in this dangerous time, then they were nothing more than useless rhetoric. Del believed, after witnessing the devastation beyond the Golden Sheet, he had to believe, that reason and not violence was the only useful step toward resolving a conflict. "There must be some other way," Del said to the council. "An envoy, to show Ungden that we pose no threat to him, and are willing to live in peace with Calva."
"Not a chance, my boy," Ardaz replied. No, that would never work. I knew Ungden's ancestor, and he was just as unbending as this stubborn fool. The usurper's mind cannot be changed. I was in Palindara the night Ungden stole the throne. I bear witness to the blood of his methods and the evil of his heart. Believe me in this, there is no chance for peace, as long as Ungden rules in the city."
"Indeed, Ungden has proven himself a serpent with every act,"
Arian agreed.
"And there may be an even greater evil behind his throne, I fear,"
Ardaz mumbled under his breath. The uncomfortable silence that followed remained unbroken for a long, long while. Arian weighed his thoughts carefully, for he knew that all of Illuma would depend on him for guidance.
"Sylvia and Aranel," he said finally, "lead our guests back to the city. Quarter them in my house, and there," he instructed the men, "you shall remain. The debate before us is for the ears of the council alone. We may not return before dawn."
The 6 stood up to leave. They all had questions or suggestions on their minds, but Arion had made it clear from the tone of his voice that it was not their place to speak. They all bowed, except Mitchell, and turned toward the tunnel.
"There's a torch for you within the tunnel," Ardez said.
Sylvia nodded. Perplexed, Reinheiser stopped and studied the wizard. The physicist knew his own prowess in observation, and he knew there had been no torch in the tunnel other than the Staff of Light. That staff had gone back to the city with the line of elves, and no one had been near the entrance since they all arrived on the shelf. Yet, when they entered the tunnel, a torch was indeed lying on the ground in front of them, and when Arinell picked it up, its tip magically burst into flame. Dell wasn't surprised. The private council began as soon as the group departed, with much talking and bickering, for there remained two very different viewpoints on what course of action to take. Aielle and his supporters wanted to listen to Mitchell's plans and waylay Calva's forces quickly, defeating Ungden before he could truly organize against Illuma. The other view, championed by Arion, held to the hopes of avoiding war for as long as possible at any cost, hoping for relief from within Calva, perhaps an uprising against Ungden. A heated and angry debate ensued, but in the end very little was resolved. Finally, as the sky brightened with the approaching dawn, Arion called an end to the discussions.
"It seems we are divided," he said. "Hopelessly divided, for the present at least. Therefore, as the Eldar, it is my decision that we shall stay hidden and wait until we know more of the situation before us."
This brought grumbles from Rael's group.
"And none," Arion continued above the murmur, "save those sent out on missions for this council, shall leave the city."
"And what of our guests?" Rael prodded. "They are men, after all, and I do not trust them."
Ardaz shifted uneasily and stroked Desdemona, who had transformed into a black cat again.
"Yet you would trust the one called Mitchell to lead us against Calva," Arion replied sharply.
"I wanted only his plans to defeat Calva," Rael retorted, "that we could study and learn from them. I would not entrust him with leadership."
Arion closed his eyes and sought the feelings within his heart. He felt that he must bide his time and react to things as they happen, for he simply did not know enough yet to act boldly, and a rash decision certainly could destroy them all.
"Of our guests," he commanded, "they shall be given all the comforts we can provide."
The grumbling began again.
"But," Arion added to quiet the complaints, "they shall not be allowed to leave their rooms, and guards shall be set outside their doors."
He looked around the council, his eyes alone showing him to be set in his decision, and at the same time begging approval, relief from the tremendous pressures of leadership. "Agreed," the others answered.
"It is a wise decision,"
Rael added. Ardaz thought so too, except that he knew a voice from a wood called out to the one named Dell. The wizard feared the voice, for he did not understand why it beckoned so, and he knew, too, that its call would not go unheeded.
"Then, as we agreed, let us end this council and return to the city," Arion said. "And let us hope," he added grimly, "that the usurper's eyes remain blind to our home."
Chapter 16. Patience. Dell wasn't terribly upset when he awakened at mid-morning and found that he would not be permitted to leave the room. His sleep had been filled with dreams of Avalon, and now a fantasy of dancing with the fair Brielle in a moonlit field haunted his every thought. His surroundings, inasmuch as they were not Avalon, seemed irrelevant, and one room would do as well as the whole city. Billy, though, took the news hard. From the outset of this adventure he had adopted a stoic attitude. Even when they had first emerged from the depths of the sea and found their world apparently destroyed, Billy had shrugged it off with grim resolve, wearing grudging acceptance as his shield, though he realized that the fine edge of discipline necessary to maintain stability could cut both ways. He could defend against depression, but to do so in a situation as unpredictable and uncontrollable as this He had to also avoid the emotional highs, false plateaus ringed by sheer drops. Up till now he had kept that edge, even in the face of Avalon's magical allure. But Billy's discipline had reached its limits. In the afternoon he spent among the elves, he came to love Illuma and its inhabitants, with their joyous songs and dances and their carefree way of life. He sat now in dismay, fallen from his unintended plateau, staring out of the room's small window at the frolicking below. For though the shadow of Ungden stretched toward the elves, it could not put an end to their eternal merrymaking. In the room across the hall, Reinheiser worked hard to calm down the furious captain.
"How dare they?"
Mitchell shouted, the veins in his neck standing out in protest.
"Lock me up? And after I offered to help them."
"A hollow offer," snorted Reinheiser, who knew Mitchell's desires and ambitions well enough to understand that the captain wouldn't help anybody, unless doing so would bring him closer to his own goals. These elves, so childish and carefree, had no place in Mitchell's final plans. He might use them or enslave them, but, Reinheiser knew beyond doubt, the captain certainly had no intention of helping them.
"What do you mean by that?"
Mitchell asked warily.
"Come now, Captain. Surely you don't expect to raise an army from these helpless little creatures."
"No," Mitchell admitted, and gave a nasty laugh.
"But they don't know that."
"Of course not," Reinheiser agreed. "And do not worry. I believe that you have convinced a few of them at least that you are a friend."
"And this is how they repay me?"
He slammed his fist into the locked door.
"I've got to get out of here."
"The Calva, I suppose."
"Of course the Calva. And the court of Ungden."
"Where you will take over?" the physicist mused. "I do not think that Ungden is one who will give up his ill-won throne so willingly."
"I wouldn't expect him to,"
Mitchell agreed.
"But maybe he'll reward a great leader from another world, a man who delivers to him his greatest enemy, with a place of honor in his court, or perhaps even a little kingdom of my own."
"Either of which would be a solid basis for you to raise an army," Reinheiser reasoned.
"An army with guns,"
the captain confirmed, savoring his fantasy of power with obscene delight. "And the equipment to machine such pieces?" Reinheiser asked. "Knowing the parts of a gun does not bestow the ability to manufacture those parts. Are there metals available strong enough? And what of powder?"
"It can be done," Mitchell insisted.
Reinheiser offered a little smile. "Indeed," he said. "Or if not guns, then surely other weaponry superior to what we have seen." Mitchell nodded, seeming satisfied with that answer.
"Then I'll rule this world,"
he calmly remarked, his smile widening. It proved but a temporary reprieve from his anger and frustration, though, and the light quickly left his face.
"What's the use?" he groaned. "It's all just a dream. Even if we could get out of this room, which we can't, we'd never find our way out of this stupid valley."
"Yes, we would," Reinheiser replied. And he was the one beaming now. He pulled a rolled parchment out of his cloak and presented it to Mitchell, who saw as he unrolled it that it held a map showing the way back to Mountain Gate.
"Where'd you get this?"
"I made it."
"But how?"
"Child's play," Reinheiser answered. "When the elves escorted us to this valley, I counted my steps and noted the turns and corridors we passed in the tunnel."
"So that's why you pulled that damn stunt about being afraid of caves,"
Mitchell said.
"To get next to a wall."
Reinheiser nodded, feigning boredom as if it was all but a minor feat for one as brilliant as he. "The map is not perfect, but I am sure it will be sufficient to get us out of here."
"You've got some mind,"
Mitchell said, his face barely wide enough to hold his grin.
"When do we leave?"
"Patience, my friend. Patience," Reinheiser answered. "The elves will relax their guard when the immediate danger is past, and then—"
"And then,"
the captain interrupted, spreading his arms wide, as if addressing a crowd.
"All hail Mitchell, Lord of Aielle."
He began to laugh loudly. Reinheiser joined him, though less heartily. The physicist knew that there were other powers to contend with that Mitchell hadn't considered, and in truth he thought Mitchell's lust absolutely ridiculous. Late that afternoon, Ardaz and Rael sat on the dais in the throne room as Arian paced uneasily back and forth before them.
"Arian, let him go," Ardaz pleaded. "We can trust that one."
"Trust him?" Rael exclaimed.
"He is a man. How can we believe there is any good in him? Men have shown nothing but hatred for Illumines. If they could find us, they would kill all of us in an instant. And you ask us to entrust our lives to one?" "Being a man, I certainly resent that opinion," Ardaz said, though he understood Rael's bitterness toward his kind. It was a common tale in Illuma that Arenel's parents, Rael's brother and sister-in-law, had been slaughtered on a mountain pass by humans when Arenel was just a child. Arian doubted the story, suspecting instead that the unfortunate couple had been waylaid by rogue Talons, and though Ardaz also didn't believe that men had perpetrated the deed, he had no proof with which to dispute Rael's deep-rooted convictions.
"You are different," Rael replied. "You are a wizard, and harmless enough."
"What business could he possibly have in the Witch's Wood?"
Arian asked, keeping the conversation in line. Arguments between Rael and Ardaz escalated easily, and Arian knew from experience that these two could ramble on for hours if allowed to sidetrack.
"What business, indeed?" Ardaz replied. "Why, what business could he possibly have here? This one's path, I think, is guided by forces beyond us, you know, far, far beyond us. I wouldn't think it wise for us to detain him. Might get them mad, you see, and we wouldn't want that. No, if he wishes to return to Avalon, then we should let him."
"Should we give them all the free run of Illuma as well?" Rael said with a snarl. "And let these unseen forces you speak of lead us to our destruction?"
"No, certainly not," the wizard replied. "I speak only of the one called Del Judas, and he, I dare say, has earned our trust."
"That he has," Arian agreed. "Still, I do not understand what she could possibly want with him."
"She probably wants to turn him into a squirrel that he can dance among her trees," Rael put in.
"Now you've gone too far," Ardaz cried, and he leapt up, his eyes flashing with fury.
Rael sat unimpressed and unconcerned, holding fast to his belief that wizards were bumbling old fools, and witches merely the workings of a child's imagination.
"Enough, Ardaz,"
Arian commanded, but the wizard did not back away. Arian stepped between him and Rael, and matched the wizard's fire with his own unyielding glare.
"When you returned to us 30 years ago, you agreed to honor my word and abide by our rules,"
Arian said sternly, offering no room for compromise. Ardaz, grudgingly, sat down.
"Rael's years are not numbered as long as ours,"
Arian offered to appease the wizard.
"He does not remember the Emerald Witch or the old days when magic filled the air. Those times are merely tales by the fireplace to him."
"He's going to learn better, then, he is at that,"
Ardaz grumbled, but his anger yielded quickly to the memories of that past age that came upon him.
"Arian," he said calmly, "recall, if you will, the days way back, the days of Benrin and Umpleby and the Justice Stone. I did much for your parents and kin back then, and I asked for nothing in return except your friendship and your trust. Trust me now, I beg. Let Del Judas go."
"What do you think she wants with him?" Arian asked.
"I do not know that she wants him at all," Ardaz replied. "I only know that he must choose his own path, and now he chooses Avalon. Let him go, Arian. I will have friends watching him. I promise."
Arian knew in his heart that Del had earned and deserved the trust of the Illumines, but he knew the consequences as well. Rael and many others would be furious with him if he let Del go, and this was not a good time for his people to be divided. But he decided finally to follow his heart, reasoning that the sacrifice of conscience was a far greater evil than anything Ungden could bring upon them. Arian would not accept that loss for the sake of precaution. With grim determination, yet softened with empathy, he looked Aielle straight in the eye.
Del Judas may go.
Aielle turned away.
Splendid!
Ardas shouted.
But only after, the elder continued. The Calvins are clear of the lower hills around Mountain Gate.
Desdemona is watching them now,
the wizard happily reported.
She will let me know when they are gone.
Also, on that day, the other three may again walk freely in the valley, Arian said. We must learn if they, too, are worthy of our trust.
Infuriated, trembling as if he was barely holding a thin line of control, Aielle turned back and shot Arian a look of utter contempt.
Be calm, my friend, Arian said. You I appoint to oversee the watch of the other three, and you yourself shall escort Del Judas down to the archway at Mountain Gate. From there you can see that he enters Place Brayel, and if that wood of peace and order allows him entry, then know he is no friend of Ungdan the usurper. And the other three must return too, and remain in their rooms at night,
Aielle suggested, and it pleased Arian to learn that his friend, obviously infuriated about his decisions, was apparently willing to accept them.
As you wish, Arian replied.
Then, I am satisfied. Del's heart lifted high when Ardas came to him with the news that he would be allowed to return to Avalon. Billy, too, danced when he learned that he would soon be able to again walk freely among the elves. The wizard thought that he had done them a favor by informing them of Arian's decision, but in truth the two men grew even more miserable as the days dragged by, and still Desdemona did not return with news that the Calvin scouts were gone. During this time Sylvia and Erinel visited the room often, and proved a tremendous comfort to the two men. Soon the four had become great friends, exchanging fine tales. Del was a bit disappointed, though, that neither Sylvia nor Erinel shared his enthusiasm about his return to Avalon. Whenever he spoke of Brielle, they looked at each other with concern and pity, as if they knew something about the witch that he did not, and they always changed the subject at the first chance. Del began to understand Ardaz's advice to him about keeping his meeting with the witch private. Though he could hardly believe the incongruity of it, it came clear to him that the wizard had been correct in his observations, that even the good people of Illuma didn't fully accept the Witch of the Wood. Ardaz spent most of the time in the other room, talking more with Reinheiser than Mitchell. They were a perfect match, for the physicist was an attentive audience, and the wizard loved to talk. Reinheiser pressed Ardaz for stories of Ishtal, the White Mage, and the city of Palandara, which the elves called Caer Tuatha. Try as he may, though, he could not get the wizard to elaborate about the Black Warlock, Morgan Thalasi, other than the common recounting of the Battle of the Four Bridges and of the days before the first mutation. Finally, shortly after breakfast on the morning of the sixth day, Desdemona returned to Ardaz with the news that Mountain Gate was clear.
"They stay a long time,"
Arian said, when the wizard reported to him.
"Do you think they found anything?"
"Oh, no," Ardaz replied. "They were just stubborn, that's all."
"Let us hope,"
Arian replied.
"Go then, and inform Del Judas. He will want to be off right away. And tell the others that they may now leave their rooms."
"Oh, simply splendid,"
Ardaz cried, and he bolted out of the room.
"Take Erinel along with you, and Del Judas,"
Arian said to Aielle.
"Yes, Elder," Aielle answered, "and woe to him if the wood refuses him."
"It shall not." A short time later, Arian and Ardaz saw the three off at the tunnel entrance on the western edge of the valley. "Well, let's get moving," Del said impatiently. "A blindfold?" he asked, holding out his hand.
"No, friend,"
Arian said, giving Aielle a sidelong glance.
"This time you may travel without one."
"I'm flattered," Del stuttered, surprised. "But truly, I'd prefer to be blindfolded. If something goes wrong and I'm caught by Calvins, it'd be better for all of us if I honestly couldn't lead them back here." Ardaz burst out in laughter.
"There, Aielle, he has passed your silly little test."
Arion too smiled broadly.
We hoped that you would see this wisdom.
Again he eyed Aielle.
We hoped that you would care enough not to jeopardize our safety.
With that he tossed a hood to the man.
Farewell, my friend. I look forward to your return.
I'll be back, Del assured them. Goodbye for now, and take care of Billy for me. He shouldered the pack they had prepared for him, donned his hood, and entered the tunnel between Aielle and Arenelle.
There he goes,
Mitchell muttered, standing with Reinheiser a short distance away. It is better that he leaves, Reinheiser replied. Del Judas would fight you if he knew your plans.
He's a cockroach, Mitchell growled, and I'm going to come back and step on him.
Reinheiser merely nodded and let it pass. The journey to Mountain Gate didn't seem long at all to Del. He skipped through the tunnel and down the trail full of anticipation, his feet barely touching the ground. He could hardly stand still when the time came for Arenelle to remove his blindfold.
We are at the field, and there lies your destination,
Aielle grumbled, pointing to the distant line of trees, and obviously glad that this whole thing was almost over. Ardaz will know when I return? Del asked. I don't want to be stranded down here.
He will know,
Arenelle assured him.
And do not worry. Someone will be here to meet you and guide you back to Loch Selinalun. Now, off you go.
Goodbye, then, Del said, and he raced off to Avalon and his dream, his heart pounding. But when he got to the forest, Del found no entrance. The road was gone. Confused, he began searching up and down the line of trees. Yet no trail was to be found. In fact, the trees always seemed thickest wherever he searched, as if they were huddled together before him to block his path. He couldn't even find any opening large enough for him to enter the wood. That's strange. Under the archway, Aielle fitted an arrow to his bow.
Uncle, no!
Arenelle cried.
Yes, Aielle retorted. It is the will of Arion, and all have agreed. Look for yourself, Arenelle. Clasp Aielle will not have him. He is a spy of Ungden, certainly, and we have been deceived.
He drew back on his bowstring and began creeping across the field, Arenelle following nervously. At the wood, Del stood scratching his head.
How strange, he muttered, mimicking the voice of his new wizard friend. How very strange.
Chapter 17. Clas Brayel. Aielle raised his bow and took deadly aim.
Please, Uncle,
Arenelle begged, grasping the arrow.
There must be another way. Surely he will surrender.
Del didn't notice them, though they were only a short distance away. He stood perplexed, staring at the living barrier before him. He had been here just a week ago, had traveled to this very spot down a path through these same woods. Yet now he could see no path. The elves called this place Clas Brayel, home of Brielle, and such a name carried implications that went much deeper. As Talus Dune was an extension of the blackness of Morgan Thalasi, so Clas Brayel reflected the spirit of its namesake. When Del had crossed through here, he had sensed the magical essence that stamped the name of Brielle upon every aspect of Avalon, but only the very eldest of the Illumines, Ardaz, and the Rangers, could truly appreciate the relationship between the witch and her wood. She could alter the paths and close the borders as surely as she could clench her fist, could see through the eyes of the birds as easily as through her own. They were one, this woman and the land she had nurtured, soulmates and spirit mates, journeying the paths of time in perfect harmony.
Take your hand away,
Aielle commanded, jerking the arrow from Arenelle and refitting it to his bow.
Too much have I heard of this one's lies. I shall accept no pleas for surrender. This human will get all that he and his kind deserve.
He turned back to aim, but Del was gone. Gone down a path entering Avalon.
Clas Brayel accepted him,
Arenelle cried.
He has not deceived us, yet you would have slain him.
Aielle said nothing, caught somewhere between relief and his unrelenting anger. Del trotted down the path, whistling and humming as he went. The sun seemed warmer in here and more friendly, and the breeze that sifted through the trees carried the scents and sounds of springtime and irresistible contentment. For the first time since arriving in this strange new world, he was truly alone. Yet he remained unafraid, even unconcerned. He felt at home in these woods, and welcome, oblivious to the fact that Avalon had allowed him entry only when his life was at stake. He saw the mark of Brielle everywhere that morning, in the flowered embankments bustling with the frenzy of newly awakened insects, in the evergreen groves, dark and proud survivors of winter's coldest blast. And he heard the rush of her spirit in the song of the streams swollen from the thaw on the mountains. Still, the witch remained ever elusive. Dell hadn't given any thought as to how he would find her. He had just assumed that she would be there to greet him when he entered her domain. But Avalon was a large forest, stretching many miles westward and many more to the south. In his elation at the pursuit of his fantasy, Dell hadn't even considered the scope of the task before him. He did not see her that morning and was a bit disappointed when he broke for lunch. His mood quickly took a pleasant turn, though, for as he sat in a small clearing munching on a biscuit that the elves had packed for him, several rabbits poked their heads from the surrounding brush to inspect him. Apprehensive for just a moment, they hopped right up to join him. "So they think I belong here, too," Dell said with a laugh, and he happily shared some of his food. After lunch, Dell said goodbye to his little friends and resumed his quest with renewed optimism. But he searched in vain the rest of that day and far into the night. He sat down with his back propped against a tree, meaning only to take a short break, when weariness finally overcame him. Too exhausted to be concerned with comfort, he fell fast asleep in that position. Again, he dreamed of starlit fields and dancing with Brielle to the music of the night, and he was at peace. The dream was all too short, as wonderful dreams always are, and it seemed only minutes later that the morning sun brightened the eastern sky and dispelled the enchantment. The night had been chilly, for summer was still nearly a month away, and the hard tree merciless on his back. Groaning with every twist, Dell dragged himself to his feet and tried to stretch out the stiffness. Although he was certain he'd wear a grimace for the rest of that morning, he refused to be daunted. "Today will be the day," he assured himself aloud. But it wasn't. The animals danced in the trees, the sun burned warm in the blue sky above, and the magic of Avalon lay deep all about him. Still Dell saw no woman that day, and he heard no singing. Nor did he find her that night, nor the next night, nor the next night. As dawn broke the fourth morning, utter frustration engulfed him, his determination ebbing away. He trudged on, fearing that if he stopped his eyes would ever after turn to Avalon with an unanswered longing. He shut out the beauty of the wood as much as he could that day, narrowing his vision to a single goal, and following every trail he came upon with a rushed and determined stride. One path led him to a tangled cluster of white birch trees. The ground around them felt spongy under his feet, even showed open mud at some spots from the overflow of a nearby brook, and falling branches littered the ground. Dell should have had more sense than to go in, but his frustration had bred a reckless stubbornness. He paid for his foolishness when he lost his footing, and in trying to catch himself, gashed his arm on the sharp point of a broken branch. The wound wasn't serious, yet it proved more than his battered emotions could take. "Damn it!" he cried aloud. "Where are you, Brielle? Why can't I find you?"
"So, 'tis for meself ye be seeking?" came a melodic whisper behind him.
Dell stood as if turned to stone. A huge lump welled in his throat. His stomach knotted, and such a great fit of panic swept over him that he had to fight for his breath. It was she, he knew, and he had to face her. He had longed for this, and feared it all at once. A million unanswered questions stood behind him, the realization of his fantasy, or the greatest disappointment in his life. With all his willpower, he fought off the tension that gripped him, and, still trembling, turned to meet his dream. Dell thought he had prepared for this moment, but when he saw her now, wearing a white gossamer gown, her blonde hair hanging loosely about her shoulders, and her green eyes ablaze with the light of the morning sun. He was truly overwhelmed.
"And ye've been looking for me long?" she asked.
Forever, Del thought, only managing to stammer out, 4 days.
"All ye needed do was tell it to the wind," she said.
The wind?
"Ah, yeah," Brielle answered. "If ye speak out your thoughts in me wood, I shall hear."
Del realized then that the days he had spent in the wood he had not mentioned Brielle's name at all. Despite his nervousness, or perhaps because of it, he began to laugh. Brielle responded with a polite smile, though she didn't quite understand what he found so humorous. Then she saw the blood on Del's sleeve, and quickly and determinedly took hold of his arm, turning it so she could better inspect the wound.
"Ye've hurt yourself."
"It's nothing," Del replied, and he pulled away from her, embarrassed by the injury and by his stupidity for letting it happen in the first place. "Just a scratch."
"A wee bit more than a scratch, may I say to me?"
Brielle scolded sarcastically, making it clear to Del that he was behaving like a child and she would treat him accordingly. Del recognized the insult and admitted that she was right. The cut should at least be cleaned and dressed. He nearly laughed again at her suddenly motherly tone.
"Come," she said, extending her hand, more of a demand than a request. "I will tend it."
"Yes, Mommy," Del mumbled under his breath. Brielle eyed him sharply.
"Must I tell ye again that in me woods your words reach me ears?"
But her wrath was feigned, and Del recognized the smile behind the scowl. This time he did laugh out loud, and Brielle joined him. She led him to a small hillside of soft grass and scattered flowers, topped by a thick row of lilac bushes. She bid him to wait and skipped away under the shadows of the trees. Del lay back on the slope, letting the sun warm him as he tried to sort out the jumble of emotions playing through him. In truth, he didn't know what he was feeling, recognizing only that when he looked at Brielle he was both calmed and excited. It amazed him how comfortable he felt with her, and how quickly the first meeting jitters had faded away. For both of them, it seemed. And yet when he looked at her, he consciously had to remember to breathe, and his voice threatened to crack with every syllable. Above the confusion, Del understood one thing for certain. He was happy. Just looking at the Emerald Witch of Avalon thrilled him like never before. Brielle soon returned to the hillock bearing a small wooden bowl filled with a muddy paste, pungently sweet, like the essences of all the aromas of springtime blended together. She explained to Del that it would cleanse his wound and help it to heal, and his arm felt better as soon as she put it on. The two sat in silence on the grass, letting the sounds and workings of the awakening wood drift by them like the lazy clouds overhead. The witch seemed content and at ease. The serenity and natural order of this land was her strength and her magic. After a few minutes, though, Del began to grow edgy, his eyes drawn more and more toward Brielle. He became self-conscious of the silence, wondering if Brielle expected him to start a conversation. Though he wanted to say something, everything he could think of, like mentioning the beautiful weather, seemed a ridiculous cliché. Brielle looked at him then, and caught his gaze with her own. Still she sat smiling, relaxed and at peace, while all thoughts of comfort had flown from Del. He could hear his heart racing and was certain against reason that Brielle could as well, though she could have guessed it easily anyway by the flush in his face. To further Del's horror, he felt the sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, he had to turn away. He glanced all around nervously, feeling more like a fool with every passing second, and praying for some distraction to bail him out of this awkward fit. "How about some lunch?" he blurted on a sudden impulse, when he noticed that the sun was directly overhead. He lunged for his pack, after some time finally managing to fumble out one of the biscuits, and offering it to Brielle. She accepted it with curiosity, if not enthusiasm, and after one small bite, handed it back to him.
"'Tis food for the hungry," she said. "Pray, wait for me here,
and I'll bring to ye food for the happy." She tossed her mane and laughed and disappeared into the trees. Aielle had barely realized her abrupt departure when she returned, bearing a large tray laden with the offerings of Avalon. Berries plump with sweetness, and piles of fruits, oozing juice. Aielle took one look at the approaching feast and dropped his biscuits to the ground. Rabbit food. Then Aielle tasted of the magic of Avalon, wholesome and delicious beyond comparison. He could feel the health and rejuvenation surging through him even as he ate. When he had finished, Brielle brought a flask filled with water like he had never tasted before. Crystalline clear and icy cold from the mountain melt, it tingled all the way down. He felt totally refreshed after the meal, as if all of the aches and soreness had been cleansed from his body. The paste on his arm had dried to a dust, and on a hunch, contrary to all reason, he brushed it away. Sure enough, the wound had completely healed, the only sign of it a thin white line of scar. "Unbelievable," Aielle muttered. He looked up at Brielle. "This whole thing is just unbelievable." She stared back at him with no answers other than her smile. My God, Aielle thought. She's beautiful. His very image of beauty personified. Even as he contemplated his good fortune in finding her, in being here beside her, though, he remembered Andovar's words about the witch's enchantment over men, and fear swept the smile from his face. He began cautiously, afraid to ask, yet realizing that he had to know the truth. "Someone once told me that you can be to every man what he most desires in a woman." The witch started in surprise, caught completely off guard. "Is it true?" Aielle pressed. Brielle put her head down defensively and admitted, "There is such a spell." It flooded through Aielle as the worst pain he had ever experienced, a sudden emptiness beyond anything he could imagine. He had hoped to believe that he had found that elusive love of his fantasies, the romance he had doubted even existed when he had accepted his engagement to Debbie in that world so far away. Now he realized the trap. Lured by the magic of Ynis Aielle, and of this forest in particular, he had allowed his defenses to drop and had dared to dream. "Then all this," he stammered, barely able to speak, "all this is an illusion. A game you play. How could you deceive me? Why did—" "No!" Brielle insisted, and the flash in her eyes stopped Aielle short. Again she lowered her eyes, she too feeling the pangs of loneliness. The ranger had spoken truly. Often men had viewed her from afar, only to see their most heartfelt desires, but that was merely a consequence of the honesty and purity of the wood. Perhaps an illusion, but much more a glimpse of their own innate longing to live under such an innocent and naturally ordered existence. In her symbiosis with Avalon, Brielle became an extension of the wood, as it was extension of her. And that was her trap, an unforeseen pitfall of being such an image to the world outside her domain. For now she had met a man she might truly care for, and she wanted to be more to him than a fleeting vision in the starlight. Yet how could he trust her? How could he believe in the substance behind the image? "I've not deceived ye," she said softly, her voice shaking and nervous, showing that she, too, considered this a critical juncture. "You have my word. I am as I appear to ye." Far above any doubts he could have, Aielle knew that there was no lie in the mist in her eyes, for he had truly hurt her with his accusation. His smile returned, tenfold. "Can ye not understand?" she pleaded, apparently unable to interpret his expression. "Ye alone see me as truly I be. Even were I to spin the spell ye speak of this very moment, I would appear no different to ye. For I promise ye that ye are under no enchantment." But Brielle was wrong. Aielle was indeed under her spell, and it grew with every word she spoke and every smile she showed him. It deepened each time she tossed her golden mane carelessly about her shoulders, or lifted her face to catch the warmth of the sun, or twirl about in the free air of the unblemished wood. He was held by the only magic that had remained in his world before Aielle, the only magic that had survived under the smothering blanket of exact sciences and precise technology. Dell was in love, and the 10 days he spent in Avalon with Brielle were the best he had ever known. During the hours of daylight, Brielle showed Dell a new way of looking at the world. She awakened his senses and heightened the interaction between them, intensifying those mysterious emotions he had been experiencing since that morning on the raft of his first Aiellian sunrise. Brielle helped Dell to refine those feelings and understand them, to bring his awareness to new heights of enjoyment. Now a mere fragrance on the wind could direct Dell's eyes to a solitary wildflower, hidden amidst a nest of mossy gray stones. His trained vision translated the flower's texture to his sense of touch, showing him every groove and bend, the softness of the petals and the thorny stem. And what wonderful music the wind played across such an intricate surface. Inaudible to the human ear, of course, but Dell, in his melding with the flower, felt every vibration keenly. And thus it went, so that what once would have been just a pleasant forest smell had become to Dell a complete experience. Together they observed the animals, and Brielle taught Dell to emulate their fluid and balanced motions. His muscles worked in true conjunction, expanding the limitations of his mortal form to levels far beyond his imagination. He felt free with a sense of rightness and health. By night-time they danced under the stars, and Brielle sang to Dell songs of beauty and mystery, often in the same strange tongue he had heard among the elves. Ancient and melodic, known to the four, and taught to the elves by Ardaz, it was the song of the angels, the rhythms of the galaxies. Dell joined in when he could, and though he had never before been able to carry a tune, in Avalon his voice rang clear and strong. Thoughts of leaving the forest never entered Dell's mind. This was his home now, and this was the woman with whom he would spend eternity. But events of the world don't often allow for such plans, as Dell would soon realize. It was early in the day, the first fingers of the sun stretching out through the thinning mist and the trees. Dell, just awakened, was sitting in a patch of bedewed clover in the same pine-bordered field on which he had first viewed the dancing Brielle 3 weeks previous. He was waiting for her now to come to him, as she did every morning. Sure enough, flashing the familiar smile that rivaled any dawn, the Witch of Avalon soon skipped across the grass. "Good morning," Dell called out to her. "Oh, but it is," Brielle laughed, and she twirled and danced up to Dell and floated down into the clover beside him. She stared deeply at Dell. He was in her thoughts all the time now, as long-forgotten feelings began to stir within her. Dell sensed her vulnerability. All his feelings of insecurity had been left far behind in the joy of the previous days, and he knew now that she shared his love. He moved closer to her. The time had come for them to share their first kiss. Suddenly Brielle pulled away from him and sprang to her feet, an expression changing to shock and then anger. Dell fell back, stunned and wondering what he had done wrong, for he, unlike the witch, did not hear a tree cry out in pain. She stood motionless, with her eyes closed, focusing on the breach that threatened her domain. How? She wondered as the picture came clear. She knew the answer when she looked upon Dell, knew that she had gotten careless. A distraction had come into her life. "You must be leaving," Brielle stammered, realizing and accepting her responsibility. She continued quickly before Dell could argue, knowing that a protest from him could break her resolve. "Go, I say. Get ye back to Loxolinilum, and do not return." "What are you talking about?" Dell cried. "Go!" Brielle commanded in a tone that drove the words from Dell's lips. Dell reasoned that she was using some spell to silence him and wanted to resist, but the fire in her eyes was genuine, and he knew better than to argue. He squinted to hold back the tears as he watched her crossing the field. She turned back to him when she got to the pines and whispered, "Sorry, I am." Dell heard her, though he was far away, for a sudden breeze came up and carried the words to his ears. Then she was gone, and Dell had no recourse except to follow her wishes. Throwing up an emotional shield of anger, he marched from the field and through the trees, trampling as direct a route to Mountain Gate as he could figure. He couldn't sustain the defense, though, and gradually his line began to waver. He was reeling emotionally, hurt and above all confused, for Brielle had stung him to the core of his heart, had dropped him in a breath from his highest peak to his lowest valley, and still he could not deny his true feelings for her, or for this wonderful forest. He loved her, and no pretense of anger could change that. His pace slowed and his course meandered, like a condemned man clinging to the last minutes of his life and praying for a reprieve. The fragrance of lilacs led him to the small hill where he and Brielle had shared their first lunch. Dell started up, lost in the memory of that pleasant morn. He had nearly reached the top before he heard gruff voices coming from the other side. Startled to caution, he ducked down and crept to the bushes. A small wagon sat motionless on the path below him. His first thought was that some of the rangers were about, but when he noticed the horse hitched to the wagon, he quickly dismissed that theory. Beaten and half-starved, it could hardly lift its head for lack of spirit and strength, and Dell knew that no ranger would treat any animal that way. Though he couldn't have imagined how very wrong until, from the group of trees, pushing and grumbling with every step, appeared a band of Talons. 5 of them, each with an armload of freshly cut wood, moved toward the wagon, the largest wielding a great axe and shoving the others. Unclean and loathsome, they stained the very beautiful forest with their mere presence, and Dell barely caught himself from crying out in dismay.
"Do something," he whispered to the wind. "Someone get them out of here."
As if in answer to his plea, a large raccoon crept out of the brush on the far side of the road. It hopped up on the horse's back and began gnawing on the reins. The Talons, busy with their arguing, took no notice of it. Although the horse was freed within seconds, it remained in place, showing a level of discipline and intelligence. Not until the raccoon was safely back in the brush did it bolt away. The Talons let out a howl and gave chase, but the horse ran with the taste of freedom blowing in its face, and had no intentions of being caught by its wicked masters. Dell watched with satisfaction as the miserable creatures returned, pushing and arguing tenfold, each blaming another and threatening some horrible punishment. Then something else caught Dell's eye. Brielle on a distant hill across the road. She danced about, beautiful and terrible all at once, gathering power with every move and reaching for the sky. Dell followed the line of her arms upward and saw the thunderclouds. He looked back to the witch, beckoning to the rising storm, menacing and distinct in her white gown against the darkening sky. The Talons hushed when the sun disappeared, their arguing drowned away by the angry rumble of witching magic. Dell nearly pitied them, they were so terrified, for they knew their fate was at hand. In a pathetic attempt to escape, they jostled about and tried to break free from each other and away from the wagon. They had no chance. Even as they started, a bolt of lightning sizzled down from the clouds. Dell covered his head and lay as flat and still as he could. Blast after blast exploded and crackled, and the thunder rolled on and on, shaking the very earth beneath him. When all was quiet, Dell looked with horror upon the splintered remains of the wagon and the charred, smoking bodies of the intruders. Then a small twister whistled in just above the trees, not too far from Dell. Unafraid, he understood now that this fury was perfectly aimed. The whirlwind swept down upon the road and sucked up every trace of the infection that had invaded Avalon, carrying it far, far away from the fair wood and back to the desolated land of Brog. Panting for breath and fighting against a wave of nausea, Dell looked back at the witch. She stood calm now, untroubled, as if she could not see the blood that was on her hands. And as the clouds began to break away, their mission complete, a ray of sunlight descended upon her, lining her form in silvery approval. The emerald in her forehead sparkled.
"My God,"
Del whispered. In his own abhorrence of violence, he painted the same face on Brielle now that he had seen on Mitchell that day on the beach. But Mitchell's rifle seemed a toy compared to the incredible power the witch had conjured. In Avalon, Del had viewed the creations of Brielle's magic, and he had loved her even more for them. He had never imagined that she could turn that same wonderful ability into such a force of destruction. Though her brightened form was blurred to him through the tears that had welled in his eyes, Del could see that Brielle stood at peace, grimly satisfied. Weakened by confusion and despair, he stumbled down to the road toward Mountain Gate. Soon, he broke into a dead run. Chapter 18. Care Tuatha. It is finished, Reinheiser declared triumphantly. He held up a small splinter of wood, notched into an angular design on one end. Wonderful. Mitchell scowled, pacing back and forth, his eyes darting anxiously about like some cornered animal. The long-waited played badly on Mitchell, eating at him. During the day the pair had found no chance at all of getting out of the valley, for Aielle, or one of his cronies, seemed always about, watching their every move. And at night the pair remained locked in their rooms. Mitchell's mood seemed particularly surly this night, Reinheiser noted, and he knew why. Earlier that same day the captain had seen Del Judas escorted from the mountains to freedom.
"Well, what is it?"
"A key to our door, of course," Reinheiser answered, smiling widely. At first the answer didn't seem to register with the distracted man. But then his face blanched, and he spun toward Reinheiser.
"Where the hell did you get that?"
Reinheiser laughed casually. "Did you really think that locked door could defeat me? Come now, Captain. You must show me more respect."
"But how?"
"I formed a mental image of the guard's key, and copied it," he answered matter-of-factly, though in truth even Reinheiser wondered how that picture of the key had come so clearly in his mind.
"It won't do us any good anyway,"
Mitchell grumbled, clutching stubbornly to his negative attitude.
"There are guards outside the door. We'll never make it out of the house, let alone the valley."
"Don't worry, Captain. There are plans to take care of them, I believe."
"Will you quit talking in riddles?"
"Not yet," Reinheiser said with a laugh. "Consider it just a call in the night." His voice trailed away mysteriously. "Patience, my friend, patience. We cannot leave yet. There are arrangements to be made, and you have much to learn."
"What are you talking about?"
Mitchell demanded. "About the arrangements I am not, as yet, sure," Reinheiser explained. "But I can tell you with certainty that you must do as I say when we are before the court of Ungden, if you wish to attain the lofty goals you desire." Mitchell scowled, but Reinheiser could be even more stubborn than the big man. The physicist had learned a great deal about Ungden from his talks with Ardaz, and he knew that one wrong word from the captain when they stood before that merciless ruler would cost them both their lives. So Reinheiser held firm, took the upper hand, and forced the concessions. In the end, Mitchell had no choice but to agree to Reinheiser's demands. Above the fact that Reinheiser had the key, and that only he could read his map to get through the secret passes of Aluma, the physicist made it quite clear that he had some plan brewing to take care of the guards. On Reinheiser's insistence, they got right to work, spending the rest of that night and most of the next morning rehearsing scenarios and questions they might encounter at the court in Palandara. Reinheiser went over the same questions repeatedly, stubbornly, forcing Mitchell not only to provide the correct answers, but also to show the proper subservient demeanor. And whenever the captain slipped, even a bit, the physicist got in his face, poking him and scowling at him. Mitchell didn't like it, not one bit. And as they progressed, the wait became even more trying for Mitchell. Now that he had found some direction and purpose to this adventure, he desperately wanted to get on with his grand plans. When their rehearsals at last reached a point satisfactory to the physicist, Reinheiser asked not to be disturbed and spent entire days in calm meditation, making the passing hours seem even longer. Mitchell reasoned that the physicist was finalizing their plans for escape, and knew he should leave him alone, but his patience was worn away, and he constantly peppered Reinheiser with the redundant,
When?
On a dark and windy night 2 long days later, the captain finally got his answer. A few stars peeked through the breaks in the black clouds that rushed overhead. Arian's ancient house creaked and moaned against the swirling gusts, and the single candle in the room flickered from the drafts. Rheinheiser sat motionless, trying to block out the snores of his sleeping companion and attain the relaxed state of his meditative trance, a difficult task, even for Rheinheiser's disciplined mind, for the man was agitated, as close to the edge of his control as he had ever been. Then a soundless call beckoned to him. In both fear and excitement he rose and crossed the room to the captain, his shadow dancing in the unsteady light like some monster in the blurred background of a nightmare.
"Come, Captain," he whispered. "Tonight we are called to leave."
Groggy and not quite comprehending, Mitchell climbed to his feet and began pulling on his clothes, while Rheinheiser gathered together a torch and 2 small packs he had stashed under his bed. A trace of mist seeped in from under the door and hung about the floor. Indeed, a ground fog shrouded the entire valley, a very strange mist that had floated in suddenly a few minutes before.
"Hurry, Captain,"
Rheinheiser encouraged. He slid his key in the lock. It fit perfectly, as he knew it would, and opened the door a crack to view the hallway. Satisfied, he swung the door wide and pushed the still lethargic captain out into the hall. Mitchell perked up immediately, shattered from his sleepiness by the staring face of an elven guard. He raised his arms to defend against an unexpected assault, but the guard made no motion toward him. In fact, the elf made no movement at all, not to blink or even to breathe. A few feet away, another guard stood rigid in the same comatose state.
"What?"
The astounded captain gawked, turning, as always, to Rheinheiser for answers. Understanding that the favorable situation wouldn't hold for long, Rheinheiser cut Mitchell's questions off before they could really begin. "Do not ask about things that are beyond your comprehension," he replied, with a pretense of authority, as if he was an intricate part of these strange events. But in truth, the physicist's understanding of all this was no greater than Mitchell's. Only Rheinheiser had known of the stasis before he opened the door. Mitchell nodded and pushed Rheinheiser ahead.
"I'll just take this one's sword,"
he said, grinning. "No," Rheinheiser scolded, and once again he wondered if the benefits of keeping Mitchell around outweighed the aggravations of the captain's endless stupidity. He accepted with a resigned sigh that, as always, he would have to lead the captain by the hand to get them through. "Take nothing, disturb nothing. If we are fortunate, they won't know that we are gone until the morning. Now, quickly, let us be on our way. We have only a few minutes to get out of the valley." They hurried down the hallways and out of Arian's house, passing several elves as they darted across the misty city. A couple out for a midnight walk, and 3 dancing in a small clearing. But these 2 were held in time, frozen in mid-step and mid-pirouette. Soon the 2 men were deep inside the maze of tunnels, straining their eyes in the torchlight to read Rheinheiser's map, and counting their steps and the side passages. The eerie mist flew from the valley then, as silently and swiftly as it had come, and the unwitting elves resumed their guarding and walking and dancing as if nothing had happened. The physicist's calculations proved accurate, and the 2 had little trouble finding their way through the tunnel. When the lower exit came into view, Rheinheiser put out the torch so as not to attract any unwanted attention in the open night, leaving himself and Mitchell stumbling blindly down the side of the mountain. They finally made it to the silver archway, their adrenaline pumping with the exhilaration of success, and raced across the field of Mountain Gate as quickly as they could. Turning into the southwestern pass, they felt a rush of freedom as the rolling plain spread wide before them. Mitchell punched his fist into the air.
"We did it!"
he growled with delight.
"Think of it, Martin. The next time we see that wretched city, it'll be at the head of an army."
Rheinheiser ignored Mitchell's babbling. "That must be the Calvin scouting party," he said, pointing to the south, where the light of a distant campfire broke the even blackness of the horizon. "I believe we can get there under the cover of the night." The distance proved a bit farther than Reinheiser had figured, and the sky in the east had taken on the lighter shade of pre-dawn when the two at last came upon a grassy mound, the encampment set on its flattened top. The fire in the center of the camp had died down to glowing embers, and around it lay the blanketed forms of sleeping men, their horses tethered and standing quietly a short distance away on the south side of the hillock.
"These are soldiers?" Mitchell snickered. "They don't even know how to set a guard."
But even as he spoke, he and Reinheiser felt the sharp tips of spears against their backs, and the supposedly sleeping men within the camp sprang to their feet, short swords drawn and ready. They stood tall and straight, in coats of silvery mail and black cloaks, their small black bucklers bearing silver inlays of sharks. "Right again," Reinheiser whispered sarcastically.
"Silence!"
one of the Calvins commanded.
"Thieves speak only when they are told to speak."
"We're not thieves," Mitchell said.
"Silence!"
the Calvin ordered, and the man behind Mitchell poked him with his spear.
"We are not even armed,"
Mitchell protested in a low growl, which drew him a second jab. With the efficiency of trained professionals, two of the swordsmen sheathed their weapons and ran up beside the intruders.
"I am Bracken,"
the Calvin leader continued, a weathered man with salt and pepper hair and a steeled, angular face.
"Commander of the 1st Scouts of Palandara. As the representative of Overlord Ungden in the northern plains, it is within my power to try and execute you where you stand."
"For what crime?" Mitchell cried, his tone telling Reinheiser that the man was on the verge of an explosion, an outburst that would likely get them both killed. Bracken, to his credit, remained calm.
"To approach an official military patrol without proper request and permission is a primary crime against the edicts of Ungden," he recited.
In his stubborn pride, Mitchell was again about to protest when Reinheiser silenced him with a determined nudge. The physicist had recognized a ring that Bracken wore, a black pearl set in gold, and knew better than to argue with this man. Ardaz had warned him of this same symbol during their many discussions. A man who wore such a ring belonged to the Warders of the White Walls, an order of knights that had come into being long before the days of Ungden the Usurper. The sole inspiration behind this band's existence was to act as efficient and unemotional instruments for the will of whomever sat on Palandara's throne, and their dedication to their creed was absolute. They were few in number now, and older, for few had joined the order in the 30 years of Ungden, but according to Ardaz, who had seemed quite certain on this point, the fanaticism of those that remained had not ebbed, even under the reign of the tyrannical new overlord. Wearing that ring proved that Bracken was a dangerous man who had to be handled delicately, and Reinheiser knew that meant keeping Mitchell's mouth shut. The guards were soon satisfied that the two intruders carried no weapons. However, the man searching Reinheiser did find the parchment and quickly presented it to his commander. Bracken inspected it carefully, recognizing it as some sort of map, though the physicist's symbols and notations remained unintelligible to him.
"What is this?" he demanded.
Reinheiser scratched his chin. It was time for him to gamble a little, and he knew he would have to word it just right. He looked around at the other Calvins. Young and naive, ambitious pawns to a perverted king, they would be of no use to him. Only Bracken, with his insight founded on years of experience, could comprehend the weight of his forthcoming statement. Reinheiser eyed the Calvin leader purposefully. "I beg your forgiveness of our ignorance of your foreign laws," he began. Bracken cocked an eyebrow. A good sign, Reinheiser noted. "We came to you only to present you with that map," he explained. "A gift for Ungden, rightful overlord of the City of Men, from the survivors of yesteryear." The Calvin leader didn't flinch. Eyes boring into the physicist, he slid the parchment into an inside pocket of his cloak and nodded knowingly. Reinheiser smiled in the arrogant assumption that his ploy had saved them. But in truth, this patrol had been sent north not to find Illuma, but in search of the Ancient Ones. Ungden, or someone in his court, was already aware that the days of the foretold prophecies were at hand. Assured that these were indeed the men Ungden had sent him to find, Bracken now pondered the implications of delivering them to Palandara. A crisis approached, and these men would help Ungden through it. Bracken's devotion to his oath was on trial, and not for the first time since Ungden had stolen Ben Galen's throne. But the warder's oath was his strength, and the order his purpose for living. This decision, like all of his choices, had been made 40 years before, when he had sworn in to the warders of the White Walls. "Prepare the 5 swiftest steeds," he commanded. "We shall escort these intruders to Palandara, where Overlord Ungden may decide their fate." Soon they were off, galloping swiftly across the endless sea of green fields. They did not treat Mitchell and Reinheiser badly, did not bind them as they rode, for the Calvins were not evil men. But Bracken left no doubt of the pair's status as prisoners, and whenever the party stopped for a rest, their hands were tightly bound. Normally the ride to Palandara from Mountain Gate would take a full 9 days. Too long for Bracken, who, sensing the urgency of this journey, drove his charges and the prisoners to their limits. They rode their mounts hard long after the sun had set each night, and rode off again before the next dawn. They passed many farmers out in the fields for the springtime planting, never even slowing down to answer the questioning glances, and they made their evening camps as far from any dwellings as possible. Impatient to come before Ungden, Mitchell and Reinheiser accepted the exhausting treatment stoically, though their bodies were hardly used to such physical punishment. They were indeed relieved when, on the afternoon of the 5th day, the salty smell of seawater saturated the air. As they topped a final rise, the last expanse of the Calvin Plains opened before them. Far in the distance, beyond the southern shore of Aielle, the blue spray of the Atlantic blurred the line of the horizon. Just below the men, at the end of a long narrow bay, several groupings of houses lay spread out around an immense white fortress. Palandara, which the elves called Caer Tuatha, the City of Men. Bracken halted the party for a moment at this fine vantage point, for even at this distance the magnificence of the great city stirred him. 5 tall towers dominated the structure, 2 beside the massive gatehouse in the front, 2 at the corners of the back, facing the bay, and 1 in the center of the city. She had been built as a tribute to the artistry of man, a bastion of security dedicated to preserving at all costs the inspired works, and even more, the spirit of creativity and appreciation, which distinguished mankind as a race worthy of the blessings of the colonnade. A conglomeration of beauty and comfort, the epitome of the best that man had to offer, Palandara had stood as such for over 1,000 years. But 3 decades of an unlawful king's paranoia had exacted a heavy toll. In the bright days before Ungden, the heavy iron gates were thrown wide day and night, an open invitation to all who would come to partake in the celebration that was this city. Only once in the history of Palandara, at the time of the coming of Thalasi and his mutant army, had the gates been barred. Now, under the usurper's wary eye, they remained closed to all, and grim-faced soldiers stalked the parapets. Reinheiser noted this impressive defense as the party trotted the last approach to the walls. He laughed inwardly, realizing that this overblown exhibition didn't put forth the show of strength that Ungden no doubt envisioned. Quite the opposite, it revealed the insecurity, and thus the weakness of the throne. The physicist also noted Bracken's sigh when the banner of Ungden, a gray shark on a black background, came into view, waving high above the city. Like many of his peers, Reinheiser realized, from that expression and the words of Ardaz, Bracken preferred the old shield of Calva, 4 white bridges and 4 pearls on a sea-blue field. But it was not within the privileges of the warders of the White Walls to question the decrees of their overlord. Bracken gave a call of recognition to a soldier on the roof of the gatehouse, and one of the great gates cracked open enough to admit the horsed men in single file. A short tunnel, its walls lined with arrow slits and its ceiling interlaced with murder holes, led to the open courtyard of the fortress, and Mitchell and Reinheiser uneasily suffered the curious and dangerous stares of many concealed guards as they paced their mounts through. A final portcullis cranked open when they neared, and the captain sighed audibly as they left the passage of horrors and came again into the sunlight. Reinheiser could only imagine the glory Palandara had once attained as he looked around him now. A tangible pall hung over the city, a grey fog of lethargy, where men kept at work out of duty and fear, not love. The people they passed stayed huddled and closed, with their eyes down in front of them to watch their own measured steps. Everywhere, engines of war dominated the view. A massive catapult belittling a three-tiered fountain, and ballistae mounted on the bases where proud statues once stood. Even the unemotional physicist felt a pang at the lost wonders this city must have known. Bracken hurried them through the streets, revealing similar feelings and also perhaps a bit of embarrassment. Nonetheless, a redundant stream of images dogged the trip as they wove around battlement after battlement, one line of defense after another. Every corner carried the same grim facade, and the group seemed to be going in circles. Finally they dismounted, and a climb of 100 marble steps brought them to the golden doors of Palandara's throne hall. Apparently the party was expected, for the guards immediately swung the doors open and escorted them inside. A red carpet led them through the halls and into a long chamber cluttered with statues and sculptures, its walls overlaid with tapestries and paintings, the finest works in all Calva, thrown together into a muddled horde of greed. The court of Ungden the usurper. At the far end of the hall, on an oversized throne of gold and jewels, sat the overlord. To his left, hunched over and leaning on a cane, stood a man in a white robe, its hood pulled low to conceal his face. Behind the throne, a line of soldiers in the silver and black uniform of the city waited at the call of their overlord. Everything before him matched the court that Reinheiser had envisioned, everything except for the overlord himself. Reinheiser had anticipated an older version of Captain Mitchell, a brutish warrior who had bullied his way to power. But Ungden hardly fit that description. Slender and delicate, dressed in brightly colored silks, with a ruffled collar and puffed sleeves, and overdecked in jewelry, a ring on every finger, 2 on some, and 3 on one, and several bracelets that clanked noisily with his every move. He seemed more a child dressed in a mature man's clothing. Indeed, from a distance, Reinheiser could hardly believe that this figure was old enough, given the years that the simple arithmetic from the day of his ascent to power would indicate. But when the physicist drew near, he recognized this as an obvious illusion of vanity. Powdered lessened the wrinkles on Ungden's face, and a black wig hid his graying hairs. Reinheiser tried to hide his surprise at the sight, but it seemed impossible to him that this man, who had wrestled the throne of a proud and mighty people, was, by all measure of his reckoning, a fop. When the party had settled before him, Ungden threw a leg over one arm of the throne, and incessantly strummed the other with meticulously manicured fingers, like a bored and impatient child. "My lord," Bracken said, bowing low, "I found these men on the foothills of the Crystal Mountains. I brought them here that you might judge if they indeed be the ancient ones the scouts were quested to find." He presented Reinheiser's map to Ungden, and moved off to the side. Ungden scanned the parchment quickly and without much interest, then turned it over to the robed man beside him, who tucked it away in a deep pocket without even looking at it. After the two conferred in whispers for a moment, Ungden focused his gaze on Mitchell. "Your name?" he demanded.
"Mitchell. Hollis T. Mitchell."
"Well, Hollis T. Mitchell, tell me about this map."
"My friend Martin Reinheiser could probably tell you more, Lord Ungden. He penned it himself."
"Ah, yes, I am quite sure that he could," Ungden replied calmly. "But I asked you." He offered no further explanation, as if his simple request contained an indisputable logic to end any further debate. And in this His throne hall, surrounded by his armed and dangerous guard, it certainly did. The overlord was no fool, and his council well informed. Just by the way the two men had presented themselves, it was obvious that Mitchell was easier prey on a verbal level than Reinheiser. And if these strangers were withholding secrets, Mitchell was the more likely of the two to slip up. The captain proved a more worthy adversary than he looked, though, and with Reinheiser's coaching behind him, he knew what to say.
That map, Overlord, will guide you to your greatest foes, the elves of the second mutation.
Ungden's eyes flashed, and he started forward in his chair. He caught himself almost immediately and reclined back with feigned calm. The robed man beside him didn't react at all, as if Mitchell's declaration had come as no surprise. "And why do you freely give me such a map?" Ungden asked, suspiciously. "Surely you must realize the worth of such information. Why do you offer it for nothing, when a king's treasure might have been yours?"
"2 reasons," Mitchell explained. "First, it is right that you should know where to find and deal with these mutants."
He paused for a moment, trying to remember the way Reinheiser had phrased this rehearsed speech.
"The elves are impure, a stain upon the race of man, and like you, I seek to purify the race. I believe that was fate's purpose in bringing us, the Ancient Ones, to Aielle."
Hidden under the cowl of his robe, the wizard beside the throne grinned in amusement.
"Second," the captain continued, "I do ask for something in return."
"Then you are a fool," Ungden said with a chuckle, "for I already have your information. You have nothing left with which to bargain."
"But I do," Mitchell argued. "I have myself."
Ungden gave Mitchell a sidelong glance, and Reinheiser nodded in satisfaction that he had coached the captain well. "Explain, then, your worth to me," Ungden demanded.
"What I ask in return is a position in your army," Mitchell replied. "A position of high rank, that I may aid in the purification of the race of man. That is my destiny."
Ungden lifted his eyebrows at this suggestion. "And what am I to tell my officers when I appoint an unproven stranger among them?"
"Tell them that a lord is coming from another place and another time," Mitchell replied without hesitation. "A great warrior who knows much of combat and will help lead Calva to victory over its hated foes."
The wizard leaned over and whispered something to Ungden, who nodded in agreement. "What is the name of this place you are from, this nation that called you a lord?" he asked.
"The United States of America," Mitchell replied proudly. "The mightiest nation that this world has ever known."
"Indeed," Ungden said, obviously unimpressed by what he, the overlord of the grandest nation in Aielle, perceived as a preposterous claim. "And there you were a king?"
"No, not a king. But I commanded the army for the king, and by his will, so that he would be free to attend to other matters of state. Millions were at my disposal, Lord Ungden, with weapons beyond anything you can imagine."
"Millions," Ungden mocked sarcastically, imitating the captain's excited tone. But his robed adviser whispered to him again, and his taunting smile disappeared. He sat quietly for a moment, trying futilely to compose himself in light of the confirmation from his aide that such an empire had indeed existed. "My forces are under the able command of Persemy, First Warder of the White Wall," Ungden explained. "He is bound to me by an oath of loyalty that cannot be doubted, and he carries out my orders without question. And he does so very well, I must say. So you understand that I really do not need another commander." Mitchell's face twisted at Ungden's unanticipated refusal. "However," Ungden continued, "my good friend Istal has advised me that perhaps you will indeed prove a valuable asset to my army. Therefore, Hollis T. Mitchell, I commission you temporary under-commander of the forces of Palandara and the nation of Calva, reporting only to Persemy and myself. The permanency of your position depends on how we fare against the night dancers. For you and Persemy shall meet this very day and draw up our plan of attack."
"Thank you, Overlord Ungden," Mitchell stammered, through a broad grin. "You won't be disappointed."
Ungden narrowed his eyes, obviously disapproving of cockiness in an inferior. He leaned forward in his throne and eyed the captain directly, showing him a wicked smile. "Be assured, Under-Commander," he explained with deadly certainty, "that I shall hold you solely responsible if we fail." No longer smiling, Mitchell needed no explanation of the implications of Ungden's promise. Chapter 19. Shadows of the Throne. The usurper turned his untrusting eye at Reinheiser. "And what do you desire?" he asked, his words heavy with the cynicism that dominated every aspect of his life.
"Desire?" Reinheiser echoed with feigned surprise.
"Do not be evasive," the Overlord warned, but though he smiled knowingly, the physicist held fast to his naive facade. "What do you ask?" Ungden demanded, "in return for your part in delivering the map?"
"Why, nothing, my lord," Reinheiser replied.
"I only did what I believed was proper." Ungden nodded approvingly, though his expression showed that his doubts remained. Tainted by his own perverted outlook, the usurper recognized personal gain as the primary motivation for any man's actions, and suspected treachery in anyone who claimed otherwise. He knew that Reinheiser was lying. The wizard beside the throne again smiled under his hood. He knew it too, and furthermore he understood what it was that Martin Reinheiser sought. "Although," Reinheiser continued, as if a small favor had occurred to him as an afterthought, "I would truly appreciate a tour of this magnificent palace, and perhaps of the city too." "It shall be done," Ungden said, "and more than that, for you certainly deserve it, you shall remain in the palace, comfortable and respected as my royal guest."
"Thank you, gracious lord," Reinheiser said, and bowed low as if honored,
though he realized that the invitation was just Ungden's way of keeping an eye on him. The usurper accepted the bow with an unenthusiastic wave of his hand, indicating that he was through with the two strangers, and the meeting at an end. Reinheiser saw many splendors that day, artworks as wondrous as any from his own world. Unfortunately, the manner in which they were thrown together and cluttered about in every room assaulted his senses with an overload of images and insulted the artists who had devoted months, even years of their lives to create them. Like the dragons of mythology, Ungden hoarded his treasures without any idea of appreciation for them. To the usurper, owning seemed an end unto itself, and mere placement, aesthetically insulting, showed that his greed far outweighed any love he had for the art. Yet Reinheiser too cared little for art. His desire to see the palace had nothing to do with observing masterpieces, and it took quite an effort for him to hold his facade and convince the wary guard that he was interested in the tour. It wasn't until the afternoon that he found what he was truly looking for. As his guide led him to his room, they passed a darkened, unadorned hallway. Right away, Reinheiser suspected something important about this corridor, for it was the only area he had viewed in the entire palace bare of Ungden's pillaged collection. "Take me down there," he demanded.
"Nay, I cannot," the guard replied.
"You wear a ring of the Warder of the White Walls," Reinheiser promptly reminded. "Your overlord granted me this tour, and you are bound to carry out his will. Now, take me down there." The guard returned Reinheiser's threatening glare, with a dangerous look of his own.
"I cannot," he stated again. "That passage leads to the Tower of Istol, and he alone determines his guests."
"Even above Ungden?" Reinheiser stated the question rhetorically, meaning to unnerve the guard and remind him of his loyalties, but the warder remained resolute in his refusal.
"Overlord Ungden has granted Istol full rights of privacy and sovereignty over his tower," the man explained. "We may approach only at the invitation of the mage."
Reinheiser had run out of arguments, though it wasn't of much consequence. He had discovered what he set out to find, and was confident that he would meet with the wizard soon enough. That had been predetermined. He would have to be patient for a while. Just for a short while. Conveniently, Reinheiser's room was close by. He entered and shut the door behind him, stopping to listen for steps as the guard departed. But no footsteps moved away. As Reinheiser had fully expected, his room was to be watched. Frustrated, he reclined on his bed, rehearsing the speech he had planned for the wizard, and trying to formulate a plan to slip past the sentry. Wearied from the long ride, he was soon fast asleep. He woke with a sudden start, and thought at first that someone had shaken him, as the last rays of daylight eked in through the small window of his room. He crept to the door and listened again. Still the hall was silent, completely so. Time to go, Reinheiser told himself, though he had no strategy completed, deciding in his arrogance and impatience that he was mentally quick enough to ad-lib his way through. When he opened the door, though, he found that deception wouldn't be necessary, for the guard lay curled up in a sound slumber against the wall across the corridor. From the impressive tales Ardaz had told him of the warders of the White Walls, Reinheiser understood this neglect of duty to be more than uncharacteristic. Not about to stop and question his good fortune, he slipped quietly away and headed down the corridor to the Tower of the Mage, pausing in the shadows beside the iron-bound tower for a few seconds to be certain he wasn't being followed. Then, satisfied that he was alone, he knocked lightly on the hard wood. No response. He rapped as loudly as he dared, but still there came no answer. Reinheiser found himself faced with a difficult and dangerous decision. He knew that he was playing with trouble, perhaps even risking his very life. On the other hand, he realized that he had been fortunate even to get this far, and that it was unlikely that this opportunity would come again soon. He boldly cracked open the heavy door and entered the room of the mage. It was a circular chamber with a stone stairway, arching up along the wall on the left to an opening in the second level. There was only one small window, barely more than an arrow slit, meager resistance against the shades of gloom that hung about every nook of the room like splotches of midnight horrors. Reinheiser stood motionless, gripped by an illogical apprehension that disturbing the deathly silence would clue some hidden poisonous demon to murderous action. He gingerly shuffled his way to a chair against the wall behind the open door, and softly pushed the door closed. He had to admit to himself that he was intimidated by the mysterious magic of this world. Even so, the hunger for knowledge overruled any fears. For Reinheiser desired, craved, to learn and master this art that hinted at tremendous personal power. As he scanned the room for clues about its resident, his eyes were drawn to a large oaken desk against the wall across from where he sat, its top cluttered with quills and inkwells and various arcane artifacts. A jeweled knife, a skull, and the eyes of some unfortunate creature. But whether these were actual components in spellcasting or macabre scarecrows against inquisitive trespassers, the physicist could only guess. 2 tall, many-fingered candelabrum, with twisting and intertwining stems, balanced the real corners of the desk, and between them stood an upright case sectioned into dozens of compartments, most of which contained rolled parchments. What dark secrets must be penned upon them, Reinheiser thought. Despite the presence of so great a lure, he dared not approach and risk the spells the wizard might have cast to protect his works. Sunset came soon after, and the room blackened quickly. Reinheiser sat very still and noiseless, feeling small and vulnerable to the hiding demons his imagination assured him were all about. He fought off panic with every passing second, and wondered if these overwhelming fits weren't some trickery of the wizard, a subtle suggestion of promised horror, a mental ward against thieves. After what seemed an eternity, the door creaked open, and the white-robed mage entered, bearing a candle. Without taking notice of the physicist sitting in the shadows, he limped across the room, leaning heavily on his small staff, and mumbling a quick spell to close the door, then another to light the candles on the desk. Reinheiser sat amazed and amused at these small feats of wizardry. and watched with continued interest, squinting to discern every movement in the weak and flickering light as the mage's bony hands began slowly pulling back the cowled hood. "It should be black, I suppose," Reinheiser said finally, smiling with satisfaction at having caught so wise a man by surprise. The hands kept moving without a hitch, undisturbed by what should have been an unexpected voice. And it was the physicist's composure that was shaken. "Your mark, I mean," he continued in a less certain, almost defensive tone. "It should be black, since black is the mark of Morgan Thalasi. And that, unless I miss my guess, is who you are." The wizard turned slowly to Reinheiser and gave a laugh that sounded more like a hiss.
"You play dangerous games, Dr. Martin Reinheiser,"
he said calmly, pulling his hood back to let the intruder see what he was dealing with. Reinheiser shuddered at the sight, for the man before him was indeed the black warlock Morgan Thalasi. He was completely bald, with pallid, sickly skin that seemed to stretch beyond its limits just to cover his bony frame. His black eyes showed as no more than holes in deep sunken sockets, his cheeks hollowed and taut, as if he had wasted away like a starved man who should have died long ago. Centuries of wickedness had indeed exacted a heavy toll on Thalasi, eating at his physical being, but not at his evil will, for that was all-enduring. The many-faceted black sapphire that was his wizard's mark glistened from its setting on his forehead, as if newly cut and polished. "I knew it was you," Reinheiser said, and he laughed meekly, trying to seem at ease. Despite his effort, the tremor in his voice betrayed his true feelings of terror. "I reasoned that only the mighty Thalasi was capable of the feats that the mage Ardaz credits to Estal."
"You were right,"
the black warlock mocked, his voice remaining unnervingly calm and sure.
"Small comfort in light of the terrible death that is about to befall you."
Reinheiser stroked his goatee and tried to hold fast to the control and reason he needed now to get through this. Something was going very wrong. He had never figured his meeting with Thalasi to be like this, not even in the worst of his scenarios, and his imagined pictures of the black warlock fell far short of the true horrors of the being standing before him. This man, appearing so physically fragile, exuded an aura of overwhelming evil and limitless power, like Satan incarnate, a black hole of morality that Reinheiser knew could sweep him away on a whim to an eternity of hellfire. "Kill me?" he asked, incredulously, trying to put the idea into a preposterous light. "Why would you kill me?"
"For knowing my identity and intruding on my privacy, or for talking to that dog, Glendower, that you call Ardaz,"
Thalasi replied.
"That is surely reason enough, or I might dismember you merely for the pleasure of dealing pain."
He hissed that wicked laugh again, as if the last idea had appealed to him. And Reinheiser knew without doubt that this heartless creature was more than capable of such random murder. "But you summoned me," he cried. "The mist that allowed us to escape. You had to have sent it. That's how I finally knew your true identity. Istal's magic is limited to the seacoast, and he couldn't have reached that far inland."
"I did conjure the mist."
"And the sleeping order?"
"A simple task."
"Then you brought me here for a purpose," Reinheiser reasoned.
"For the map. That is all,"
Thalasi said.
"I reached to possess your mind, and you, thinking that some knowledge was unfolding before you, let me in. I had not the time to take control, but I saw through your eyes and perceived that you were among the night dancers. Yet I could not discern exactly where that was. So I brought you here for the map. That is all."
"But Mitchell," Reinheiser began, desperately grabbing at anything that might save him.
"Mitchell is a fool,"
Thalasi interrupted.
I commanded an army of millions, he said. I, too, lived in the United States before the Holocaust. And I remember no General Hollis Mitchell. And I assure you, my memory is excellent. I remember you, though, Thalasi continued. Your work, at least, and the departure of the unicorn from Wood's Hole.
The reminders of that other world caught Reinheiser by surprise. But in them he saw a chance, and boldly forced himself under control. "Then you know that I, too, mastered an art," he stated as proudly as he dared. "I was a master of physics and technology. I thought that was why you sent for me. For if we could combine our knowledge—" Thalasi cut him off with a loud burst of laughter, mocking the physicist's pitiful attempt to save his life. "You laugh?" Reinheiser cried, leaping from his seat in anger. He realized that Thalasi would probably kill him then and there for daring to argue, but so frustrated was he by his miscalculations, and so confused by the Black Warlock's responses and attitude, that at the moment he hardly cared. "You who knew the wonders of the world before the Holocaust doubt the power of science?"
Power?
Thalasi echoed, with such strength in his voice that it made Reinheiser huddle back into his chair.
Destructive? Yes,
Thalasi went on.
That has been proven, poignantly so. But do not equate the ability to destroy with power. You confuse the two. A bomb reduces a city to a pit of bubbling tar, and you term that power. What is gained?
Reinheiser stared at him blankly.
Annihilation is not power,
Thalasi went on,
but the antithesis of true power.
He clenched a fist and raised his eyes to the ceiling, and Reinheiser shuddered at the sheer evil reflected in those smoldering orbs.
Control,
Thalasi hissed.
Bending another's will to do your bidding, dominating his every move. That, you fool, is power.
Still terrified, but also intrigued, Reinheiser forced himself to sit straighter. Here was the master who held the key to the secrets he desired, and his craving demanded attention even before the threat to his life. "And what of knowledge?" he asked with urgency. "Does knowledge play a part?"
Yes, of course,
Thalasi replied, suddenly sounding more excited than angry. It wasn't often that the Black Warlock found a man who could converse with him on such a level, and they were talking about his favorite subject.
Knowledge of the secrets of the universe, and of the absolute powers that exist within it, is the first necessity. The second part,
the Black Warlock went on, his fists clenched and his eyes squinting evilly to accentuate his point,
is desire. Desire to possess, to own everything. The courage to dare to be a god, he shouted, and the unceasing determination to see it through.
"Do we speak of power or of evil?" Reinheiser asked.
"They are one,"
Thalasi retorted.
"Oh, the powers of the universe are absolute, and they are there for those who are good, and for those who are neither good nor evil. But their strength becomes limited by the restrictions of the conscience of the first, and the lack of purpose of the second. Only the power of evil runs unleashed and unabated."
"Surely powers are neutral," Reinheiser argued. "Evil and good cannot be considerations."
"That is where you err," Thalasi explained. "There are 4 schools of magic, all working from the same absolute
and universal truths. These truths, these powers, run purest in Brielle, the Emerald Witch, mistress of the first magic. But she is limited in calling upon her power because she lacks purpose, tied to her wood and to her covenant of preserving the natural order. She becomes merely a watchdog, alerting nature to the intrusions of perversion. Outside of this domain, her magic is inaccessible, and thus she is nothing better than a servant. You yourself have spoken with Ardaz,
the Black Warlock went on.
His is the second school, the one that the Colonnade intended for me as well.
To adapt the truths of the universe to fit into the development of the race of men, Reinheiser offered. For the good of men, as defined by the codes of morality put forth by the Colonnade.
Excellent,
Thalasi replied, enthused by the surprising understanding of the physicist.
Then you recognize the trap, the restrictions?
Of course, Reinheiser answered confidently. Though more accessible than the first school, the second is more limited in scope and effect, held in check by a strict code of imposed ethics.
Exactly, the Warlock said. But there is a third school, a practice the Colonnade held in reserve for themselves and for those they serve. They kept it from us because they feared us, feared we would rise above them and no longer serve them. I, Thalasi, have found this secret, and each day my power grows.
Control? Reinheiser asked.
Control,
Thalasi echoed.
I have no covenants and serve no codes. The powers cannot resist me. I call upon them at will and force them to do my every bidding. It is the most difficult of the magics, a discipline of unceasing concentration. Every thought and every move I battle the constants of universal order.
His eyes glowed with lust and pride.
Do you understand the implications of what I say?
He asked Reinheiser, who sat staring in disbelief, stunned by the magnitude of the potential power the Warlock was hinting at.
They are relentless foes, yet so am I. And when I win, and those times that I am the stronger, with a word I can pervert the very order of nature, and tear a corpse from the arms of death, to hold it undead under my control. Or I can steal a spell from the mouth of a wizard to turn it back against him, as I did with Istal 30 years ago.
Then you were indeed the strength behind Ungden's rise, Reinheiser said with a widening smile, for this was the way he had imagined his meeting with Thalasi. You held the warders at bay until the coup was completed, knowing that their oath would then bind them to Ungden and secure his position. Thalasi nodded his affirmation of Reinheiser's statement, and also in approval of the physicist's continued show of reasoning ability. But why Ungden? Reinheiser asked. He hardly seems a fitting leader.
He is not a leader,
Thalasi explained.
He is the leader's pawn. A man easy to please, thus easy to control, and no threat to me. And his feud with the line of Ben Rin is rooted deep in the past. Few in all Calva would have turned against the beloved overlords of that line. Yet miserable Ungden was quite eager to drive a dagger into the heart of Ben Galen. Thus, Ungden is the smoke covering my fire. The warders would not serve a wizard, and if I claimed the throne, my true identity would soon be revealed. I am not yet prepared for that day, though the time grows near. That is why I need your map. The slaughter of the helpless mutants will break the honor of the truest Calvins, and weaken their resistance to me.
But what of my knowledge of technology? Reinheiser pressed. Surely that can aid you.
Speak not a word,
Thalasi commanded with sudden and renewed anger.
Technology,
he spat with utter contempt.
The fourth school of magic. A curse upon the wise, and a bane to all. What is technology but a harness, making the universal powers available to any, with total disregard to their inner strength? A swordsman must discipline his mind for years to properly wield the weapon. Yet any child can pick up a gun and kill. No. Technology is an unacceptable danger, lacking all controls and promising nothing except eventual and total devastation at the hands of the foolish.
He didn't have to point out the truth in his premise. Reinheiser had seen the world beyond the bubble of Ynis Aielle.
The deeper strength,
Thalasi continued, his voice an even whisper,
is the strength of the mind, in conjunction with the powers of the universe, and driving those powers by sheer desires and convictions. Given the secrets of the universal truths, you would remain a simple Faustus, playing with firecrackers. But I...
He rose up, tall and terrible in his wrath, and Reinheiser looked away in fear.
"Look at me!"
Thalasi roared, and Reinheiser found that he had no choice but to comply.
"Behold Morgan Thalasi, and know you are doomed."
Reinheiser trembled uncontrollably. He hid his face in his arms and curled up, desperately seeking a hiding place where there was none. He had never really been frightened before. Even death he had accepted as an inescapable part of life. But Reinheiser was scared now. He felt a blackness in his heart, a sense of hopelessness and despair that touched his innermost being. He waited, he prayed for the death blow to come quickly. It didn't fall, and gradually some hope returned to him, though he feared that this was just Thalasi's way of toying with him, of giving him one last glimmer of salvation before utterly damning him. Finally he gathered up enough courage to peek out. The warlock was sitting, apparently deep in thought. Slowly Reinheiser straightened himself in the chair and waited for whatever was to come.
"Perhaps there is hope for you,"
Thalasi said after several minutes had passed.
"You have certainly proven your intelligence, and perhaps, under my guidance, you will become an asset to me."
Reinheiser smiled hopefully, drawing disapproval from Thalasi, who returned a glare that slumped the physicist back in dismay. Thalasi pointed a finger threateningly and growled,
"But never oppose me."
And Reinheiser felt cold, bony fingers close about his throat, an invisible collar that was Thalasi's will. Thalasi laughed aloud, secure indeed, for he no longer viewed the physicist as a threat to him. His faith in his edict of power had once again proven well placed, for with no destruction, no death, he now owned Martin Reinheiser. Chapter 20. Treachery Unmasked. Sylvia went to rouse the men early on the morning after Mitchell and Reinheiser had made their escape. The early haze had burned away soon after sunrise, leaving the air warm and clean, and Sylvia wanted the three guests to enjoy as much of the day outside of their rooms as possible. Unconcerned and seeking only to make the men stay more pleasant, the elven maiden could never have imagined, at that moment, that Mitchell and Reinheiser had just begun their wild ride across the plains as prisoners of the Calvin scouting party. She sensed trouble as soon as she fitted the key into the door to their room and found it already unlocked. This was more than an oversight, she knew, for she had locked the door personally the night before. Yet the two guards beside her, as perplexed as she, assured her that they had been faithful to their watch throughout the night, and that she had been the last one in or out of the room. But the room was empty. Still not quite comprehending the magnitude of the escape, Sylvia crossed the hall to rouse Billy. The mere fact that he was there to answer her knock brought her a measure of comfort and made her believe that there must be a simple explanation for the absence of the other two. Her relief proved short-lived, though, for her question about his companion's disappearance jolted the sleepiness from Billy's eyes as completely as if she had splashed him with icy water. For every image Billy Shank held of Mitchell since they came to this world led him inescapably to one frightening conclusion. She looked grimly at Sylvia, her innocent and hopeful smile heightening his suspicions and his anger.
"Go find Arian, and quickly," he instructed.
Sylvia hesitated, waiting for more details, but Billy couldn't bring himself to tell her that Mitchell and Reinheiser, his companions, were probably on their way to betray her people. Sylvia had a good idea where her father would be on such a fair morning. She bade Billy accompany her, and he agreed, though he dreaded confronting the elf lord with such grim news. They came upon Arian a short time later, on a back balcony of the house overlooking the great gorge. He and Aielle sat quietly, enjoying the serenity of the ever-wondrous spectacle of dawn's light on the crystals. Arian recognized immediately that something was terribly wrong when he saw his daughter, her face flushed and pained. He grasped Sylvia's hands to steady her.
"What is it?"
"They are gone," Sylvia cried. "Captain Mitchell and Martin Reinheiser are not in their room."
"Treachery!" Aielle yelled. "I knew that no good would come of these men."
He started threateningly toward Billy, but Arian intercepted him with an outstretched arm.
"Find Erinel,"
a very calm and composed Arian said to his daughter.
"Gather your friends together at once, and search the tunnels to Mountain Gate. Until we know more, those two are to be considered as guests, and not enemies. But I want them found, and brought to me."
"They might yet be in the city,"
Sylvia offered.
"Doubtful," Arian replied. "But leave a group behind. Instruct them to search the whole valley, and even Sheikh Dun Oilum. Now go, and hurry. We will await your findings here."
Sylvia nodded and was gone. The two guards remained at Billy's side, unsure now of his status among their people, and a bit nervous about him being so close to their elder. Arian, though, waving them away, steadfastly refusing to let the actions of Mitchell and Reinheiser detract from his trust of this man, who had done them no wrong.
"Where have they gone?"
Aielle snapped, his suspicions bubbling over and showing him to be certain that Billy must be in on some conspiracy. Billy shrugged his shoulders and looked away, wisely withholding his theory until more information could be gathered and calmer heads prevailed. Aielle didn't wait for an answer anyway. Seeking outlets to vent his fury, he turned on the guards.
"And what of you two?" he scolded. "You were supposed to be guarding them."
"We remained at their door throughout the night," replied one of the unfortunate elves with strained conviction.
"Ha!"
Aielle scoffed.
"If I discover that you fell asleep, I shall—" "Oh, hush, hush! Hush up, I say!"
came a voice from behind the guards, and Ardaz stepped out onto the terrace. Desdemona the cat wrapped in peaceful slumber like a boneless stole about his neck.
"I too had eyes posted to watch the ancient ones. Desdemona here."
He lifted the limp cat off his shoulder and held her close to his face.
"And she wouldn't let me down, would she? No, she wouldn't. She kept watch on your house from just outside and saw no one leave. No one at all. Not a one,"
Ardaz assured Arian with complete confidence.
"Never sleeps, either. Not at night, anyway. Sleeps all day. Bother everyone at night. Rule of cats, you know."
He gave an amused snort and turned his attention back to the cat, petting her affectionately to make up for his last comment.
"But they are gone,"
Aielle insisted, the simple fact challenging the wizard's reasoning.
"I know that. Of course I know that,"
a flustered Ardaz replied.
Sylvia told me just a moment ago out in the hall.
Aielle shook with frustration.
If they are not here, he asked with deliberate sarcasm, and that cat assures you that they did not leave, then where are they? Might it be that they simply disappeared?
Oh, yes, I see your point, Ardez replied, enlightened and confounded all at once. And a very good point it is. He again pulled the cat from his shoulder and shook her awake.
Des, did you fall asleep, you nasty little kitty?
He gave her another shake and eyed her suspiciously. Then, as if talking to her in her own tongue, he uttered a series of varying meows, and Desdemona replied with an emphatic meow. The wizard flopped her back on his shoulder and seemed appeased.
Says she didn't fall asleep, he explained to the astounded onlookers. Doubt that she did, too.
His gaze drifted absently out across the gorge.
Couldn't have disappeared, no,
he continued, talking more to himself than the others.
There are ways, of course, but they were just ordinary men. Certainly not wizards, after all.
He paused to scratch his bearded chin.
Unless...
Arion and Aielle waited for him to let them in on his apparent revelation. But as the moments slipped by and an expression of dark worry crossed the wizard's face, Arion's patience ran thin. "What is it?" he demanded.
I'm not sure,"
Ardaz replied, his voice suddenly sobered. Shaken from his contemplative trance, he looked back at the Eldar.
"Not sure. But I shall find out," he asserted, and headed for the door.
"Wait," Arion called. "You cannot leave now." But Ardaz kept moving.
"Things to do," he called out. "Things to do."
And he scurried away.
"Why do you allow him to stay in Illuma?" Aielle groaned. "He is of no use to us at all."
Arion knew better than that. He knew the side of Ardaz that was the wise and kind Glendower, savior to the elves at the dawn of their race, when Benrin ruled Palandara and Umpleby would have had them killed. Arion recognized that the compassion and power of the wizard remained, hidden beneath a bumbling facade, but ready to come forth as a shining light of hope in their darkest moments.
"Blame not Ardaz for our troubles,"
he warned Aielle.
"But what are we to do?"
Aielle asked softly, the cutting edge of his anger diminishing with a growing realization of their potential disastrous position.
"We wait,"
Arion replied grimly,
"and hope."
The elder sent the guards away to join in the search, and he, Aielle, and Billy remained on the balcony, staring out at the towering mountains, seeking refuge from their worldly concerns in the profound contemplations so glorious a landscape oft inspired. They spoke little, each of them finding solace in his private meditation, and a semblance of hope budded among them as the initial shock of the escape faded. Though they did not track the time, it seemed like hours later when Sylvia and Arenelle finally returned. Then their hopes were dashed.
"They are not in the city," Sylvia said.
"Nor in the tunnels," Arenelle added. "I traveled as far down as the lower trails above Mountain Gate." He looked over at Billy and gave a sympathetic shrug, for he knew that what he was about to say would reflect badly on his new friend.
"I found 2 sets of footprints in several places, less than a day old."
"And were these tracks known to you?"
Aielle growled, intent on tearing from reluctant Arenelle confirmation that his own mistrust of the humans had been justified.
"They matched the strange boots of our visitors," replied Arenelle.
Aielle eyed Arion smugly, confident that the elder could no longer reprimand him, then turned his fury on Billy.
"What have you to say of this?"
he snapped.
"They've gone to Calva,"
Billy declared firmly, in a voice that trembled just a little from embarrassment.
"How do you know this?"
Aielle shouted accusingly before benevolent Arion could react.
"And why did you keep it from us?"
"I didn't keep anything from you," Billy replied. "I just now figured it out from Arenelle's findings."
He pointedly turned back to the elder, turning away from Aielle.
"I admit that I'd feared this, feared Mitchell. He lives for glory and power and will do anything to get it. That night of council on the mountain shelf, he tried to persuade you to grant him an army. You refused, so he seeks it elsewhere. My guess is the court of Ungden." "Bah!" Aielle said. "It seems more to the truth that you were a part of the whole deception."
"You're wrong," Billy said.
"I am right," Aielle insisted. "And what of Del Judas? An emissary sent ahead to prepare the way for his captain, and you were left behind to cover their escape, to keep us from suspecting the worst until it was too late for us to prevent it."
"No," Billy said, but he saw the strength of his argument slipping away. How could he hold credibility with Arion and the others in light of Mitchell's terrible deception? His empathy for Aielle and the elves' desperate situation put him on the defensive, for he knew that Rael's rage was founded on the very plausible fears that all of Illuma had been placed in mortal danger. Del and I had no part of this.
"You lie!" Aielle screamed.
"Enough of this," Arion demanded, and Rael turned away, biting back curses and accusations through gritted teeth. Then Billy was truly wounded, for the look Arion gave him revealed doubts and suspicion.
"Pray tell us all that you know," he asked. "It is important."
"There isn't much I can add," Billy answered. "Mitchell will do what he has to do to get what he wants, and you're right to be concerned. But I'll do anything I can do to help you. And I guarantee that Del had nothing to do with this. He hates Mitchell even more than I do. Those two have been at each other's throats since the first day they met, and that fight has only become worse since we landed on the shores of Ynis Aielle."
"And what of the other one, Martin Reinheiser?" Arion asked.
Billy shrugged and shook his head. "I don't really know. He and the captain stick together, but I can't figure out why. They're nothing alike. Maybe it's just because they have nobody else to get close to, or maybe each of them needs the other to make up for what he lacks himself. Either way, I wouldn't trust Reinheiser any more than Mitchell. He might not be as openly dangerous as the captain, but he's sneaky, and smart enough to manipulate things the way he wants them." He paused then, and all of them went silent, digesting the information.
"I am satisfied,"
Arion assured him. But the declaration of renewed trust in Billy did not relieve the pained look from the elder's face. Again despair smoothed the edge of Rael's anger.
"Then we are lost,"
he stated with hopeless resignation.
"Not yet,"
Arion declared. But despite his determination, his voice seemed clearly strained, and a vein of deep worry stood out clearly on his temple.
"Keatuata is many miles to the south, and the two have no horses. We do not know if they will ever reach the city, or how Ungden will receive them if they should."
"But if they do get there," Aielle said grimly, "the humans can muster 10,000 spears."
"That would take weeks, even months," Arion replied.
"We must know for certain," Aranel cut in. "Eldar, allow me to go down to the Calvin fields. Among the farmers I may be able to discern the destination, or even the intentions of the two men. Surely it is folly for us to sit back blindly and wait for whatever is to befall us."
Arion looked questioningly at Rael, granting his friend, as Aranel's guardian, the final authority to permit or reject his nephew's proposal. Both of them knew well the risk that Aranel would be taking if he walked among the Calvins, for both of them had done the same thing many, many years before. But that was when the heirs of Benrin sat on the southern throne, and the Calvins, though not openly acknowledging the existence of the elves, tolerated them with winks of promised secrecy, and spoke of them only in exaggerated tavern tales. With wicked Ungden in power, and all of Calva on alert for the mutants hiding in the mountains, Aranel's journey would indeed be much more dangerous. Rael sighed helplessly.
"We have no choice."
Arion put a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder.
"Be ever cautious," he said to Aranel. "Remember that the shadows of the night have always been a friend to your people. I expect and await your safe return."
Aranel nodded his assurance and left the terrace with Sylvia.
"I wish to post a watch at the trees above Mountain Gate," Rael said, and Arion agreed.
In his tower home of Brissenbalis, high above Illuma Vale. Ardaz sat staring out the highest window of his tower.
"You watch over this place while I am away," he told Desdemona, the cat curled comfortably on his lap. "Not that I really want to go, you know. Who would, after all?"
An involuntary shudder ran up his back as he thought of what awaited him. Talus Dún, the fortress wrought of Morgan Thalassi's black heart. Castle Ang Fagd, as it was called in the Enchantish tongue, the castle of utter darkness. A title Ardaz knew to be well earned. The wizard rose and shook off his fit of trembling, setting himself with firm resolution to do what he must.
"Still, we have to know for certain,"
he explained to Des, lifting her seemingly boneless form from his lap, but keeping her in the same curled position as he placed her on the ground beside him.
"I'll be back as soon as I can be back."
He grimaced away a second shudder, and, chanting in trance-like monotone, and rhythmically dancing through a few twists and turns, robes floating all about him, he became an eagle and flew off. He soared out of the tower, riding the updrafts of the sun-warmed air rising up the cliff facings, and was soon gliding high along the southern ridge of the crystals. Ardaz truly enjoyed the effortless freedom of this wind-riding. But time was pressing, he knew, so he tilted out away from the cliffs, beyond the reach of the lifting currents, and plummeted into a swoop down toward Blackamara, leveling off just above the swamp and riding the tremendous rush of gathering momentum far out into the desolate land of Brog. Unfaltering, the wizard sped on toward the distant shadows of the Corrid Dúl range and the waiting blackness of Talus Dún, where he hoped to find some answers. The passing days were agony to the elves and Billy as they awaited Arenel's return. The wait became even worse for Arion when he found that Ardaz, too, was gone. Chapter 21. The Lines Are Drawn. The trees closed behind Dell when he emerged from Avalon, as if Brielle slammed her door at his back. And though Dell told himself that it didn't bother him, that right now all he cared about was putting as much distance between himself and Avalon as possible, his heart sank even lower at the sound of the forest shutting him out. He tried in vain to blank the thoughts and images of the witch from his mind, for he had witnessed a terrible and unexpected side of Brielle that had wrenched away his fantasy and broken his heart. Head down, he walked with slow and sullen steps across Mountain Gate. He took no notice of his surroundings as he approached and passed under the silver Telvansills at the end of the field. His thoughts remained inward in recollections of stately groves of swaying pines, and starlit fields, and the woman who gave them meaning, and with a resigned sigh he accepted that he would not be so easily rid of his memories of the Emerald Witch. Even had he been wary, on his best guard, Dell would not have seen the three elves, silent as death, slipping down from the concealed branches of the arched trees behind him. He continued on a few yards up the mountain path, then realized that he could go no farther until an escort arrived. "Damn," he spat. Even if Ardaz had seen him on the road in Avalon and went right to Arion with the news, it would be hours before any elves arrived to guide him back to Illuma. He punched at the air in frustration and turned back to the archway, seeking a shady place to sit and wait. His relief at seeing the elves was short-lived, lasting only the second it took him to understand that the two bowmen holding their weapons taut and level had their arrows trained on his heart. And the third elf, standing grim-faced between them, held his slender sword ready in hand, although he obviously recognized Dell. "What's going on?" Dell asked with caution, though he still didn't quite believe that the elves meant to harm him.
"Silence," the swordman commanded. "Throw your weapon to the ground in front of you."
"Didn't we already play out this scenario just a couple of weeks ago?" Dell offered with a strained smile, inviting the elves to end their game and admit the joke. On a nod from the leader, one of the bowmen loosed his arrow. Dell whitened in shock at the thrum of the bowstring, and jerked involuntarily, expecting to be struck, as the arrow drove itself deep into the ground between his feet.
"I ask you, one last time, to throw down your weapon."
the swordsman said in a calm, steady voice, and from the grim tone, Del had no doubt that the next arrow would indeed find his heart. Anger welled in him, but against the dizzying swirl of his emotional turmoil, it could not gain a focus or a purpose. Confusion dictated to Del, and he had no heart for any argument, much less a fight. He drew his sword and dropped it to the ground, dropping his gaze as well, for he had no desire to view the elves in their deadly mood. Were these the children of the moon, the same joyful people whose very existence was based in dance and song, in community and friendship? Or had he, perhaps, in his longings for utopia, misperceived this land and its peoples? His whole image of Aielle suddenly seemed to be closing in around him, suffocating him in the same grim visages of reality he thought he had left far behind on the shores of a distant world. He offered no resistance as an elf came up to bind his hands. Aielle trotted across Mountain Gate, hugging the eastern cliff face for the little cover it offered. He didn't like moving openly in broad daylight, but the urgency of his news demanded the risk. He crouched low and slowed, though, when he heard the Telvansills and heard the voices beyond. "Blindfold him," one of the bowmen said.
"It is not necessary," the elf with Del replied. "It would only slow us, and Aielle is anxious to speak with this one. You remain here to keep the watch," he instructed one of the bowmen. "We shall escort the prisoner back to the city."
"By the colonnade!" Aielle cried as he stepped through the archway. "Release him, and be quick about it!" "Aielle!" the elves cried in unison, the swordsman rushing over to warmly clasp Aielle's arm.
"It is good that you have returned, my friend," the swordsman said sincerely. "The days of our watch for you have been long indeed in passing, and all of the city is stilled in anticipation of your findings."
"Untie him!"
Aielle demanded, and stormed up the path toward Del.
"But it is by the order of your uncle that he is bound," the swordsman pleaded, obviously torn between his loyalties.
Fearful of a confrontation, yet obedient to the commands of the elder, he rushed ahead to intercept Aielle.
"Then my uncle is a fool!"
Aielle snapped, brushing the swordsman aside and continuing on to Del without missing a step. The three elves looked at each other with uncertainty, and slowly began closing on Aielle and Del, weapons still at the ready. "It's all right, Aielle," Del said, trying to soothe his friend's ire and avoid any further confrontation with the other three. "I don't really mind. Let's just get back to the city. And do blindfold me, whatever they might think. Better for all that I remained ignorant of the way to Loxalinaloom." Aielle hesitated for a moment. He hated seeing his friend bound, despite Del's assurances, but he too understood the futility of arguing. He pulled a hood from the swordsman's belt and popped it over Del's head, offering a last smile to assure the man that he would be there every step. "Very well, then," he told his fellow elves. "Let us be off at once. Arion must be told of the stirring in the south." Leaving the two bowmen behind to keep watch, Aielle led Del and the swordsman at a swift pace up the mountain. Still struggling with the torment of Brielle's darker side, Del asked no questions and paid no attention to the secret paths. Eventually, though, when they had entered the tunnels and left Avalon far behind, and hidden from sight, he was able to focus on the events at hand, and he realized that something terribly important and grave must be going on. All the signs moved him in the direction of one horrible suspicion, that one of his companions must have done something awful to rile the elves so. And Del had a good idea who that might be. Soon after, seated at a table of council in the throne room of Arion's house, Del noted the grim faces of the elves, trying to mask an undercurrent of desperation, and the quiet, almost cowed visage of Billy Shank. He also noticed with great concern and renewed suspicion that Mitchell and Reinheiser weren't present. "It is as we feared," Aielle said darkly. "They have reached Caer Tuatha." "Mitchell," Del said with a groan, easily guessing now the deceit and motives of the hated captain, and angry at himself for not recognizing this possibility sooner, when it could have been prevented. "That idiot!"
"And how were they received?"
Arion asked evenly, ignoring the outburst. Even as we hold counsel, the usurper marches north with an army of 1,000 spears, Aielle replied. Above the gasps and frightened whispers that flooded from every end of the table, he added, "And their numbers swell every day as more humans rush to the side of their glorious overlord to join in his day of triumph over the wicked mutants." "Barbarism!" Aielle shouted, punctuating his cry by slamming his fist on the table. "Again we bear witness to the treachery of men!" "Silence!" Arion commanded, fighting to the last to maintain a rational atmosphere. Yet the elf lord, too, wanted to scream out in anger and frustration. He could not, for he was the elder, the leader of his people, and was bound to set the proper example of strength. All Illuma looked to him for guidance. He mustered up his composure and stated his question calmly. "How much time do we have?" "A few days, no more," Aielle replied. This time there were no ensuing gasps or whispered responses, as a silent veil of dread wafted through the room, graying the faces of the elves and dimming the light in their eyes. "Pray tell us, Eldar," Aielle said with a snarl, holding fast to his rage as a litany against despair, and making it clear to all present that he held Arion personally responsible for their predicament. "Whatever are we to do now? Would you have us play the role of frightened rabbits as they run and hide before the teeth of the wolf? Perhaps we could find another hole deeper in the mountains that would serve as our prison for the next few centuries." The mention of rabbits sent Dell's thoughts reeling back to Avalon and the peaceful lunch he had shared on the first day of his return to the wood. Rael's twisted grimace destroyed that fantasy quickly, reminding Dell with painful clarity that his utopian image of Aielle was a distortion founded entirely upon his own ignorance. Right, Rael, he thought. Rabbits would run away. They don't confuse pride with stupidity. Rael's sarcasm wounded Arion deeply, for he had trusted the humans despite the risks, and now had to bear the responsibility for not taking stronger precautions. Arion remained solid in his convictions about trust and friendship, but the army coming to slaughter his people, to snuff out his entire world, weighed as a heavy consequence on his tired shoulders. He felt the judging eyes of the others upon him, awaiting his response to the accusations of Aielle. The Eldar steeled his gaze on his accuser. "No, Aielle," he said firmly. "I shall not leave." "You can't win," Dell blurted desperately, jolted by the sudden, unexpected declaration, a vow that seemed suicidal. "That may be," Arion replied. "But if the entire city departs, the pursuit will be swift and unrelenting. My people must survive, and thus a large group of maidens, and the younger of our race, and any else who wish, shall flee into the mountains. We must leave more than a token group behind to face down the murderous threat of Ungden, and I count myself among that number. This had been my home for many, many years, and I shall not willingly relinquish it to an unlawful king. Perhaps there is parleying yet to be done, and in that circumstance who but myself should speak for Illuma?" "He'll kill you all," Dell declared flatly. "Then let him fulfill his rage and be done with it," Arion declared. "We are not a warring people, yet our skill with sword and bow is great. The Calvins will pay a heavy price for their raid. Our fallen will satisfy their thirst for blood, and it may well be that the numbers of their own dead will dim any further desires they have for war. I perceive this to be the only way any of our people shall live in peace again." Arion jumped to his feet, sending his chair skidding behind him, and stood tall and proud above the gathering, set in a grim resolve that could not be questioned. No weakness showed in the elder now, no indecision, no burden weighing on his shoulders, and all seated around the table looked on him with respect that bordered on awe. All except Dell. He looked away and muttered, "Et tu, Arion?" once more feeling the pain of disappointment, as keen as a dagger in his breast. Arion paid him no attention. "These are my words of counsel," he declared. "Yet in this matter, I feel that each of us must make his own choice, to flee to the mountains or to stay and face the wrath of Ungden. Through gritted teeth, Aranel cried out his support.
"None shall willingly leave."
"No," Sylvia agreed with the same fervor.
"The people stand behind you, father."
"Then let us not stand idle," Aielle commanded. "There is much to be done."
Overcome by a dizzying wave of nausea, fighting back the distaste of bile rising in his throat, Dell stumbled out to the corridor. Dell returned to the throne room several hours later. The place had become a beehive of activity, with elves coming and going, and congregating in small groups to discuss plans. Aielle, just a few feet away, standing with his back to Dell, seemed the center of it all. Excited, almost frantic, he called out commands, delegating duties to the younger elves. "You seem thrilled by all of this, Aielle," Dell stated accusingly as he entered. "Are you that hungry for blood?" Aielle wheeled on him angrily.
"For freedom," he growled. "I am hungry for freedom. Too long I have hid in fear from men. Too long have I viewed the same mountain walls, the walls of my prison."
He looked across the room, leading Dell's gaze with his own. Billy and several others stood before a large map that had been hung on the wall. Aielle turned back to Dell, eyeing him slyly.
"Your friend has offered his aid unconditionally," he said loudly,
purposely attracting the attention of some of the other nearby elves.
"What of you?"
Dell knew that he had just been set up, had been put on the spot before witnesses that Aielle might wring the desired response from him. He recognized the expectant looks, turning quickly to impatience. He lowered his head so as not to face their disappointment, and remained silent. For Dell could not give his assistance or his approval for the battle the elves had chosen to fight. He had hoped for more in this new land than the commonplace wars, the non-solutions of violence that were the tainted legacy of his world. Hadn't Calais of the Colonnade spoken specifically of Earth's Jericho and the first steps on that bloody road? And after witnessing that same dark wrath in the woman he had viewed and loved as the epitome of peace and beauty, his abhorrence of violence now claimed his emotions absolutely, with no room for excuses or compromise. "I need time," he stalled. "I want to talk to Ardaz."
"That fool is gone," Aielle retorted. "He fled at the first signs of trouble."
"Then I'd like to go back to my room," Dell said softly.
"Guard!"
Aielle called, and Dell was grateful to be able to leave so easily with the elf who appeared at the door. The war council stretched long into the night, for though the elves had in the past fought many a skirmish with bands of rogue talons, they were totally unfamiliar with larger-scale battles or defensive preparations. Arian and Aielle listened intently as their people presented various plans of action, and together they tried to devise one of their own. Soon they both realized that their only hope rested with the otherworldly knowledge of Billy and Dell. Aielle abhorred the idea of trusting the humans again, but even he had to admit that the elves were mere novices against the trained Calvin army. Billy felt awkward in a position of leadership, but was more than willing to help. He quickly dismissed what the elves perceived as their most feasible option, retreating to Sheikh Dun Oilum with its one very defensible entrance. Even Arian, who had never witnessed war, had failed to recognize the gruesome consequences of a siege. While the setting moon sent its last silvery rays into the throne room through a western window, the council agreed upon its final decision that the elves would make their stand on the field of Mountain Gate. Billy had offered them two alternatives: a one-time confrontation on the field, or a war of hit-and-run raids, whittling away at Ungden's troops, while ever seeking higher, more defensible ground deeper in the mountains. Billy had strongly opted for the latter, believing that the elves had little hope in a pitched battle with so large a force. But the elves, especially Arian, were thinking along different lines. They perceived their fate as sealed, the outcome of the battle as preordained, and considered it rather as a test of their honor. Arian gave little consideration to the short-term victory or defeat, viewing the fate of those who would stand with him against Ungden as inconsequential. His thoughts focused on the after-effects of the clash, the safety of the Illumines who would flee into the crystals. The purpose of opposing the Calvins was to gain the respect of the common soldiery, to show such valor as to dispel Ungden's depictions of the elves as dangerous, murderous mutants. A guerrilla war, Arion feared, would reinforce the negative misperceptions against the elves, and it would be time-consuming. New recruits swarmed to join Ungden's army with every passing day. In the end, Arion's forces would lay dead or hopelessly scattered, and the army celebrating victory on the southern slopes of the crystals would be 10 times the size of the force now approaching. Still believing in its righteousness, a perspective likely reinforced by aggravating guerrilla tactics, the Calvin force would willingly continue its hunt for renegade mutants. And so, on the next morning, Billy and a group of elves, led by Arion and Aielle, traveled down to Mountain Gate to better organize their battle plans. In studying the area, searching for the most advantageous positions, Billy noticed a long ledge cut across the sheer face of the cliff that bordered the field on the east, about 20 feet above the grass and nearly invisible from below, due to the coloration and shading of the rocks. Certainly an army charging into battle would pay it no heed.
"Is there any way to get people up there?"
Billy, pointing to the ledge, asked Aielle. Aielle nodded.
"There was at one time a low tunnel behind that cliff wall," he confirmed. "A split in the stone allowed entry to the ledge. It cannot be seen from this angle, but I have not traveled that path for many years. Perhaps it no longer exists."
"Ah, but it does," Sylvia interrupted. "Oftentimes Aielle and I have tread that trail to sit upon the ledge and watch the waning sun over Clas Aielle."
"Excellent," Billy said. "A few dozen archers up there would thin the Calvin ranks." "You forget our number," Aielle said. "We have not the warriors to spare." "And it would not be quite as great a surprise as you believe, I'm afraid," Arion said. "I considered the same plan as we journeyed down here, but it is flawed, for Captain Mitchell knows more than the way to Illumavale. He knows the number of our people. All of the warriors except the few I have chosen as escort for the departing host will stay for the battle. But if many of them were missing from our ranks, such an ambush might be anticipated. And if it was discovered, the Calvins could stay at the far edge of the field for their charge, and use their shields to render the archers relatively ineffective, leaving the number of our people remaining to face the onslaught greatly depleted."
"I still think we should put a few archers up there," Billy argued. "We've got to weaken them before they get to us. And you've already told me that your people excel with bows."
"You doubt our prowess?" Sylvia laughed. "The first you ever saw of Illuma was the arrow I put into a tree by Mitchell's head. Would that I had aimed to kill."
"You made that shot?" Billy said with a grin,
a plan quickly formulating. Sylvia looked at him as if she didn't understand his surprise. Billy pressed on. "Tell me, then, do all Illumined maidens shoot as well as you?"
"A field of battle is no place for females!"
Aielle cried, guessing Billy's thoughts and certainly not approving.
"Normally I'd agree," Billy retorted, and he turned to Arion. "Are all of your females to flee into the mountains?"
Arion's face went grim.
"They cannot," he admitted darkly. "Our stand would then be recognized as a ploy."
"And if we were beaten, do you really believe that Ungden would show mercy to the females back in your city?" Billy had to ask. "No way. Their only chance is for us to win. So they might as well help where they're needed. You even said that Mitchell knows the number of our warriors. How many is that?"
300, perhaps half 100 more than that.
"Against thousands," Billy reasoned. "We need all the help we can get, Arion. Give some of your females bows and put 'em on that ledge. If the battle is lost, they can retreat back to the city or along other mountain passes."
"We'll have lost nothing and gained, perhaps, a chance,"
Aielle agreed. At length Arion agreed as well, much to the satisfaction of Sylvia, who had steadfastly refused to flee into the mountains, but loathed the thought of sitting helplessly by as Ungden slaughtered her brethren. Arion had a bit more spring in his stride as they returned to the city, For Billy's strategy offered at least some hope for attaining the goals of their futile stand. Though he saw no alternatives, the decision to fight still troubled the Eldar deeply. For all of their preparations and determination, he was convinced that he was leading most of his people to their deaths in an unwinnable battle. Dell rarely left his room during the next few days. He hung a blanket over its one window, darkening it as his sanctuary against the familiar images of brutality that had suddenly sprung up all around him. He had no visitors, save Sylvia, bringing him his meals, and she, incapable of understanding his torment and perceiving his behavior as a betrayal to her people, could not bring herself to speak to him. Dell accepted her coldness stoically, though it wounded him to his soul. The elves had not witnessed the world before the Holocaust, and thus could not see among the implications of the coming battle the renewal of a destructive cycle that had only one possible conclusion. They were the children of dance and song and play, and in their innocence lay the hope of the world. But Dell could not expect them to shoulder burdens they could not begin to recognize. Yet he had indeed expected more of Billy. If Mitchell and Reinheiser were to be the demons that would damn Aielle, then Billy Shank had become their unwitting agent, bolstering the resolve of the elves to accept the rekindled flames of war by feeding them the false hopes of futile plans. And the sight of these doomed people rehearsing the scenes of their imminent slaughter with sharpened blades and a common merciless grimace revolted Dell, sent him reeling to his room, the last bastion of his fleeting hopes. Even this walled womb was not impervious to the assaults of the wicked reality, for it couldn't block out the sounds. Every so often the hollow clang of sword against sword echoed through the air, and clashed into Dell's heart. On the afternoon of the third day since his return to Illuma, Dell lay quietly on his bed, fantasizing that he was dancing with Brielle in the promised splendor of luminous Aielle. A soft knock at the door chased away his daydreams. "What?" he called defiantly. Billy entered the room, disregarding the challenge in Dell's tone. "How you doing?" he asked through a strained smile. "I'm all right," Dell replied coolly, averting his eyes from Billy's to make a point of his true feelings. "What are you planning to do?" Billy asked quietly, walking over and boldly sitting on the edge of the bed beside his friend. "How the hell do I know?" Dell replied sharply, and again he looked away. "Will you look at me?" Billy scolded. "Listen, pal, you'd better make up your mind soon. The Calvins are setting up camp less than 3 miles south of Mountain Gate, and this whole damn thing is going to explode tomorrow morning." Dell sat up on the opposite side of the bed, still looking away, and bit his lip at the grim news. "Most of the elves are already down on the field," Billy continued, less harshly, in tones truly sympathetic. "The rest of us are leaving in a little while." "It's stupid," Dell muttered. "Of course it's stupid," Billy agreed with a chuckle. "Ever known a war that wasn't?" Dell spun on him. "Then why?" he shouted. "Can you answer me that? You're going down there to die, Billy, to die. All of these wonderful people are going to throw their lives away, and for what?" Billy shook his head and sighed. "For principles, damn it," he said, rising from the bed. "You live by principles and you do what's right, and if you die by those principles or for those principles, then your death isn't stupid." The two men glared at each other, truly at odds for the first time in their friendship. "Never mind the Illumines, then," he argued. "Think about the Calvins. Your sword is going to be stabbing at men, real men with wives and children. Not evil monsters, just ordinary, misinformed men who are doing what they're told. How do you feel about that?" "I feel terrible about it," Billy replied. "Of course I do. But I've got no choice." "Oh, is that so?" Dell taunted. "Yes, that's so," Billy mimicked, his voice growing stronger as his anger spilled out. "You know, Dell, since we got here, you've been living in some kind of wide-eyed fantasy world. I hate to be the one to tell you, but that's not the way it is." "But that's the way it should be," Dell snapped, and again the two exchanged cold glares. It couldn't hold, though, not between these two. As if they had screamed out all of their rage, had cleared their differences from the air in one quick fit of passion, they soon found their familiar smiles. "What's wrong with us?" Dell offered calmly. "What is it within our character that makes men, and now elves, fight one stupid war after another?" "I don't know," Billy replied with a shrug. "I don't want this war any more than you do. But it's about to begin and we've got to fight it. What else can we do?" "We can run," Dell replied without the slightest hesitation. "I'm amazed that Arion didn't do that in the first place. There must be millions of places to hide in these mountains. This battle, this tragedy doesn't have to be fought tomorrow." Billy paused for a moment, studying Dell. "Up on the shelf a couple weeks ago, Reinheiser said that maybe we were brought here not to prevent this fight, but to make sure that the right side won. Think about it. It makes a lot of sense. You're right, and this whole mess can be delayed, but not avoided. Ungden knows for sure that the elves are here now, and he won't rest until he's got 'em. Arion realizes that. Why else do you think he'd stick around?" Dell bit down on his lip again and crossed his arms in front of him, his expression a mixture of disdain and disappointment. But Billy refused to yield. "You've got to face reality," he pressed. "Forget about the elves and the Calvins and just think about this. We don't have the luxury of time to run away. If Mitchell and Reinheiser aren't stopped here and now, they're going to introduce all the wonderful weapons from our world to Aielle. Don't doubt that for a minute. Where will your fantasy world be then?" Dell slumped back, stunned. So overwhelmed by the present danger, he hadn't given much thought to what future damage Mitchell and Reinheiser could wreak. Billy walked to the door, but looked back over his shoulder one final time. "You think about it, Dell. We'll leave in half an hour." Dell sank deeper into the security of his soft bed covers as the door slammed shut. He felt the ghosts of pain and misery, images from the wars and poverty of his own world, crowding around him, mocking his hopeless dreams of true peace and brotherhood. He had no arguments to dispute Billy's warning about Mitchell and Reinheiser. He was trapped in this conflict, locked as surely as his ancestors into the unyielding cycle of battle. It flooded him with revulsion, paralyzed him for many minutes on his bed, in subconscious hopes that the last party from Mountain Gate would leave without him, absolving him of his unwanted responsibilities. Then a vivid memory jolted him. He saw Captain Mitchell standing on a beach with an automatic rifle, holding hundreds of cowed talons at bay and proclaiming himself to be a god. Dell had run out of arguments. Had that last party already left, he wondered? He leapt from the bed and charged out the door. He had a plan of his own. Chapter 22. Under a Starry Sky. Dell caught up to the last party just as they entered the tunnel on the far side of Aluma Vale. Billy had mixed emotions at the arrival of his friend. He was grimly satisfied that Dell had apparently recognized and accepted his responsibility, yet he felt somehow a sense of loss for Dell's innocent, if unrealistic, way of embracing this new world. Billy had hoped that Dell could prove him wrong, could convince him and all the others that Utopia was within their grasp if they only reached for it. Dell walked up to Billy and clasped his hand firmly. The two men stared hard and long at each other, exchanging silent but unmistakable feelings of mutual respect and true friendship, sealing an unbreakable bond that would live on even if they were both slain on the battlefield. "You will join us, then, in our time of desperation?" Aaron asked hopefully, his expression showing profound relief. All along, Dell's reluctance to accept the coming battle as the proper course of action had shaken Arion's confidence in the decision, had made him worry that this man with wisdom bitterly gained in another age might be seeing the situation from a better perspective than he. "I'm with you," Dell assured him. "But first I have to do something. Will you let me go back to Avalon?"
"What trickery is this?" Aielle interjected. "You will not fight beside us?" He will run and hide and not return until the vultures pick at our slaughtered bones."
"I will be at the battle by your side," Del promised. "I have to be at the battle." He looked at Billy, his stern visage dispelling any doubts Billy or any of the others might have had about his true resolve to carry out his newly perceived duties. "I know that now." "He's telling the truth," Billy told Arion without hesitation. "But first I must go to Avalon," Del said with a wide grin. "I have a plan." Arion did not return the smile, though he had trusted Del even before Billy had spoken for him. "Our problem does not concern Avalon," the Lord Elf said with even certainty, guessing easily enough what Del had in mind. Arion knew that the powers of Aielle could not help them in their struggle with Calva, but he realized that his words had not the conviction to truly dissuade Del. It was Del's right to discover the true character of the witch for himself, Arion knew, but he, as Eldar, would bear the cost of Del's lesson. Already, Arion felt the anger in Rael's gaze boring into him. "You give me more credit than I deserve, Rael," he thought bitterly. Yet it was from Rael's expectations of his courage that he drew the strength to stand by his principles. He nearly laughed aloud at the irony of it all, as he told Del with unyielding finality, "You may go." "Eldar!" Rael protested, but Arion cut him off before he could even begin. "Del Judas has given us no reason to doubt his word." "There are many who would disagree with you," Rael argued. "Then they are misguided," Arion replied in a deliberately calm and controlled tone that reaffirmed his confidence in his authority. "I will hear no more of this, Rael. We have not the time for a gathering of council, and in the absence of such my word as Eldar stands." Rael visibly trembled with rage. "Your hold over the people of Illuma may not be as strong as you believe, Arion Silverleaf," he said, barely able to spit the words through his clenched jaw. "There are many who question your decisions regarding the Ancient Ones. They question your intentions as well." Arion ignored Rael's ranting. The elves could ill afford a showdown between their elder and his closest adviser at this critical time, and addressed his daughter. "Go with Del Judas," he instructed. "See that he is allowed passage to clasp Rael." Del was surprised that the trees did not hinder his entrance into Avalon. Though his stubborn grudge refused to let him consciously admit it, he was comforted that Brielle had not shut him out. He whistled as he trotted along the path, his senses bathed in the countless stimulations of the fully blossomed forest, and he was able to forget for a while the gathering clouds of misery at Mountain Gate and his grim purpose in seeking out the fair witch. Soon, though, as the sun disappeared over the western horizon and the colors of the wood dulled into the grayed blur of twilight, Del realized that he was running short on time. "Brielle!" he called, but his only reply was the mournful cry of a loon, heralding the onset of the secret world that was the forest night. Stubbornly, Del scrambled on, calling out again for the witch. Again the loon answered, and this time its wail beckoned to Del like a lost spirit, akin to his misery. Faithful to its cry, Del turned from the path, stumbling blindly through the dark brush and thickets to follow the last lingering notes, and when they died away, he called out again, and was answered. He soon came upon a grove of thick pines, a veritable wall of interlocking, unyielding branches. Undaunted, he fell flat to his belly and crawled beneath their lowest boughs, and when he had finally gotten through, he lifted his head, and his breath was stolen away. Below him, down a short slide of thick grass, was a small glade, thick and soft in swaying petals of white clover, and beyond the lee a secluded pond. Its smooth surface, broken only by occasional reeds or cattails, lay quiet and still, as if in meditation under dark reflections of the pre-starlit sky. But Del hardly noticed his mystical surroundings, for atop a knoll, rising above the green sea of the glade, reclined the gentle Brielle, shadowed in the mysteries of the deepening gloom. It pained Del to look upon her beauty, though it was she he had sought. He wanted now only to flee this place and this wood and be away from all thoughts of the Emerald Witch, He knew that it would be impossible. Avalon had already announced his arrival to its queen. The never-seen loon gave one final cry. Immediately Del rose to his feet and started down the slide. Brielle knew of his presence, no doubt, and he wouldn't give her the satisfaction of catching him hiding from her in the grass. He conjured memories of the carnage left on the road in the wake of Brielle's wrath, and reminded himself over and over of his sole purpose in coming to Avalon. Determinedly entrenching his emotions within a fortress of rage to protect himself from the hinted passions that threatened to sweep him away. His stride stiffened in tense anger as he approached, but then he was upon her, and the ice melted away. "Hello," he said softly. Her reply was a smile. Consciously, Del rebuilt the frosty facade. "I didn't come here to bother you," he said with rough sarcasm. A dark cloud passed across Brielle's countenance, for she realized already what Del was leading up to, and knew that she must disappoint him once again. "I need your help," Del continued, holding tight to his gruff tone. "A battle is about to begin." Brielle looked away. "It is known to me," she said sadly, "and me heart truly weeps at the misery o' tomorrow's morn." She paused, struggling, as was Del, with a personal conflict of emotions and principles. The rules of her station were clear and unbending. She had lived by them and for them for hundreds of years. When she turned back to Del, her face was resigned and impassive, and she announced with cool finality, "'Tis none o' me affair." "How can you say that?" Del scolded. "Hundreds of innocent people are going to die on that field. You don't think that concerns you?" "It wounds me, even as it wounds yourself," Brielle replied, almost apologetically. "But I have no power for a war o' man." His frustration bordering on rage, Del wanted to scream and cry all at once. "Bullshit," he yelled. "I saw you, Brielle. I saw what you did to those Talons." Brielle understood more clearly now that the source of Del's anger went far deeper than her rejection of him. "That I wish ye'd not seen," she said softly, lowering her eyes to hide the welling tears from Del. "'Tis a side o' me life and duty I do not enjoy." She took a deep breath and reminded herself that she had done only what she had to. "But Avalon is me domain, and me duty, and I am the eyes that protect her," she asserted. "I do not create the storms. I only show them the harm that is upon the land. Purely evil are the Talons, living only to destroy. They grant no mercy, and deserve none. Would ye have me, then, let them bring ruin to me wood?" Del had no rebuttal against her logic. "But the morrow's battle," Brielle continued softly again, "is a concern o' men and elves, and I have no duties, and being so, no powers for such a war." Del slumped down meekly to the clover inside. With her innocent confession of necessities, Brielle had taught him a lesson in humility. A lot of things fell into perspective for Del at that moment. He remembered the lecture Billy had given him early in the day. Duty. Utopia had to be earned. When he recovered from his embarrassment, Del laughed aloud at his arrogant self-righteousness. Then he looked upon the witch and fell silent, fearing that she would think he mocked her. Brielle sat quiet, hugging her knees and staring off across the melancholy pond. "Who am I to judge you?" Del asked himself. He owed her an apology, an explanation. So many things he wanted to say to her, and the most pressing one kept repeating over and over in his mind. He crawled across the path of her absent gaze, catching and locking her eyes with his own, and took a chance he had never before in his life been able to take. "I love you." Brielle blushed, but did not turn her eyes away. "Me heart speaks the same to me." "But you have your woods and your duty, and I have my battle and mine. My Brielle." he groaned, and gently stroked her face. "Are we never to have any time together?" As he started to turn away, Brielle clasped his shoulders and settled him back on the soft carpet. She stood up before him, apprehensive, scared even, of this decision she had made. But her heart held little doubt of her love for Dell. "The field o' Mountain Gate is but an hour's walk, and your battle will not begin ere the light o' dawn," she heard herself saying. "We have tonight." Dell said nothing. He stared deeply at Brielle, stunned that something this perfect could be happening between them. Then he looked past her to the skies, where the first stars brightened as each passing moment deepened the blackness of the evening canopy. "Beautiful they are," Brielle agreed with Dell's entranced look. "Behold, the first stars of summer, for this day marked the solstice. Another spring is ended. 'Tis a special night." "It is," Dell whispered. Nervously, Brielle undid the laces in front of her gown. With a slight shrug of her shoulders, the gossamer fell from her and she stood naked before Dell. The starlight seemed to emanate from her, enhancing her supple curves, as though she was its source. As if on cue, a slight wave rippled across the pond, carried to the shore by a cool summer breeze. Brielle trembled, but she knew her heart truly and did not hesitate. She bent to Dell and kissed him, and passions she had long ago locked away stirred again within her. And there, amidst a waving green sea of soft clover, beneath the approving sparkle of countless stars, they consummated their love. Brielle cried that night. She cried for remembered emotions that had slept for centuries, and she cried at the knowledge that with the morrow's sobering dawn those emotions must once again be put to sleep. Dell held her tenderly, cradling her head against his chest, and though the witch could not see it, he, too, was crying. Chapter 23. The Wizard Unveiled. Shortly before the dawn, Dell left Brielle sleeping in the soft clover to begin his long and disheartened trek back to Mountain Gate. A gentle rain had come up during the night, and it fell still, tapping rhythmically on the leafy canopy and hissing through the mist that rode in off the pond. When Dell had gained the top of the slope before he crossed through the pine grove, he looked back to the knoll and the fair witch, and dismay found him, despite his joy in loving her. For though he would carry memories of Brielle into the battle with him this day, and forever after, his heart told him that he would never look upon her again. Yet then he left her of his own accord, compelled by a responsibility he did not want but could not escape. Soon after, Brielle awoke from a vivid nightmare. A cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she recalled with frightening clarity an image of Dell dying on a charred and bloody field, the head of a cruel spear buried deep in his chest. "This cannot be," she cried out desperately and helplessly to the heavens. As if in answer, a vision appeared unto her. A small black staff, iron-shod on both ends, twirling about in the air. The sheer wrongness of the thing assaulted Brielle's every sense. A perversion against nature itself. It terrified her and pained her, but she composed herself in angry determination, and knew she had found a link to the day's events. Dawn came as a dulled blur of pink behind the unbroken cover of dreary gray clouds. Fitting weather, Dell noted, for such a day as this. The rain had stopped, but the air hung oppressively thick with moisture. Dell found the elven camp astir in the north, though no signs of the Calvin force were yet apparent in the south. Slowly, head down, he walked across the field, indulging himself as he went with one final fantasy of the way he wished things could be. The clear note of the watchman's horn announcing his arrival brought the weight of reality back upon his shoulders. 2 horsemen trotted out toward him from the chaos of the bustling camp. Billy Shank rode in the lead, outfitted in chain-link mail and a shining shield and sword, but the other rider, so marvelous, dominated Dell's vision. Arian Silverleaf, unmistakably the elf lord of all Illuma, paced his steed easily. He wore a forest green cloak pulled back from his shoulders and a light green tunic woven of some fine material. Under the sleeveless edges of the shirt, Dell saw closely meshed links of shining mail, much finer than the heavy rings of Billy's armor. Arion wore no helm, but a silver gem-studded crown with a gold inset of a quarter moon, the symbol of Loch Sillinilloon. Strapped to his left arm was a polished shield bearing the same emblem, and sheathed on his hip in a gem-encrusted scabbard hung a broadsword unequalled in workmanship by even the crafted weapon Calais had given to Dell. Its hilt gleamed all of silver, and intricate carvings resembling the head of a dragon adorned the pommel, inlaid in gold all down the neck to the crosspiece of the weapon. "I didn't realize that your people kept such weapons," Dell remarked. "Gifts from Ardaz, mostly," Arion explained, tightening his heels to calm his spirited steed, a great muscled stallion, its coal-black coat glistening from the wetness of the morning mist and from the sweat of its own tense anticipation. "And some of our own making." He smiled at Dell's unyielding sarcasm. "The mountains are wild and dangerous even now, friend Del Judas. Would that we could hang these devices above a mantle, and use them only to enhance fanciful tales." The elder's face turned serious again as he grasped the hilt of his sword. "This is Fawain," he told Dell. "The Silver Death." He drew the sword from its scabbard slowly, reverently, and raised it high above him. It gleamed brightly and sharply in spite of the dim light. "It was forged with great care many years ago, when Aielle was young," he said, and he lowered the sword and ran his hand along its polished blade, absorbing the sensations of unrivaled craftsmanship and magic, that they might invoke images of the past and allow him to wander back to the security of his memories of the early days of Illuma. With sudden and frightening speed, Arion thrust the sword above him. It shimmered with power and extension, the focal point of the strength that was Arion Silverleaf. The great stallion, caught up in the ire of the elf lord, reared, and Arion cried aloud, "Bear I mein Iberg! El Anisai! Sel fate aval!" He looked at the startled men and cried again with equal fervor, "By their own wickedness do they bring the silver death upon them." His burst of energy satisfied by the proclamation, Arion flashed a calming smile to the astonished gawks of Billy and Dell, and dropped Fawain to his side, swinging the blade in a slow arc. "At times, when talons were abroad, her cut was smooth and sure," he remarked. "But now she sits awkwardly in my hand. I have no thirst for the blood Fawain shall spill this morn." He sheathed the sword with a sigh and turned his steed back to the encampment. "I'm glad you're back," Billy said to Dell. "I only wish that Ardaz were here, too. With his tricks, I think we'd have a chance." "Ardaz hasn't returned?" Dell asked with surprise. "No," Billy replied. "But Arion is sure that he'll be here when we need him." Arion wheeled his horse around and faced them. "Even if the wizard does not come," the elder growled, his face stern and uncompromising, "we will teach the humans respect for our people. The might of justice flows through our veins." "Comforting thought," Dell said a bit sadly. "But I'd rather be dancing on the Shaith Dune." Helpless against the relentless assault of Dell's chiding, the Eldar could not deter the smile that softened his grim features. "Come," he said. "We must find a horse for you." Arion led them to the base of the cliff on the western edge of the field, where Arenelle stood, hands on hips, defiantly eyeing a white mare. He turned when they approached and smiled broadly. "Del Judas," he called happily, "your return brightens this cursed morn." "Do you have a horse for our friend?" Arion asked. Arenelle's smile disappeared. "I am truly sorry, but I forgot to keep one for him. We sent the remaining horses running into the foothills after the last of our people were outfitted. Perhaps we have time to find another." "What about that one?" Dell asked blankly, his attention held by the sheer beauty of the small mare. "That one?" Arenelle laughed. "She will take no rider. Several others have the same idea, but she quickly dissuaded them. He displayed a bruise on his arm and laughed again. She rewarded my futile efforts to bridle her. Then whose is she? Dell asked. I do not know, Aielle replied. I have never seen her before this morn. She must have strayed from the Calvin camp, though, for she is too well groomed to be wild. She'll let me ride her, Dell declared as he started toward the mare. Be wary, Aielle called after him. But even as he spoke, the mare nuzzled her nose in Dell's neck. He stroked the pure white coat with equal affection. How did he do that? An astonished Aielle asked. All about them several other elves who had witnessed the small mare's antics stared in disbelief. She will take no saddle, Aielle called to Dell. Doesn't need one, Dell replied, and hopped up on the mare's back. You won't let me fall, will you, girl? He asked softly as he patted the strong neck. Some of the elves began to chuckle, and Aielle blushed deeply. Or a bridle? He insisted stubbornly. In response, Dell grasped the mare's snowy mane. Will you allow this? Aielle asked Arion. He is an inexperienced rider, and she is obviously unpredictable. Arion studied the mare's reactions to Dell's petting. She is his ride, he replied. It is not our place to interfere with their love. With a knowing laugh, the elder spun his great mount and sprang away to check on other matters. Barely minutes later, the watchman's horn sang out, and all the elves and 2 human allies turned their eyes to the south. Like an endless swarm of insects, the Calvin army spilled onto the field, stretching across the breadth of Mountain Gate. They formed into ranks several deep, as still more soldiers appeared through the mountain pass. We're going to die, Dell stated through his gasps. Easy, buddy, Billy said to comfort him. But Billy, too, verged on panic. The force facing them, uniformed in black and silver, marched in a manner precise and disciplined, was fully mounted, and already 10 times the size of the elven army. Finally, mercifully, the procession ended, and the Calvins held their positions in patient silence, thousands of spear tips motionless in the air. Aielle walked his horse over to Arion. 5,000? He whispered. Perhaps, the elder answered. He looked around at his disheartened troops. They had known from the beginning that they were doomed, but had held out hope for some sort of miracle. The sight of this huge force arrayed against them brought home the full impact of their hopelessness. Yet they had a mission to accomplish, a duty to their kin who had fled into the mountains that would give meaning to their deaths. Boldly, Arion took command. Form a line, he shouted. Barely 300 strong, the elves heeded the order of the elder, and when they had completed their formation, Arion drew Fawain from its scabbard and walked his horse the length of their ranks to address each of them individually, reminding them of their purpose and rallying them around the basic precept of justice that had dictated their stand on this field. Dell noted hopefully that the face of each elf brightened as Arion rode past. Still, Dell wondered how that could make a difference against the overwhelming odds they faced. He took his place alongside Arion and Aielle in the middle of the illumined line, and kept quiet his doom-saying. But distinctly he heard Aielle mutter, 20-1, and Arion, intent on his personal preparations for what was to come, did not reply. Then a fanfare of trumpets sounded from the Calvin lines, and Ungden, overlord of Palandara, commander of the Calvin Empire, made his grand entrance onto the field, bedecked in plated armor, shining gold in the dim light of the cloudy day, and a great gem-covered helmet with feathered plumes. His mount, a fine white gelding, pranced gracefully in white fur boots and wore similar shining armor. A score of the warders of the white walls surrounded Ungden protectively with their own white chargers, well-muscled, finely bred stallions, specially trained for the elite guard of the Overlord. The warders wore their traditional white uniforms and sky-blue cloaks, with white-plumed helms and shields adorned with a gauntleted fist clutching a sword above 4 bridges and 4 pearls, the original standard of Palandara. Some traditions even the arrogant Ungden did not dare to challenge. Dell grimaced in anger when he recognized the 2 riders in Ungden's protective circle. Mitchell, his chest puffed out in gloating pride, rode at the usurper's right. Reinheiser followed, continually looking from side to side, as if he was searching for someone. On the ledge overlooking the field, Sylvia notched an arrow to her bow as Ungden's entourage moved to the center of the field in front of the first rank of Calvin soldiers. The usurper was within her range, though his fine armor would probably deflect any arrow at this long distance. Her shot would have to be perfect to penetrate, and if she missed her mark, the plans for an ambush would be ruined. "Stay your hand," came a voice behind her. "Ungden is too well protected for any such attempts." Startled, Sylvia spun around, and seeing the speaker, obediently lowered her bow and ducked behind the safety of the cliff wall. Ungden absently waved his gloved hand, and a standard-bearer rode out from the Calvin ranks toward the elven line. He crossed the narrow field at a gallop, and, spotting Arian's arrayment, pulled his horse up a few yards in front of the elder, his wide-eyed amazement in confronting the legendary night dancers, at odds with the deadly serious business of the day. The Calvin studied the elven forces for a moment, noting their number, and addressed Arian with arrogant confidence. "Do you speak as leader of your people?" Grim-faced, Arian did not reply. Undaunted by the imposing stare, the soldier continued addressing them all. "Night dancers, heed my words," he called. "While it would be but a small task for the army of Palandara to defeat you by the sword, clearly you cannot hope to win. It is not the wish of the Overlord to see you destroyed. Lay down your weapons and accept Ungden as the true and sole king of Ynis, Aielle, and your lives will be spared." Not an elf stirred or softened the set of his visage, showing no room for compromise, Arian noted proudly. They were a free people, and were more than ready to die in defense of that freedom. Ungden and his cocky charges apparently didn't appreciate their resolve. They would teach the Calvins better, Arian believed, though their deaths would surely be part of the scenario. "What say you?" the messenger demanded. "Will you yield to the will of the true king?" Aielle, next to Arian, spat on the ground in front of the Calvin. For the first time in a long while, he and Arian were in complete agreement. Arian stepped his horse out from the elven line, and the Calvin, despite his outward arrogance, backed off an equal distance in cautious respect.
"Why are you here, serpent?" Arian asked. "You have no quarrel with us, nor do you have any claim over us. We are free. Our land is our own, and we recognize no self-proclaimed ruler. Now be off, else you shall be the first to feel the cold edge of my blade."
In a flash he had Fawain drawn and readied, its blade shining with the inner glow of its magic. Terrified by the calm confidence with which the elf lord promised his death, the messenger wheeled his horse around and fled back across the field. Ungden laughed when he was informed of the elves' defiance. With a wave of his hand he sent the messenger back to his place in the ranks and set his war machine into motion. A horn blew. On cue, the sergeant of the elite guard drew his sword and raised it high above him. Man and elf alike tensed. A second horn blew, the commanders of the Calvin forces walking their groups into position in front and at the sides of Ungden's entourage. Del was sweating now, and finding it difficult to breathe. A third horn blew. Ungden let a few more tantalizing seconds pass, then motioned to his sergeant. The blade fell, and the thunder of 20,000 pounding hooves shook Mountain Gate to its core. Screaming battle cries and clashing their weapons against their shields, the Calvin army fueled its frenzy with every charging stride. Under the leadership of Sylvia, the archers waited patiently for the best possible moment to spring their ambush. As the Calvins passed the midpoint of the field, reaching their closest point to the ledge, the elves sprang from their concealment and loosed a shower of arrows, concentrating their fire on the front riders. Horses and riders tumbled to the earth, and those directly behind trampled them or were tripped up. The Calvin line wavered and nearly broke down altogether in confusion, their battle formations shattered by the deadly surprise attack. Arion surely recognized the prime opportunity to release his warriors, but for some reason, almost as if some other will imposed itself upon him, he couldn't speak the command to charge. With professional efficiency, the Calvin leaders swung the army in a loop and short retreat to form the battle groups and regain their composure. Many Calvins had gone down under the flurry of arrows, though not nearly enough to give the Illumines any hope of victory.
"We should have attacked!"
Arion could not rebuke the scolding. He still did not understand what had held back his command. He couldn't believe that he had frozen under the pressure.
"Their ranks seem not at all thinned. If we ever had even a slight chance, it is gone now,"
Aielle moaned. The Calvins prepared to resume their attack. Now knowing the danger from the cliff, they moved to the western side of the field and covered their flank with their shields. Arrows wouldn't hinder them this time. Yet even as they kicked their horses into motion, a bearded old man in a light blue robe and a pointed cap walked out among the archers. Sylvia and the others lowered their bows.
"Ardaz!"
Del cried when he noticed the wizard.
"On the ledge, Arion!"
It was true. The silver mage of Loxolin had come. He held his arms outstretched, one hand clutching his oaken staff, and the other reaching for the power of the heavens, and chanted in the enchantish tongue the invocation of fire.
"Now we get our fight!"
Aielle yelled to his comrades.
"Hold, my friend,"
Arion commanded with a knowing smile, understanding now the will that had stayed his charge.
"Ardaz has come. He will have a trick or two for Ungden." "Again you act the part of a fool, Arion," Aielle retorted. "The antics of that buffoon will not stop the Calvins. We must meet their charge."
The Calvin force closed in quickly, but Arion put his full trust in the wizard and held his troops at bay. Ardaz's invocation reached a feverish pitch. A red flame sprang from the top of his staff, flickering, yet not consuming the wood. He pointed the staff across the field and spoke the final rune. Instantly a wall of flames, stretching the breadth of the field, ignited in front of the charging riders. Those that could not stay their mounts plunged headlong in, bursting into white flame, and fell as charred corpses just a few feet on the other side. This time the training and expertise of the Calvin commanders could not prevent a panic. Horrified by the bared power of the wizard, the surviving Calvins swung back wildly in full retreat. But Ardaz wasn't finished.
"This business must be ended here, and now,"
he explained to Sylvia, almost in apology for his next action. He raised his arms again and called out in a voice godlike in power.
"Ungden the usurper, too long you have imprisoned the peoples of this land with your unlawful rule. By the fires of the sun above, I purge Aielle this day of your evil stain."
He aimed his deadly staff again, and a second flame barrier sprang up, directly behind Ungden and his guard, boxing in the entire Calvin host. On command from Ardaz, a tear of sorrow in his eye, the killing walls began to converge. Trapped Calvin riders spun wildly and banged into one another, some falling from their mounts only to be trampled into the dust. Crazed horses, blind by the urgings of their masters, rushed for the western edge, the only escape route, and plummeted hundreds of feet to Black Amara. Relentless, merciless, the firewalls closed in. Though horrified, Sylvia and the other archers watched the grisly spectacle, believing it to be their responsibility to bear witness to the momentous tragedy of this day, and they realized that Ardaz, nearly broken by the slaughter he had invoked, would soon need their support. In the rank of 11 horsemen outside the firewall, Del and the others could not see what was happening to the Calvins, but the screams and wails of their dying foes told them all they needed to know.
"The antics of a buffoon," Del echoed somberly to Aielle.
"I apologize,"
Aielle replied, his words reflecting both awe for the mage and pity for the tortured Calvins within the fires.
"There is perhaps more to Ardaz than I have believed."
"Call him not Ardaz,"
Arion said.
"Call him by his true name."
He extended his hand toward the bent figure, now leaning heavily on his staff.
"Behold, Glendower,
Woe be to those who invoke the wrath of the Silver Mage.
Calvins died by the score in the panic, some caught by the wizard fires, others trampled, and still more leaping to the swamp. Then there came a barely audible buzzing sound, and as suddenly as it had started, the riot ended. Barren of all emotion, it seemed, almost zombie-like, the remainder of the Calvin army moved back into battle groups. Still the walls converged, but no man screamed, and not a horse reared or snorted in terror. Only the crackling of the rolling flames consuming grass and flesh disturbed the eerie stillness. Ardaz understood, and was afraid. A swirling cloud of red smoke floated out from the Calvin line, growing more tangible as it moved. Soon it resembled a rider and horse, and then it was. A red-cloaked man, cowl pulled low to hide his face, atop a gaunt, yellow-eyed black stallion that snorted smoky flames through its flared nostrils and pawed the ground as if it hated the living grass below.
"Istal?"
Sylvia asked Ardaz, but the distracted wizard did not reply. The red-cloaked rider reached his bony arm toward the west, clenching and unclenching his fist as if gathering up the air from the distant expanses. Then he swung his arm at the cliff, as if throwing something, and a great gust of wind smote Ardaz, extinguishing the flame atop his oaken staff. And the firewalls were gone.
"The wizard of Caer Tuatha?"
Rael cried when he saw the red-cloaked mage.
"It cannot be,"
Arion replied, surprised.
"Istald gathers his power from the sea. This mage is too far inland." "The Master is come,"
hissed an evil voice from under the red cowl. Ardaz's face went bloodless. The red-robed wizard pulled back his hood, revealing his pallid, hairless head, and the many-faceted black sapphire that was his mark. Ardaz groaned audibly, though he had already guessed that Thalassy had come.
"May the colonnade be with us,"
Arion gasped, for he too recognized the mark of the black warlock.
"Angfagdal, the utter blackness, is come again."
Chapter 24. Jericho. Tucked away into a small corner of his subconscious, in a place reserved for childish, supposedly irrational fears, Dell retained an image that very much resembled Morgan Thalassy, an image of evil incarnate, a demon embodied in human form. Thalassy's withered body appeared broken and sickly beyond anything that could be alive. Yet the life force within the black warlock exuded an aura frighteningly, paralyzingly evil, and a strength sufficient to hold two armies at bay. On the ledge, Ardaz spun about and waved his arms wildly, desperately summoning all of his strength. The air about him crackled as his power mounted. Standing next to him, Sylvia's hair tingled and was drawn toward the wizard by the growing charge. When he knew that he had reached his limits and could contain no more of the energy, the wizard uttered a rune of evocation and stamped his staff on the rock, releasing a blue bolt of lightning. Its flash blinded all who witnessed it for several seconds. The corresponding rumble of thunder rolled throughout the mountains for miles around. But Thalassy had prepared himself against such obvious attacks. A protective globe of defensive energy encircling him dispersed the bolt into a shower of many-colored, harmless sparks before it ever reached its mark. Thalassy curled a thin lip over his rotted teeth in a smile that seemed more a grimace, and drew out a thin, iron-shod rod. Pointing at the ledge, he demonstrated his mastery, controlling elemental powers that Ardaz could only beg for assistance. Uttering only two simple runes, he returned Ardaz's attack tenfold with a mighty white bolt. The Silver Mage had worked frantically to construct his own defensive barrier when he saw Thalassy draw the rod, but he was overmatched. The violence of the white bolt shook the whole mountain, sending cracks deep into the stone from the ledge all the way down to the field, and the archers were thrown from their feet. The brunt of its malice focused on Ardaz, ripping through his defenses, charring and splintering his fine oaken staff, and hurling him hard against the rock face at the rear of the ledge. He lay crumpled against the stone, patches of his clothing blackened and still smoking, his newly grown hair singed, and the fingers on the hand that had been holding his staff burned and blistered. Sylvia regained her footing and rushed to his side. Blood streamed from the wizard's lips as he mouthed the name of the Black Warlock, and then he fell silent. Half in anger, half in desperate fear, the archers began firing at the lassie. He laughed at them and turned his attention elsewhere, ignoring them, for their attempt proved pitifully inept against his shielding, and the arrows were reduced to wind-blown ashes as they hit the defensive globe. Arion called for his troops to gather their courage with him in charge, determined that their end would be unyielding to terror. But this too proved futile. Grinning broadly, Thalasi faced the elven line and began twirling the wand like a baton. Compelled by his dominating will, the illumined horses responded in kind, turning circles of their own, oblivious to the commands of their riders. Ungden, and then his troops following his lead, broke out into taunting laughter at the sight of the helpless elves struggling vainly to control their mounts, and all of the horses were dancing. All except one. The white mare snorted in fury and steeled her eyes against the onslaught of Thalasi's wicked attack. Summoning every ounce of willpower within her, she cleansed her mind of Thalasi's insinuation, and began slowly to walk toward the bringer of perversion, bearing on her a confused and terrified Deljudas. Onward he marched, now crossing the grass blackened by Ardaz's fire, her stride growing bolder as she grew more assured that she could resist the Black Warlock. A helpless pawn in their battle, caught in the middle between two powers far beyond him, Del held tightly to the mare's mane with both hands, and prayed that Arion or anybody would come to his aid. Thalasi was deceived. Assuming the mare to be guided by the great will of her rider, he directed his next attack at Del. Extending one bony hand, he spoke a curse, and violently closed his fingers into a tight fist. Del shrieked in agony as he felt an icy hand grasp and squeeze his heart. Horrified, he released his grip on the mare and clutched his chest. He felt a lump in his shirt pocket. Acting solely on his instinct to survive, Del tore open his shirt and pulled out the little derringer. His eyes bulged from the inner pressure. His breath would not come, and consciousness began to slip away. But he somehow managed to fumble the silver bullet into the chamber and point the pistol at Thalasi. The sight of the weapon amazed Thalasi, and in his surprise, the Black Warlock released his deadly grip for just a moment. Del's lungs expanded immediately, sucking in a deep breath of revitalizing oxygen. But he wasted no time enjoying the sensation. Closing his eyes in anticipation of the explosion and kick, he put his finger on the trigger. He couldn't do it. Beside Thalasi, the Calvins laughed no more, instead staring curiously at Del, who had resisted their wizard and who now held this strangely shaped piece of metal. Mitchell grunted in anger at the sight of the gun, revolted by the possibility of his most hated enemy destroying his plans for conquest. Yet, certain that he would be Del's primary target if he exposed himself, the captain made no move to rush to Thalasi's aid. Reinheiser, though, recognizing the danger to his master, reacted quickly and without regard for his personal safety. He broke through the line of warders and, though he was hardly a rider, and nearly tumbled from the saddle with each stride, galloped his horse flat out across the field. Del stared at the derringer helplessly, feeling deceived by his own conscience and disgusted at his emotional failure in this time of need. Then came again the paralyzing pain, as Thalasi, now understanding the full potential of Del's threat, renewed his assault even more furiously. Del's arm trembled and drooped. Blackness filled the edges of his vision, and he would have dropped the weapon altogether had not one voice rung clear with reason in his ears. "Do it!" Billy Shank cried out to him. But Del could not bring himself to move. He looked down at his hand, trying to fight against his own revulsion and Thalasi's insidious assaults. The very sight of his arm, veins engorged with blood from the tremendous pressure, and bruises on his forearm, where smaller veins had already begun to rupture, dismayed him. He understood that he was beaten, no match for the power before him, and knew, with the utmost revulsion and horror, that soon he would actually explode. Reinheiser relaxed considerably when he pulled alongside Thalasi, the master seeming fully in control. High on the ledge, Sylvia saw it too. The black cloud that was Morgan Thalasi would soon consume Del, and then the doom would fall upon the rest of her people. Desperately she grasped at the one faint hope she could see and ran to the side of the fallen wizard. "Please, Ardaz," she pleaded, cradling his head. "You must help us. Ang Fagdul will destroy us all." Ardaz opened one eye. "Nasty shot, you know," he said with a cough that produced blood. "Really quite beyond me." He started to drift again, but Sylvia shook him roughly. Of course, he groaned in reply. "We must do something. Perhaps—" He silently mouthed some words, trying to remember a spell. "Bring me an arrow," he instructed. Quickly, Sylvia handed him the finest arrow she had remaining in her quiver. Ardaz stroked its wooden shaft and chanted a spell of seeking. The effort cost him the last of his strength, and he fell silent, his eyes closed once more. Sylvia slipped the arrow from the wizard's loose grip and fitted it to her bow as she ran back to the ledge, praying that the enchantment had been completed and that it would be enough to get the arrow through to Thalasi. With a deep breath to steady her trembling arms, she took a bead on the black warlock and fired. Del would have been dead by then, except that Thalasi took his time, savoring the torment of this man who dared oppose him. Sparks flew as the arrow's stone tip struck the magic barrier. It deflected slightly, but it was not destroyed, and though it did not hit its mark, it came close enough to surprise and distract Thalasi. For the second time, Del was free. A furious Thalasi spun at the ledge and loosed a second white bolt of destruction. Instead of waiting to see if her arrow found its mark, though, wise Sylvia was already moving. She dove back to the safety of the mountain wall just as the blast splintered the lip of the ledge into chunks of flying rubble. Reinheiser, seated next to his master, hadn't been so quick to react. The bolt crossed directly before his face, and the intensity of the flash stunned and blinded him. "Sylvia!" Del screamed in rage, and he thrust the pistol toward the black warlock, who countered by holding his staff horizontally in front of him with both hands and clenching down on its iron tips. Like the edged blade of a sword, waves of energy sliced viciously at Del, ripping his shirt and drawing a line of blood on his chest. But Del would not stop this time. He thought of Ardaz and Sylvia, both of whom he believed killed by Thalasi's thunderous attacks. He remembered again the image of Captain Mitchell on the beach, proclaiming himself a god. In his rage, Del found the strength to ignore the pain and resist the will of his foe. As his sight returned, Reinheiser saw the look of undeniable determination on Del's face and knew that his master was in mortal danger. "No!" he yelled, and leapt at Thalasi. Too late. Del fired, and the bullet of the fourth magic, technology, sundered Thalasi's black staff at its midpoint with a flash of brilliant green, and tore into the black warlock with a fury heretofore unknown in Ynis Aielle. Reinheiser dove across the back of the hell-spawned stallion and fell headlong to the ground. In his hands he held an empty cloak, for there remained no sign of Thalasi, no sign that the warlock had ever been there, save a broken staff and a red cloak with a bullet hole in it. Reinheiser pondered this turn of events for just a moment, until he felt warm blood trickling between his eyebrows and over the bridge of his nose. "Must have landed on a rock," he mumbled as he slipped out of consciousness. The white mare started in surprise at the gunshot, and Del, in his weakened state, tumbled off her back and to the ground. The pain in his chest had subsided, but his life's blood flowed from numerous cuts and gashes. Del didn't notice, too busy staring at the little pistol and the blood on his hands. Reinheiser's horse flattened its ears and backed away as the white mare and Thalasi's gaunt stallion squared off. Bent on destruction, the black horse reared and snorted its fire. Then, As if it suddenly realized the true nature and power of the being it faced, it dropped its head in submission, dissipated into vapors, and was gone. In the northern end of the field, the elves' horses stopped dancing. On the ledge, the archers reached for their remaining arrows. The battle of magics was ended. The battle of swords was about to begin. A lone rider burst through the Calvin ranks, pushing all aside in his blind fury. Mitchell charged across the field, his great shield held high to protect against attacks from the ledge, and his spear level, leading him unmistakably toward his prey. Arrows cracked into his shield and whistled all about him, but he would not be deterred. His eyes saw nothing other than his quarry, his rage and frustration leading him down a narrow tunnel toward this man who had disrupted all of his plans. By the time Arion realized the identity and intent of the rider, he knew it was too late to save Del. Angered at his failure to react, he spurred his stallion into motion, and the elven charge began. Rallied only by the threats of Ungden and their commanders, the Calvin army, hesitant and unsure, answered the elven assault. Mitchell reared up alongside his helpless enemy, dipping the tip of his spear just above Del's head. "Now you die," he calmly, callously stated, a victory smile stamped upon his face. He raised his weapon for the death plunge, Del's eyes fixed upon the wicked tip of the spearhead, its image ringing unnaturally clear in the field of his blurred vision, like the balancing point of his consciousness. Dazed and slipping from reality, he could not truly appreciate that he was indeed about to die. Still, even as he fainted away, somewhere in the back of his mind he understood a sensation of relief when he saw the blur that was the white mare's hind leg smashing into Mitchell's side. Viewing the whole scene from the ledge and hardly understanding the true nature of the white mare, Sylvia could hardly believe that this beast had come to the rescue. Then the battle was joined, and her joy left her, for even with all that had transpired, the Calvins badly outnumbered the elves. The sorceries had been played out. This clash was now solely sword against sword, and in that context, with no more tricks to spring, the elven cause seemed hopeless. "Pick your shots carefully," Sylvia told her companions. "We haven't an arrow to waste." One of the other archers, a young maiden with eyes too pure to be witnessing such carnage, walked over to her. "Lady Sylvia," she said, "Arion declared me message-bearer to those that departed the city. I await your word on how I should proceed." Sylvia turned back to the field. Already the sheer number of Calvins had created a distinct advantage. A portion of Ungden's army had swung around the elven line, and Arion's warriors found themselves flanked on three sides and were being driven back toward the drop to Blackamara. "Go then now," Sylvia instructed the maiden. "Find our brothers and sisters in the mountains, and tell them not to forget us, or the noble cause we undertook that they might live freely." The maiden began to weep. "Be at ease," Sylvia assured her. "Take comfort, the knowledge that all who died here this morn accepted their fate willingly. And any who wish to leave may go now," Sylvia said to all the others on the ledge. "Those of us who remain behind shall pass no judgment upon you, and of you all we shall ask is that you do not forget us." But the elves truly believed in their cause, and the maiden Arion had appointed as messenger departed alone. Backed into a corner, the elves fought with unbelievable fury, and many Calvins were cut down. Fawain rang again and again, and soon the Calvin troops backed away whenever Arion, Deathbringer they called him, moved toward them. Amidst all the confusion, the white mare reared up on her hind legs over Del's body and shrieked an unearthly howl that scraped the marrow of even the sturdiest warriors, and from that moment neither man nor elf dared approach her or the man she protected. Still more Calvin warriors fell, but fatigue and sheer numbers played more and more against the elves as the minutes of unrelenting battle passed. Fresh Calvins pressed in on their weary foes, and elven blood mixed with the blood of the humans on the scarred grass of Mountain Gate. The elven screams of pain and death soon rivaled those of the Calvins. The archers on the ledge had little to offer their brothers on the field now, and Arion recognized that the battle neared an abrupt end. The Calvins continued to avoid him wherever they could, allowing him virtually free movement on the field, and that maneuverability offered him one desperate flicker of hope. Back toward the far end of the field sat Ungden, surrounded by two seemingly impregnable rings of guardsmen. With the Lassie gone, and Mitchell and Reinheiser out of the battle, only the fear of the Overlord's wrath kept many of the Calvin soldiers committed to the fight. Nearly blind with rage, Arion bolted at the usurper and was promptly intercepted by two of Ungden's outer defensive line, and behind them 2 others from the inner ring stood at the ready should Arion, against all odds, force his way through. The remaining elite guardsmen held their posts, alert for any further attempts. Fury drove all the weariness from Arion's muscles, and his sword work was nothing short of magnificent. Yet these were the warders of the white walls that he faced, the finest warriors that Calva had to offer, and though none of them would have withstood his assault alone, 2 proved more than his equal. Every time he launched Fawain into a deadly thrust at one of his opponents, a well-aimed counter by the other forced him to retreat and parry. As the warders grew accustomed to the feints and dodges of the elder, they had little trouble keeping him almost exclusively on the defensive. Before long, the frustration of his ineffectiveness tempered the rage that had given Arion strength. He was tiring now, and making mistakes that he knew would eventually cost him his life. He lunged desperately, but the flashing speed wasn't there, and his intended target deflected Fawain aside, while the other warder drove his sword at the opening in Arion's defenses. The elder felt the cold tip bite at his chest, and he recoiled instinctively, though he knew it was too late. Yet he still lived. Blood trickled from a wound just below his breast, but the sword did not puncture him deeply, as if something had stayed the warder's hand. With Fawain now on guard before him, Arion studied his opponents, and saw respect in their eyes, rather than bloodlust. "You could have finished me," he said to the warder. "Nay, you were the quicker," came the reply. "You had me dead," Arion insisted. "Yet you held. You have no heart for this fight." In rebuttal, the warder swung mightily, Arion easily deflecting the blow. "I'll have the usurper's worthless head," the elf lord proclaimed. "That we cannot allow," the warder said, but his voice was unconvincing, and Arion took confidence in his beliefs, that the warders held Ungden in contempt. Then a horn blew, and so clear and strong was its note, that for a moment the fighting stopped and all heads turned toward Avalon. There, at the edge of the field, by the magical wood, hovered Calamus, winged lord of horses, and atop him, dressed in shining mail, was Belexis, an ivory horn pressed to his lips, and a huge sword raised triumphantly. Below him, emerging from the wood, straight-backed and proud on mighty steeds, came the Rangers of Avalon, swords bared and faces grim. Barely 200 strong, yet preceded by a whispered reputation of ferocity that was the meat of valorous tales throughout the taverns of all Aielle, they struck a chord of fear in the hearts of Calvin and Illumin alike. For neither side understood the purpose that brought the Rangers to the field of battle this morn, or could guess whose cause this legendary order would champion. "What crimes have ye done by the children of the moon?" Belexis cried, answering that question immediately. "Where me sword, Ungden, throne-stealing murderer. Now you get your due." And on came the Rangers. Calamus, soaring on mighty wings, quickly outdistanced the other horses, and from his high vantage point Belexis spotted Arion and understood at once the elf lord's desperate attempt. They shared much, these 2 warriors who had never met. Akin and unrivaled in their battle prowess, adhering to a common code of morality and justice that would not tolerate one such as Ungden the usurper, elf lord and ranger prince realized immediately an empathetic bond. Even as he noticed several of the warders closest to Ungden pull long glaives off their mounts to protect against an assault from the air, Arion knew without doubt what action the mighty ranger would take. Timing would be the key. Bearing down on the overlord of Palandara, Belexis shared Arion's fire, blood coursing hot with rage through his veins. Arion moved sluggishly now, intentionally tempering the pace of his fight to dull the edge of his foe's wariness. He had no margin for error. There would be no second chance. A fleeting shadow passed as Calamus swooped, and as Arion had hoped, it caused a slight distraction in the eyes of his opponents. The flashing speed returned to Elder's sword arm. Fawain razored across the chest of one warder, and with a subtle twist of his wrist, Arion continued the same motion of the blade and drove its point under the breastplate of the other. He finished neither move, having not the time nor the will to kill either of his worthy adversaries. But still his attack proved successful, with both warders falling back to avoid Fawain's fell cut, stumbling aside and leaving the path to Ungden cleared before Arion. For Belexis now executed his role in the assault. He had started, predictably, toward Ungden, bringing up a wall of polearms. But then he swerved Calamus aside, and as Arion cracked through the first line, drawing the attention of the two warders to the second ring, Belexis dove upon them. A battering ram of flesh and muscle, the ranger and his winged steed smashed into the first rider and drove him and his mount into the second and beyond. Belexis had played his part perfectly, and the demon in his blood was placated when he felt the rush of air as Arion charged through the gap behind him. Desperately the warders closest to the usurper tried to swing their cumbersome weapons about, but to their horror Arion was already beyond them, and for that moment it seemed to the elder and to the usurper that there were only two people on the field. All other sights diminished to meaningless blurs by singular, all-consuming emotions, the anger in Arion and the terror in Ungden. Pitifully, Ungden drew his ornate sword, hardly able to hold the heavy blade steady in his feeble arms. Fawain twirled above Arion's head once, then smashed into Ungden's sword, driving it from his grasp. No mercy stayed Arion's rage. He didn't even realize that his whimpering opponent was now unarmed, as he brought Fawain above his head again in a twirl. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed all of his anger into one mighty swing and lopped off the usurper's head. Ungden's body held its position for a moment, as if frozen in disbelief, then slumped onto the back of its horse. Arion watched with grim satisfaction as the head rolled about in the dirt. He expected the warders to rush in and kill him now, but the only rider approaching was Belexis, bending low over the side of Calamus to scoop up the head. Soon the ranger was soaring over the field, displaying the gruesome trophy and blowing wildly on his horn. To Aaron's amazement, the warders of the white wall saluted him for his victory, and, heads down in shame, started back across the field. The elder looked upon them with pity now, honorable men, broken by the bindings of an oath that had forced them into servitude to a tyrant. Only by defeating them in battle had Arion and Belexis freed them of their responsibilities. With the sight of their own champions leaving, and the great ranger, with 20 of his brutal allies charging down upon them, holding their overlord's severed head, the Calvin's heart for this fight shattered. Some fought on, more in fear than in anger, but most rode wildly back across Mountain Gate and fled into the cover of Avalon. Many merely dropped their weapons and pleaded for mercy. The Battle of Mountain Gate was ended. Chapter 25. To the Victor. "Dance with me," she teased, and twirled across the moonlit field, the short cape tossing about her naked form as she ran, heightening his hunger. He could not resist her, was defenseless against her innocent smile, her bewitching eyes, and her simple purity. She could break him with a word. And yet he knew only security in her presence. The cape rode up high as she spun with a careless laugh, her thighs catching the quiet rays of moonlight in a soft, enticing glow that held his longing gaze. A long moment passed, and still the light commanded his full attention. Subtly, the light transformed, intensified, an entity unto itself now. It should have been gone. The cape would fall back down. Surely she must have moved again. But it remained, and she was gone, and the field. He tried to recapture the moment, the feeling, but they were no more. Only the light remained. The light. He became aware of something chill and wet against his cheek. Gradually he realized that he was lying face down. Doggedly, Dell willed one of his eyes open. The brightness soon came into focus as bedewed grass, holding a crystalline sparkle that could only be the light of morning. Beyond stood the arching silver Telvan sills that formed the gateway to the paths up the mountains. He was on Mountain Gate, he realized, and the name triggered other recollections. Slowly he rolled over and propped himself up on his elbows to survey the field. A harsh reality awaited him. Mountain Gate, once proud and fitting entrance to the great crystal mountains, lay in ruin. Beneath a maddened charge of armies, its waving grasses had been trampled and churned into broken sod, now slick with the blood and gore of the fallen. Crumpled and broken forms, elven and human alike, littered the field, and riderless horses wandered mournfully about in aimless confusion. Wisps of gray smoke still rose from the areas charred and blackened by the wizard's fire, dulling Dell's vision with a dreamlike quality. But Dell understood the reality. A bitter mixture of revulsion and anger welled in his throat as he gazed upon the carnage. He thought of the beauty and magic of this land, given to man as a gift from the gods, and one word alone escaped from the bile in his mouth. Sacrilege. He turned away, unable to face Billy and Sylvia as they approached, and saw yet another travesty. Along the western side of Mountain Gate, by the drop to Blackamara, the Calvin prisoners sat huddled and miserable under a brutal guard of unsympathetic elves. The wretched humans were not allowed to move or speak, and punishment for any disobedience came swift and harsh, the butt end of a spear or a well-aimed kick. "Their hate runs deep," Billy said, noticing that Dell had taken an interest in the scene. Helplessly, Dell shook his head, desperately wishing that he could block out all of the grisly scenes before him. "Ardaz?" he asked suddenly, remembering Thalasi's assault on the ledge. Anfagdul's attack wounded him. She mimicked Ardaz's voice light-heartedly. "But we wizards are a sturdy lot, you know, tougher than the stones in the mountain, though a bit more cracked, I do dare say." But even Sylvia couldn't hold her smile. "He is at council now, with Aielle and Arian and the other elders," she explained. "And Aranel?" Billy and Sylvia looked to each other for support. "Gone, Dell," Billy answered grimly. He looked forlornly over the blasted field. "Like so many others." Dell had to force himself to breathe steady over the next few minutes. "Did the council go well, Father?" Sylvia dared ask when Arian found them later that morning. "Hatred," Arian replied sadly. "It is my belief that the destruction of Ungdan and Morgan Thalasi ended this war, and perhaps could mark a new and better age. Caer Tuatha will not attack us again." "Why would they want to?" Billy reasoned. "Such was my argument," Arian said. "But the death of kin and friend breeds vengeance." "Oh, damn," Dell groaned. He looked again at the miserable Calvin prisoners and the unchanging grimace of the elven guards. "And what of them?" he asked somberly, fearing the answer. Arian hesitated and shrugged. "The Calvin dead shall be left on the field for the carrion birds, and the prisoners tried before the council for crimes against Illuma. Some may be set free to give the appearance of justice, but most, I fear, are doomed." Dell trembled on the edge of control. "And those that fled?" "Hunted down and punished." "You have to stop this." "I am helpless," Arian shouted back at him. The elder calmed at once, and true sorrow showed in his eyes.
Never have I felt so alone among my people. None but Ardaz stood beside me at council.
As if on cue, Ardaz walked by at that moment, though he seemed to pay no notice to his friends. "Terrible," he muttered to himself, wandering off toward the cliff wall. "Just terrible." The wizard pulled the black cat off of his shoulder and blew gently into her face to awaken her. "Des," he said, "I need you now, my sweet. Get to Avalon. Bring us some help." And at his bidding, Desdemona became a raven and flew off into the afternoon sky. The searchers Arion had dispatched arrived on the field later that day with the group of elves that had fled to the mountains. All were overjoyed at the unexpected return to their homeland. Yet, there a grim task remained before them, and the victory celebration would have to wait. Using responsibility and respect to their dead as a shield against grief, the elves worked tirelessly long after sunset to complete the huge pyre. And when the many-tiered wooden tower, beautifully crafted and worked to be a fitting monument to the heroic dead, was at last completed, all of Illuma looked on solemnly as nearly 80 children of the moon, friends who should have lived for centuries to come, were gently laid upon its benches. Then the midnight hour was upon them, and the orange flames roared into the night, consuming the mortal bodies of the fallen and lifting their spirits on hot winds to the heavens above. And, carried too, on the winds, were the wails and cries of the living. Death was not a common visitor to the land of the ageless elves, and grief of such magnitude had never before been known. Throughout the ordeal of the funeral loomed Aielle, a spectre of singular purpose. With boundless energy, he seemed to be everywhere at once, consoling mourners and sharing in their grief for the fallen. Yet, though his grief was genuine, his actions were calculated, subtly nurturing in his people the same seeds of vengeance that drove him. He spoke of the dead always in terms of glory and honor, and ended each encounter with a reminder that the Calvins had brought this upon them. Fearing for their safety, as angry eyes turned upon them with increasing frequency, the Calvin prisoners huddled close together. "They'll rally behind him," Del remarked to Arion. Arion understood the awful truth of the words. One elf even pulled a small stick from the pyre and threw it at the prisoners. It fell harmlessly short of its mark, but drew a cheer from several other of Arion's people. Relentlessly Aielle stepped up his prodding, rushing to and fro about the fire, sweeping up excited and angry followers in his wake. Soon the whole group had gathered around him, and he raised his arms for silence. "This is not good at all, no," Ardaz mumbled. "Arion, stop him now. Who will wash the blood from our hands?" Arion shrugged helplessly and dropped his eyes. "It seems that the trial has begun," Del remarked. Sylvia glared at him, not appreciating the bite his sarcasm put on her father. "Friends, kin," Aielle called loudly, "this is a night of sorrow, to bid farewell to our brave brothers. But do not linger in grief for them, for they died with the knowledge that their sacrifice would help to free us from the bonds of our imprisonment. I only hope that my own death will be as glorious and purpose-filled. How many injustices have we suffered at the hands of humans? Are there any among us who have not lost kin at this very battle? And have you not, as I, felt the belittlement when you looked out over the southern fields and knew that you could not travel them, even if you so desired, because you were not born of the proper heritage? That degradation has ended," Aielle proclaimed. "The army of Caer Tuatha is smashed, and all Calva is open to us." Arion flinched and sank even deeper at the chorus of wild shouts that arose in support of Aielle. His daughter squared off in front of him, forcing him to look her in the eye. "When the army of Ungdun threatened, you fought, though you had no hopes of winning," Sylvia said sharply.
You drew your strength from the righteousness of your cause, and from the injustice of your enemy. Look at Aielle. Hate drives him. Is he any better than Angdon?
With our victory in the Battle of Mountain Gate, we begin the age of Illuma,
Aielle proclaimed above the hysterical cheers.
Let us tonight begin the lessons we shall teach to all of Calva.
He pointed his menacing sword at the helpless prisoners, while elves all about him scooped up sticks or drew their own swords.
They brought this fate upon us, Aielle cried. Let them feel the sting of their folly.
Grim-faced, he led the mob toward the prisoners. Arian's jaw clenched as a spasm of renewed anger burned through him, and he rushed to intercept.
"Move aside!"
Aielle snarled, and his sword point came up threateningly. Arian grasped Fawain's hilt and held his ground.
"This is wrong," he declared flatly. "This is not the way of our people." "Your day is past, Aaron Silverleaf,"
Aielle asserted, though he dropped his sword point and backed away a step.
"The people will not listen to you."
"They are maddened by the same demon that possesses you," Arian retorted.
"Hear me,"
he cried, but the mob, beyond reason, shouted him down.
"Move aside, Arian," Aielle said again. "You cannot win."
Suddenly there came a great flash behind the elder, and from the ensuing smoke emerged, coughing, the wizard Ardaz, with the raven Desdemona returned to his shoulder.
"Wait!" he cried. "A rider is coming! From the south! From the south!"
The crowd fell silent, and as one peered southward.
"I see no rider,"
Aielle snapped.
"Hush!"
Ardaz scolded.
"Have a care, Aielle. Your impatience tries my patience."
Aielle glared at him, but having witnessed Ardaz's power, did not challenge him further. It would have been pointless anyway, for the sound of a galloping horse now could be heard. A moment later, the tall silhouette of a ranger crossed through the light of the fire. He paused to observe the gathering for a moment, then walked his mount over to Arian.
"Lord Silverleaf,"
he said respectfully as he dismounted, stooping right down into a low bow. Arian nodded.
"I am Andavar, courier from Avalon," the ranger said.
"Beleriand, Lord of Rangers, sends his greetings."
"And ours to him," Arian responded. "Your names are welcome in Illuma. Our debt to your people is great."
Andavar surveyed the mob and the huddled prisoners. "Vengeance?" he asked.
"Justice!"
Aielle spat back at him. "As you wish," the ranger conceded calmly. "It seems, then, that I have come to ye just in time, for Beleriand bids ye to take no action before the morn."
"For what reason?"
Aielle demanded.
"'Tis not for me to say, except that the dawn's light will bring new tidings."
Aielle moved to argue, but Arian cut him off and ended the grumbling of the crowd.
"Silence!"
he commanded.
"Is there no limit to your rancor? Were it not for the Rangers of Avalon, your corpse and mine would be numbered among the dead. Surely we owe them the respect to trust in their request without question."
Having no rebuttal, Aielle shook his head and walked away. The crowd, too, settled back into uneasy appeasement, and both Arian and Andavar breathed easier.
"I should like to speak to the prisoners,"
Andavar said. Most of the Calvins stood up as the ranger approached, and some even saluted. Andavar's eyes, though, met those of one who neither stood nor saluted. In the distance, Billy and Dell saw him too.
"Mitchell!"
Dell cried.
"And that's Reinheiser behind him,"
Billy added. The captain and the ranger stared each other down.
"I warned ye,"
Andavar growled. Mitchell spat up at him.
"Lord Arian,"
Andavar called.
"for myself, I am begging a favour of ye. Will ye grant it?"
"If I may," Arian replied cautiously.
"A sword for this man?"
Andavar asked.
"I've a debt for settling."
Mitchell squared himself before the ranger. "A weapon of your world, not mine," he said with a growl. "You made the challenge, so I choose the weapons." Without hesitation, Andavar handed his own sword to the elf beside him. "Fists," Mitchell said wickedly, "and nothing else. I want to kill you with my bare hands." "Sure, and you'll die slower," Andavar replied with the same even tones. "But sure, and you'll be just as dead." "Wait!" Dell called, rushing over to them. "You look better than when I left you yesterday." The ranger greeted him, but Dell, in no frame of mind for courtesies, waved that thought away. "It's my fight, Andavar," he said, as he and the captain locked in unblinking stares. "It's been my fight for a long, long time." Andavar surveyed the two men. He feared for his friend, believing Mitchell to be the stronger, but realized that he had no right to take this battle away from Dell. Reluctantly, he stepped aside. Dell knew what he had to do. "Violence is not the answer," he reminded himself softly, and took a deep breath to steady his nerves. He felt that he had himself settled then, but he wasn't prepared for the viciousness of Mitchell's initial attack. The captain charged like an angry bull, knocking Dell backward, and began his onslaught, raining blow after blow on his stunned opponent. Unnoticed in the background, Martin Reinheiser held a single blade of grass in his hand, softly stroking it and whispering unfamiliar words. Dell somehow managed to stagger away from Mitchell and regroup. Dazed, the sickly sweet taste of blood rich in his mouth, he had almost gone down under the brutal beating. "I'm not going to fight you, Mitchell," he said. "I won't lower myself." Mitchell didn't understand Dell's motives, but he roared in again, and Dell had to wonder if he was proving any point or simply showing himself to be a fool. Then, slipping in from somewhere in his subconscious, came the words of Belexis, advice the great warrior had given him several weeks before. "The greatest advantage of a true warrior is not strength or quickness, but courage," Belexis had told him. Dell gritted away the pain and stood tall against the punishment. He was right. This had to work. Reinheiser marveled at how easily the transformation spell had been completed. In disbelief of his own handiwork, he gingerly fingered the razor edges of a small knife he now held in his hand. Mitchell's hands found Dell's throat. Grinning with murderous glee, the captain drove Dell to his knees. But Andavar, having seen enough, rushed over and grabbed Mitchell, pulling him free of Dell. Then, with strength that horrified the helpless captain, the ranger tossed him back, sending him sprawling into the Calvin prisoners. The elves stood silent, confused and shocked, as if Dell had held a mirror up before them, showing them their dark reflection. Reinheiser moved over to Mitchell and roughly pulled him to his feet. "Kill Del Judas," he instructed as he slipped Mitchell the dagger. "On your life, kill him." Mitchell shuddered at the sudden coldness in the physicist's eyes and stumbled back out from the crowd. Andavar stepped defensively to block the captain, but Dell regained his footing and pushed the ranger aside. Andavar looked at him in disbelief. "I must," Dell told him. "They have to learn." "You are indeed brave, Geoffrey Del Judas," Andavar said, and he clasped Dell's shoulder and stepped aside. "It's over," Dell told Mitchell. Mitchell shook his head and lashed out, the tip of the concealed dagger sticking out from between his fingers. Dell deflected the blow aside, then felt a burning pain. Amazed, he looked down at the bleeding gash in his hand. Mitchell smiled wickedly and struck out again, but Dell, realizing the danger, was quick to dodge back from the blow. He recited Belexis's advice again to keep from panic as he backed from the stalking captain. "You're running out of room," Mitchell taunted as they neared the ledge overlooking Blackamara. Even as he spoke, Dell's heels slipped out over the ledge. He hoped his death would make his point. Mitchell bared the dagger now, caring for nothing but his lust for Dell's blood. He raised his arm to strike, but an arrow found his wrist. Stunned, both he and Dell looked to the side where Aielle stood, grim-faced, bow in hand. The knife dropped and Mitchell slumped, grasping his wrist in agony. Instinctively, Dell retrieved the blade and straddled Mitchell's chest, putting its point to the captain's throat. Caught up in the frenzied celebration that suddenly erupted all around him, he almost struck. A wave of nausea swept over him when he realized what he was about to do, and when he looked at the elves crowding in close and shouting in wild glee for Mitchell's death. "Stop it!" Dell screamed at them as he jumped away. He flung the dagger over the cliff, far into the night, and charged through the confused crowd, wanting only to get away from the infectious madness. Billy and Sylvia ran over to calm him, but they had no answer for Dell when he looked them squarely in the eye and said, "Are you so sure the right side won?" Then he darted across the field and through the silvery archway, seeking out the sanctuary of the mountain trails. With the attention of the elves diverted, Reinheiser calmly strolled over to Mitchell. "Do not worry," he said. "Our escape is at hand." He pointed over the ledge. Still clutching his wounded wrist, Mitchell peered into the gloom, trying to understand what Reinheiser was talking about. He felt an icy cold, incredibly strong hand pushing on his back, and then he was falling. Some of the elves noticed the movements as Mitchell went over. Reinheiser answered their dumbfounded stares with a shrug of his shoulders, then merely laughed and leapt off the cliff. Andavar rushed over, but the two men had disappeared into the dark night. "It is good they are dead," the ranger said. "Sure, and they'd have bringed harm to Aielle." The calm that followed ignited Aielle. He ran to the brighter area beside the pyre. "Let us not forget our great victory," he shouted, fearing that the crowd's confusion would steal his momentum. "This is a night of celebration." Welcoming emotions that buried the disturbing accusations Dell had raised, most of the elves responded with renewed and heightened enthusiasm. A helpless shake of his head was the only apology Arian could offer to Andavar. Reinheiser wasn't dead. He cast a simple spell as he fell, manipulating the air currents to slow his descent and cushion his landing. He stepped down gently into Black Amara, just a few feet from the crumpled and twisted body of Captain Mitchell. Amazingly, the captain managed to half open one eye. "You will be dead soon," Reinheiser assured him. Mitchell knew the truth of the physicist's words, for his lungs had collapsed and he could not draw any breath. "Before, you were merely an inconvenience," Reinheiser explained. "But now, with your knowledge of weapons and your obsession with power, you have become a danger to me." In a powerful voice that was not his own, he added, "Ever you would remain a simple Faustus." Mitchell's eyes widened in terror at the evil aura that suddenly engulfed him. He felt his gaze drawn up the trail of dried blood on Reinheiser's face to the physicist's forehead, where the cut tip of a shining black sapphire was just beginning to show through the skin.
"Your soul is mine,"
Reinheiser proclaimed. Blood and bile rose in Mitchell's throat as he realized his eternal doom. He died without hope. Dell ran on along the dark and twisting paths, desperate to outdistance the sounds of the renewed party on the field below. Finally, exhausted, he slumped back against a boulder. Great patches of dark clouds raced furiously across the sky above him, driven by a violent wind that had come slicing through the mountain gaps from the northern peaks. He could still see the field. The fire had been refueled, its wild flames leaping high into the night, clearly outlining the silhouettes of the elves as they danced in orgiastic frenzy. Dell could not hold back the tears as he watched his utopian fantasies dispelled. He had dared to believe that he could make a difference in the future of Aielle, had allowed himself the naive optimism that the course of civilization could be different here than in his own war-ravaged time. He sat tormented by the cruel visions for a long while, until sleep mercifully overtook him. On Mountain Gate, the vicious party raged. Chapter 26. The Challenge. Dell thought it was the sun that stole his troubled dreams, but it was not. Calais stood before him, bright and glorious as the dawn itself.
"You expect much of us,"
Dell said to the Colonnade prince.
"We expect nothing, and ask nothing," Calais replied.
"And give nothing," Dell quipped sharply. He wanted to retract the insult as soon as he heard it spoken. Certainly the Colonnade, who had given salvation to his race in its darkest hour, did not deserve such words. He felt even more ridiculous when Calais softly laughed, accepting the sarcasm with good-natured understanding of the frustration behind it. "Can't you help me?" Dell pleaded. "Can't you stop them and show them what they're doing?"
"What would be the gain?" Calais replied. "The destiny of mankind lies in the hands of men. If it were otherwise, there would be no meaning. Your race is free, Geoffrey Del Judice, and you would have it no other way. Mankind must bear its own burdens and accept the responsibilities of self-reliance."
Dell's gaze dropped as the weight of salvation fell with heavy finality onto his shoulders.
"You may find that you have the strength to win your fight," Calais comforted. "There are stirrings in Avalon that offer hope."
His words trailed away. Dell looked back at him, but had to shield his eyes as the light intensified, blurring the image of the Colonnade prince. The first rays of the new dawn had found their way over the crystals, and by the time Dell was able to sort through the glare, Calais was gone. Dell considered the words and looked to the field far below. Shadowed by the high cliff along its eastern border, Mountain Gate had not yet seen the dawn's light. The fires burned low, and most of the elves slept, their celebration interrupted by physical and emotional exhaustion. Dell rushed down the mountain paths, spurred by the undeniable truth of Calais' observations, and determined to face his responsibilities bravely, to bear the weight of his duties, with his back stubbornly straight. "You have become a pitiful sight, Aaron Silverleaf," Aielle taunted, a short while later, the mob behind him, nearly all of Illuma, agreeing with his every word. "Sworn to the service of your people, yet you stand against them. What form of consistency is this?" "We gave our promise to the ranger, that we would wait for word from Balerion," Arion reminded. "We agreed to wait until morning," Aielle retorted. "The dawn is come. I have heard no messages from the cursed wood."
"I hold for the just course," Arion stated.
"You are alone in your folly."
"Not true. I stand alone before you because the others who are able to perceive the evil that has befallen our people fear to oppose you. You feed upon the sorrow of many, Aielle. They follow you that they might shield their grief in anger and hatred, black thoughts easily sated by vengeance. Is it not the same for you and your loss of Arenelle?"
"You should have stayed away longer," Billy said grimly, when he saw Dell approach from beneath the shadows of the Telvins Hills.
"Aielle has just announced the decision of the council."
"Innocence will not defend the prisoners from his unmerciful blade,"
Sylvia stuttered and turned away, obviously ashamed at that moment to be numbered among the people of Loxillinaloom.
"He is going to kill them all."
"The hell he is,"
Dell growled as he started forward. Billy grabbed him by the arm.
"You can't,"
he said. "Let go," Dell ordered, his eyes unyielding as he stared down at his friend. "A few days ago you convinced me that we were brought here to help the right side win. That battle isn't over." "Get out of the way, Arion," Aielle threatened, regaining his composure against Arion's stinging reference to Arenelle, "or we shall cut you down as a traitor." Appalled that the demon possessing his one-time friend had gained such control, Arion's hand went for his sword hilt, but Dell stepped in front of him, face to face with Aielle. "This is none of your affair, human," Aielle spat at him.
"Oh, it is,"
Del retorted. I won't stand by and let you murder innocent people. Innocent? Aielle balked. They marched against our homes. Had they won, would they have shown mercy? I don't know, Del answered sincerely. But that doesn't give you the right to do this. Can't you see that these men came here honestly believing in their cause? They were misinformed by evil, and we can only guess what magical persuasions the Lassie exerted over them. The Black Warlock is dead, Aielle, Del went on. Ungdin is gone, and can harm your people no more. Do you really believe that these men here remain a threat to you, or do you just want revenge? Aielle spoke now to the crowd as much as to Del. I want to teach a lesson to Calva that the humans will not forget. All you'll breed is hatred, Del shouted back at him. You cannot know the horrors of the world before, Aielle. He stepped out to the side, that all the crowd might see him. Hear me well, he cried, for my purpose in returning from the past age is upon me now. He looked Aielle straight in the eye. Wars breed war. Killing breeds killing. Once you begin that cycle, there can only be one ending. When my world burned, Aielle, he said quietly, 5 billion people died with it. 5 billion. Can you even comprehend that number? 5 billion hopes. 5 billion hearts. Truly, Del hated speaking his next words, but he understood that shock might be his only weapon. 5 billion Arenelles. There will be no reprieve from the horror you begin this day. Flames simmered in Aielle's eyes, and he slid his sword from its sheath. Move aside, human, he snarled, or my blade shall find your heart. Del's smile bore the serenity of truth. He held his arms outstretched, a posture purely defenseless. Then do it, he said impassively. My faith in your people is undaunted, and apparently greater than your own. When your venom has played itself out, they will look upon their blood-stained hands with horror. They will remember this moment, Aielle. What will become of you when they realize the truth of the path you led them down? Aielle's sword-tip dipped. He thought of Del's fight with Mitchell the previous night. How could this man so willingly accept death? Before he could find an answer, a cry of alarm rang out. Look to the south, yelled one of the elves, and the others soon understood his panic. Streaming out of Avalon and northward across Mountain Gate, spear-tips and helms glistening in the early sun, came the regrouped remnants of the Calvin army, even now more than 1,000 strong. All the elves realized at once that they had been caught unawares, never imagining that the scattered and leaderless army could be turned back on them so quickly. Deceiver! Aielle cried in hopeless rage, and he spun back and launched his sword in a deadly arc for Del's throat. Ardaz was quicker, though, throwing a spell with a wave of his hand that stayed the blade and held Aielle motionless in mid-swing. Hold come! Arion commanded his people, as the Calvins, still walking their mounts and showing no signs of breaking into a charge, passed the midpoint of the field. The Rangers of Avalon are among their ranks. The army stopped a short distance from the stunned elves, and 3 men rode out from their ranks. In the middle, a fair-haired young man, dressed like a king in a flowing white robe with golden trimmings, rode a great roan stallion. Belexis, upon Calamus the Pegasus, flanked him on his right, and on his left rode the ranger lord Beleriand. In his arm, Beleriand cradled a coral crown, pinkish-white and inlaid with dozens of lustrous pearls. Following closely came a line of 11, 10 warders of the white walls centered by Andavar, who bore a furled standard. Arion grew more at ease when he noted the sincerity of the fair-haired young man's keen dark eyes. There was noble blood in the lad. He was not diminished by the mighty rangers flanking him. He eyed Arion for a long moment, then raised his clenched fist above his head. The Calvins had come too close if they meant to charge,
but still Arion started defensively, when the lad dropped his arm in a quick movement. And to the utter amazement of the elves, the entire Calvin army, and the rangers riding with them, threw their weapons to the ground and remained at silent attention. At the same time Andavar unfurled the standard, 4 white bridges and 4 pearls set against a blue field. The banner of Palandara, before the reign of Ungden. "I am Benedor," the young man announced in a strong, clear voice, befitting his station. "Heir to the line of Ben-Rin, and rightful lord of Palandara. I was but an infant when Ben-Galen, my father, and Arwinia, my mother, were murdered by Ungden the usurper, and I owe my life to venerable Beleriand and the wizard you call Ardaz." Ardaz blushed and lowered his eyes from the many glances that came his way. "For they hid me away from Ungden's fell knife," Benedor continued. "And for lo these 30 years I have lived as a farmer's son. Several months ago I came north to the fair wood of Avalon, that Beleriand might prepare me for the day when I would claim the throne that is rightfully mine. That day is come," he proclaimed sternly, his arms outstretched and his eyes raised skyward. "Be it known here and now, and let the word go out throughout all Aielle, that the line of Ben-Rin is restored to the throne of Palandara." When he looked back at Arion, his friendly and unpretentious smile had returned. "And in the true spirit of my ancestor Ben-Rin," he said softly to the elder, "it is my first act to surrender my army to the night dancers." The astounded elves didn't even know how to react. "My people have committed many sins against you and yours, Lord Eldar Arion Silverleaf, the worst being the battle that was fought yestermorn," Benedor went on. "I cannot undo those wrongs, but I desire that the feud between Calva and Illuma end now." He dropped his arms and humbly his gaze. "We trust in your mercy." At once all eyes focused on Rael. "Let him go, Ardaz," Del insisted. Released from the wizard's spell, the confused Rael hesitated. "Here is the chance of your world," Del said quietly to him. "Peace is yours if you will only reach out and grab it." He put his hand on Rael's shoulder. "Aranel is dead. The price has been high, too high. But if this doesn't end now, then Aranel's death means nothing. Then all of this will happen all over again." Rael looked to Benedor and the Calvin army, which was waiting patiently for his decision, unarmed. "No tricks," Del assured him. "I promise." "What say you, Rael?" Arion asked. "I know my answer to the rightful lord of Palandara. It is an answer that I give willingly, with all of my heart. Yet many of our people have come to value your words above mine, and it is important that our stand in this matter be undivided. So what say you?" "The whole future of Aielle rests with your decision," Del added. "Will your world start down the same bloody path that led my world to its destruction? Or are you going to rise above this stupid violence?" Rael dropped his gaze, trying to sort through the sudden confusion this day had brought. How could he be expected to accept peace with the hated Calvins, with an illumined victory at hand? His eyes strayed to the funeral pyres of his dead comrades. The pyre of Aranel, joy of his life. He glanced at the bodies of the fallen Calvins, some black with carrion birds, lying scattered about the field, and thought of the children back in Calva, standing in their doorways, and crying for fathers who would never return. Such were the horrors of war. Humbled and embarrassed, Rael faced Arion, tears flowing freely down his cheeks. "Too much blood has been spilled already," he said softly. He threw his sword to the ground. "We do not accept your surrender, Lord of Kertuatha," Arion said to Benedor. "Only your friendship." Benedor dismounted and extended his hand to the elder, and as Arion moved to accept it, He undid the clasp, holding his scabbard, and let Fawain fall to the earth beside the sword Benedor had cast down. At that moment of friendship between the Eldor of Loch Silinalum and the Overlord of Palandara, many elves and men alike came to know and share Del's hopes for the future of Ynis Aielle. "You're free now," Del said softly to Aielle. "Free of the hate that's darkened your life for so long." Aielle could not manage a smile on his tear-streaked face, but he offered a handshake to Del. The funeral pyres brightened the evening sky once again on Mountain Gate, but this night the grief of the survivors was not masked under cries of hatred or false glory. Both human and elf accepted their losses as a tragic lesson and vowed never to repeat the grievous error they had made. In an act of the highest faith and trust, Arion, without opposition from any of his people, laid open the once secret paths and led his human guests to the Silver City. There a great feast was prepared, and many bonds were made and oaths were spoken. The solemn celebration lasted a full week, its high point an invitation by Benedor to the elves and rangers to share in the ceremony of his coronation in Palandara in the spring of the next year. On the morning the Calvins were to depart, Del went early to Billy's room to rouse his friend. "We did it," Del said happily, his enthusiasm born of pride. "We were brought here to straighten things out, and damn it, we really did it."
"I wouldn't go that far,"
Billy replied as he rolled out of bed and stretched.
"You've forgotten your own world. Hundreds of years of prejudice and hatred don't disappear overnight."
Looking at his black friend, Del could only agree. He moved to the window and threw the curtains aside. And then he fell entranced as he looked out over the magical valley at the sight of elves and humans bidding fond farewells and trading sincere handshakes and hugs. Serenity flooded over Del. Every care and worry seemed to fly from him at that moment. For somehow, he knew, these to be honest glimpses of Aielle's future. "It'll take time," he said through a hopeful smile, turning to face Billy. "But they're on the right path." Billy cocked his head curiously at his friend's sudden and overwhelming visage of calm. Yet another summer passed into autumn, but he could not know that. He had forsaken all hope. It could bring only torment in a timeless dilemma that knew no cure. Salvation lay only in meditation, and thus he had grasped at one spell available and turned inward, suspending all but his thoughts in time. How many years had passed? How many yet would? He knew not, and cared not. As physical suspension eliminated his needs and preserved his body, contemplation of deeper universal truths preserved his mind. But what had disrupted his spell? What physical change had occurred in the constant to disturb his enchanted sleep? The latch clanked again, and the tiny cell door swung in. Most of the light from the corridor was blocked by the silhouette of a figure stooping to enter, though it still seemed painfully bright to this man, who had known only the darkness of dungeons for 3 decades. "The blessings of the colonnade forever upon the head of Ardaz," Benedor cried when he viewed the prisoner. "True was his guess, and Istal the White is returned to the side of Palandara's throne." Epilogue. The sounds of the dance of Tiv Rhiasis awakened Del to his surroundings. He had wandered to Sheathdun Oilum, the shelf of crystalline reflections. The haunting beauty of the place captured him at once, and he suddenly understood Arion's protectiveness of this realm, and just how much was at stake. And in that moment of epiphany he understood, too, why Brielle had shut him out. Del glanced back at the tunnel he had just come through. His personal needs seemed insignificant and selfish at that moment, and freed of their hold, his eyes held a renewed gleam as he watched the growing glow of the moon on the mica walls. The first moon of spring, the last moon of winter. When the moon has passed beyond the western horizon, and the stars sparkle brighter against a darker sky, when the last notes of the evening's voices have faded from thought, and the first hints of the music of dawn have yet to sound, a man might then truly explore the murmurs of his soul. So it was for Dell that night, on Sheath Dún Oilún. He found a time of the present, where his inner contemplations could run free of the world's noise. Still lost in his musings of the incredible journey that had taken him across time and space, to this place that was his heart and yet not his home, Dell took no notice, some time later, of the unnatural mist that drifted up from the pool to hover a short distance from the ledge. Nor did he see the spectre that appeared within its cloudy vapors.
Del Judas,
spoke the figure, and the angelic tones filled Dell with a sense of joy.
Calais,
he said with a gasp.
You are troubled, my friend.
A woman, Dell explained, and a world. Loves that I cannot have. Down from the mountains, in the quiet magic of Avalon, the woman leaned heavily against a tree.
"Ah, Rudy," she said, "I have braked me covenants."
"That is quite obvious, dear sister," Ardas replied, chuckling. "Yes, quite obvious." He became more serious when he realized that Aielle was truly distressed. "No need to worry," he said. "The Colonnade rejoice at the news. They themselves sent me to you."
"Help me,"
she begged, taking comfort in his words, though they did little to stem the stabbing pain.
"Please, you must. Ne'er have I known such fright."
"I'm afraid too, Calais," Dell continued. "Afraid of myself and the things I might do."
Have you cause?
Calais answered. "After the Battle of Mountain Gate, I thought I might pen the history of the world," Dell explained. "The world before the Holocaust."
An ambitious undertaking,
Calais said. "And stupid," Dell added. "For that tome would carry information that these people do not need to know. Information that could well damn them." Calais didn't respond, but the look on his face showed Dell that he understood completely. Any recounting of the world before the Holocaust might well include information on ways and weapons, the fourth magic of technology, that could prematurely advance Aielle, that could light fires of conquest in the eyes of some. "This is the world I always dreamed of," Dell explained. "The world of all my fantasies, and I can't stay because of the things I learned in the world I despised. My knowledge, my ways, could bring ruin to Aielle. I couldn't bear to do that."
Could you not keep this dangerous knowledge to yourself?
"Maybe," Dell replied. "But I don't think I want to take the chance. I'm not like Billy. He can accept it all with a shrug and a smile, but I'll always be trying to improve things."
Improve, Calais echoed. A dangerous concept.
"Aielle doesn't need that," Dell said sincerely, and he looked deeply into the blue flames of Calais' omniscient eyes. "They survived their Jericho. Their battle is won. I am the only danger now."
Your fears are valid, my friend, Calais replied.
It was necessary that you come to this realization on your own. I see your pain and wish that I could tell you otherwise. It's not fair, Dell said quietly. To have found my heaven, only to have it pulled out from under me?
I am truly sorry.
Dell fought back his tears. "What then?" he asked through a stoic front. "Will you send me back to my own time, where I might live out my life?"
That I cannot do, Calais replied.
The rivers of time flow at different speeds, but,
alas,
their waters move ever in the same direction. The moment of your existence in the earth you knew is past. Even if this were not so, the experience of your world would pale beside the beauty of Ynis Aielle. You would not be happy there. The Colonnade Prince extended his arm toward Dell. "Come with me, Geoffrey del Judas," he said. Come, then we may travel the stars together. Del eyed the entrance of the tunnel to the elven city, then felt his gaze drawn southward, through the crack in the mountain wall, to the impenetrable black veil shrouding Avalon. How can I let it go? He asked. Or her? He looked back at Calais, the wetness on his cheeks twinkling in starlight. It's all over? He mumbled. He thought of Billy, and how he envied his complacent friend, and he took heart that Billy would indeed watch the coronation for him, would watch over this world, and the work they had done. Del looked back to the angelic spectre. Calais remained unchanging, his arm extended and his expression beckoning. Del shook his head and smiled, accepting his fate at the hands of the trusted Calais. He cast a final dreamy glance down at the enchanted forest, then stepped off the ledge. Perhaps it was merely the winds within the stillness of the night, but more likely it was the magic of Calais, or of Ardez, or Brielle, carrying a final comfort to the man of yesterday, who had so touched their lives, as the last sounds of Ynis Aielle carried to Del's ears were the birth cries of a baby. For at that moment a child was born unto Brielle, a beautiful girl. Rhiannon, she would be called, the name of a woman who had graced that long-lost world with wisps of mystery and enchantment. Also at that moment, snow began to fall across Aielle. Driven by the sea wind, it whipped with blizzard fury against the black walls of Talus Dune, where Reinheiser, the new black warlock, sat on his dark throne, awaiting the day when he would rise once again. It fell indifferently on Palandara, barely visible against the whiteness of the newly polished walls. It shrouded sleeping Illuma, and descended gently on Avalon, where a new mother suckled her child. That was to be the winter's last snow, for the dawn's light came bright and clear. The first day of spring. This concludes Echoes of the Fourth Magic by R.A. Salvatore. Please visit our website, tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.